In the third high school of Jiangnan-based city, the sports field was packed with a sea of people. Dark masses gathered, numbering well over 1,000. Today was the day that would determine the fate of all the senior students, the final martial arts aptitude test. Their lives were about to diverge in two starkly different directions. Either they would rise to greatness, becoming revered martial artists held in the highest regard, or they would be reduced to struggling among society's lowest tier as ordinary individuals. At the center of the field stood a massive electronic screen, its surface continuously scrolling the names and aptitude grades of each student in real time. Li Haoren, aptitude grade B. Zhao Wan'er, aptitude grade C. The crowd alternated between bursts of cheers and sounds of disheartened sighs. Jiang Fan stood in the waiting area, his sweaty palms betraying his nervousness. He had a lean, wiry build, and his school uniform, washed so many times it had faded, was frayed at the cuffs. Compared to his peers in their high-end training gear, he stood out like a sore thumb. Yet, his eyes gleamed with an unyielding brightness. Jiang Fan clenched his fists silently. He had spent 3 grueling years preparing for this day. Every morning, he rose at 4 a.m. to run, pushing himself through the most basic and arduous methods of training. Coming from an underprivileged household, he couldn't afford advanced nutrient solutions or high-tech equipment. He relied on nothing but his own hands and an unwavering determination to fight against all odds. Jiang Fan. His name was finally called over the loudspeaker. He took a deep breath and strode towards the testing platform with firm steps. In an instant, all eyes in the field turned to him. Jiang Fan placed his hand on the cold, glassy surface of the aptitude testing orb. The machine emitted a faint hum. He held his breath, waiting for the results. 3 seconds. 5 seconds. 10 seconds passed. The orb didn't respond. No colors lit up. Not the slightest glow. A wave of eerie silence swept over the field. Then, with a jarring beep, bright red words flashed across the colossal screen, blaring and ominous. Jiang Fan, aptitude grade, none. The crowd froze for a beat before erupting into a chaotic uproar. None? What does that mean? How's that even possible? Unbelievable, not even the lowest E grade? This must be a first in school history. Could the machine be broken? The murmurs and exclamations surged like tidal waves, crashing down on Jiang Fan, drowning him in humiliation. He stood frozen on the platform, his face pale, the blood draining away. He looked down at his trembling hands, disbelief coursing through him. Impossible. He pressed his hand onto the orb once more, desperate. The machine hummed again, but the result was unchanged. The orb remained lifeless, as if mocking him. The proctor on duty frowned and declared impassively, Jiang Fan, the test results are verified. Aptitude grade, none. Please step down from the platform. This time, the murmured gossip and scattered snickers turned into open, raucous laughter. Some students covered their mouths as they laughed, while others openly pointed at him, and a few even took out their phones to record the scene. Jiang Fan felt his ears burn with shame as if they were on fire. His movements robotic, he withdrew his hand and walked down from the platform. Each step felt hollow, as if he were stepping on air. Jiang Fan. A clear, feminine voice suddenly pierced through the commotion. Instinctively, he raised his head to see Lin Shui standing before him. She was the school's recognized beauty, her silky long hair cascading around her shoulders. But the eyes he had stared at countless times before now held an unfamiliar look. It wasn't sympathy. It wasn't encouragement. It was disgust and a patronizing pity. Lin Shui walked up to him, her voice loud and deliberate in the midst of the crowd. Let's break up. The noisy field fell significantly quieter. Jiang Fan's mind buzzed into blankness. Shui, what are you saying? I said let's break up. Lin Shui repeated, her tone calm, as though she were stating the obvious. Jiang Fan, you don't even have any martial aptitude. You're no different from a regular person. If I stay with you, what kind of future could I possibly have? Her words were sharp and unwavering, cutting through him like a blade. Jiang Fan opened his mouth, but the words stuck in his throat. It felt as though something heavy and unmovable blocked him from speaking. At that moment, a hand rested on Lin Shui's shoulder. It was Wang Teng. Taller, handsome, and exuding the confidence of privilege, Wang Teng embodied the air of someone born with every advantage. Just moments ago, he had achieved an extraordinary A-grade aptitude rating, placing himself at the very top of their school. Standing beside Lin Shui, Wang Teng cast Jiang Fan a dismissive look, like one would upon spotting a bug. "Don't take it personally, buddy," Wang Teng said with a mocking smile, his voice dripping with amusement. "Girls just want a better life. How can you blame her? You're a nobody, a loser with no aptitude. And you honestly thought she'd stick around?" As he spoke, he wrapped an arm around Lin Shui's waist right in front of Jiang Fan. Lin Shui didn't resist. In fact, she leaned into him willingly. Jiang Fan's pupils constricted sharply. Seeing his reaction only seemed to fuel Wang Teng's satisfaction. He whispered something into Lin Shui's ear, making her giggle sweetly. It was a radiant, blissful smile, one that stabbed into Jiang Fan's heart like a knife. "I'll give you a piece of advice," Wang Teng finally said, turning back to Jiang Fan with a smirk. "If your aptitude is none, that means you're trashed down to your DNA. No amount of effort can change that. Learn to accept reality." The group of hangers-on behind Wang Teng burst into laughter, loud and unrestrained, their mockery piercing the air. Jiang Fan clenched his fists so tightly that his knuckles cracked, veins bulging on the back of his hands. His gaze locked onto Wang Teng's hand on Lin Shui's waist, and he felt the pounding of his temples grow angrier and angrier. But in the end, he did nothing. He knew the truth. Wang Teng, with an A-grade aptitude, could punch through steel. And he, with no aptitude at all, was just an insignificant weakling. If he acted now, he wouldn't just get beaten senseless, he'd become an even bigger joke. Jiang Fan gritted his teeth until they ached, holding back the simmering inferno inside. Some humiliations and anger must be swallowed deep within. He abruptly turned around and pushed his way out of the crowd. The mocking laughter behind him clung to him like a persistent shadow, chasing him relentlessly and refusing to fade. As he stepped out of the school gates, the glaring sunlight stung his eyes, making them ache. He bowed his head and walked aimlessly along the roadside, replaying Lin Shui's cold, indifferent face over and over in his mind. Half a year ago, he suddenly remembered her birthday. He had worked tirelessly at 3 part-time jobs just to save enough money. He had spent an entire month's savings to buy her a necklace. When she opened the gift, her eyes welled up with tears. "Jiang Fan, you're so good to me," she had said. 3 months ago, she mentioned craving the expensive cake from an upscale bakery on the east side of the city. Jiang Fan had searched every corner of his pockets and scraped together his last few bills. He then stood in line for an hour to get it. When she took her first bite, she smiled so brightly that her eyes turned into crescents. "I'll stick with you for the rest of my life," she had declared. Now, thinking back to those words, every single one of them felt like a knife to his heart, dripping with irony. Jiang Fan wandered aimlessly for a long time. By the time he came to his senses, he was already standing in front of his home. It was a nearly dilapidated old apartment building, with large patches of paint peeling off the exterior walls. Most of the lights in the corridor were broken, leaving only one flickering feebly. He pushed open the door. The apartment was tiny, with the living room and bedroom essentially connected. All the furniture was second-hand, awkwardly cobbled together, barely functional. "Brother," a weak voice called from inside the room. Lying on a bed was Jiang Yu, her face as pale as paper, drained of all color. Her frail frame was huddled under a thin blanket. She was only 12 years old, but she was suffering from a rare blood vessel disorder. Without surgery, the vessels inside her body would eventually atrophy and die. "You're back." Jiang Yu forced a smile at him. Though her smile was feeble, she tried hard to maintain it. "Brother, how did your test go?" Jiang Fan's throat tightened as if something was lodged there. He walked over, sat on the edge of her bed, and gently stroked her hair. His voice was raspy as he responded, "It went well." "You're lying." Jiang Yu blinked, looking at him knowingly. "Your eyes are red." Jiang Fan froze for a moment, then quickly turned his face away.
It's nothing. The wind's just strong. Jiang, you didn't press further.
She extended her thin hand and clasped his fingers lightly. In a gentle voice, she said, "Brother, no matter how things turned out, you're still the best brother in the world." Jiang Fan's nose stung, and he fought hard to swallow back his tears. Just as he was about to speak, his phone buzzed in his pocket.
It was an unfamiliar number. He answered the call. "Hello? Is this Jiang Yu's family member?"
The voice on the other end sounded professional but carried a tone of urgency.
"This is Dr. Liu from the hematology department at Renji Hospital. Jiang Yu's latest test results are in. Her vascular degeneration is progressing much faster than we initially estimated. She must undergo surgery within 3 days." Jiang Fan's grip on the phone tightened. 3 days? But the last time you said she could hold on for another month.
The condition has deteriorated much more quickly than we expected. The voice on the other end paused briefly, then became even more serious. The surgery will cost 1 million yuan.
That's already the minimum estimate. If the payment isn't made within these 3 days, there's nothing more we can do. 1 million yuan. Those 3 words hit Jiang Fan like an unstoppable force, pressing down on him with immense weight.
All his savings combined didn't even amount to 3,000 yuan. I'll figure something out, he said, forcing the words out with all his strength. When the call ended, his phone nearly slipped from his trembling hand. Jiang Yu, who had been quietly observing him, noticed the sudden paleness of his face.
She asked in a soft voice, "Brother, what's wrong?" "It's nothing."
Jiang Fan forced a smile that looked worse than tears. "The hospital just called about a routine checkup.
I'll take you tomorrow." Jiang Yu obediently nodded and didn't ask further questions. The more sensible she acted, the heavier Jiang Fan's heart grew.
Once Jiang Yu fell into a deep sleep, Jiang Fan sat alone on a wobbly, broken-legged chair in the living room. He buried his face in his hands, feeling as if his entire world had collapsed.
0 aptitude test results made him a target of ridicule.
His girlfriend had left him for someone wealthier. And now, his sister's life was hanging by a thread.
1 million yuan, 3 days. It seemed like an impossible mission.
He was at a complete loss. After sitting in the darkness for a long while, he got up and approached an old cabinet. He opened the bottom drawer and pulled out a cloth bundle. Unwrapping it, he revealed a black stone the size of a fist.
This was the only item left to him by his parents.
3 years ago, his parents had gone missing during an outdoor expedition and were presumed dead. Before they left, his mother entrusted him with this stone, which she had found at an ancient site, and told him to take good care of it.
Jiang Fan had kept it all this time as a sentimental keepsake. But now,
maybe it's worth something, he muttered bitterly to himself. Holding the black stone, he ran his thumb over its rough surface. It was pockmarked with irregular dents and didn't appear to have any special features. It resembled nothing more than an ordinary piece of rock. Who would buy something like this? He let out a self-deprecating laugh, though his eyes began to water. A warm tear landed on the black stone. And then another. "Mom, Dad. Xiaoyu doesn't have much time left," Jiang Fan whispered hoarsely.
"I'm so useless. I can't even protect my little sister."
He clenched the stone tighter, his knuckles turning white as veins bulged on the back of his hand. His nails dug into his palm, causing a dull ache.
Why?
Unable to stop himself, he roared in frustration.
Years of humiliation and helplessness burst forth all at once.
Wang Teng's condescending face, Lin Shui turning away into another man's arms, the hospital's cold, urgent demand for money, all of it spun wildly in his mind, making his chest feel like it was about to explode. Just then, the black stone in his palm suddenly grew scorching hot.
Shocked, Jiang Fan instinctively yanked his hand back and looked down. The stone.
If we score some good gigs, we can easily make 30 or 50,000. If luck's on our side and we encounter one of those rare beasts with a core, we're talking 150, 200k, maybe more.
1 million doesn't seem out of reach.
But all of it hinged on one very specific prerequisite: you had to hold a martial artist license.
The minimum standard to even step foot in the Wildlands was the D-class license.
Without it, there was no chance of even getting past the city gates. And there was only one way to get that license: passing the exam at the Martial Hall.
Jiang Fan checked the time, it was 2 a.m.
The Martial Hall would open at 7. He turned to glance toward the room inside, where the steady, soft breathing of his younger sister, Jiang, could be heard.
She was deep in sleep, utterly unaware. He knew this was the moment.
He had to seize it, for her and for himself. Carefully, Jiang Fan packed the crushed black stone powder into a small plastic bag and slipped it into his pocket. All night, he sat silently on the old battered sofa in the living room. With his eyes closed, he focused inward, tuning into the newly awakened Dragon King bloodline surging through him. It was a faint yet resolute force, tracing its way through his veins, making his meridians more robust as it passed. He could sense it clearly: he was getting stronger. The process was slow, almost painstakingly so, but it was real. As the faint light of dawn broke, Jiang Fan rose and left quietly.
The Martial Hall in Jiangnan Base City stood tall and imposing in the bustling commercial district on the east side of the metropolis. It was nothing short of grandiose, spanning across 3 entire city blocks. The high gray-white walls exuded a cold, unyielding strength, while 2 massive stone pillars at the entrance bore an engraving beneath interlocked fists that read, "Strength above all." At exactly 7 in the morning, the heavy doors of the hall creaked open on time. By the time Jiang Fan arrived, a long line had already formed from the entrance. Most in the queue were recent graduates like himself, with a sprinkling of middle-aged individuals in their 30s or 40s, those still clutching to the hope of changing their fates. One thing was clear, though: everyone who stood in that line believed, at least to some degree, in their own abilities. Jiang Fan joined the queue somewhere in the middle, keeping his head low, silent. "Well, well." A mocking voice rang from ahead in the line.
Jiang Fan looked up only to be greeted by Wang Tang's face. Wang Tang was decked out today, wearing a sharp-tailored suit with an air of arrogance. His collar displayed the insignia of his family's legacy, a badge of pride. Clinging to his side was Lin Shui, dressed in a pristine white dress. She leaned against him intimately, her hand intertwined with his arm, a syrupy sweet smile plastered on her face.
When Wang Tang saw Jiang Fan, his expression shifted dramatically. First came surprise, then amusement, before settling into unabashed ridicule. "Jiang Fan? What are you doing here at the Martial Hall?"
Wang Tang tilted his head, giving him a once-over.
"You're here for the exam? Seriously? You? The guy with 0 talent?"
He didn't raise his voice, but it was loud enough that those nearby could hear every word.
The attention of everyone waiting in line instantly shifted to Jiang Fan.
0 talent was a phrase that carried weight, an outright declaration of utter uselessness. People now stared openly, eager to catch a glimpse of the so-called 0 talent guy who'd made it here. Even Lin Shui spared Jiang Fan a glance.
However, her eyes didn't linger for more than a second before flicking away in disinterest.
It was the kind of look one might give a piece of trash forgotten on the sidewalk.
"You don't actually think you'll pass the D-class exam, do you?"
Lin Shui murmured, her tone light but cutting with precision.
"Jiang Fan, let me give you some advice: don't waste your time here. The D-class exam only has a 30% pass rate, and that's for average people.
And you, forgive me for saying, are hardly average." She emphasized those last 3 words, leaving no doubt as to what she truly thought. Jiang Fan, in her eyes, wasn't even on the level of a regular human being. Wang Tang burst into laughter at her comment. "Schwer, come on, let him learn the hard way. Some people just don't get it until they've hit a wall. Let him try, it's only his pride on the line, and God knows he's not overflowing with that anyway." As he spoke, Wang Tang reached into his pocket and pulled out a sleek black card, twirling it between his fingers with smug satisfaction.
"As for myself, I'm also here to take the test today.
Except, of course, I'll be going through the VIP route, thank you, Wang family connections.
You regular folks take your time waiting in line." The sunlight gleamed off the black card, catching the eyes of nearby onlookers.
A low murmur rippled through the crowd.
Wait, is that the Wang family's privilege card? That means he can skip the line entirely and go straight inside. Man, some people really have it made. Wang Tong relished their astonishment, a self-satisfied grin plastered across his face.
With Lin Shui clinging to his arm, he began strolling toward the VIP entrance. As he passed Jiang Fan, he slowed his pace on purpose, turning just enough to send a mocking smile his way.
Oh, right. Almost forgot, he leaned in slightly, lowering his voice to a taunting whisper, your zero talent ranking from yesterday? It's gone viral. Last time I checked, the top trending topic online was biggest loser in exam history. You should check out the comments when you get a chance. Comedy gold.
With that, Wang Teng clapped Jiang Fan's shoulder sharply as if driving the knife in deeper before sauntering off.
Jiang Fan didn't flinch.
In that brief contact, Jiang Fan was able to assess Wang Teng's strength more accurately. It wasn't impressive, not to him, at least, not anymore.
Ironically, Wang Teng remained completely oblivious to this.
Jiang Fan kept silent, though. He merely raised his gaze and gave Wang Teng a calm, measured look. It was a look so tranquil, so devoid of emotion, it caught Wang Teng off guard, if only for an instant.
But whatever unease Wang Teng felt was fleeting.
He scoffed, dismissing it as unimportant, and walked away, Lin Shui still clinging to his side. The line shuffled forward bit by bit.
40 minutes later, it was Jiang Fan's turn.
The examination hall was massive, with a 50-meter-wide testing field at its center.
Around it, an array of advanced equipment stood ready, force testing pillars, speed sensors, reaction time dummies.
The D-class test consisted of 3 parts, and only those who cleared all 3 would receive their martial artist license. A burly man with a buzz cut and a beard as thick as a forest was stationed as the tester. His arms were as large as some people's thighs. The man gave Jiang Fan a quick once-over. The moment the registration info was displayed, the examiner's brows furrowed deeply.
Jiang Fan? From 3rd high school? Talent level. Non.
He looked up, sizing Jiang Fan up as if observing some rare specimen.
After a pause of 2 seconds, he confirmed, are you sure you want to participate in the D-level warrior assessment? Absolutely. Jiang Fan's answer was crisp and decisive.
The examiner's lips twitched slightly, but he ultimately refrained from further comment. He merely stepped aside to make way.
Go ahead.
Start with the strength test. The testing area was already surrounded by a crowd, a mix of those who just finished their assessments, those waiting their turn, and others there purely for the entertainment. Among them, Jiang Fan immediately noticed Wang Teng.
The VIP lane showed its efficiency.
Wang Teng had already completed all the assessments and stood triumphantly at the exit, flipping a brand new warrior certificate in his hand, admiring it like a trophy. Beside him, Lin Shui enthusiastically snapped pictures with her phone. D-level warrior certificate, piece of cake. Wang Teng boasted, holding the certificate up to the camera, grinning with unrestrained arrogance.
This is just step 1. My next goal? The wilderness zone. You're amazing, Teng. Lin Shui leaned in, giving him a quick peck on the cheek. Around them, a few spectators clapped and voiced their admiration. Just then, a flicker of movement in his peripheral vision made Wang Teng notice Jiang Fan walking toward the testing zone.
His eyes lit up, and he grabbed Lin Shui's arm, leading her closer.
Wait, hold up.
Don't leave yet, this is going to be good, he said in a hushed tone, flashing her a sly, conspiratorial smile. Lin Shui followed his gaze.
When she recognized the familiar figure, she couldn't suppress a giggle.
Soft snickers rippled through the crowd.
He's actually going to give it a try? No way. Let's go watch, it's bound to be a spectacle.
With his arms crossed over his chest, Wang Teng jostled to the front of the viewing area, wearing a smug, expectant grin. Meanwhile, Jiang Fan approached the strength testing pillar.
It was a half-meter thick alloy column covered in an intricate array of pressure sensors.
Participants were required to strike it with their full force, and the system would calculate the exact impact strength to determine their score.
To meet the minimum D-level standard, a single punch had to deliver at least 500 kilograms of force.
The examiner overseeing the test remained expressionless, giving a curt prompt.
Begin when you're ready. Jiang Fan took a deep breath.
His right foot slid back, lowering his stance slightly. His right fist coiled tightly against his waist, poised like an unsprung trap. At that moment, something deep within, a dormant power, began to stir. The Dragon Emperor's bloodline within him responded to the call, flooding from his heart to his arm in a wave of fiery, surging energy. Then he punched. The movement was simple, direct, devoid of excessive flourish.
Boom! A deafening thud echoed through the hall as the alloy pillar shuddered violently.
Even the bolts anchoring it to the ground groaned under the pressure, emitting faint screeches of strain.
All eyes locked on the digital display, the numbers racing upward before finally settling. 780 kilograms.
The hall fell utterly silent. The kind of silence where you could hear a pin drop.
The examiner, visibly startled, stroked his bushy beard as if to confirm he wasn't dreaming.
He glanced at the numbers on the screen, then back at Jiang Fan, his once casual demeanor replaced with genuine astonishment.
780 kilograms, someone murmured, unable to resist voicing the shocking figure. Holy, isn't that almost sea-level territory? I thought he had zero aptitude? Where is this kind of strength coming from?
A buzz of incredulous chatter spread through the crowd like a swarm of bees, filling every corner of the training hall. Wang Tung's triumphant grin froze instantly. He opened his mouth, but not a single word came out. Instinctively, his eyes darted to Lin Shui. Her expression had stiffened as well, though she quickly recovered and, in a quiet voice, offered a tentative explanation. Maybe it's just natural strength? No aptitude doesn't mean someone can't be freakishly strong. Wang Tang seized on her words like a drowning man clutching a lifeline. He nodded furiously, regaining his composure. A sneer curled back onto his face, and he deliberately raised his voice, ensuring Jiang Fan could hear him from across the hall.
So what if he's got brute strength? There's still speed and reflex tests ahead.
I've seen tons of muscleheads like this, they all end up dead in the wilderness zone, with nothing left but bones.
Jiang Fan didn't even spare him a glance. The second test, speed.
A 50-meter shuttle run, measured precisely by laser timing instruments.
The D-level requirement was a time under 6 seconds. Jiang Fan stepped up to the starting line.
The moment the examiner hit the timer, Jiang Fan launched forward like a bullet from a cannon. The raw power of the Dragon Emperor's bloodline ignited in his legs, each step hammering against the alloy floor with such force that impressions were left behind.
Sprint. Pivot. Sprint again.
The timer stopped.
4.3 seconds. This time, the murmur from the audience swelled even louder. The examiner's attitude toward Jiang Fan shifted from skepticism to complete focus.
"Young man, where were you trained?" he asked.
"I trained on my own," Jiang Fan replied. The examiner looked dubious but didn't press further.
He quickly jotted notes on his clipboard before gesturing toward the final exam station.
Last test, reflexes.
Pass this, and you'll officially be a warrior.
The reflex test was far more challenging than the prior two.
16 circular light sensors were arranged in a ring, each programmed to light up randomly.
The participant had just 0.3 seconds to react and make contact. To pass, they needed to correctly hit all 20 targets in succession.
Jiang Fan stepped confidently into the center of the ring. The first light blinked. Before his brain could fully register, his body moved instinctively. A palm, an elbow, a spinning kick, all perfectly precise. The lights grew faster and faster, pushing his reaction times to the limit. His movements blurred into afterimages as he flowed seamlessly from one strike to the next.
The 10th target. The 15th. The 20th. Not a single miss. 14 times. An average reaction speed of 0.18 seconds.
These numbers had completely reached the standard of a Class C warrior. The testing hall erupted into chaos.
Is this really the same Jiang Fan with zero talent? You've got to be kidding me.
His results are even better than that spoiled rich kid with an A-level talent.
I remember, What was Wang Tang's strength test score just now? It was barely over 600, right?
This last line wasn't loud at all, but in the suddenly silent hall, it stood out vividly. Wang Tang's face turned a deep red, almost purple, like a smashed tomato. It was true, he barely managed over 600 in strength, and his speed and reflex scores only scraped past the D-level pass line.
But Jiang Fan? He crushed every category, leaving Wang Tang utterly humiliated.
Even Lin Shui, who had been clinging onto Wang Tang's arm like a lifeline, subconsciously loosened her grip.
The embarrassment on her face was impossible to mask.
At that moment, the examiner strode over, holding a freshly printed warrior's certificate in his hand.
Jiang Fan, you've passed the D-class warrior examination with outstanding performance in all 3 categories. Overall rating, upper D-level, nearly reaching C-level. Congratulations. Here's your certificate.
Jiang Fan took the card, which was still warm from the machine, and flipped it open. His photo, name, and grade were clearly printed in black and white. Pocketing the card without hesitation, he turned and headed for the exit. As he passed Wang Tang, he paused. Not because he wanted to, but because Wang Tang stood in the middle of the exit like a brick wall, his face so dark it seemed ready to storm. How is this possible? Wang Tang glared at Jiang Fan, his voice taut with rage.
The school's testing equipment can't be wrong.
Your talent score was 0. What kind of trick did you pull? Jiang Fan gazed at him calmly, their eyes locking. Just yesterday on the school's track field, when faced with Wang Tang's face, all Jiang Fan could do was clench his fists and walk away in quiet defeat. But today was different.
Move, Jiang Fan said.
Just 2 words. His tone was as casual as if he were discussing the weather, no mockery, no gloating, and no unnecessary emotion.
Yet that calm, matter-of-fact indifference stung Wang Tang far worse than any insult could have. Wang Tang's chest heaved in suppressed fury.
Gritting his teeth, he eventually stepped aside in humiliation. Jiang Fan walked past him. Behind, Lin Shui's faint murmurs drifted over. She seemed to be explaining something to Wang Tang, or maybe just talking to herself. As Jiang Fan moved forward, his own expression held a trace of disbelief, almost as if everything were still sinking in.
The sunlight outside the martial arts hall was blinding.
He instinctively raised a hand to shield his eyes before pulling out his phone to check the current market prices for D-class monster materials. On the screen, prices popped up: D-level monster bones, $2,000 per kilogram, D-level monster blood, $5,000 per liter, and the core orb of a D-level monster alone ranged anywhere from $30,000 to $80,000. Calculating silently, Jiang Fan slid the phone back into his pocket and turned toward the northern wilderness zone of the city. The northern wilderness zone was gated by an imposing alloy door, towering at a height of 20 meters. Atop the gate, 4 ominous turret guns stood ever vigilant, tirelessly scanning the dangers outside the safe zone and ensuring the city's peace 24/7. At the gate were checkpoints guarded by 3 fully armed sentinels, standing ramrod straight, each equipped with a standard-issue energy pistol holstered at their waists. As Jiang Fan approached, he handed over his newly acquired warrior's certificate. One of the guards took the certificate and scanned it through a machine. A light beep sounded, and a green indicator lit up. D-class warrior, authorized entry into the outer hunting grounds, the guard said in a firm, procedural tone. Note, your activity range is limited to 5 kilometers within the outer perimeter of the wilderness zone. If you exceed this limit, any consequences will be your own responsibility. Handing the certificate back, the guard gave Jiang Fan a quick once-over. He was just a frail-looking 18-year-old kid, as skinny as a broomstick, and he didn't even have proper combat gear. The guard couldn't help but add, "First-timer, huh?" Jiang Fan nodded silently. "Here's some advice, head to the nearby Beast Hunter Alliance and rent some basic gear," the guard warned. Walking in empty-handed is practically a death sentence. Jiang Fan nodded again without replying. He was well aware of the importance of proper equipment, but renting gear required both a deposit and a daily rental fee, expenses he simply couldn't afford. Feeling the meager weight of his wallet, he knew he only had 20,300 left in his account, a sum painstakingly saved over 3 years of scrimping and saving through odd jobs. The Beast Hunter Alliance's shop was conveniently located right next to the gate, housed in a 3-story building with a massive electronic sign at the entrance, advertising the latest prices for weapons and monster materials. Jiang Fan pushed the door open and stepped inside. Behind the counter, a young woman was casually chewing gum, her demeanor impossibly laid back. Without looking up, she asked, "Buying or selling?" "Buying," Jiang Fan replied. "A D-class melee weapon. The cheapest one." The woman finally lifted her gaze, giving him a lazy once-over. "Cheapest D-class melee weapon? That'd be a dagger, $20,000, not a cent less. 20,000. It was the equivalent of his entire life savings. Jiang Fan stood still for 3 seconds, his mind flashing to his younger sister Jiang Yu's pale face on the hospital bed. "I'll take it," he said decisively. The woman retrieved a long metallic case from beneath the counter and slammed it onto the table with a casual flick. With a soft click, the case popped open, revealing a sleek 20-centimeter long dagger. The blade, a matte, cold steel, had no excess decoration, and the edge gleamed menacingly under the light. Engraved on the handle was a line of small words: D-Class Standard Combat Dagger, Beast Hunter Alliance Production. Jiang Fan reached out and gripped the dagger by its handle. He hefted its balanced. The weight was just right, and the blade was sharp enough. He handed over his bank card. With the beep of the machine, his account balance dwindled down to a meager 307 yuan. The woman tossed the card back to him and resumed chewing her gum, as though the entire exchange hadn't even happened. Jiang Fan tucked the dagger behind his waist and walked out of the store. As the alloy gates slowly lifted, a fierce wind carrying the stench of soil and decaying flesh hit him square in the face. The world outside the gates stood in stark contrast to the city within. Neatly paved streets and towering skyscrapers were replaced by the ruins of abandoned buildings and wild, mutated vegetation growing out of control. Gray-green vines snaked up broken walls and rubble, some as thick as a person's thigh. The sky was a dull gray, with the sun hidden behind a layer of thin mist, casting the area in a dim, eerie light. The ground was littered with uneven claw marks, a silent warning of the dangers lurking in this wasteland. This was the wild zone, a forbidden territory of human civilization and a paradise for the beasts. Jiang Fan took a deep breath, gripping the dagger at his hip tightly, then started down a narrow path beaten into the earth by those who had ventured here before him, step by cautious step into the depths of the wilderness. After about a kilometer, an unusual silence blanketed the area. Not even the chirping of insects could be heard, leaving only the faint howling of the wind as it swept through the ruins. It was then that a system panel appeared in his mind. His gaze settled on a line of text he hadn't noticed before: extraction feature cooling down. Remaining cooldown time, 57 hours, 32 minutes. This meant that for the next 2 days, he wouldn't be able to extract attributes from anything. He would have to rely entirely on his own strength. However, he wasn't too concerned. After all, his target was merely a D-tier beast. With his near C-tier overall capabilities, he should be more than a match for a D-tier creature. He should be, anyway. The first beast appeared far sooner than he had anticipated. It was an iron-spined wolf, about 5 feet long, its body covered in iron gray, rugged fur interspersed with a row of sharp bone spines running down its back. The creature perched atop a ruined building, its murky yellow eyes locked onto Jiang Fan, growling low and menacingly. Every hair on Jiang Fan's body stood on end. This was his first time facing a living beast, and the sheer pressure emanating from it was overwhelming, a primal fear hardwired deep within his DNA. Seeing one in a textbook was nothing like this. His instincts urged him to run, to get as far away as possible. But he couldn't run. The iron-spined wolf sprang toward him with terrifying speed, a gray blur that closed the distance in an instant. Jiang Fan dodged sideways just in time, the wolf's claws grazing his ribs, tearing a jagged gash through his shirt and leaving a searing pain on his skin. The claws had broken the skin, but the wound wasn't serious. He didn't have the luxury to check, as the wolf wasted no time launching another attack. Its snarling maw revealed jagged, foul-smelling teeth as it lunged at him again. Jiang Fan clenched the dagger in a reverse grip, instinctively ducking low. At the exact moment the wolf leapt over him, he thrust upward with all his might.
The force of his Dragon Emperor bloodline surged into the blade, driving it deep into the soft underbelly of the wolf. The iron-spined wolf howled in agony, crashing heavily to the ground. Jiang Fan rolled away with his dagger, the wolf's blood splattering onto his face. The sharp stench of it hit his nose, making his stomach churn violently. The wolf writhed, struggling to rise again. Blood poured from its belly wound like a crimson waterfall. Its yellow eyes fixed on Jiang Fan, filled with a terrifying blend of ferocity and panic. It lunged at him again. A dying beast was always at its most dangerous. Gritting his teeth, Jiang Fan didn't retreat. Instead, he charged forward to meet it head-on. The wolf's claws raked across his left arm this time, leaving 3 deep gashes that cut straight to the bone. Pain exploded in his limb, but Jiang Fan ignored it. His right hand had already gripped the dagger still lodged in the wolf's abdomen. With every last ounce of his strength, he twisted and dragged the blade downward in one swift motion. A wet, tearing sound filled the air as the wolf's belly split open entirely, spilling its innards in a grotesque heap onto the ground. The creature collapsed with a heavy thud, its limbs twitching a few times before going still. Jiang Fan dropped to the ground, breathing hard, his chest heaving with exhaustion. Hot, stinging pain radiated from the gashes on his arm, his back drenched with cold sweat, and blood dripped steadily from his fingers onto the dusty ground. Ripping a piece of fabric from his tattered shirt, he haphazardly wrapped it around his wound. Then, summoning what remained of his strength, he got to his feet and pulled the dagger free from the wolf's lifeless body. Awkwardly, he began skinning it, extracting bones, and draining blood, an arduous process that took him nearly 20 minutes. By the end, he had salvaged every valuable part of the creature. At least he had made his first bit of income. He weighed the bag of materials in his hand, roughly estimating that this wolf could fetch him 30 to 40,000 yuan at most. Not enough, not nearly enough. He had to keep going. His second target was a red-armored lizard. This one had thick, tough skin, so durable that his dagger sparked when he struck it. After using every bit of effort and strategy he found a vulnerable spot beneath its armpit, unprotected by its scales, and landed a deadly blow. His third was a twin-tailed scorpion. The creature was unbelievably fast, its venomous stinger narrowly missing his neck multiple times. In the end, it took a desperate roll to get beneath the scorpion and stab into its soft underbelly 7 or 8 times in quick succession to finally bring it down. The fourth, the fifth, the sixth. With each battle, Jiang Fan improved. The initial clumsiness and panic he had felt slowly faded with every life-or-death encounter, replaced by sharper instincts and faster, more precise strikes. His Dragon Emperor bloodline seemed to awaken further in the heat of battle. Each beast he felled left him feeling stronger, more grounded, more in control. His combat style was beginning to. The approach was simple and ruthless, devoid of any unnecessary flair. Identify the weakness, charge in, and take it down with one strike. If one strike wasn't enough, then 2. If 2 didn't work, then 10. This was literally trading life for money. His injuries were piling up, his left arm, right shoulder, back, thighs, there was hardly a spot on him that remained unscathed. His school uniform had long been torn into shreds, now nothing more than blood-stained rags. It was impossible to tell whether the dried blood was his or from the beasts he fought. But he didn't stop. The sun rose in the east and slowly sank in the west. As night fell, Jiang Fan leaned against a section of a broken wall and opened his backpack to take inventory of the day's harvest. The remains of 7 D-grade beasts stuffed his pack to the brim, bones, blood, pelts, claws, and fangs meticulously sorted into separate bags. He calculated the total value quickly in his head. 230,000. At best, and with some luck, he might push it to 250,000. Closing his eyes, he pressed the back of his head against the cold surface of the wall, the exhaustion palpable. 1 million. 3 days. 1 day was already gone. 2 days left. Even if he skipped eating, drinking, and sleeping, and continued hunting D-grade beasts at this pace, the most he could manage was another 500,000. Still 500,000 short. Not enough, he muttered, his voice hoarse and dry. The wind swept through the cracks of the ruins, chilling each wound on his battered body to the bone.
He readied to rise and delve deeper into the ruins, but his movements abruptly halted. The ground was trembling. The vibrations were faint but regular. Thud. 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 It felt like a massive creature was moving in the distance. Jiang Fan's eyes widened as he instinctively dropped low, pressing himself against the wall. He carefully peered in the direction of the tremors. About 300 meters away, amidst the rubble of an old bombed-out district, a massive figure was slowly advancing. Squinting under the faint glow of the setting sun, he finally saw it clearly. It was a beast. A colossal beast, standing at least 3 meters tall. Its entire body was encased in a dark purple exoskeleton, with gaps in its armor where faint, eerie blue light shone through. Atop its head were 2 enormous curved horns, their metallic sheen catching the dim evening light. With every step it took, the ground seemed to quake in response. Jiang Fan's breath hitched, holding completely still. He recognized this creature. In the Hunter Alliance's store, on the electronic screens that continuously broadcast high-value rare beast bounties, this one ranked first. The amethyst shell bull. A mutated D-grade species, extremely rare. It was said that across the entire wilderness surrounding the Jiangnan base city, at best, only 2 or 3 such creatures would appear in a whole year. Its horns were the core ingredient for crafting high-grade strengthening elixirs. Just this single pair of horns alone had a purchase price of 500,000. Including its formidable purple carapace and the mutated inner core within its body, the total value of this amethyst shell bull could easily surpass 800,000. It might even break $1 million. Jiang Fan's heart pounded wildly, hard enough that he could feel it throbbing in his temples. 800,000. Adding the 200,000 already in his backpack, he'd finally reach his goal of $1 million. Gripping the dagger tightly in his hand, he began to silently and cautiously close the distance between himself and the amethyst shell bull. But he hadn't covered even 50 meters before freezing in place again. This time, it wasn't the beast that stopped him, it was voices. And more than one of them. Young master, the target has been confirmed. It's the amethyst shell bull. There are no other high-level beasts within a 2-kilometer radius. This location is perfect for the hunt. Good. Stick to the plan. You 3 flank from the left wing, and old Zhao, block its rear escape route. I'll face it head-on and draw its attention. The second voice made Jiang Fan's pupils contract sharply. This voice, he knew it all too well. It was Wang Teng. Crouching behind the remnants of a crumbled wall, Jiang Fan carefully peeked out. Ahead, Wang Teng stood in full combat gear, surrounded by a few subordinates. Together, they had already begun to encircle the amethyst shell bull. In the dim light of the ruins, Wang Teng, clad in his dark combat suit, gripped a standard-issue longsword in his hand, its blade engraved with the unique crest of the Wang family. Flanking him were 4 bodyguards, all dressed in sleek black tactical uniforms, equipped with martial artist certification badges around their waists. Their poised stances and controlled breathing immediately betrayed their expertise as highly skilled D-grade warriors. The 5 of them were well prepared to take down the amethyst shell bull. With their combined strength, the odds of success were decisively on their side. Hidden behind the broken wall a little ways away, Jiang Fan lay flat against the ground, his fingernails digging into the gaps between jagged stones with such force that they threatened to snap. 800,000. This beast was worth at least 800,000. That money should have been his. Now, he can only watch as it was about to slip into someone else's grasp. His jaw tightened as his brain worked overtime, trying to find a way. Charge in and fight for it? Don't be ridiculous. Against 5 people, he wouldn't last a minute. Wait for them to finish the battle and then swoop in? That wouldn't work either. Even if Wang Teng's bodyguards were tired from the fight, they would still outnumber him. There was no chance. Was he really about to give up? He shut his eyes. Instantly, his sister Jiang Yu's face came to mind, a pale, frail little face, and her words, "Big brother, you're the strongest big brother ever." Give up? Like hell he would. Jiang Fan's eyes snapped open, now sharp and icy with focus. He'd made up his mind. He wouldn't fight them for the process, but he'd make sure the result was his. By now, Wang Tang's team had begun their operation. The 4 bodyguards silently split up, closing in on the amethyst shell bowl from 3 sides. Their movements were precise and professional, their steps so light they were almost soundless, their bodies melting into the shadows of the ruins.
Slow motion.
Wang Tang stood at the forefront, his hand gripping the blade slightly raised. He took a deep breath, his eyes brimming with a thrill of certainty. The purple-armored bull python before him was worth nearly $1 million.
It had taken him 3 full days of utilizing the Wang family's intelligence network to find this golden opportunity. Selling the materials from the beast for money was one thing, but the real prize? Bringing a rare trophy like this back to school to show off, that was status.
He could already picture it, posting about it on social media and watching Lin Shui, yes, that Lin Shui, screaming in excitement and throwing herself into his arms.
"Take it down," he ordered sharply.
At his command, 4 bodyguards sprang into action.
The purple-armored bull python reacted with lightning speed. Sensing the danger, it let out a deafening roar.
Its head lowered, those 2 sharp, curved horns aimed at the first bodyguard rushing forward. With a powerful push of its hooves, the massive 3-meter-tall beast charged like a battering ram.
Boom.
The ground shook with the impact. The unfortunate bodyguard was sent flying over 20 feet, his body tumbling twice across the ground before he could barely steady himself. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. The raw strength of this mutated beast was far beyond that of a regular D-grade monster.
But the Wang family's bodyguards were nothing if not professional.
The moment one of them was knocked back, the other 3 flanked the beast from the sides.
Their long blades swung down, striking its purple armor with sparks flying everywhere.
While their attacks couldn't slice through the thick armor, the relentless assault succeeded in restricting its movements. Wang Tang lunged forward right behind them. His blade aimed for the gaps in its armor, delivering a quick combo of 3 precise strikes.
Dark purple blood sprayed out in an instant. The bull python roared in pain, swinging its thick tail with a force that split the air.
One of the bodyguards couldn't evade in time, taking a direct hit to the waist. His body careened through the air like a kite with its string snapped, crashing into a broken wall with a sickening thud.
"Hold it down!" Wang Tang shouted, veins bulging in his neck. "Its weak spots are under the armor, its belly and neck.
Focus your attacks there." The battle turned brutal. The bull python's strength exceeded all their predictions.
10 grueling minutes passed, and all 4 bodyguards were injured.
One had a dislocated arm, another had 2 broken ribs, and the rest were covered in cuts and bruises.
But their persistence paid off. The purple-armored bull python was finally running out of steam.
Its belly was slashed with 7 or 8 wounds, some deep enough to expose bone, and the ground beneath it was drenched in dark purple blood.
Its movements slowed while its breathing turned heavy and labored. "Push harder. It's almost down." Wang Tang's eyes burned with determination, bloodlust taking over.
Spotting an opportunity, he dashed to the beast's right side. With his full strength, he drove his blade into a crack in its armor for a decisive strike. The blade sank in 3 inches deep.
The bull python let out one final, anguished cry. Its massive legs trembled uncontrollably, and its towering form swayed, on the verge of collapse. And in that split second, Jiang Fan moved.
Like a hunter lying in wait, he sprang out of the shadows 30 meters away, motion swift and calculated. He pushed the power of his Dragon Emperor bloodline to its peak, fueling every ounce of it into his legs. He practically skimmed the ground, his body cutting through the air so fast it left a long trail of dust behind him.
Wang Tang's vision caught a fleeting shadow out of the corner of his eye.
Turning his head sharply, disbelief flashed across his face.
Jiang Fan?
Jiang Fan completely ignored him.
From the beginning, his target wasn't the bull python's body, it was its most valuable asset, the horns.
Each one was worth 50,000. By now, the bull python was sinking to the ground, its head drooping low, the curved horns nearly touching the dirt. It was the perfect moment. Jiang Fan dashed under the beast's head with a swift sliding motion. His hand grasped the dagger in reverse. Harnessing the immense force of his momentum and the power coursing through his body, he struck hard at the base of the bull's right horn. The power of the Dragon Emperor bloodline focused entirely on the blade, granting the dagger a cutting force far beyond any ordinary weapon. With a crisp **crack**, the half-meter-long dark purple horn, gleaming faintly with a cold blue light, snapped cleanly off and spun through the air. Jiang Fan's left hand hit the ground to push himself off, and with a fluid roll, he emerged from beneath the bull, catching the severed horn as it fell. "You son of a..." Wang Tang's furious roar split the air behind him. But Jiang Fan was already sprinting, the bull's horn cradled securely in his arms. He didn't hesitate. No looking back, no stalling. He bolted in the direction he came from at full speed. "Catch him! Stop him!" Wang Tang shrieked, his voice strained and distorted with rage. The four bodyguards exchanged uncertain glances. Fresh from the brutal fight, they were battered, exhausted, and spent. None of them moved. That brief moment of hesitation was all it took. Jiang Fan's figure vanished beyond the ruins, his speed unmatched. Within seconds, Jiang Fan was dozens of meters away, moving like a shadow through the wrecked terrain of the ruins. Behind him, the massive purple-armored bull python collapsed, sending up clouds of dust and debris. Wang Tang stood frozen, his chest heaving, trying to catch his breath like an old bellows. His blood-streaked blade dangled from his hand as his face twisted in barely contained fury. For 10 minutes, the five of them had been pushed to the brink, spilling blood and sweat, enduring injury after injury to bring down the beast. Only for the most valuable prize, the prized horn, to be stolen in an instant. "Boss, do we chase him?" one of the bodyguards croaked, clutching his fractured ribs in obvious pain. Wang Tang ground his teeth so hard his jaw trembled, veins bulging at his temples. "Chase him," he roared, slamming his blade into the ground with fury. Reaching into his jacket, he pulled out a communicator and punched in a sequence of numbers. "Dad, I need backup. We're just outside the northern wasteland area. The target is Jiang Fan, yes, that so-called worthless nobody with zero talent. He's stolen something from me." Over the communicator, there was a pause, followed by the deep and frosty voice of a middle-aged man. "No one takes something from the Wang family and walks away unharmed." Meanwhile, Jiang Fan darted through the ruins at full speed, his pace showing no signs of slowing. Clutched tightly against his chest was the horn of a flood bull, its sharp tip digging painfully into his skin. But he ignored the discomfort. His fingers were locked around it so tightly that veins bulged on the back of his hands. This horn was worth 500,000 credits. He brushed a hand over the backpack slung across his shoulder, where today's haul lay carefully stashed, materials worth another 200,000 or so. Altogether, he carried over 700,000's worth of goods. Still 30,000 short. His thoughts darkened at the reminder. The materials left on the flood bull's carcass, a core and violet shell, could easily bring in an additional 300,000 or 400,000. But there was no going back now. It wouldn't be enough. The moment his sister's illness came to mind, Jiang Fan's chest tightened. Suddenly, his sprint came to an abrupt halt. He paused to catch his breath, his face pale but calm and collected. Then, as if prompted by some unseen force, a screen materialized in front of his eyes, a system panel that only he could see. Detected, activation of Dragon Emperor bloodline. Host's physical capability has advanced from D-class to D-class peak. Jiang Fan looked down at his hands. After a day spent surviving brutal battles and taking on 7 D-class beasts ending with that harrowing chase, his body had clearly changed. He could feel the strength coursing through him. But it still wasn't enough. Not even close. Voices and footfalls erupted in the distance. Wang Tang's men were gaining ground. Without hesitation, Jiang Fan shoved the flood bull horn into his backpack, yanked the zipper shut, and turned back towards the deeper wilderness ahead. Heading back to the city gates was no longer an option. Wang Tang's family had ruled over Jiangnan Base City for decades, their influence deeply entrenched in every sector. The city gate guards, the merchants in the beast market, even the assessors at the martial arts academies, all of them bowed to the Wang family's whims. Even if Jiang Fan reached the gates, he'd be cornered long before he made it inside. And not only would he lose the horn and today's spoils, but his blood and injuries would have been spilled for nothing. His sister wouldn't survive either. That left him with only one choice: to plunge further into the wilderness. A more dangerous route, but the only chance he had.
The outskirts of the wasteland were home to D-class beasts.
Beyond that, however, lay the domain of C-class predators. A line had been drawn, a death zone that no D-class warrior dared step beyond unless they had a death wish. But that was his gamble.
Jiang Fan bet that Wang Tang's goons wouldn't have the courage to follow.
If they hesitated even for a second, he'd have the chance to loop around and re-enter the city from another direction.
And if they were reckless enough to follow? All the better. A C-class beast didn't care about rank or reason. To them, intruders were just food on the table. No matter how he worked the odds, his position as a lone target gave him a better shot at survival than the armored group chasing after him, making enough noise to wake the dead. The sound of pursuit grew louder, closer. Jiang Fan gritted his teeth and pushed forward, tearing through fields of broken structures and clambering over vine-covered concrete walls. But his stamina was wearing thin.
Blood seeped from cuts and gashes scattered across his body. The most severe wound, a trio of deep grooves slashed into his left arm by an iron spine wolf, was beginning to fester. Every swing of his arm sent waves of searing pain through his body.
Stopping wasn't an option.
There! He's there!
Don't lose him!
A rough voice barked from behind, joined by the louder stamping of boots. At least 4 or 5 men.
Reinforcements had arrived for Wang Tang's pursuit team. Jiang Fan swore under his breath.
Wealth was a privilege. One phone call was all it took to summon a small army of thugs. He pressed on, weaving his way across a gravel path and slipping into a narrow corridor, hemmed in by 2 towering, crumbling buildings. But just as he burst out from the other side, he abruptly ground to a halt. The air here was different. A rank, suffocating stench assaulted his senses, so potent it eclipsed the scent of any beast he'd encountered before. The ground was littered with fragments of white bones. A heaping mass of them was scattered everywhere. Many were still streaked with fresh, red meat, filling the air with a raw, feral tang.
Jiang Fan's scalp prickled. He scanned his surroundings, spotting a massive sinkhole in the open ground.
Its edges were jagged, clawed apart by something large. Enormous gouges and paw prints carved into the earth, each one larger than both of his hands side by side. This was the den of a C-class beast. He'd crossed into forbidden territory. From behind, the shouts of his pursuers grew louder. The sound of them squeezing through the narrow walkway echoed closer and closer. Jiang Fan set his jaw, crouching low as he moved swiftly along the outer edge of the clearing. There was no turning back. Retreat meant running straight toward Wang Tang's muzzle, a surefire death. His only path now was forward, carefully skirting this terrifying lair until he could find a way out on the other side. He had no choice but to gamble that the beast slumbered deep in its hole and wouldn't wake to his intrusion. He crept forward with painstaking precision, each step as silent as a shadow. His breaths came shallow, barely noticeable. Flowing through his veins, the Dragon Emperor bloodline sharpened his senses. The presence from the pit was undeniable now, vast, overwhelming, and dormant. Jiang Fan moved inch by inch, eyes glued to the path ahead, meticulously avoiding any loose stones or brittle remains that might betray his position. Slowly, surely, he inched his way around the nest. Half of the massive pit had already been dug. Victory was within reach, only 20 meters to go. Just then, a piercing commotion erupted behind him.
He's over there. He ran that way. Quick, after him.
Don't let him escape.
The Wang family's bodyguards had finally reached the entrance to the passageway.
5 of them sprinted at full speed, their iron boots clanging against the broken stones with deafening clang-clang echoes.
Jiang Fan's face turned ashen in an instant.
He whipped his head around to look at the massive pit. The dormant energy at the bottom stirred. The ground began to tremble violently. A low, guttural roar emanated from the pit, so deeply suppressed it seemed less like a sound from a throat and more like a thunderous rumble forced out from deep within the earth's crust.
Loose stones danced on the ground. Bones rattled and tumbled amidst the vibrations.
The 5 bodyguards who had just barreled through the tunnel entrance froze in place immediately, paralyzed by what they saw. A rancid, fetid stench rolled over them, pungent and suffocating. Their eyes locked onto the chaos of scattered bones below, and they felt the escalating tremors underfoot. The leader of the bodyguards narrowed his pupils in panic, all color draining from his face. "A Class C, this is a Class C beast." Before he could finish his sentence, the edge of the pit exploded with a thunderous boom. Soil and rocks burst out in every direction, raining debris down like a storm. A massive gray-white claw emerged from the pit, its surface plated with thick, scale-like keratin layers. Each of its 5 claws stretched as long as a grown man's arm. With a ferocious push, the creature gripped the rim of the pit, and its gargantuan body began to rise from the depths. It was a gray monitor lizard, a Class C beast. The beast stretched more than 6 meters in length, its limbs as thick and sturdy as stone pillars. Sharp, exposed vertebrae protruded from its back in razor-like segments. When it opened its enormous maw, 3 rows of jagged, interlocking teeth glinted in the dim light. Its cold, amber-slit pupil eyes scanned the surroundings methodically, locking onto any hint of movement. The 5 bodyguards stood frozen, less than 40 meters from the beast, too terrified to so much as twitch. But the gray monitor lizard's gaze fixated firmly on them, not because they were the closest, but because they were the most numerous, the loudest, and their bodies reeked of fear. "Run," the lead bodyguard screamed, his voice raw and cracking. Without hesitation, he turned and broke into a desperate sprint. The other 4 snapped to their senses almost immediately. They abandoned all semblance of a formation or coordinated strategy, bolting as fast as their legs could carry them. It wasn't about fighting anymore. It was about surviving. The gray monitor lizard let out an earth-shaking screech and lunged forward with the speed of a missile, its 6-meter-long bulk propelling like a battering ram toward the fleeing men. With each leap, its powerful limbs hammered into the ground, leaving massive craters and closing the distance faster than anyone could outrun. For a Class C beast versus D-class fighters, there was no fight, only slaughter. Jiang Fan crouched silently behind a pile of rubble, watching with grim eyes as the colossal form of the gray monitor lizard thundered past mere meters in front of him. The sheer force of the air it displaced pushed him back half a step. He held his breath and suppressed his aura entirely, his body as still as stone. The Dragon King blood coursing through his veins flowed quietly, every trace of its presence buried deep within him. Not a hint of energy escaped his control. The lizard's focus remained fully on the panicked bodyguards scattering in different directions. They were a loud, obvious bait, while Jiang Fan remained invisible in the chaos. Seconds turned into immeasurable moments before the creature's massive figure vanished through the passageway in pursuit. The silence shattered moments later by blood-curdling screams in the distance, sending a chill crawling down Jiang Fan's spine. He exhaled shakily, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. There was no time to waste. With no hesitation, he darted off in the opposite direction. For now, the gray monitor lizard had its hands, no, claws, full with the unfortunate bodyguards. This brief window of safety was his only chance to escape the death zone completely. Jiang Fan vaulted over 2 low walls and dove headlong into a dense thicket of mutated shrubs. The thorny branches were covered in sharp, barbed spikes, scratching countless cuts across his face and arms. He winced as searing pain flared, but stopped caring immediately. Survival came first, pain later. Passing through the bushes, a dried-up riverbed appeared before him. The riverbed was covered with silt and gravel, and most of the embankments on both sides had already collapsed. Jiang Fan jumped down into the riverbed and moved quickly along the channel. The towering walls on both sides of the river provided excellent cover, making it much safer than running in open terrain. He had run about 300 meters, and his stamina was nearing its limit. After a whole day of intense combat, coupled with the recent continuous sprinting, even with the support of the Dragon Emperor's bloodline, his body was on the verge of collapse. His legs felt as heavy as lead, and with every step, his knees trembled uncontrollably. He found a recessed section of the riverbank and sat down against the stone wall, gasping for air in large gulps. He checked his backpack, the flood bull's horn was still there, and the materials from the 7 D-class beasts were all intact, not a single item missing. He let out a sigh of relief. As long as he could safely bring these items back to the base city, he could sell them for at least 700,000. He was still short of 300,000, but that was a problem for later. For now, surviving and making it back was the most important thing. Jiang Fan closed his eyes and leaned against the stone wall, resting for about 5 minutes. At that moment, he heard the sound of footsteps. It was the footsteps of a person, coming from upstream of the river, unhurried, stepping on the gravel with a crunch sound.
Jiang Fan's eyes suddenly snapped open. He swiftly drew his dagger, his whole body springing up from the ground like a coil.
At the bend of the river, a figure slowly emerged.
It was Wang Teng. He was actually still alive.
His combat suit was covered in dirt and bloodstains, with a long scratch on his left cheek. His hair was disheveled and tangled with bits of grass. But he was indeed alive. He held the long blade in his hand, its tip dragging against the gravel, producing a piercing screech. In the dried-up riverbed, two figures faced off, less than 20 yards apart. When Wang Teng saw Jiang Fan's face clearly, he abruptly stopped in his tracks. His chest heaved violently, and his expression was a mix of anger, embarrassment, and a kind of desperation-driven madness.
"Where are your bodyguards?"
Jiang Fan's cold voice rang out.
Wang Teng didn't answer immediately.
He gasped for air, tilted his head, and slowly pulled a grim smile at the corner of his mouth. "2 are dead," he said hoarsely, his voice tinged with self-mockery.
"The remaining 3 are being chased by that monster. No idea how many will survive."
He continued, "You really have a strong survival instinct.
A massive C-class monster passed right by you, and it didn't even notice you."
Jiang Fan ignored his mockery and calmly observed Wang Teng's condition. Rapid breathing, unsteady steps, and a trembling right hand gripping the long blade.
This guy's stamina was completely drained.
First, he had a fierce battle with the purple-armored giant beast, then he was chased by a C-class monster. Surviving all that was already a miracle.
This also meant that Wang Teng's combat strength was now significantly diminished. Wang Teng was also sizing up Jiang Fan.
He noticed the dense wounds on Jiang Fan's body, his pale lips, and his slightly trembling legs. It was clear that both of them had reached their limits. "Return the horn of that giant beast to me," Wang Teng said, his tone unexpectedly restrained.
"That was taken down by our team. Jiang Fan, you snatched it during the chaos. If word gets out, it won't be good for your reputation." Jiang Fan looked at him and retorted, "Give it back to you?" "Yes. Give it back to me, and today's matter will be written off."
"I won't touch the materials in your backpack that you got from the low-level monsters."
"We'll both take a step back."
Wang Teng's words sounded sincere, but Jiang Fan noticed that his grip on the knife tightened, and his center of gravity subtly lowered, ready to launch an attack at any moment. This was far from both taking a step back. What Wang Teng was thinking was that if Jiang Fan obediently handed over the beast horn, it would save him some effort; if not, he would resort to force and take it by strength.
Jiang Fan suddenly smiled. "Wang Teng, do you still remember what you once said to me on the training field at school?" Wang Teng's brows furrowed. "You said, 0 talent is genetic trash."
Jiang Fan slowly raised the dagger in his hand. "Today, I'll show you who the real trash is."
Wang Teng's face instantly darkened. "You want to fight me?"
He held the long blade horizontally in front of him, the dried beast blood on the blade glinting with a dark red hue under the dim light. "Jiang Fan, don't overestimate yourself.
I have at least an A-level talent. Even if I'm exhausted right now, dealing with a 0 talent waste like you is more than enough." "Is that so?"
Jiang Fan stopped wasting words and launched the attack first. Covering the 18-yard distance in just 3 steps, he instantly closed the gap. The dagger in his hand slashed upward in a sharp arc, aiming directly at Wang Teng's wrist holding the blade.
Too fast. Wang Teng's pupils suddenly contracted as he instinctively raised his blade to block. Clang!
The crisp sound of metal clashing echoed through the river channel, and the immense force pushed Wang Teng back 2 steps. His expression changed.
"Your strength. This isn't right, not right at all."
"This kind of strength is absolutely not something a person with 0 talent should possess, it even surpasses the level of a D-rank martial artist." Jiang Fan gave him no time to react. The moment the dagger and the long blade separated, he closed in on Wang Teng. The dagger was short, the long blade was long, but once it came to close combat, the advantage of the long blade vanished completely, while the dagger's power could be unleashed to its fullest. Jiang Fan's left hand gripped Wang Tang's wrist holding the knife and pushed outward, while his right hand's dagger swiftly, accurately, and ruthlessly stabbed at Wang Tang's waist 3 times without the slightest hesitation.
Wang Tang desperately dodged backward.
The first stab grazed his combat uniform, tearing a slit. The second stab was blocked by his left elbow, but the blade still cut into the muscle of his forearm, causing blood to gush out immediately. As for the third stab,
Wang Tang erupted with force, delivering a fierce kick to Jiang Fan's abdomen, the immense power forcibly separating the two.
Jiang Fan let out a muffled groan, the intense pain in his abdomen causing him to retreat 3 steps. Wang Tang also retreated 3 steps, blood streaming from the wound on his left arm, his face ashen.
"What the hell are you?" Wang Tang finally couldn't help but roar.
He felt fear, not fear of death, but fear of the unknown. He couldn't comprehend how someone with 0 talent could possess such terrifying power. 0 talent meant 0 cultivation efficiency, meant being unable to sense energy, meant forever remaining at the level of an ordinary person. Yet the person before him, in terms of speed, strength, and reaction, completely overwhelmed him.
"What kind of crooked methods did you use?" Jiang Fan wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and didn't answer.
He didn't need to answer, he only needed to end this fight.
Jiang Fan charged forward again.
Wang Tang gritted his teeth and faced the battle head-on. He was not without combat experience. The Wang family had hired the best martial arts instructors for him since childhood. His techniques, footwork, and tactical skills were all top-notch. He swung his long blade, drawing a cunning arc in an attempt to block Jiang Fan's attack route. If it were anyone else, this strike would at least force the opponent to retreat.
But Jiang Fan did not retreat.
He simply turned his body, letting the blade's edge graze past his chest, close enough to hear the hissing sound of metal slicing through the air. His combat suit was torn open with a long gash, and a shallow blood mark appeared on his chest.
Yet at that very moment, his dagger was already in position.
The dagger thrust upward, viciously stabbing into Wang Tang's right thigh. Wang Tang let out a miserable scream, dropping to one knee on the ground.
Jiang Fan coldly twisted the knife handle, then abruptly pulled out the dagger.
Blood splattered all over Jiang Fan's hand. Wang Tang used his long blade to support his faltering body, his right leg trembling uncontrollably. He lifted his head and looked at Jiang Fan in front of him, all the anger and pride in his eyes completely devoured by fear.
You can't kill me."
His voice had completely changed, no longer carrying the lofty tone from before, leaving only an unmistakable tremor.
"The Wang family won't let you go. My father is a B-rank martial artist. If you kill me, there will be no place for you in the entire Jiangnan base city."
Jiang Fan simply lowered his head and looked down at him. From this angle, Wang Tang appeared so insignificant. Jiang Fan recalled how, on the school playground, this arrogant rich young master had held Lin Shui's waist and looked at him with the gaze of someone observing an ant. But now, he was kneeling in this pile of rubble, his face covered in blood and grime, with his right leg wound still bleeding profusely.
"You need to understand one thing."
Jiang Fan squatted down, bringing his gaze level with Wang Tang's.
"In this wilderness zone, warriors die every day. The official explanation is always, encountered an accident during a hunt, tragically perished."
His voice was soft, yet it struck Wang Tang's heart like a heavy hammer. "Your bodyguards have already been lured away by a C-class beast. Around here, apart from you and me, there isn't a third living soul."
Wang Tang's pupils suddenly contracted.
"If you die here, no one will ever know, and the Wang family will never trace it back to me."
"You don't dare." Wang Tang's cracked lips trembled. "You don't dare to kill anyone. You're just a student."
Jiang Fan slowly stood up.
"That's right.
Just yesterday, I was still a student."
He flipped the dagger, the bloodstains on the blade appearing dark in the dim light.
"But it was you, in front of thousands of people on the playground, who called me genetic trash.
It was you who took my woman.
And it was you who uploaded the video humiliating me online, letting everyone mock me." Every word Jiang Fan spoke was exceptionally clear.
Now, you've brought people to hunt me down again, chasing me all the way to this dangerous area where sea-level demonic beasts roam. Jiang Fan's voice was icy cold. Wang Tang, tell me, what kind of end should someone who has done so much deserve? I'll give you money.
Wang Tang finally broke down and shouted, I'll give you as much as you want.
$1 million? Or 2 million? Name your price. Unfortunately, you can't give me what I want.
Before the words had even faded, Jiang Fan moved. The dagger flashed like a streak of cold light, stabbing straight at Wang Tang's throat.
Clang! A crisp sound rang out. Wang Tang mustered all his strength to raise his blade and block, deflecting the dagger.
But at that exact moment, Jiang Fan's left foot viciously kicked his injured right leg.
Ah!
Wang Tang let out a miserable scream and could no longer hold himself up, collapsing completely to his knees. The long blade in his hand flew out, tumbling across the gravel ground before coming to a stop.
Jiang Fan stepped forward, stomping hard on Wang Tang's chest, sending him sprawling onto the ground.
Wang Tang lay on his back, staring at the sky, his chest feeling as if a massive boulder was crushing it, making it nearly impossible to breathe. He looked at Jiang Fan raising the dagger again with utter despair, his eyes instantly reddening. It wasn't from anger, but from the complete breakdown caused by overwhelming fear.
I don't want to die.
His voice was so faint it was almost inaudible.
Please. Jiang Fan's movements paused for half a second.
He wasn't hesitating out of mercy but was searching for the fastest, most lethal angle.
The next second, the dagger descended, slicing cleanly and decisively into the side of the neck.
Wang Tang's body arched violently, like a fish out of water, before crashing heavily back onto the ground. His limbs twitched a few times before falling completely still. Blood gushed from the wound, spreading through the cracks between the gravel.
Jiang Fan expressionlessly pulled out the dagger and wiped the blood off on Wang Tang's combat uniform.
He crouched down, quietly staring into Wang Tang's eyes, which were gradually losing their luster. There was no sense of revenge or regret for killing in his heart, just calmness.
Jiang Fan began searching Wang Tang's pockets.
A martial artist's certificate, a communicator, a mysterious black card, and a wallet containing 2 bank cards and a stack of cash. Without hesitation, Jiang Fan pocketed the black card, then crushed the communicator in one swift motion and threw the fragments into the nearby river mud. Next, he removed the long blade from Wang Tang's waist. It was a standard-issue D-grade longsword, custom-made for the Wang family, far superior to his own dagger. Using his dagger, he meticulously scraped off the family crest on the hilt that symbolized the Wang family. After finishing all this, Jiang Fan stood up, holding the blade, and cautiously scanned his surroundings. The riverbank was eerily silent, and the sky had turned completely dark.
In the distance, faint low growls of gray python lizards could be heard, though they seemed to be some distance away.
Jiang Fan dragged Wang Tang's corpse to a hollow on the riverbank and casually covered it with rubble and mud. He knew there was no need to bury it too deeply. The beasts in this wilderness had an extremely keen sense of smell, and within a day, the body would be devoured down to the bones. By then, all traces would vanish without a trace. He checked his backpack to confirm that the flood bull horn and other beast materials he had obtained earlier were still there. He took out the newly acquired bank card, glanced at it, and decisively threw it away. He was well aware that the bank card was absolutely unusable. In this era of highly transparent information, if he dared to use the money in Wang Tang's card, the Wang family would immediately be able to track him down. By then, just as Wang Tang had said, it would be all too easy for a B-rank martial artist to make a D-rank martial artist disappear without a trace. Jiang Fan calculated that just the flood bull horn and materials in his backpack were worth over 700,000.
He suddenly remembered that the Wang family's bodyguards had been chased by a C-rank beast and their fate was uncertain.
The corpse of that purple armored flood bull should still be in its original place. This meant he still had a chance to go back and retrieve the most valuable inner core and purple armor shell. With this thought, Jiang Fan wasted no time and immediately set off, heading in the direction where the purple armored flood bull had fallen. It took Jiang Fan about 40 minutes to finally make his way back to the spot where the purple armored flood bull had fallen. Along the way, he moved with extreme caution, staying close to the shadows of the ruins and avoiding making any noise. Jiang Fan cautiously moved through the darkness, stopping every few steps to listen for any sound of movement around him. The terrifying gray python lizard had already chased the bodyguards far to the east, leaving this area temporarily free of large monsters, but he dared not let his guard down for even a moment. The night was so dark it seemed impenetrable, with not even a hint of light to see by. Fortunately, the Dragon Emperor's bloodline had granted him extraordinary night vision, allowing him to barely discern his surroundings. He skirted around a cluster of mutilated mutant shrubs, and a massive shadow immediately came into view. It was the purple-armored flood bull. It was still here. The 3-meter-tall beast's corpse lay silently on the rocky ground, its dark purple scales glinting with an eerie bluish glow under the night sky. The 7 or 8 ghastly wounds on its abdomen had stopped bleeding, leaving congealed blood smeared across the ground, and the air was thick with the stench of blood. Jiang Fan quickly stepped forward, crouching beside the flood bull's head to examine it closely. The left horn was still intact. Wang Tong and his group had been so focused on hunting him down that they hadn't had time to collect their spoils. He tightly gripped the base of the left horn and used a dagger to cut along the bone seam bit by bit. The keratin layer was astonishingly hard, and the dagger emitted a harsh scraping sound after penetrating less than half an inch. Gritting his teeth, he infused the blade with the power of the Dragon Emperor's bloodline, and the cutting speed immediately increased significantly. 3 minutes later, with a crisp crack, the left horn was successfully severed. The half-meter-long dark purple curved horn felt heavy in his hand, weighing at least 7 or 8 pounds. 500,000 was in the bag. Adding the right horn he had taken earlier, a complete pair of purple-armored flood bull horns could fetch double the price. Jiang Fan quickly stuffed the left horn into his backpack and then began working on the next valuable part, the purple armor shell. This was much more labor-intensive than cutting off the horns. He used the tip of his dagger, prying forcefully along the seams of the carapace. Unlike fish scales, each piece of the shell had barbs deeply embedded in the flesh beneath, requiring brute force to pry them off. Soon, his fingers were rubbed raw, and the blade of his dagger had chipped in 2 small spots. Gritting his teeth, Jiang Fan spent a full 20 minutes to pry off 6 palm-sized, intact pieces of carapace. That was enough. These things were sold by the piece, and if they were in good condition, each one could fetch 30 to 50,000. These 6 pieces together would easily bring in at least 200,000. Finally, the most valuable item, the inner core. Jiang Fan used his dagger to cut open the largest wound on the Jiao bull's abdomen and, without hesitation, plunged his entire arm inside. Scalding hot viscera and coagulated blood instantly coated his arm, and the intense stench was almost suffocating. He groped around inside for a long time until his fingertips finally touched a hard, round sphere. Found it! He gave a strong tug, and a dark purple inner core the size of a chicken egg was pulled out. Wiping off the surface membrane, mysterious blue patterns could be seen flowing slowly within the core. This was the inner core of a D-class mutant, far superior in quality to ordinary beasts. Conservatively estimated, it could sell for 150,000 to 200,000. Jiang Fan carefully wrapped the inner core in cloth and stuffed it into the deepest part of his backpack. He stood up and looked down at himself. From head to toe, he was covered in blood, some his own, some from various monsters, completely indistinguishable. He tightened his backpack and turned to leave, but he didn't retrace his steps. Although Wang Tang's bodyguards had been lured away, there was no guarantee that they were all dead. If he ran into a survivor, it would be walking straight into a trap. He decisively changed direction and headed southwest. His target was the cargo gate in the southern part of the city. Although the route was longer, it was the safest. This journey took nearly 2 hours. It was the longest 2 hours of his life. His physical strength had long been depleted, and he was relying solely on the power of the Dragon Emperor's bloodline within him to slowly repair his body and keep him from collapsing. With every step he took, his knees groaned as if they were about to fall apart. The wound on his left arm was already inflamed, and even the slightest touch brought excruciating pain. On the way, he encountered 2 solitary D-class beasts, but he didn't engage them, choosing instead to skirt around them from a distance. It wasn't that he couldn't defeat them, but the items in his backpack were too precious, and he couldn't afford to take any unnecessary risks.
At 3:20 a.m., a massive alloy gate finally appeared at the edge of his vision.
The cargo gate in the southern part of the city. There were no guards at the entrance, only two searchlights casting pale beams into the night.
Nighttime security relied entirely on electronic systems.
Jiang Fan dragged his exhausted body forward and pressed his martial artist ID against the sensor.
Beep. The green light lit up.
The small door beside the gate made a soft sound and slowly opened a crack.
He turned sideways and squeezed through.
Just as the small door closed behind him, he could no longer hold on. His legs gave way, and he slid down against the door, sitting on the ground. He gasped for air in large, heavy breaths.
Base City.
He was back. Sitting on the cold ground for about 5 minutes, Jiang Fan finally propped himself up against the wall and stood again.
It was not time to rest yet.
He found a nearby public restroom and rinsed his body with cold water. The icy water poured over his wounds, making him tremble all over from the pain, but at least most of the bloodstains and smell were washed away. He discarded the tattered school uniform he was wearing, changed into a spare old t-shirt and sweatpants, and then hailed a taxi. The driver glanced at him curiously several times through the rearview mirror, probably finding it odd that a young man covered in injuries was hailing a cab at 4 a.m. But in the end, the driver said nothing. The car drove steadily, taking him back home.
The moonlight over the river was still asleep, its breathing faint and long, its complexion pale to the point of transparency.
Jiang Fan stood by his sister's bedside for a moment, reaching out to tuck the corners of her quilt. He turned and went back to the living room, dumping everything from his backpack onto the floor in one go.
In an instant, materials from 7 D-class demonic beasts covered the entire floor, and a heavy fishy smell spread through the air.
The massive horns from the purple armored flood bull, 6 pieces of glimmering carapace, and the precious inner core were carefully sorted out by him and placed separately to one side. He squatted on the ground, quickly doing some mental calculations. The bones, blood, and hides of the remaining 7 D-level beasts can be sold for about 200 to 250,000. As for the pair of intact horns from the purple armored flood bull, the starting price is 50,000. The 6 pieces of purple armor shell are valued between 180 to 200,000. Finally, the inner core can be sold for at least 150,000. Altogether, the total exceeds 1 million.
It's enough, the surgery fee is covered.
Jiang Fan sat on the cold floor, staring for a long time at the pile of materials obtained at the cost of his life.
One day.
From the moment he stepped into the martial arts hall yesterday morning until now, exactly 1 day had passed. In just 1 day, he earned 1 million. Martial artists truly are the fastest moneymakers in this world. Thinking of this, he tugged at the corner of his mouth, revealing a faint bitter smile. His entire body was covered in injuries, and every movement brought excruciating pain. But it was all worth it because his sister's life was saved. Jiang Fan packed all the materials back into his backpack, stuffed it into the bottom of the cabinet, and covered it tightly with a pile of old clothes and miscellaneous items. After finishing all this, he lay wearily on the worn-out sofa in the living room and fell into a deep sleep in less than 3 seconds. When he woke up again, it was already 2 in the afternoon. His body was as stiff as an iron plate. He tried to lift his left arm, but the wound immediately sent a searing pain, making him curse under his breath. He struggled to sit up, went to the pharmacy to buy some anti-inflammatory medicine and new gauze, and then came back to clean and re-bandage the various wounds on his body. After finishing all this, he sat in the living room and began to ponder a more troublesome issue: how to sell these materials. The materials from those 7 ordinary D-class demonic beasts were easier to deal with. He could just find any Beast Hunter Alliance purchase point to handle them without drawing any attention. But the items from the purple armored flood dragon bull are absolutely off limits. This creature is a rare mutant species found in the outer regions of the wilderness, with only 2 or 3 discovered throughout the year. Wang Tong, the eldest son of the Wang family, led a team of bodyguards to hunt it down, and the Wang family's higher-ups were certainly aware of this. Wang Tong utilized the family's intelligence network, tracked the target for 3 days before locking it down, used the VIP channel, and even called for reinforcements via communicator, all of which were done through the Wang family's resources.
Now, Wang Tong has gone missing, and the bodyguards have suffered heavy casualties. The corpse of the purple-armored flood dragon bull still lies in the wilderness, but its most valuable horn and inner core have vanished. As soon as the Wang family discovers someone selling materials from the purple-armored flood dragon bull in the market, the seller will be their first target. By that time, evidence would not be necessary at all. For a colossal entity like the Wang family, suspicion alone was enough to determine a person's life or death.
Jiang Fan sat quietly in the chair for 10 minutes, his fingers unconsciously tapping on his knee. There was only one path to take: the black market. Every base city had a black market tacitly approved by the authorities, where the core rules of transactions were only two: don't ask about the source, and don't leave records. The buyer and seller remain anonymous throughout the process, settling with cash or untraceable gray credit points. Once the transaction is complete, neither party knows the other. Of course, the downside is also obvious: prices are heavily suppressed. A pair of purple-armored flood dragon bull horns that could sell for 500,000 in the regular market might only fetch 350,000 on the black market, essentially a 30% discount.
But Jiang Fan had no other choice. Safety is more important than anything.
There is no room for negotiation.
Although Wang Tang's body was buried, who can guarantee that no traces were left behind? What if one of the bodyguards managed to escape and return alive?
The materials must be sold off as soon as possible, cash obtained, and his sister taken for surgery.
Every day of delay adds another day of risk. Jiang Fan turned on his phone and tried searching for the black market entrance in Jiangnan Base City, but naturally, nothing could be found online.
However, he knew that people in the lower district were all aware of the place, the abandoned chemical factory in the old industrial area of the western part of the city, on the second underground level, opening promptly at 10 every night. In the evening, Jiang Fan cooked a meal for Jiang Yu. A bowl of plain rice porridge and a plate of pickled vegetables, this was all the food left in the house. Jiang Yu held the bowl, sipping slowly. She paused midway and glanced at him several times.
"Brother, what happened to your hand?"
She noticed the thick bandage wrapped around Jiang Fan's left hand.
"I accidentally bumped it while moving goods."
"It's not serious," Jiang Fan replied casually.
Jiang Yu lowered her head and stopped asking further questions. After a while, she softly said, "Brother, this morning I coughed up blood twice."
Her tone was very light, as casual as if she were discussing the weather.
Jiang Fan's hand holding the bowl suddenly froze.
"Tomorrow, I'll take you to the hospital," he said in a deep voice.
Will it cost a lot of money?" "Don't worry about the money."
Jiang Yu raised her head, her eyes sparkling, but her lips were completely bloodless.
"Brother, if it's too expensive, let's not treat it."
"Shut up."
Jiang Fan's voice was much louder than he had anticipated, staring Jiang Yu into shrinking her neck.
He put down the bowl, rubbed his face hard, and softened his tone. "Eat properly, stop overthinking.
Your brother has a way."
Jiang Yu looked at him, said nothing more, and simply lowered her head to continue drinking her porridge. She drank very slowly, even though the porridge in the bowl had already cooled. She couldn't bear to put it down, because she knew this was the last bit of rice left at home. Jiang Fan looked at his sister's thin profile, his throat tightening. Tonight, all the materials must be sold. At 9:30 in the evening, Jiang Fan prepared to go out. He rummaged through the house and found something his father had left behind before his death. He put on a dark gray old jacket, turned up the collar to cover most of his face, then found a baseball cap and pulled the brim down low. To avoid drawing attention, he didn't use a backpack. Instead, he divided the materials obtained from the beasts into two large black plastic bags, covering them with supermarket shopping bags to make him look like an ordinary person carrying groceries home. Only the pair of horned bull horns was too long to hide. He had no choice but to tightly wrap them with old newspapers and tape, disguising them as a stick, slinging it diagonally over his back, and covering it with the jacket, barely managing to pass unnoticed. The old industrial area in the west of the city was not far from his home, but he chose not to take the bus and instead hailed a cab directly. "To the chemical plant in the old industrial area," he said succinctly. The driver glanced at him through the rearview mirror and muttered, "What are you going there for? That place has been abandoned for ages." Delivering something, Jiang Fan replied indifferently. The driver asked no further questions. 15 minutes later, the car stopped on a dusty, old street. On both sides of the road, abandoned factory buildings stretched endlessly, their iron gates covered in rust, and the faded slogans on the walls had become nothing more than blurry outlines. The only lit street lamp flickered incessantly, adding an eerie atmosphere to the street. Jiang Fan got out of the car, carrying his belongings, and walked along the perimeter of the factory area for a while. On the side of the third factory building, he found a half-open iron door, with dim yellow light seeping through the crack. He walked straight toward it. Two burly men with buzz cuts stood at the entrance, their arms thicker than his thighs, and their waists bulging with something unknown. One of them reached out a hand to stop him. "What do you do?" "Sell goods." "Who referred you?" Jiang Fan paused for a moment and calmly replied, "No one referred me." The two burly men exchanged a glance, their tone turning firm. "No introduction, no entry." Jiang Fan said nothing, taking out the item wrapped in newspaper from his back. He tore open a small corner in front of the two men. The dark purple horn tip was exposed to the air, glinting with a ghostly blue light under the dim lamp, particularly eye-catching. The expressions of the two burly men changed instantly. One of them even gasped and exclaimed, "Purple armored flood bull horn?" Jiang Fan silently rewrapped the newspaper. Another burly man immediately pushed open the iron door, turned sideways, and made a pleased gesture. "Go ahead. Keep walking straight, take the freight elevator down." Behind the iron door was a long corridor, with large patches of peeling wall paint. The fluorescent lights overhead emitted a zzz electrical sound, flickering on and off, dim and bright. At the end of the corridor was an old freight elevator. Jiang Fan pulled open the iron gate and stepped inside, pressing the button for the second basement level. The elevator creaked and groaned as it slowly descended. When the elevator doors opened again, the scene before him was like a completely different world compared to the dilapidated factory upstairs. This is a transformed, massive underground trading hall, covering at least 2,000 square meters. The entire space is divided into dozens of booths and private compartments of varying sizes. The lighting is deliberately dimmed, and the air is filled with a complex scent of medicinal herbs, the blood of demonic beasts, and cheap tobacco. The hall is bustling with people, coming and going in an endless stream. Some wear masks, others are cloaked, and almost everyone conceals their faces, moving in small groups among the booths. There is an unwritten rule here: no one looks at another person's face. Jiang Fan pulled his hat brim down further and walked inside carrying his belongings. The left side of the hall is the loose goods trading area, selling low-grade demonic beast materials and some dubious cultivation potions. The right side is the high-end trading area, where guards stand at the entrance of each compartment. To enter, you must first verify the goods you bring. He did not hesitate in the slightest and walked straight to the right, stopping in front of the seventh compartment door. A simple wooden sign hung on the door with two words written on it: "All things." It is said that this is the largest buyer in the black market of the western part of the city. They buy everything, offer fair prices, and have an excellent reputation in the underground circles. The bodyguard at the door merely glanced at the bag in his hand and silently stepped aside to let him through. The compartment was not large, about 20 square meters. A sturdy metal table was placed in the center, and behind it sat a thin old man in his 50s. His graying hair was meticulously combed back, he wore an old-fashioned pair of round glasses, and he held an unlit cigarette in his hand, looking just like a retired accountant. "What are you selling?" The old man spoke, his voice calm and unhurried. Jiang Fan placed two plastic bags on the table, then removed the stick from his back, tore off the newspaper, and laid two intact horns of the Jiao bull side by side on the tabletop. The dark purple curved horns collided with the metal surface, producing a muffled sound. The unlit cigarette in the old man's hand instantly fell onto the table. Behind his glasses, his pupils visibly widened. He quickly regained his composure, reached out to pick up one of the horns, and carefully examined it from all angles. He flicked the surface of the horn with his fingernail and tilted his ear to listen to the echo. Then, he retrieved a small testing device from the drawer and scanned the base of the horn. The device emitted two beep-beep sounds, and a string of data appeared on the screen. Top quality, intact cuticle layer, with an essence concentration as high as 97%. The old man put down the detector and re-examined Jiang Fan. I haven't seen purple horn flood dragon ox horns of this grade in many years. He didn't ask about the origin of the item, that was the rule. 2 horns, 400,000. The old man directly quoted. Jiang Fan stood motionless across the table and uttered just 2 words, too little. The old man raised his eyebrows, seemingly a bit surprised. Young man, this is the black market price, you should understand. Something that can sell for 500,000 through official channels, I can only offer up to 70% here. 400,000 is already a fair price. You just mentioned that the quality is top-notch, with a purity concentration of 97%. Jiang Fan's voice remained calm but carried an undeniable professionalism. For a horn of this grade, it wouldn't just be 500,000 through official channels, 600,000 is the base price. At 70%, it should be 420,000. The old man stared at him for a full 2 seconds, then he laughed. Alright, 420,000 it is. I like doing business with straightforward people. He put down the horn and pointed to the 2 plastic bags on the table. What about those? Shall we take a look together? Jiang Fan reached out and opened the plastic bags. 6 complete purple shells and a core were revealed. The old man inspected the materials on the table one by one. Besides the mutated core, there were the bones, blood, and hides of 7 D-grade beasts. With each item he examined, the eyes behind his glasses grew brighter. 6 shells, all in good condition, 15,000. 1 mutated D-grade core, 12,000. As for the remaining D-grade materials, bones, blood, and hides, I'll calculate 15,000 for you. The old man counted on his fingers to finish quoting the price, then looked up at Jiang Fan. Altogether, 840,000. These items could fetch over $1 million through official channels, but the black market only offered 840,000, roughly a 30% discount. Jiang Fan quickly calculated in his mind. 840,000, plus the 307 yuan left in his card, totaled 840,307 yuan. Nearly 160,000 short of 1 million. His fingers unconsciously clenched on the edge of the table. The price for D-grade materials is too low. The old man leaned back against the chair, crossing his hands over his belly with an air of calm composure. Young man, D-grade beast materials are everywhere, and their prices are very transparent. 150,000 is already the highest price on the black market. The spine spikes of the Iron Ridge wolf. Jiang Fan reached out and pulled a row of gray-black spikes from the pile of materials. Iron Ridge wolves aren't considered rare in the outer regions, but hunters who can extract their spine spikes intact are few. Most people break them while skinning. These 7 spikes of mine, each one is perfectly intact. Just these 7 spikes alone are worth 20,000. The old man tapped his fingers lightly on the table, seemingly reassessing. You seem quite familiar with the market. Because I've been scared of being poor. Poor people always research the value of everything thoroughly before spending money. The old man's face once again showed a smile, this time much more sincere than before. Alright, I'll add another 30,000 for the D-grade material, making it 180,000. A total of 870,000. 870,307 yuan. Still more than 120,000 short. Jiang Fan was silent for a few seconds, then looked down at the table. There was nothing left that could be sold. Fixed price, 900,000. Jiang Fan raised his head, his tone firm. The old man shook his head. Young man, that's not how business works. Prices follow the goods, not your needs. I understand. But if you take this batch of goods and resell them, the profit will be at least 30%. Especially the materials from the purple armored flood bull. If you save them up a bit and sell them in bulk to alchemists, the price could double. A difference of 30,000 is just a drop in the bucket for you. The old man looked at him, his eyes behind the glasses narrowing into slits. How old are you? 18. 18 years old, and you dare to come to the black market to sell materials from a purple armored flood bull. The old man put the unlit cigarette back in his mouth and mumbled indistinctly, "Quite interesting." He took out a flat black box from the drawer, opened it, and inside was a neatly stacked pile of gray cards. 900,000, settled with gray points. These cards are anonymous, non-recoverable, and can be cashed out at any terminal. He pulled out a card and swiped it on a small machine on the table. The screen immediately displayed the number, 900,000. The old man pushed the card in front of Jiang Fan. Jiang Fan picked up the card and flipped it over to inspect it. The surface of the card was smooth, without any markings, only a string of 16-digit numerical code. He slipped the card into the inner pocket of his jacket and zipped it up. "Pleasure working with you." The old man waved at him. Jiang Fan took 2 steps forward, then stopped again. "Is there a place nearby where I can withdraw cash?" "Turn right after leaving this booth, go to the innermost window. That's where you can exchange gray points for cash, with a 1% fee." Jiang Fan nodded, pushed the door open, and walked out. There were 3 or 4 people lined up in front of the exchange window. He waited for a few minutes, and when it was his turn, he handed in the card. "How much?" the person in the window asked without looking up. "All of it." The other party glanced at him, asked no further questions, and quickly operated the machine. Soon, a large stack of cash and a string of confirmation numbers were spat out from the machine. After deducting a 1% handling fee, he actually received 891,000. Adding his original 307 yuan, the total is 891,307. Still nearly 110,000 short. Still not enough. Jiang Fan stood in front of the window, tightly clutching that stack of cash, his whole body frozen for several seconds. He originally thought that 900,000 should be enough, believing that as long as he gathered this amount, he could figure out other ways to scrape together the rest to fill the gap. But reality is just that cruel. The black market bought it at a 30% discount, and another layer of fees was deducted during withdrawal. After all these cuts, the money he actually received was far less than he had imagined. He was still short by 110,000. Half of the 3-day deadline had already passed. He organized the banknotes, divided them into several bundles, and stuffed them into the hidden pocket inside his jacket before turning around and heading back. As he passed through the bulk goods trading area, he slowed his pace, his gaze quickly scanning over the stalls. Most of the booths displayed unremarkable low-grade materials and cheap goods. But one stall caught his attention. The vendor was a chubby man with a bushy beard. In front of him was a piece of black cloth with a few scattered items on it. Among them was a fist-sized piece of ore. The ore was grayish-white on the outside, irregularly shaped, and covered with fine cracks on its surface. Jiang Fan's footsteps came to a halt. He stared intently at the piece of ore, and within just 3 seconds, the system panel in his mind automatically popped up. A line of clear text appeared in his field of vision. Detected an extractable item nearby. Extraction function is cooling down, remaining cooldown time, 14 hours and 08 minutes. Extractable items. Jiang Fan's pupils instantly contracted. He quickly walked to the stall, squatted down, and pointed at the piece of ore, asking, "What is this?" The chubby stall owner, with a cigarette in his mouth, glanced at him sideways and lazily replied, "Picked it up deep in the wilderness area. Who knows what it is? Took it back for someone to check, and they said it's just an ordinary stone, not worth anything. This thing isn't worth much. I'm just putting it here to try my luck, in case someone who knows its value comes along." "How much?" 20,000. "You just said the appraisal results showed it's just an ordinary rock." The fat man chuckled, "There's always a chance for anything. In business, what you're selling is that chance." The cash in Jiang Fan's pocket consisted of large denomination bills, and pulling out just one would amount to tens of thousands. He couldn't afford to reveal that he was carrying a large amount of cash in a place like this. 5,000. 15,000. 8,000, no more than that. The fat man pressed the cigarette butt onto the ground and gave his final ultimatum, 10,000, take it or leave it. Jiang Fan stopped wasting words and directly took out 10,000 yuan, slapping it onto the black cloth. The fat man immediately beamed with joy as he took the money and handed over the piece of ore.
Deal. Brother, you have a good eye. This might just be a treasure.
Jiang Fan stuffed the ore into his pocket, turned around, and left the black market without hesitation. As he exited the abandoned chemical plant, a light rain began to fall outside. The cold autumn rain hit his face, washing away the day's accumulated heat and the scent of blood, clearing his chaotic thoughts considerably. Jiang Fan stood under the factory's eaves and instinctively touched the rough ore in his pocket.
System notification, extractable item. Last time, he extracted the Dragon Emperor's skull fragment and obtained an SSS-level talent along with a powerful Dragon Emperor bloodline. What could this ordinary-looking ore possibly extract?
He glanced at the system. The cooldown time still had 14 hours remaining.
By tomorrow afternoon, he could use it again.
But his sister's surgery fee was still short by 110,000, and the time left for him was less than 2 days. Jiang Fan stopped a car and headed straight to Renji Hospital. When they arrived at the hospital, it was almost 1 a.m. The emergency hall had only a few scattered people, the lights were stark white, and the air was filled with a strong smell of disinfectant.
He walked straight to the payment window in the inpatient department.
"Hello, Jiang Yu, hematology department, prepaying for the surgery." The nurse at the window checked the system, looked up, and said, "The total cost of the surgery is 1 million.
According to regulations, at least 80% must be prepaid to schedule the surgery." 80%, that's 800,000. Jiang Fan took a deep breath and pulled all the cash out of his pocket, stacking it bundle by bundle on the windowsill. Staring at the pile of cash that looked like a small mountain, the nurse froze for 2 seconds and asked in surprise, "Cash?"
"Yes, cash. I'll pay 800,000 now, and I'll definitely make up the rest the day after tomorrow." The nurse started the money counting machine, and after a series of clattering sounds, she issued the receipt.
"All right.
The surgery is scheduled for 9 a.m. the day after tomorrow.
Tomorrow afternoon, bring the patient over to complete the admission procedures. A series of preoperative tests will also be required."
Jiang Fan took the receipt, carefully folded it, and placed it in his pocket.
800,000 was handed over just like that. He was left with only 91,307 yuan.
The nearly 110,000 gap had to be resolved within just over a day. Walking out of the hospital doors, he found that the rain had stopped. The wet road surface reflected the dim yellow glow of the streetlights, making the scene feel particularly desolate. Jiang Fan once again took out the piece of ore from his pocket and weighed it in his palm. The rough, grayish-white exterior felt coarse and abrasive, looking no different from an ordinary stone picked up by the roadside. But he believed the system wouldn't mark something for no reason. He put the ore back into his pocket, took a step forward, and headed in the direction of home. Jiang Fan pushed open the door to his home. The living room was pitch black, with only the hum of the refrigerator compressor breaking the silence and the darkness. He didn't turn on the light, feeling his way to the sofa and sitting down. He pulled out all the remaining cash from his jacket, stacking it pile by pile on the coffee table.
91,307 yuan. Still nearly 110,000 short. He leaned wearily against the back of the sofa, his eyes blankly staring at the ceiling. Only one question kept circling in his mind: where would the money come from?
The most direct method is to venture into the wilderness again. With his current peak D-level strength, combined with the rich combat experience accumulated yesterday, hunting a few D-level beasts within a day to gather 110,000 would be a piece of cake. But he didn't dare. What he feared wasn't the beasts, but the Wang family. Although Wang Tang's corpse was hastily buried in a hollow by the river, covered with soil and rubble, it wouldn't last long against the keen senses of the beasts. But that wasn't the most terrifying part. What if a bodyguard managed to escape alive? He forced himself to calm down and carefully recalled the situation at the time. The gray python lizard had chased 5 bodyguards into the passage, followed by endless screams. According to Wang Tang, 2 had died, and the remaining 3 were scattered. 3, even if the gray python lizard dealt with 1 or 2 more, it's highly likely that someone managed to escape back to the base city alive. Those bodyguards belonged to the Wang family. The first thing they would do upon returning would undoubtedly be to report young Master Wang Teng has gone missing.
What will the Wang family do? They will definitely send people into the wilderness to search.
A large group will conduct a grid search within a 5-kilometer radius of the outer perimeter and will eventually find the corpse of the purple-armored flood bull. The bull's horns and inner core were taken, and even 6 pieces of its shell were pried off. All the evidence points to one conclusion: someone else came after them. If at this moment, his name appears again in the entry and exit records of the North City Gate, with the Wang family's intelligence network, a simple investigation would connect all the clues.
No, absolutely cannot go.
Jiang Fan clenched his fists, his knuckles turning white from the force. He thought of another worse possibility. Wang Teng had called for reinforcements using the communicator at the time, and in that call record, Wang Teng stated very clearly, "Jiang Fan, that useless guy with zero talent, he stole my stuff." This sentence had already firmly tied his name to the entire incident. The Wang family didn't even need to find a body, just based on the testimony of the surviving bodyguards, it was enough to list him as the prime suspect.
But
Jiang Fan closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and tried to calm himself down. A suspect is not equivalent to a murderer.
Currently, Wang Teng is officially listed as missing, not confirmed dead.
In the wilderness area, it is commonplace for martial artists to go missing, and the mortality rate for D-level martial artists is alarmingly high.
This is nothing unusual. Even if the Wang family has suspicions, they wouldn't dare take action in the base city without concrete evidence. The reason is simple: the law. Jiangnan Base City has an ironclad rule: no martial artist is allowed to engage in combat within the urban area.
If violated, regardless of your background, the military will handle it directly. No matter how powerful the Wang family is, they wouldn't dare openly challenge the military.
Wang Teng's father is a B-level martial artist, considered a top expert in Jiangnan City, but B-level is not invincible. The few military bigwigs stationed in the city are all A-level or higher. Therefore, until the Wang family officially confirms Wang Teng's death, Jiang Fan is safe in the city. At least, on the surface.
But Jiang Fan knows very well that this safety is only temporary, like a bubble that could burst at any moment. The longer time drags on, the more likely Wang Teng's corpse will be discovered. Even if the flesh has been completely devoured by the beasts, what about the bones? And what about the martial artist's certificate? At the time, he was in a hurry to escape and only took the bank card and black card, while the martial artist's certificate he had casually flipped out was thrown back. The warrior certificate is made of a special alloy, even beasts can't bite through it. As long as someone finds the document, everything will be over. The Wang family's revenge will never go through legal channels. They have tens of thousands of ways to make a D-level warrior disappear from this world without a trace. Poisoning food, hiring wilderness desperados for an ambush, or even casually bribing a few low-level thugs to stage a convincing accidental incident. These dirty deeds are always handled effortlessly by those prominent families.
So he must act quickly.
He needs to earn the remaining money as soon as possible, ensure his sister Jiang Yu undergoes surgery promptly, and, more importantly, become stronger. Strong enough to make the Wang family hesitate to act against him. But right now, he can't even come up with 110,000. Jiang Fan sat in the darkness, his fingers unconsciously reaching into his pocket and touching the cold piece of ore. The rough surface pressed against his fingertips, yet it brought him a strange sense of calm. Extraction function cooling down, remaining time, 13 hours and 47 minutes. Tomorrow afternoon, as long as he waited until tomorrow afternoon, he would be able to use the extraction function on this piece of ore. The system had clearly marked it as an extractable item. Last time, he had extracted an SSS-level talent and the Dragon Emperor's bloodline from the fragments of the Dragon Emperor's skull, propelling him from an ordinary person to a peak D-level martial artist. And what about this piece of ore? The fat man from the black market said he had picked it up deep in the wilderness and had it appraised, with the conclusion being ordinary stone. But Jiang Fan's system didn't think so. He took out the ore and brought it close to his eyes for careful observation. The outer surface was grayish-white, about the size of a fist, covered with fine cracks, and showed no particular features. He tried gripping it tightly, but the ore was incredibly hard and didn't budge at all.
An ordinary stone would never have such hardness. Forget it, thinking more won't help.
The answer will naturally be revealed tomorrow afternoon. Jiang Fan put the ore back into his pocket, walked into the bathroom, and replaced the bandage on his left arm with a fresh one. The wound was still inflamed, oozing yellow pus, and even a light touch brought a burning pain. He swallowed 2 anti-inflammatory pills, collapsed onto the sofa, and before closing his eyes, his mind quickly ran through the plan for the next steps. Tomorrow afternoon, the system's cooldown ends, and the ore will be extracted. At the same time, he'll take Jiang Yu to the hospital to arrange for admission and pre-surgery checks.
The surgery is scheduled for 9 o'clock the morning after tomorrow.
Before that, he must gather the remaining 110,000 yuan. He didn't sleep for long, but it was exceptionally heavy, without even a dream. When he woke up again, the sky was already bright. Sunlight pierced through the yellowed curtains, making it hard for him to open his eyes. He picked up his phone to check the time, 10:20 in the morning. His body was still stiff and sore, but it was much better than the night before. The powerful recovery ability of the Dragon Emperor's bloodline was taking effect. Although the wound on his left arm still hurt, the swelling had noticeably reduced. Jiang Fan sat up and moved his hands and feet. A faint coughing sound came from the inner room. He immediately pushed the door open and went inside. Jiang Yu was curled up under the blanket, her face turned toward the wall. Hearing the sound of the door opening, she slowly turned her head and managed a weak smile at the corner of her mouth. "Brother, you're back."
This afternoon, I'll take you to the hospital."
Jiang Yu's smile froze for a moment.
"Why are we going to the hospital?" "Hospitalization." Jiang Fan's tone was firm. "Surgery the day after tomorrow."
She slowly sat up, the blanket sliding down to her waist, her protruding collarbones forming 2 distinct angles.
"Brother, is the money enough?"
"Almost there."
"Almost there? How much is that?" Jiang Fan didn't answer.
He walked to the bedside, reached out to feel Jiang Yu's forehead, and found it a bit hot.
"You have a fever."
"It's nothing, just a slight fever." Jiang Yu instinctively shrank back, avoiding his hand, but her eyes stayed fixed on him. "Brother, don't lie to me."
"Is the money enough or not?"
"Enough,"
he answered resolutely. "Then the injury on your hand."
"I told you yesterday, it happened while moving goods." Jiang Yu stared at him for several seconds. Her eyes were large, with a clear contrast of black and white, as if carved from the same mold as Jiang Fan's. But her gaze lacked Jiang Fan's cold sharpness, containing only a quiet intelligence. She saw through his lie but did not press further. She lowered her head, tucked in the corner of the quilt, and said softly, "Brother, thank you." Jiang Fan stood by the bed, his throat moved slightly, feeling as if something was stuck.
"We'll leave at 1 in the afternoon."
"You should rest well first."
He turned and walked out of the room, rummaging through the kitchen.
The rice jar was nearly empty, and the fridge only had 2 eggs and half a wilted cabbage left. Using these meager ingredients, he cooked a bowl of egg drop porridge for Jiang Yu and drank 2 glasses of cold water himself to stave off hunger. Then, he sat back on the sofa in the living room, waiting quietly. Waiting for that countdown in his mind, ticking down to 0 second by second. In his mind, the cooldown countdown of that mysterious system crawled forward like a snail. Each tick of time felt like a century passing, and Jiang Fan's heart tightened with every beat. At 1 in the afternoon, he took his younger sister, Jiang Yu, out. From their doorstep to the bus stop was a mere 300 meters, yet Jiang Yu walked with extreme difficulty, even stopping twice to catch her breath. Jiang Fan, feeling distressed, wanted to carry her, but she gently pushed him away.
"Brother, I'm fine. I can walk on my own."
Jiang Yu's voice was soft, but her tone carried a stubborn determination not to admit defeat. At Renji Hospital, the nurse from the vascular department checked the prepayment records and immediately arranged for preoperative examinations. Blood tests, electrocardiograms, imaging scans. After completing the entire process, nearly 3 hours had passed. Jiang Yu was assigned to a 4-person ward, where the other 3 beds were occupied by patients with various tubes attached to them. The air was thick with the choking smell of disinfectant. Jiang Yu sat quietly on the edge of the bed, observing her surroundings without saying a word. Jiang Fan completed all the procedures for her and carefully arranged her pillow and blanket before softly saying, "I'm going out to take care of something. I'll come back to see you tonight." "Brother, what are you going to do?" Jiang Yu looked up, her eyes filled with a hint of worry. "Just a small matter." Jiang Fan didn't elaborate, simply patting her hand reassuringly. Walking out of the ward, Jiang Fan leaned against the window at the end of the corridor, took out his phone, and glanced at the time, 4:30 p.m. He opened the system panel again, and the countdown timer showed less than 3 hours remaining. Almost there, just a little longer. He sat quietly on a hospital bench for 2 hours, like a statue. During that time, a nurse passed by, noticed his pale face, and asked with concern if he needed help. He simply shook his head. Finally, at 6:42 p.m., the system panel in his mind suddenly flickered, and all the characters were instantly refreshed. Extraction function cooldown complete. Current available extractions, 1. Jiang Fan almost shot up like a spring. He quickly walked out of the hospital doors, found a secluded corner by the flower bed at the entrance, and nervously pulled out the piece of ore he had bought from the black market. The grayish-white stone lay quietly in his palm, looking no different from yesterday. The system panel automatically popped up, detected extractable item. Proceed with extraction on the target? Yes, Jiang Fan silently recited in his heart. The next second, a surge of heat emanated from his palm. The piece of ore began to undergo an astonishing transformation. The grayish-white outer shell started to dissolve rapidly from the point where it touched his skin, shrinking inward as if ice and snow had met boiling water. In just 3 seconds, the outer shell vanished without a trace. In its place was a fist-sized, irregularly shaped piece of metal. Every inch of its surface was smooth as a mirror, displaying a deep indigo color so dark it appeared almost black. Under the refraction of light, the surface shimmered with a flowing silver luster, as if the radiance was seeping out from within the metal itself. So heavy! Jiang Fan weighed it in his hand, estimating that it was at least several dozen pounds, far exceeding the weight of any common metal of the same volume. The moment his fingers touched it, a wave of icy energy seeped from the metal's surface into his skin, swiftly coursing along his arm. The Dragon Emperor bloodline within him reacted instantly upon contact with this energy, pulsing fiercely as his blood flow suddenly accelerated. The complete extraction results are clearly displayed on the system panel. Extraction complete. Item identification: Abyssal Meteorite Iron. Grade: B level. Attributes: extremely high hardness, extremely high spiritual energy conductivity, with slight spatial property fluctuations. Note, this is an extremely rare metal in nature, formed from starfield meteorites falling into high-concentration spiritual energy regions and undergoing natural refinement for over 1,000 years. It is a top-tier material for forging B-grade and above divine weapons. The current official purchase reference price at Jiangnan base city, 1.2 million per kilogram. Jiang Fan's breath instantly halted. He stared intently at the indigo-colored metal in his palm. 1.2 million per kilogram. He waited again. This thing was at least 5 kilograms. 5 kilograms, that means 6 million. Jiang Fan's hands began to tremble uncontrollably. It wasn't out of fear, but because the number was so enormous that his mind went completely blank. He had only spent 10,000 yuan to buy an unremarkable piece of broken stone at a black market stall, and in the blink of an eye, it had turned into a piece of B-grade strategic material worth 6 million abyss meteorite. 10,000 turning into 6 million. What an insane return! Jiang Fan abruptly stuffed the abyss meteorite back into his pocket, pressing down on it tightly, as if afraid it might grow legs and run away. His brain began to race again. 6 million, even if he sold it at half price, that would still be 3 million. The gap in his sister's surgery expenses would be instantly resolved, and there would even be enough to cover her recovery and medication costs. But a new problem arose: how to sell it. This was completely different from the previous flood bull horn. B-grade materials are 1,000 times more conspicuous than that horn. Something like abyss meteorite might not even appear a few times a year in the entire Jiangnan base city. For a mere D-grade martial artist to show up with such a treasure in any purchasing channel would immediately attract a tidal wave of attention and trouble.
Official channels are absolutely out of the question.
Then, the only option was the black market. Jiang Fan immediately thought of the mysterious old man in the all things compartment last night, the one who claimed to accept anything.
He had promised not to ask about the source and not to keep any records.
With this in mind, Jiang Fan hesitated no longer. He pulled his hat brim lower and quickly walked toward the taxi waiting area at the hospital entrance, opened the car door, and got in.
To the old industrial district in the west of the city, he said to the driver.
At 8:40 p.m., Jiang Fan was once again standing on the outskirts of the abandoned chemical plant. He knew the hustle and bustle of the black market would begin promptly at 10 o'clock. The black market hadn't opened yet, but Jiang Fan arrived more than an hour early. He found a sheltered corner in an alley and squatted down, taking out the piece of abyss meteorite from his pocket. Using the faint light, he examined it repeatedly. Among the information provided by the system, there was one detail that particularly caught his attention: contains trace spatial attribute fluctuations. What this meant, he had no idea. His understanding of advanced materials was limited to the scrolling price lists on the signboards of Beast Hunter Alliance stores. Materials like abyss meteorite, classified as B-level or higher strategic resources, were completely beyond his knowledge scope.
But he was certain of one thing: this item absolutely couldn't be sold at a loss.
He opened his phone and searched for public information on abyss meteorite, but the results were scarce. There were only a few military announcements stating that it was a strategic-grade forging material, prohibited from bulk transactions. While small-scale private transactions required reporting, it seemed no one strictly enforced this rule. One news article from 3 years ago caught his attention. A prominent family had spent a full 20 million at an auction to purchase an 8-kilogram piece of abyss meteorite for forging their family's heirloom weapon.
20 million, 8 kilograms.
That works out to 2.5 million per kilogram, which is double the official reference price provided by the system.
This indicates that the actual market price is far higher than the official quote.
Rare items are valuable. As long as the quality is good, the wealthy will scramble to buy them, and the price has no real ceiling. But black market traders are not wealthy buyers, they are middlemen who profit from the price difference. With the shrewdness of that old man from last night, he would at most offer 60% of the official price for B-grade materials.
60% of 1.2 million is 720,000 per kilogram.
The 5 kilograms he has in hand could sell for 3.6 million.
3.6 million is enough, more than enough.
But Jiang Fan reconsidered and felt it was unwise. Selling the entire piece of abyss meteorite in one go would be far too conspicuous. Even if the black market doesn't question its origin, the sudden appearance of 5 kilograms of B-grade strategic material would inevitably attract countless greedy eyes once the news spreads. He already has enough trouble on his plate and absolutely cannot afford to create more complications. He decided to cut off just a small piece to sell.
1 kilogram would be enough.
At the black market price of 720,000, even if the price was pressed down, he could still get 500,000 to 600,000 without a problem. And what he urgently needed now was merely 110,000. Having figured this out, Jiang Fan was no longer in a hurry. He patiently waited until 9:50 before getting up and heading toward the abandoned factory. The side iron door was half open, and 2 burly men with buzz cuts were still standing at the entrance, but they were different people. Tonight, these 2 were taller and looked even fiercer. One of them reached out to block him, his voice low. "What's your business?"
"Selling goods, came by last night."
"Who referred you?" Jiang Fan thought for a moment and mentioned the code name of the old man from last night, Everything. The 2 burly men exchanged a glance, asked no further questions, and stepped aside to clear a path. The elevator descended to the B2 level. The lobby was much livelier than last night, with various smells mingling together and the hum of conversations echoing under the low ceiling. Jiang Fan walked familiarly toward the high-end trading area on the right and stopped at the door of the 7th booth. The wooden sign on the door that read Everything was still there. He pushed the door open and entered. The old man was sitting in his usual spot, still dressed like a retired accountant, holding an unlit cigarette in his hand. When he saw Jiang Fan, his eyes behind the glasses moved slightly.
Well, you're here again. Yeah, I've got something else to sell. What is it? Jiang Fan didn't rush to take it out. Instead, he walked unhurriedly to the opposite side of the table, sat down, and asked, "Let me ask first, do you accept B-grade materials here?"
The unlit cigarette in the old man's hand froze instantly. He slowly placed the cigarette on the table, clasped his fingers together, and scrutinized Jiang Fan.
B-grade? Yes, B-grade. The compartment fell silent for 2 seconds.
The old man leaned back against the chair, a faint, inexplicable smile curling at the corner of his mouth. "Young man, when you sold me the materials from the purple armored flood bull last night, I already thought you were no ordinary person.
And now you're bringing out B-grade materials. Just who are you?" "No one special, just lucky."
"Lucky?" The old man repeated the word, as if savoring its meaning.
"All right, let me take a look."
"I don't refuse B-grade materials, but it depends on what they are. Some things are too sensitive and can bring trouble. My small business can't handle that kind of risk." Jiang Fan stopped wasting words and pulled out the piece of abyss meteorite from his pocket, placing it gently on the table. The indigo-colored metal shimmered with a flowing silver luster under the light, as if the glow seeped out from within the metal itself, making it particularly striking in the dim compartment. The old man suddenly leaned forward, his pupils behind the lenses contracting sharply. He stared fixedly at the piece of metal for a full 3 seconds but did not reach out to touch it. Then, he slowly raised his head, his sharp gaze fixed on Jiang Fan, his voice altered. "Abyss meteorite?" The leisurely tone of a businessman from last night had vanished, replaced by a barely suppressed urgency.
"Are you sure this is abyss meteorite? You know better than I do."
Jiang Fan leaned back, his posture relaxed.
"A quick test will tell."
The old man took a deep breath and retrieved the compact testing device from the drawer. His hands trembled slightly as he swept the device over the metal surface. The device emitted 2 soft beeps, and a string of data appeared on the screen. The old man stared at the screen in silence for a full 10 seconds. He set down the testing device, removed his glasses, carefully wiped the lenses with his sleeve, and put them back on, as if to ensure he hadn't seen wrong.
Abyssal meteoric iron. Purity, 94%.
Naturally refined for no less than 1200 years.
Spatial attribute fluctuation value, meets the standard. He read out the test results word by word, each syllable brimming with extreme restraint.
"Brother, this. Where did you get this thing?"
"I thought the rule here was not to ask about the source."
The old man was visibly taken aback for a moment, then let out 2 awkward chuckles to cover his lapse.
"That's right, not asking about the source. I spoke out of turn."
He adjusted his glasses, trying to put on the face of a shrewd businessman again. But his fingertips trembled slightly on the tabletop, betraying the excitement in his heart.
"How much are you planning to sell?" "I'm not selling the whole piece. I'll cut 1 kilogram for you."
The old man's eyebrows twitched sharply.
"Just 1 kilogram?"
"Yes, just 1 kilogram.
I need to keep the rest."
The old man fell silent, his eyes flickering rapidly as his mind raced with frantic calculations. 1 kilogram of abyssal meteoric iron had an official reference price of up to 1.2 million. But the purity and quality of the piece before him could fetch double that on the black market, with buyers scrambling to get it. If he took it and resold it, the profit would be at least over 2 million. Suppressing the greed in his heart, he tentatively offered, 1 kilogram, I'll give you 800,000. This price was slightly higher than Jiang Fan had expected. But he did not agree immediately.
1 million.
Jiang Fan's voice was not loud, but it was exceptionally firm.
Young man, this price of yours?
1 million, settled with gray points, no room for negotiation. Jiang Fan's gaze locked onto the old man, as calm as a deep pool of water. We both know how much this thing is worth out there.
Offering 1 million is out of respect for your fairness last night.
You gave me an extra 20,000 when selling me the flood bull horn, so today I don't want to make things difficult for you.
One price, give me a straightforward answer.
The old man instinctively held the unlit cigarette in his mouth, then irritably took it down, repeating the action twice.
900,000. 1,000,000. 950,000, that's my bottom line. 1,000,000.
The old man stared intently at Jiang Fan for a long time, finally seeming deflated as he slapped the table.
Fine. 1,000,000 it is.
He pulled out a specially made alloy saw from under the table and handed it to Jiang Fan.
Do it yourself. Cut it off, and I'll weigh it afterward.
Jiang Fan took the small saw. The hardness of the abyss meteorite was beyond imagination, and ordinary tools couldn't make the slightest dent. However, the teeth of this small saw were embedded with fine crystalline particles, making it a perfect tool for handling such high-hardness materials. He secured the meteorite in the clamp on the table, estimated the size by feel, and then began cutting. The piercing sound of friction echoed in the small compartment for nearly 5 minutes, with sparks flying everywhere.
Finally, an irregular indigo-colored metal piece was successfully separated.
The old man eagerly took it, carefully placing it on a precision electronic scale.
1.03 kilograms.
The extra 30 grams, consider it my gift to you. He took out a black speckled card box from the drawer, pulled out a new card, and swiftly operated on the terminal. A string of dazzling numbers appeared on the screen, 10000000. He pushed the card in front of Jiang Fan. Jiang Fan picked up the card, didn't even look at it, and directly stuffed it into the inner pocket of his jacket. The remaining piece of meteorite, weighing about 4 kilograms, he wrapped tightly in 2 layers of black cloth from the old man's table and tucked it back into his chest.
Pleasant cooperation.
The old man looked at him, his expression indescribably complex. The young man who sold the horn of the flood dragon last night seemed to him nothing more than a bold, low-level hunter. But today, this young man could actually produce B-grade abyss meteorite, which completely changed the nature of things.
Young man, let me give you a piece of advice. Jiang Fan had already reached the door.
Hearing this, he turned back to glance at him. Good stuff of this level, try not to take it out too often in the future. The black market may not ask about its origins, but there are envious people everywhere. You're just a D-level martial artist carrying goods worth millions, you'd better be careful walking at night. Jiang Fan nodded without saying a word, pushed the door open, and disappeared into the night. He skillfully found the cash-out window, queued up, and withdrew the money. 1 million gray points, with a 1% handling fee deducted, left him with 990,000 in cash. Adding the more than 90,000 he originally had, the total cash in his hands now amounted to 1,081,307. His sister's surgery cost a total of 1,800,000 had already been prepaid, leaving a shortfall of 200,000. And now, he had 1.08 million in his hands.
It was enough. Not only was it enough, but there was an extra 880,000.
Jiang Fan stood in front of the window, tightly clutching the thick wad of cash, his knuckles slightly pale from the force. From walking into the martial arts hall yesterday morning to now, it has been less than 48 hours. He had experienced too much, killing 7 D-level beasts, snatching the purple armored flood bullhorn from others, counter-killing Wang Tung, narrowly escaping death in the territory of a sea-level beast, and even visiting the black market twice.
1.08 million.
This was earned with his life on the line. He carefully divided the money, hiding it securely in the safest place on his person, and then walked out of the chemical plant's gate. The night wind outside was particularly chilly, brushing against his face, yet it gave him an unprecedented sense of clarity. Jiang Fan hailed a car and headed straight to Renji Hospital.
When he arrived at the hospital, it was almost midnight.
The lights in the inpatient department's corridor were dim, and there was only one night shift nurse at the nurse's station, dozing off.
He walked to the payment window and settled the remaining 200,000 for the surgery.
When the receipt was printed, the faint sound of the machine dispensing paper was particularly clear in the silent corridor. The surgery fee has been fully paid.
The operation is scheduled for 9 a.m. the day after tomorrow. Please ensure the patient does not eat or drink within 8 hours before the surgery.
Jiang Fan carefully folded the thin receipt and placed it in his pocket, as if it were a priceless treasure.
He walked to the door of his sister Jiang Yu's hospital room and looked inside through the small observation window on the door.
Jiang Yu was curled up on the hospital bed, lying on her side, tightly wrapped in the quilt, with only a small tuft of hair and half of her peaceful sleeping face exposed. Her breathing was so light that Jiang Fan had to press his ear against the door crack to barely hear it. Jiang Fan stood at the door for a long time but ultimately did not push the door open to disturb her. He turned and walked to the corner by the elevator, found a plastic chair, and sat down. In the stillness of the night, he took out the piece of abyss meteorite wrapped in black cloth from the inner pocket of his jacket and placed it on his lap. There were still over 4 kilograms left. At tonight's market price, this thing was worth at least 4 million. He lifted a corner of the black cloth, revealing the indigo-colored metallic surface that shimmered with a faint, haunting silver glow under the dim corridor lights. Selling it would bring a fortune, enough to ensure that he and his sister could live comfortably for a long time. But keeping it meant possessing a future divine weapon. The system's appraisal was clear: abyss meteorite, a top-tier material for forging weapons of grade B and above. The D-grade dagger in his hand had already suffered 2 chipped edges after several high-intensity battles. He needed a better weapon, one that could keep him alive and protect his sister. Money and power, how should he choose? This knife is already full of nicks. If used a few more times today, it might be completely ruined. If he could forge a new weapon using that piece of abyss meteorite, it would at least be B-grade. With a B-grade weapon, combined with his peak D-grade strength, no one in the outer zone of the wilderness would be his match. But forging a weapon requires a blacksmith, and a good blacksmith doesn't come cheap. Moreover, is there still enough time? Jiang Fan carefully wrapped the abyss meteorite in black cloth again and tucked it back into his inner pocket. At that moment, his phone screen lit up, displaying a push notification. Jiangnan Bay City hot search: Wang family's young master, Wang Teng, suspected missing in the wilderness area. The Wang family has dispatched a search team to the outer zone. Jiang Fan's gaze lingered on that line of text for a full 2 seconds. He silently turned off the phone screen, leaned back in the chair, and closed his eyes. Jiang Fan sat on the cold plastic chair in the hospital corridor for the entire night. It wasn't that he couldn't sleep, but that he didn't dare to. The news on his phone swirled in his mind like a curse. The Wang family's search team had already entered the outer perimeter of the wilderness area. The place where he buried Wang Teng was in a hollow by the river bank, hastily covered with soil and rubble. Although the beasts devour flesh quickly, bones and the warrior's identification wouldn't simply vanish. The Wang family's search team only needs to carefully search along the river, and finding Wang Teng's remains is just a matter of time. Before dawn, Jiang Fan did 2 things. First, he counted all the cash he had on him. After paying off his sister's surgery fees, he still had a little over 880,000 left. Second, he searched on his phone for all the stores in Jiangnan Bay City that sold body-strengthening nutrient solutions. Nutrient solution is an essential item for every warrior. It can replenish high concentrations of energy nutrients, rapidly strengthening a warrior's muscles, bones, and meridians in a short period. The effects of this enhancement vary from person to person, but for D-level warriors, the improvement is quite significant. Of course, the price is equally significant. On the market, a D-level standard nutrient solution, with a course of 10 vials, is priced at 80,000. Meanwhile, a C-level enhanced nutrient solution, with a course of 10 vials, starts at 300,000. Jiang Fan's fingertips paused on the screen at the number 300,000, his gaze heavy. He is currently at the peak of D-level, and the next step up is C-level. With the Dragon Emperor bloodline, his foundation far surpasses that of ordinary people, making D-level nutrient solutions purely a waste of time. To break through, he must use C-level ones. 300,000. Spending this money would leave him with only 580,000. This amount needs to be reserved for Jiang Yu's post-surgery recovery and medication. It should be enough. At 7 in the morning, a hospital cafeteria opened. Jiang Fan bought 2 servings of porridge and a basket of small steamed buns, delivering 1 portion to his younger sister, Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu was already awake, leaning against the headboard in a daze. When she saw him come in, her eyes lit up instantly. "Brother, did you not go home last night?"
Yeah, I stayed at the hospital, just in case you felt unwell during the night.
Jiang Fan set up the small table tray and placed the breakfast on it. Jiang Yu took the porridge and sipped it slowly, then suddenly asked in a low voice, "Brother, I just heard the aunt in the next bed say that the bloodline repair surgery requires general anesthesia.
Do you think, could it be? Could it be what? Could it be that I won't wake up?"
The girl's voice carried a hint of trembling. Jiang Fan reached out his hand and gently patted her head, his movements so soft that he didn't even mess up her hair.
What are you overthinking? The vascular department at Renji Hospital is the best in the city. Just get some rest, and when you wake up, I'll treat you to hot pot.
Jiang Yu smiled with pursed lips. Although her face was still pale, her eyes curved into a cheerful smile.
Promise me, we'll go to Hadileo. All right, Hadileo it is.
Jiang Fan stayed in the hospital room until 9 o'clock, confirming all pre-surgery precautions with the attending doctor once again and carefully reminding the nurse about the medication schedule.
After arranging everything properly, he finally turned and left the hospital. His first stop was the armory shop in the eastern part of the city.
This was the largest chain store for warrior supplies in Jiangnan Bay City, offering a full range of supplies from D grade to B grade. Without any hesitation, Jiang Fan headed straight to the nutrition liquid counter.
SSS-level fortified nutrient solution, 1 course.
Behind the counter, a young salesman wearing glasses looked up and lazily glanced at him.
His gaze swept over Jiang Fan from head to toe.
A worn-out gray jacket, sweatpants stained with mud that wouldn't wash out, scratches on his face, and even his left arm wrapped in bandages. This appearance doesn't look like someone who can afford C-grade nutritional supplements. The salesperson's tone carried a hint of disdain. "Sir, a course of C-grade fortified nutritional supplements costs 300,000. As per regulations, we need to verify your funds first." Jiang Fan, expressionless, pulled out 3 thick stacks of cash from his inner pocket and slammed them heavily onto the counter. With a loud thud, the sound was dull yet resounding. The salesperson's expression changed instantly, and the indifference on their face was immediately replaced with a warm smile.
"Please wait a moment, I'll get the product for you right away." 3 minutes later, a silver gray metal briefcase was respectfully placed on the counter.
The case was opened, revealing a black shock-absorbing foam interior.
10 thumb-thick glass ampoules were neatly arranged in the grooves. The liquid inside had a faint golden hue, shimmering with an enticing luster under the light. "Sir, this is the C-grade fortified nutrient solution, a treatment set containing 10 doses.
Use 1 dose at a time, and it's best to rest for 2 hours after injection to allow the effects to fully take hold.
If combined with high-intensity training, the results will be even better."
Jiang Fan said nothing, picked up the box, and turned to leave. "Sir, won't you take a look at the matching repair patches and energy bars?" Before the salesperson could finish speaking, the store door had already closed in front of him. Back home, Jiang Fan placed the box on the living room table and immediately took out an ampoule from it. The pale golden liquid swayed slightly in the glass tube, as if it contained infinite power. He tore open the outer packaging, unscrewed the injection head at the top, and without hesitation, aimed it at the vein on the inside of his right arm and pressed it down forcefully. Hiss! The moment the needle pierced the skin, a surge of icy liquid rushed through his veins, spreading rapidly throughout his body. Just 3 seconds later, that icy cold transformed into a scorching heat capable of burning everything. The heat wave started from his arm, blazing along the meridians, instantly sweeping through his chest, abdomen, and legs. He felt every muscle fiber in his body being frantically torn apart and crushed by this intense heat, only to be brutally reassembled. A dense and terrifying crackling sound came from deep within his bones, while the intense soreness and swelling in his joints caused cold sweat to instantly cover his forehead. The dormant Dragon Emperor bloodline within him seemed to be fully awakened, surging wildly through his veins and colliding fiercely with the spiritual energy components of the nutrient solution.
1 word, pain.
Every inch of bone and flesh screamed in agony. Jiang Fan clenched his teeth, curling up on the sofa, his hands gripping a cushion tightly, his knuckles turning white from the force. This pain was completely different from the injuries he had suffered from wild beasts before. The beast's attacks were external, with the pain concentrated at the wound. But the agony brought by this enhancement serum erupted from within, from the depths of his bone marrow, leaving no escape, even making his scalp tingle. 15 minutes felt like an eternity before the burning pain began to gradually subside.
Instead, there was an unprecedented sense of fullness.
He could clearly feel his muscles becoming more toned, his bone density increasing, and even each breath becoming deeper and more powerful.
A cold electronic voice echoed in his mind. Host detected using Class C enhancement nutrient solution. Physical optimization in progress. Current rating, peak of Class D, approaching Class C threshold. Still couldn't break through.
But he was one step closer to the coveted C-level threshold. Jiang Fan casually tossed the empty potion bottle into the trash can and glanced at the time, 11 a.m. He had more important matters to attend to. He picked up his phone and opened the official information platform of the Beast Hunting Alliance. On the homepage, a bold red announcement was scrolling across the screen. Urgent notice, Wang Teng, the young master of the Wang Group, went missing yesterday on the outskirts of the northern wilderness area.
The Wang family is offering a reward of 200,000 for any relevant clues. Those with information, please contact the Wang Family Intelligence Office immediately at XXXXXXX.
A reward of 200,000. Jiang Fan carefully read the notice from beginning to end. The wording in the notice was missing, not dead. This indicated that the Wang family had not yet found Wang Teng's body. But this was only temporary.
He didn't know how long this temporary would last.
He turned off his phone and immediately started on the second task, cleaning every corner of the house that might leave traces. By the time he finished all this, it was already noon. Jiang Fan made himself a bucket of instant noodles, squatted on the living room floor, and finished it in just a few bites.
At that moment, the phone vibrated again.
It wasn't a news notification, but a text message from an unknown number.
Hello, Jiang Fan. I am from the Academic Affairs Office of Tianqi Martial Arts Academy.
According to the school notice, due to your evaluation as no grade in the talent assessment, your student status will be automatically cancelled this weekend in accordance with school regulations.
If you have any questions, please contact the Academic Affairs Office. A withdrawal notice.
He stared at the text message for 2 seconds, then expressionlessly pressed the delete button.
It doesn't matter anymore. This student ID had long lost any meaning for him.
A student with zero talent was like an invisible person in the martial arts academy. Teachers couldn't be bothered to teach you, classmates looked down on you, and your only value was to make up the numbers and fill the class roster. Now, he didn't even qualify to make up the numbers. At 2 in the afternoon, Jiang Fan picked up the second vial of enhancement serum and injected it without hesitation.
This time, the reaction was far more intense than the first.
The burning sensation was like a volcanic eruption and lasted much longer. His entire body curled up on the sofa like a shrimp, and his clothes were instantly soaked through with cold sweat.
20 minutes later, the voice in his mind sounded again.
Physical fitness is continuously being optimized. Current rating, peak of grade D, probability of breakthrough to grade C increased to 34%.
34%. Still not enough. He needs stronger stimulation.
The enhancement liquid can only lay the foundation for him. The real breakthrough must be achieved in high-intensity battles on the brink of life and death. Just like yesterday, when he fought in the wilderness all day, his strength experienced a qualitative leap.
But now, the wilderness is absolutely off-limits. At least not for the next 2 days.
Jiang Fan wiped the sweat off his face, leaned against the sofa, closed his eyes, and his mind raced to plan the next steps. The younger sister's surgery is scheduled for 9 o'clock tomorrow morning.
From tonight until tomorrow morning, he must stay at the hospital.
After the surgery, the younger sister, Jiang Yu, will need at least a week of inpatient observation. During this week, he must accomplish 3 tasks. First, use up all the remaining enhancement liquid to push his body as close as possible to the threshold of C-level. Second, find a highly skilled blacksmith to forge a suitable weapon for himself using that piece of abyss meteorite.
Third, and most critically, he must be prepared to face any storm before the Wang family confirms Wang Teng's death.
The first 2 things require money and time. But the third thing requires absolute strength.
Right now, he lacks everything. Meanwhile, the northern wilderness area, outer zone.
The 12-member search team from the Wang family was divided into 3 groups, starting from the gate of the safe zone and advancing in a fan-shaped formation toward the outer wilderness. Leading the team was the head of the Wang family's intelligence department, a shrewd and capable man in his early 40s named Chen Feng. He was a sea-level martial artist who had served the Wang family for a full 15 years. They began their search at 8 a.m., with the first stop being the location where the purple armored bull fell. The massive corpse of the flood bull remained in place. The 3-meter-tall giant beast lay sideways on the rocky ground, its enormous abdominal wound already beginning to rot. Swarms of flies buzzed around it, and the stench in the air was so overwhelming that it made people nauseous even from 50 meters away. Chen Feng squatted beside the flood bull's corpse, carefully examining it for over 10 minutes.
Both horns on its head are gone.
His fingers traced the severed base of the horns. The cut is very clean, made with a sharp weapon in a single stroke, rather than being broken off by brute force. He stood up and walked to the cow's abdomen.
6 pieces of the abdominal shell have been pried off.
Although the technique was somewhat rough, the positions chosen were very precise, specifically targeting the best quality pieces.
The internal organs have been tampered with. There are clear signs that someone reached into the second stomach pouch.
Its inner core has been taken. Chen Feng stood up, patted the dust off his hands, his face dark and grim. Horns, shells, inner core, all the most valuable materials have been taken. These things combined are worth at least 800,000 on the black market. A team member behind him couldn't help but ask, "Supervisor, could it be some passing hunters who took advantage of the situation? Do you think an ordinary hunter would have the skill to extract materials so precisely from a purple armored bull?"
Chen Feng sneered.
The angle for cutting the horn base is very particular. A slight deviation would damage the internal structure of the keratin layer, causing the material to degrade. Someone who can cut this cleanly and efficiently is either an extremely experienced veteran hunter or someone who came prepared, specifically targeting this bull. He turned around, his sharp gaze scanning the ground around the bull's corpse.
Everyone spread out and search carefully.
Look for any suspicious footprints or bloodstains. Chen Feng spent 10 minutes thoroughly searching the area within a 50-meter radius. The marks on the ground were chaotic, including hoof prints from the flood bull, footprints left by the bodyguards, and several spots where crushed stones had been ground into powder. A light rain from the previous night had already washed away most of the traces. However, Chen Feng still found a long and deep skid mark among the crushed stones beneath the flood bull's head. The mark looked as if someone had slid under the flood bull's head, leaving it behind. At the end of the skid mark, he discovered a few drops of dark red liquid that had already dried. This wasn't the flood bull's blood, as its blood was dark purple.
This was human blood. Chen Feng carefully collected the blood sample using a collection tube. He stood up and ordered the team, "Keep searching.
Focus on checking the retreat routes to the east and south." The young master's last communication was in this area. He said someone stole the Jianyo horn, and that person ran away. The young master will definitely chase after them.
The search team immediately began tracking eastward through the gaps in the ruins.
The trail was very clear. The ground was covered with chaotic footprints, and several pieces of rubble had been overturned. In the nearby bushes, broken branches could still be seen, left behind by someone forcing their way through. 2 hours later, the team stopped at the edge of an open area. The scene before them instantly turned the faces of several search team members pale. In the center of the open ground was a collapsed pit, filled with ghastly white bones. Chen Feng stepped forward, glanced briefly at the massive claw marks near the edge of the pit, and his expression darkened. A Class C demon beast, the nest of a gray python lizard. He raised his head and looked toward the nearby passage entrance. On the shattered stone ground there were large patches of dried, blackened blood. Beside it, on a broken wall, there was a deep impact dent, with scattered bricks strewn all over the ground. The bodyguards ran here, disturbing the sleeping gray python lizard. Chen Feng quickly reconstructed the scene in his mind. The python lizard emerged from the pit and chased out through that passage. He led his team along the passage and soon found the first corpse midway. Or rather, half a corpse. The upper half of the body remained, but the lower half had been completely devoured. The broken bones were jagged, with clear bite marks still visible. Fragments of the combat suit were scattered all over, and the warrior's badge on the waist was still hanging, stained with dried blood. Chen Feng flipped open the warrior's badge. Zhao Yong, D-level warrior. Member of the Wang family's third guard team. He stood up and continued walking forward expressionlessly. Soon, he found two more corpses. One had been slammed alive into the wall, its entire chest cavity caved in, dying a gruesome death. The other lay on a pile of rubble outside the passage, its neck twisted at an unnatural angle, with its spine already broken. 3 bodyguards, all killed by the gray python lizard. What about the remaining 2? Chen Feng immediately sent people to search in different directions. Half an hour later, a team found the 4th bodyguard in a pile of ruins half a kilometer away. He was still alive. The man had a fractured left leg and a dislocated right shoulder, curled up in the corner of a collapsed building, unconscious. Most of his injuries were caused by flying debris and building remnants during his escape. The medic immediately stepped forward to provide emergency treatment, then patted his face, trying to wake him up. The bodyguard opened his eyes and sprang up as if electrified, screaming in terror, Python lizard is. It's safe now. Chen Feng pressed his shoulder firmly and said in a deep voice, Are you from the Wang family? The bodyguard's gaze slowly regained focus. He recognized Chen Feng's face and stammered, Chen. Manager Chen? Start from the beginning. What exactly happened? The bodyguard panted heavily several times before speaking intermittently. We followed the young master to hunt the purple-armored horned bull, fought for over 10 minutes, and the beast was about to die, but at that moment, someone suddenly rushed out. He slid under the bull's head and cut off the right horn with one slash. What did that person look like? Very young, about 18 or 19, very thin, wearing a school uniform, covered in blood. The bodyguard coughed twice, a trace of blood foam dripping from the corner of his mouth. The young master knew him and even called out his name. Chen Feng's eyes narrowed. What is his name? Jiang Fan. Jiang Fan. Chen Feng's eyes narrowed into slits, as if savoring these 2 words. He then asked, and then? The young master ordered us to chase. Later, the reinforcements that arrived also joined the pursuit. But when we reached that open area, we startled a C-class gray python lizard. The bodyguard's body began to tremble uncontrollably. When the python lizard appeared, Zhao and the other 2 were killed on the spot. As I was running, my leg was hit by falling debris, and I fell into a building. That beast didn't follow me. Where is the young master? Chen Feng pressed, Where is Wang Teng? The bodyguard's lips trembled, his face full of fear, I don't know. When the monitor lizard was chasing us, the young master wasn't with us. He went south alone to chase the Jiang Fan. South. Chen Feng suddenly stood up and looked toward the south. There was a dried-up riverbed. He immediately led the search team, searching southward along the riverbed. At 4:17 p.m., at a bend in the riverbed, the search team made a discovery in a hollow beneath a riverbank. They cleared away the surface rubble and silt, revealing a mutilated corpse. Chen Feng crouched down and remained silent for a long time. The scene before him was nauseating. The corpse had clearly been gnawed on by wild beasts, with small scavengers leaving dense bite marks on the torso and limbs. Large chunks of muscle were missing, and even the face was so damaged it was unrecognizable. However, the warrior's certificate made of special alloy remained intact, quietly lying in the mud beside the corpse. Chen Feng picked up the warrior's certificate and wiped off the mud. On the photo of the certificate was a young and spirited face. Wang Teng. Chen Feng turned over the corpse and examined the fatal wound. It was on the neck. At the location of the left carotid artery, there was a deep cut. The edges of the wound were clean, slanting inward from the outside. This was caused by a sharp weapon. Whether in terms of angle, depth, or force, it demonstrated the killer's extraordinary precision and composure. This wound was not caused by a beast. A beast's bite would leave jagged tooth marks, but the wound before him was smooth and lethal, clearly inflicted by a blade. By a human. Chen Feng closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and when he opened them again, his gaze was icy cold. He placed the blood-stained warrior's certificate into his pocket, stood up, and ordered in a low voice, "Take the young master's body back." The search team members silently wrapped the body in a folding stretcher and lifted it. No one spoke, and the atmosphere was oppressively tense. Walking at the front of the group, Chen Feng took out a communicator and dialed a number. The call was answered after just 2 rings. The voice on the other end was unusually calm, not at all like that of a father waiting for news about his son.
Found him? Found it.
Chen Feng paused, then spoke with difficulty, "Mr. Wang, my condolences." On the other end of the communicator, there was 5 seconds of dead silence. Then, Chen Feng heard a sound. It wasn't crying, nor was it a roar, but a grinding noise made by teeth clenched tightly, emanating from deep within the roots. That sound seemed as if it could shatter molars, and even through the communicator, it sent chills down one's spine.
How did they die?
The neck was slashed by a sharp weapon, a single fatal blow.
The killer is human.
The breathing on the other end of the phone suddenly became heavy.
Who is it?
Based on the scene's evidence and the testimony of the surviving bodyguard, the prime suspect is a young man named Jiang Fan. 18 years old, a student at Tianqi Martial Arts School, with a talent assessment of 0. He snatched the spoils when the young master was hunting a purple-armored flood bull. After the young master pursued him, the two had a conflict by the river.
0 talent?
Yes.
A worthless person with 0 talent killed my son? Wang Qian's voice was filled with absurdity and uncontrollable rage. Chen Feng did not respond. He knew that any words at this moment would be unnecessary. A dozen seconds later, Wang Qian spoke again.
His voice suddenly became very soft and slow, and that gentleness was even more chilling than the previous silence. "Chen Feng, find out where he lives, who is in his family, what time he leaves home every day, and which route he takes."
Understood. Within 3 days. Understood.
The communicator was disconnected.
Chen Feng exhaled a heavy breath.
He had followed Wang Qian for 15 years, witnessed countless instances of his anger, yet had never heard him speak in such a tone. This fury was suppressed so deeply that once it erupted, it would be utterly catastrophic.
6 p.m., Wang family mansion.
This grand estate, located in the core area of the eastern district of Jiangnan Bay City and spanning 3,000 square meters, welcomed back the remains of its young master. The morning hall was set up on the first floor of the main building. Beneath the white cloth, only a solitary martial artist's certificate was exposed. Wang Qian stood in the center of the morning hall. At 52 years old, he was tall and imposing, with graying temples but a face as hard as iron. Dressed in a dark gray high-collared suit, he resembled a mountain. As a B-level martial artist and one of the top 20 strongest in Jiangnan Bay City, he was, at this moment, merely a father who had lost his son. He stood there motionless, his gaze fixed intently on the human-shaped outline beneath the white cloth. For a full 10 minutes, he seemed to have turned into a statue. No one dared to approach him, even the butler, after peeking in twice from the doorway, quietly withdrew. Finally, Wang Qian reached out and lifted a corner of the white cloth.
Although most of the face was destroyed, he recognized it instantly.
That familiar jawline, the tiny black mole behind the left ear, and the faint scar on the collarbone left from a bike accident at the age of 3. It was his son, without a doubt. Wang Qian gently covered the white cloth again, his movements incredibly gentle. Then, he turned and walked out of the morning hall. "Mr. Wang," the butler hurriedly came forward to greet him.
"Call Chen Feng to the study."
In the study, Wang Qian sat behind the desk, a large map of the Jiangnan Bay City spread out in front of him. As soon as Chen Feng entered the room, he got straight to the point and asked, "How much have you found out about Jiang Fan?" Chen Feng immediately opened his portable tablet and pulled up the information. Jiang Fan, male, 18 years old. Former student of Tianqi Martial Arts School, his student status was just revoked yesterday. Official records show his talent level is 0,
with no training or combat history, he's a completely ordinary person. What about his family?
His father, Jiang Fan, died in the wilderness 7 years ago during a mission. He was a D-level martial artist. His mother passed away when he was 11. The family now only has one younger sister, Jiang, 15 years old, who suffers from congenital bloodline atrophy syndrome.
Address?
An old residential building in the southern part of the city. The specific address has been locked down.
Wang Qian's finger heavily tapped the southern area on the map. Economic status?
Very bad. After 3 years of doing odd jobs, his savings are no more than 30,000.
But Chen Feng's tone shifted. I checked his entry and exit records.
The day before yesterday afternoon, he entered the wilderness area through the northern city gate, and only returned through the southern cargo gate at around 3 a.m. yesterday.
The interval was over 12 hours.
A regular person with zero talent, staying in the wilderness area for 12 hours, Wang Qian repeated.
Yes, and he was alone.
The records show that when he went out, he only had a D-grade dagger on him, with no other equipment. Wang Qian leaned back in his chair, his hands crossed over his abdomen, a glint of sharpness flashing in his eyes. Zero talent, carrying only a dagger, wandering alone in the wilderness for 12 hours, and then, killing my son. His voice was as calm as still water.
Chen Feng, Wang Qian slowly raised his head. Do you think all of this makes sense?
It doesn't. Chen Feng answered bluntly, but the facts are right in front of us. I found a third party's blood sample near the Jiang's corpse, and it's already been sent for testing.
If the DNA matches Jiang Fan, then it's irrefutable evidence. I don't need conclusive evidence. Wang Qian stood up and paced to the window.
Outside was the brightly lit back garden of the Wang family estate, with neatly trimmed lawns and fountains glowing warmly in the night.
Tanger's communication records make it crystal clear it was Jiang Fan who took the flood bullhorn.
The bodyguard's testimonies all point to him. He had the motive, the opportunity, and even spent time alone with Tanger in the wilderness.
That's enough. Mr. Wang, you mean? I won't call the police.
Wang Qian turned around, the light casting on his face from the side, half bright, half shadowed.
Going through legal procedures would take 3 months at best, 6 months at worst.
By then, the lawyers will be arguing back and forth, and the media will fan the flames.
What will happen to the Wang family's reputation?
He walked back to the desk and took out a black military-grade encrypted communicator from the drawer. I want him gone, completely, cleanly gone.
Chen Feng did not hesitate. What level of personnel do you need me to arrange? He's just a D-level. Wang Qian pressed the power button, but the fact that he could kill Tanger indicates his strength has been severely underestimated.
Send 2 C-levels over to ensure there's no room for error.
Using 2 C-level warriors to deal with a D-level one was practically overkill.
But Wang Qian didn't care about the process, he only cared about the result.
If the action takes place in the urban area, Chen Feng reminded.
Not in the city. Wang Qian's voice was as cold as ice. Keep an eye on him, and wait until he enters the wilderness next time to make a move. If he's dealt with there, who can tell whether he died in a monster's mouth or at the hands of a person?
Chen Feng nodded. What if he never enters the wilderness? Then give him a reason he can't refuse.
Wang Qian pushed the communicator to the center of the table.
Go handle it. Chen Feng turned and walked out of the study.
The corridor lights were bright, stretching his shadow long. As he reached the staircase, he heard a muffled thud behind him, as if something had been slammed hard against the wall. Then came a second sound, and a third. Chen Feng paused his steps but did not turn around. He took a tablet out of his pocket and pulled up a photo of Jiang Fan. An 18-year-old thin young man with indifferent features. It was the photo on his martial artist certificate, expressionless, with dull and lifeless eyes. Chen Feng stared at that face for 3 seconds before putting the tablet away. He went downstairs, crossed the courtyard, and took out his phone to dial a number. Old Joe, help me find 2 people.
C-level, the kind who are clean and efficient. Yes, the usual rules, handle it in the wilderness zone. The target is a D-level kid, but don't underestimate him. The Wang family will cover the cost, no upper limit.
The person on the other end agreed. Chen Feng hung up the phone and looked up at the gray, hazy night sky, unable to see a single star. He then lowered his head to glance at the address of Jiang Fan's home on the tablet, the lower district of the southern city, an old residential building, room 307.
Right next door was Rinji Hospital. He memorized the address, turned off the screen, and strode toward the parking lot.
Jiang Fan spent 2.5 days in total to finish injecting all 10 vials of C-grade fortified nutrient solution. After administering the last one, he collapsed onto the sofa, his clothes drenched with sweat.
When the scorching sensation subsided, it was replaced by an unprecedented sense of fullness.
The density of his muscles, the hardness of his bones, and the resilience of his meridians had all advanced by more than one level. He casually clenched his fist, and the enamel cup on the coffee table wobbled from the air current it stirred. A system panel popped up, Grade C enhanced nutrient treatment completed.
Host's physical condition fully optimized. Current rating, Grade C. Class C.
Jiang Fan lowered his head and looked at his own hand. The veins on the back of his hand were thicker than before, and beneath his knuckles were firm muscle fibers. He could clearly feel that the flow of the Dragon Emperor's bloodline within him was nearly twice as fast as it had been 3 days ago. He stood up without the slightest dizziness or weakness, his legs firmly planted on the ground, his center of gravity solid. He walked to the wall, and with no unnecessary movements, directly struck it with his right fist.
Bang!
The wall caved in with a fist imprint, concrete debris falling down in a rustle, and cracks spreading outward about 1/2 meter from the center. This was the power of Class C. 3 days ago, he had to exert all his strength just to inflict a wound on the Iron Spine Wolf, but now, this punch was enough to directly shatter the Iron Spine Wolf's skeleton. Jiang Fan withdrew his fist and brushed off the dust on his knuckles.
He glanced at the time, 3 o'clock in the afternoon.
His younger sister Jiang Yu's surgery had started at 9 o'clock this morning. The doctor had estimated it would take 4 to 6 hours. Now, more than 6 hours had passed, there should be some results by now.
Jiang Fan changed into clean clothes and took a taxi straight to Rinji Hospital. When he arrived at the bloodline department in the inpatient ward, the corridor was empty. He walked to the door of the operating room and found the red light still on. The nurse on duty at the nurse station saw him and stood up. "Are you a family member of Jiang Yu?"
"I'm her brother."
"How's the surgery going?"
The nurse flipped through the records, her brows slightly furrowed.
"The surgery is still ongoing and has exceeded the estimated time."
Dr. Chen, the lead surgeon, came out midway and mentioned that the patient's vascular atrophy is more severe than what the imaging tests indicated, requiring an additional repair plan.
Jiang Fan's steps suddenly halted. Wasn't this discovered during the preoperative examination?
Preoperative scans can only show surface lesions.
We can only observe deeper damage during the surgery.
This situation is not uncommon in vascular repair surgeries, the nurse replied in a calm and professional tone. But Jiang Fan's brows had already furrowed tightly.
Does the additional plan require extra payment?
The nurse glanced down at the record. Dr. Chen said it might require an additional set of B-grade bloodline repair medication, with costs estimated between 300,000 to 500,000.
The exact amount can only be determined after the surgery is completed.
300,000 to 500,000. Jiang Fan stood in front of the nurse's station, his fingers unconsciously clenched into a fist. He still had 580,000 yuan in his hand. After deducting this amount, the remainder would barely be enough for his sister Jiang Yu's post-surgery recovery, but life would become extremely difficult.
"All right, I'll cover this expense."
He sat down on a long bench in the corridor, quietly waiting. At 4:30 in the afternoon, the red light above the operating room finally went out. The door opened, and Dr. Chen, the lead surgeon, walked out. He was a middle-aged man in his 50s. When he removed his mask, his face was covered in sweat, and he looked somewhat fatigued.
"Are you Jiang Yu's family member?"
"I am." Jiang Fan immediately stood up. Dr. Chen pulled him aside and lowered his voice, saying, "The surgery is basically complete, but there's an unexpected situation I need to inform you about." Jiang Fan's gaze was fixed on him. During the surgery, we discovered that your sister's third bloodline node exhibited a rare reverse atrophy reaction. Simply put, after we injected the repair medication, a small portion of the bloodline not only failed to accept the repair but also developed a rejection phenomenon.
What does that mean?
It means the repair is incomplete. Dr. Chen removed his surgical cap and wiped the sweat from his forehead. If this rejection reaction isn't addressed, within 3 to 5 days, it will spread to the surrounding bloodline areas and destroy the parts we just repaired. In the worst-case scenario, this surgery would have been for nothing. Jiang Fan's fist slowly clenched at his side.
Then how should we handle it?
We need a special herb called red vein grass.
Dr. Chen crumpled his surgical cap into a ball.
Red vein grass can precisely suppress blood vessel rejection, and combined with our current plan, it yields the best results.
But the problem is, there's no stock of this herb in the base city. Then where is it?
Wilderness area. Red vein grass grows in areas with high spiritual energy concentration, usually found only at the boundary between the outer and middle zones. Although the Beast Hunting Alliance occasionally brings some back, the quantity is extremely limited and can't be relied upon.
Jiang Fan was silent for a few seconds and asked, "What if we can't buy it?" "Then we can only use an alternative solution."
"But the effect will be much worse, and the cost will be higher." Dr. Chen paused for a moment. "It would require an additional 600,000.
600,000.
Adding the additional cost just now, the total surgery expenses have directly doubled.
The money he has is far from enough. How much red vein grass is needed?"
3 stalks will suffice. They must be fresh, and the picking time cannot exceed 48 hours.
"I'll go find it." Dr. Chen glanced at him. "Are you a martial artist?"
"Yes." The border area between the outer and middle zones of the wilderness is where sea-level beasts appear.
"What level are you?"
"Sea level."
Dr. Chen didn't ask further, only reminded, "Act quickly. The window for rejection response is only 5 days.
If the red vein herb is used within 5 days, the success rate of repairing your sister's bloodline is over 90%.
Once it exceeds 5 days, the only option will be that expensive alternative."
Jiang Fan nodded, turned, and walked into the ward.
Jiang Yu was still quietly lying on the hospital bed, not yet awake.
Her face was covered with an oxygen mask, a needle was inserted into the back of her hand, and on the monitor beside her, the data flickered intermittently. Her small body sank into the large hospital bed, appearing so fragile. Jiang Fan stood by the bed for over 10 seconds, then turned and left the ward. Just as he reached the elevator entrance, he took out his phone and searched for information on the red vein herb. The information platform of the Beast Hunter Alliance indicated that it was a rare medicinal herb, extremely difficult to collect in the wild, with a market reference price of 80,000 to 100,000 per plant. 3 plants would cost at most 300,000, which was half the price of the 600,000 alternative. However, the only way to obtain it was to personally venture into the wilderness to harvest it. As the elevator doors opened, his phone suddenly vibrated. An unfamiliar number. He answered the call. "Is this Mr. Jiang Fan? I am the administrative assistant from Renji Hospital. Regarding the additional B-grade bloodline repair agent used during Jiang Yu's surgery, the system has calculated the cost to be 420,000 yuan. Please settle the payment within 24 hours, or the supplier will cease providing the medication."
420,000? Didn't the nurse just say it would be between 300 and 500,000?
The final settlement amount is subject to the postoperative doctor's orders.
This is the figure Dr. Chen just confirmed.
Jiang Fan hung up the phone and stood in the hospital lobby, calculating rapidly in his mind. He had 580,000 in hand. After paying 420,000, only 160,000 would remain. This money had to cover his sister's recovery expenses and support his trip to the wilderness zone.
160,000 was far from enough. Unless, while gathering herbs in the wilderness zone, he also hunted beasts to earn money.
But he knew that the Wang family had laid a trap in the wilderness zone, waiting for him. The autumn evening breeze swept through, lifting the collar of his jacket and carrying a hint of chill.
Jiang Fan stood at the hospital entrance, bowing his head in thought for a moment.
Then, he resolutely walked to the payment window and transferred 420,000 yuan. Now, he only had 160,000 yuan left in his hands.
Not enough, but it had to be enough.
Red vein grass, he was determined to obtain it.
As for the Wang family planning to ambush him in the wilderness? Let them come.
The next morning, Jiang Fan went to the headquarters of the Beast Hunting Alliance located in the eastern part of the city. It was a 3-story commercial building, with the ground floor selling weapons and equipment, the second floor offering supplies and medicinal herbs, and his destination on the third floor in the forging and modification service area.
He went straight to the third floor.
The forging area was not large, and the air was filled with the smell of metal and the scorched scent left by high-temperature quenching. Behind the counter sat a bald middle-aged man, examining a piece of alloy with a magnifying glass.
Without looking up, the man casually asked, "What do you need forged?" "Long knife." "Did you bring your own materials, or will you use ours?"
"I brought my own," Jiang Fan said, taking out the item wrapped in black cloth from the inner pocket of his jacket and placing it on the counter. He unfastened the cloth button, and the indigo-colored metal was revealed under the light.
With a snap, the magnifying glass in the bald man's hand fell onto the table. He jerked his head up, staring intently at the piece of metal, his voice trembling slightly. "What is this?" "Abyss meteorite iron." The man's mouth opened and closed, but no words came out.
He cautiously reached out to touch the surface of the metal, and the moment his fingertip made contact, his whole body jolted as if struck by electricity.
He exclaimed excitedly, "Is this for real? I've been a blacksmith for 20 years, and I've only ever seen this stuff in textbooks."
"It's real, a little over 4 kilograms, Jiang Fan said calmly.
"I want to forge a long blade with it."
"The blade will use the Abyss meteorite iron, and the handle can be made with your standard components."
"Can you do it?"
The bald man circled the piece of metal twice, his eyes growing brighter, as if he were admiring a rare treasure.
"It can be done. Of course, it can be done.
But the melting point of Abyss meteorite is extremely high, an ordinary furnace won't work. I'll need to use the military-grade smelting furnace on the third floor.
That thing costs 20,000 in energy fees just to start up." "How much in total?" Jiang Fan asked directly.
"The material is yours, I'll only charge you for labor and equipment usage."
The man rubbed his hands, a bit excited.
"The forging difficulty of Abyss meteorite is S-grade, and there are fewer than 5 people in the entire base city who can take on this job.
I'll give you a discount, 80,000. Jiang Fan shook his head. 50,000.
"Brother, this is an S-level difficulty." 50,000, delivered in 3 days, Jiang Fan interrupted him. "Use 1 kilogram of meteorite iron for the blade, and I'll take care of the rest of the materials. If you do a good job, there will be opportunities for us to collaborate in the future." The bald man was stunned. He looked at Jiang Fan's young yet unusually composed face, then at the piece of metal on the table emitting a faint blue glow.
"Opportunities for collaboration in the future."
The weight of those words far exceeded a mere 50,000. A client who could provide Abyss meteorite as raw material was definitely no ordinary person.
"All right. 50,000 it is," he immediately agreed. "Come pick it up in 3 days. Any specific requirements for the blade design?"
Single-handed long knife, total length of 90 centimeters, blade width of 4 centimeters. The center of gravity is shifted forward by 1 inch for easier chopping. The handle is thickened by half a centimeter, suitable for reverse grip. The bald man quickly jotted down these parameters on paper, his expression growing increasingly serious.
These detailed requirements were clearly not something an amateur could come up with.
He solemnly said, "Wait a moment, I'll weigh the materials first." He took out a precision electronic scale and carefully placed the Abyss meteorite on it.
4.07 kilograms.
"You want to use 1 kilogram to forge the blade, and I'll seal the remaining 3 kilograms and 70 grams for you." Jiang Fan nodded and took out 50,000 yuan in cash from his pocket, placing it on the counter.
"Keep it safe.
I'll come to pick up the knife in 3 days."
"No problem." By the way, brother, how should I address you? I'll register the pickup information. Jiang San.
The bald man looked up at him, and Jiang Fan remained expressionless.
The man coughed twice and asked no further questions, writing the name Jiang San in the registration book. Leaving the third floor, Jiang Fan went to the equipment section on the second floor.
He walked straight to the innermost C-Class protective armor counter, his gaze sweeping over a row of displays before finally stopping in front of a set of black lightweight armor. The label read, C-Class Tactical Armor, Lightweight, serial number CT07.
Weight, 3.2 kilograms. Price, 98,000 yuan.
Lightweight, this was Jiang Fan's only reason for choosing it. In the wilderness, speed often mattered more than defense. Heavy armor weighing dozens of kilograms would severely hinder movement, while this set of lightweight armor, weighing just over 6 kilograms, could be worn under clothing with almost no impact on mobility. Yet, it could withstand one or two direct attacks from a C-Class beast in critical moments.
It's enough.
He called the salesperson to try it on. When the armor was put on, the composite fiber material automatically contracted and fit snugly according to body temperature, as if growing a layer of tough skin, allowing free movement.
This one will do.
50,000 for the sword forging, 98,000 for the armor. Of the 16,000 he brought, 14,800 was spent in the blink of an eye, leaving only 1,200.
After paying, Jiang Fan put the armor into a black handbag and left the Alliance's main store. 12,000 yuan, barely enough to cover the cost of a trip to the wilderness zone.
But for Jiang Yu, he had no other choice. The herb called red vein grass had to be obtained as soon as possible. Jiang Yu couldn't wait any longer. That evening, Jiang Fan returned home. He tidied up the living room briefly and hid the remaining 12,000 yuan in cash under the mattress. Then, he sat alone on the sofa, repeatedly planning his next course of action in his mind. Red vein grass grows in areas with high spiritual energy concentration, located at the border between the outer and middle zones of the wilderness area, about 7 to 8 kilometers from the entrance. That range was already beyond the safety zone for D-rank warriors and marked the boundary where C-rank beasts frequently roamed. Although he had just been promoted to C-rank himself, it would take 3 days to receive his new blade. For now, his only weapon was a D-rank dagger, with 2 chips already missing from its edge. That dagger, after a few more tough battles, will probably be completely ruined. The long blade forged from abyssal meteorite iron is completely ruined, and getting a new one would take at least 3 days. But I simply can't wait 3 days. Jiang Yu's rejection reaction window is only 5 days, and today is already the first day. Considering the time spent on the round trip, I can only stay in the wilderness for a maximum of 2 days. Time is tight, so it seems I'll have to make do with this dagger. It's not a matter of whether it will work or not, it must work. I took out the black lightweight armor from the tote bag and tried it on. The cool touch of the composite fibers clung to my skin. I put on a gray jacket over it and zipped it all the way up. Apart from a slight bulge at the chest, there was no visible difference from the outside. I tucked the dagger at the back of my waist, while my backpack was packed with essentials: 2 bottles of water, a few compressed biscuits, a roll of gauze, and a pack of anti-inflammatory pills. This time, I didn't choose the crowded northern entrance of the city, nor did I go through the busy southern cargo gate. Instead, I opted for the little-known small passage in the west of the city. It was a route used by military patrols, with sentries during the day but only electronic surveillance at night. As long as you scanned a warrior's ID, you could pass freely. At 4:20 a.m., I arrived at the western passage. I scanned my ID, the green light lit up, and the side door silently opened a crack. I quickly slipped inside. The air outside the gate was even colder and more piercing than the last time I came. In the desolate wilderness of late autumn, the night wind carried the stench of rotting leaves and soil, rushing in abruptly. Dawn had yet to break, and the horizon was shrouded in a dim, gray haze with only a faint, elusive band of light. I immediately lowered my posture and moved swiftly along the western ruins. I had studied this route countless times on my phone's map. After exiting the western city passage, I would head northeast, pass through a collapsed old industrial park, and cross 2 dried-up drainage channels to reach the boundary area between the outer and middle zones. Although the straight-line distance was only 7 kilometers, in the obstacle-filled ruins, there was no way to travel directly.
Twisting and turning, the actual journey would be at least double that.
I ran at full speed, my C-grade physical abilities fully on display at this moment. Last time, when I ran from the northern city entrance to the river area, I was gasping for breath. But now, running with the same intensity, my breathing remained remarkably steady, and my legs showed no signs of fatigue. On the road, I encountered 3 D-class beasts, 2 iron-spined wolves and 1 red-armored lizard.
I did not stop walking.
When the first iron-spined wolf lunged at me, I simply sidestepped and casually slashed its neck with my dagger.
Although the blade was already chipped, its cutting power was still astonishing under the enhancement of the Dragon Emperor's bloodline. The wolf hadn't even hit the ground before it was already dead.
The other iron-spined wolf, seeing the tragic fate of its companion, let out 2 terrified howls, tucked its tail, and turned to flee. As for the red-armored lizard, it was even more straightforward. When I passed by, it was tightly curled up in the crevice of the ruins, its vertical pupils fixed on me, its scales bristling, yet it dared not move an inch. The beast's instincts made it acutely aware that this human before it was a tough opponent, absolutely not to be provoked.
I keep moving forward, not knowing whether. Awake, dawn has broken.
The sun struggled to climb out from behind the heavy clouds, its grayish-white rays spilling over the scarred ruins. At this moment, I had already reached the vicinity of the outer 5-kilometer line.
Beyond this point lay the territory of sea-level beasts.
The concentration of spiritual energy in the air has noticeably increased. I can feel it within my body. The Dragon Emperor's bloodline has become more active in my meridians, and each heartbeat drives a powerful surge of energy. The vegetation on the ground has also started to change. The gray-green vines and shrubs in the outer area have turned a deeper, richer color here, with leaves even bearing strange purple patterns. Some patches of grass, despite the absence of wind, eerily sway on their own. I slowed my pace and began carefully searching for my target, crimson vein grass. I recalled the description from the Beast Hunters Alliance information platform. Crimson vein grass usually grows near rock crevices or tree roots in areas with high spiritual energy concentration. It appears as a cluster of dark red slender leaves with distinct vein patterns, and it feels warm to the touch. I searched along an exposed rocky area for 20 minutes but found nothing. Then I spent another half an hour along an old road covered with mutated vines, still to no avail. After all, crimson vein grass is a rare medicinal herb, not some roadside weed that could casually grow anywhere. I adjusted my direction and ventured deeper into an area with a higher concentration of spiritual energy. Soon, I noticed a partially collapsed large building complex ahead.
Judging from the remaining structures, this must have been a commercial center in the past.
The base of the buildings was covered by a mass of mutated plants, with thick roots burrowing into the concrete cracks like pythons.
One of the hallmarks of areas with high spiritual energy concentration is the particularly lush growth of mutated plants.
I cautiously made my way into the building complex and stopped beside a half-collapsed structure. At the foundation of this building, a crack about half a meter wide had opened up, and deep within the crevice, a faint red glow flickered intermittently. I immediately crouched down and cleared away the rubble obstructing my view. There, I saw 3 dark red plants growing tightly against the inner wall of the crevice. Their leaves were slender, with clearly visible vein patterns.
It's crimson vein grass.
I reached in, and as soon as my fingertips touched the leaves, a warm sensation spread over.
This is it, no doubt about it. I carefully uprooted the 3 stalks of red vein grass, roots and all. Their root systems were shallow, requiring almost no effort. 3 stalks, no more, no less, just enough.
I took out the pre-prepared damp gauze from my backpack, wrapped them carefully one by one, and tucked them into the innermost layer of my backpack.
Task completed, I stood up, ready to retrace my steps.
But just then, a cold voice suddenly rang out from behind me without warning.
Found you. The moment that voice fell, my body instinctively reacted.
I rolled sharply to the left, springing 3 meters away from where I had been like a coiled spring. Almost simultaneously, a sharp blade light slashed down fiercely at the spot where I had just been standing, splitting the rubble on the ground cleanly in 2. The cut surface was smooth as a mirror, with faint wisps of white smoke rising from the severed edges.
This is C-level attack power. I dropped to one knee, quickly steadied myself, and looked up in the direction of the sound. On the ruins, two people were looking down at Jiang Fan from above. The one on the left was wearing a gray combat suit, with a lean figure and a menacing old scar stretching from the corner of his left eye down to his chin. He held a narrow-bladed long knife in his hand, its blade still vibrating. The one on the right was burly, with a buzz cut, wearing only a black bulletproof vest. His hands were empty, but his 10 fingers had abnormally thick knuckles, with joints gleaming unnaturally in a metallic gray hue, clearly a master of physical enhancement techniques. Neither of them had anything to prove their identity, not even a martial artist's certificate. Jiang Fan's pupils suddenly contracted. They were sent by the Wang family. We've been watching you for 3 days. The scar-faced man spoke first, his voice calm and steady. From the day you stepped into that armory shop in the eastern part of the city, every move you've made has been under our watch. The crew-cut man beside him rolled his neck, and his joints immediately let out a series of cracking sounds. He sneered disdainfully. The Wang family sure offered a high price this time. Sending the two of us for a D-rank kid? Looks like you really did kill their young master. Jiang Fan tightened his grip on the dagger in his hand and slowly took 2 steps back, pressing his back firmly against the collapsed wall of the ruined building behind him. His heart sank. Standing before him were 2 C-rank experts. Although he had just broken through to C-rank himself, his weapon was nothing more than a worn-out D-rank dagger. Meanwhile, the 2 before him were well-coordinated, well-equipped professional assassins. Facing them head-on, he had almost no chance of winning. Jiang Fan asked in a deep voice, "Were you hired by the Wang family?" "That's not important," the scar-faced man said coldly, leaping from the rooftop. When he landed, his movements were light and graceful, not even a single piece of gravel beneath his feet was crushed. "What's important is that you won't be leaving here today." Before the words had finished, the buzzcut man also jumped down, landing steadily to Jiang Fan's right. The 2 positioned themselves on either side of him, forming a classic hunting stance. "The information from the Wang family said you're just a D-level." The buzzcut man flexed his fingers again, his joints cracking loudly, his tone casual. "Sending the 2 of us to take out a D-level kid? This job is way too easy." Scarface wasted no time and struck directly. The narrow-bladed long knife in his hand slashed horizontally from the left, at an extremely tricky angle, aiming straight for Jiang Fan's waist. The speed of this strike was at least 3 times faster than the iron-spined wolf's pounce. Jiang Fan's upper body suddenly leaned backward, and the blade almost grazed his abdomen as it passed, instantly slicing through the fabric of his jacket and leaving a shallow scratch on the surface of his armor. Before he could regain his footing, the buzzcut man had already charged forward. His right fist, gleaming with a metallic gray sheen, whistled through the air as it aimed straight for Jiang Fan's face. Jiang Fan immediately raised his left arm to block. With a deafening boom, Jiang Fan felt a violent shock course through his entire left arm, and the layered material on the shoulder of his armor shattered instantly. His arm sank sharply, and his bones creaked audibly. A mix of sharp pain and numbness spread from his shoulder to his fingertips in an instant. He staggered back 2 steps, his back slamming heavily against the broken wall once again. The 2 coordinated seamlessly, leaving him no chance to catch his breath. The scar-faced man's long blade slashed from the left, while the buzzcut man's fist struck from the right. A blade and a fist, alternating in rhythm, one after the other, pinning him tightly in the corner of the wall. In just over 10 seconds, Jiang Fan was forced to block 7 or 8 times. His left arm gradually went numb, losing its strength. The dagger in his hand was too short to reach his opponents. Every time he tried to charge forward for close combat, he was forced back by the long blade. A punch from the buzzcut man grazed his right rib, and even through the armor, Jiang Fan could hear the sound of the composite fiber layer cracking. Immediately after, another punch landed heavily on his left shoulder. Jiang Fan let out a muffled groan as his entire body was slammed against the wall, a trace of blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. "Is that all you've got?" the crew-cut man sneered mockingly. "D-rank is just D-rank, but you sure can take a beating." The scar-faced man's blade was held horizontally in front of him as he urged coldly, "Stop dragging it out. Finish it cleanly." The two closed in on him again. Jiang Fan leaned against the wall, gasping for breath. His left arm was nearly useless, the armor on his right side was shattered, and his mouth was filled with the taste of blood. He knew he couldn't escape. The scarlet vein grass was still in his backpack. If he ran, this trip would have been for nothing. But he couldn't win either. Facing two C-rank professional assassins with just a D-rank dagger was no different from courting death. Since that's the case, then let's not fight head-on. Jiang Fan wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, switched the dagger to his right hand, and gripped it in a reverse hold. At that moment, his gaze changed. There was no anger, no despair, only a resolute determination born from extreme calmness. He was ready to trade his life for a life. The crew-cut man charged forward first, throwing both fists. This time, not only did Jiang Fan not dodge, but he also rushed forward to meet the punches head-on. The crew-cut man's right fist landed squarely on his chest. The core area of the C-grade armor's most durable torso absorbed the full impact. The shell's layers instantly shattered, and the composite fiber layer caved in deeply. The immense force sent Jiang Fan staggering half a step backward. He suddenly spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, his body shaking violently, but he did not retreat. His feet were firmly planted on the ground like nails, and he took the deadly punch straight to his chest. The crew-cut man's eyes widened in shock, filled with disbelief. Something was wrong. How could a mere D-level martial artist take his full-force punch and still remain standing? He had no time to think further, because Jiang Fan's dagger was already upon him. Jiang Fan, holding the dagger in a reverse grip, stabbed upward at a bizarre angle, precisely piercing the gap under the crew-cut man's right arm. That spot was the only weak point not covered by his full-body metallic reinforcement, the axillary artery. The dagger with a broken blade viciously tore through the flesh, instantly severing the blood vessels. Scalding hot blood gushed out, splattering all over Jiang Fan's face. Aga! The crew-cut man let out a muffled roar, instinctively smashing his left fist downward. With a dull thud, the punch landed squarely on Jiang Fan's back. Jiang Fan's body was instantly bent forward, his knees slamming heavily onto the rubble. He felt a tearing pain shoot through his spine, and the armor on his back was completely destroyed. However, the hand gripping the dagger did not loosen in the slightest. Instead, he used the last of his strength to push it another 2 centimeters deeper. The buzzcut man's muffled roar instantly turned into a piercing scream. Blood gushed out from under his arm like a fountain, spraying at an astonishing speed. His artery had been severed, and the blood couldn't be stopped from spurting wildly. The buzzcut man went completely berserk, raising his fist to smash it toward Jiang Fan's head. Jiang Fan immediately drew his dagger and rolled to the right to evade. But at that very moment, Scarface's long blade arrived. His timing was precise to the extreme, perfectly exploiting the gap during Jiang Fan's roll. The blade sliced into Jiang Fan's left shoulder and slashed down along the entire arm. The shoulder armor had already shattered, leaving no resistance to the blade. Flesh rolled back, and blood instantly soaked half of his sleeve. Jiang Fan gritted his teeth tightly, not letting out even a single groan of pain. As his roll ended, he immediately propped himself up on one knee and stood. From his shoulder to his elbow, a deep wound exposing the bone was bleeding profusely. Though the bone wasn't broken, the muscle had been sliced open. This arm was now completely useless. 3 steps away, the crew-cut man clutched his armpit, his body trembling like a leaf. He lowered his head to look at his wound, blood gushing uncontrollably through his fingers. Old 6. He called out weakly to the scar-faced man, his voice feeble and powerless. Scarface's pupils suddenly contracted, his gaze darting back and forth between his partner's wound and Jiang Fan. He knew all too well that a severed artery under the arm, in this wilderness without medical aid, would lead to death from excessive blood loss in less than 5 minutes. The crew-cut man understood this as well. His face turned pale at a visible speed, his legs gave way, and he collapsed onto one knee on the gravel. Damn it! The buzzcut man desperately pressed on his wound, futilely trying to stop the blood loss. He's not D-level. That son of a bitch is definitely not D-level. The scar-faced man pointed his blade at Jiang Fan but didn't strike immediately. He was quickly weighing the pros and cons.
His partner was beyond saving. And the blood-soaked young man before him was at least sea level, fighting like a reckless madman. Earlier, he had taken his partner's heavy punch head-on, gambling with his life. Fighting to the death with someone like this wasn't worth it. Jiang Fan stood there, blood dripping from the dagger in his right hand onto the ground. His left arm was bleeding, his chest was bruised to the point of labored breathing, and though he just wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, fresh blood was already flowing out. Yet his eyes, like those of a starving wolf, remained fixed on the scar-faced man, motionless.
Your partner won't make it.
His voice was hoarse, like sandpaper scraping. If you want to join him in the grave, come at me. The scar-faced man's hand, gripping the knife, trembled almost imperceptibly. The crew-cut man kneeling on the ground had a face as pale as paper. Blood was still flowing, and he could barely hold on.
Go.
Third brother, you go. The crew-cut man spat out a mouthful of blood and said with difficulty, this deal is a loss.
The intel from those bastards in the Wang family was faulty.
The scar-faced man's lips pressed tightly into a straight line. He took one last look at his partner, then glanced at Jiang Fan. After just 3 seconds of eye contact, he sheathed his knife and turned to run.
No hesitation, no looking back.
This was the creed of a professional assassin. Only by staying alive can you take on the next job. The crew-cut man watched his partner's figure disappear into the ruins, his lips twitching weakly. He could no longer hold on and slowly collapsed, lying sideways on the cold rubble. Blood quickly spread beneath him. His eyes remained open, staring vacantly at the grayish-white sky.
Damn.
D-class, his voice grew weaker, like a candle flickering in the wind.
I actually fell, at the hands of a D-class.
Those bastards
from the Wang family.
The voice abruptly stopped. His eyes were still open, but his pupils had completely lost focus. Jiang Fan stood still, quietly staring at the corpse on the ground. After confirming the enemy was dead, his taut nerves finally relaxed. His knees gave way, and with a thud, he collapsed onto the rubble.
A wave of excruciating pain instantly engulfed him.
His chest hurt, his back hurt, and his left arm throbbed with a piercing pain. His mouth was filled with the metallic taste of blood. He looked down at himself. The wound on his left arm was still bleeding, his armor was in tatters, and his clothes were soaked with his own blood and that of the crew-cut man, sticking uncomfortably to his body. He rummaged through his backpack and pulled out some gauze. Clamping one end between his teeth, he tightly wrapped the wound on his left arm with his one good hand. But the gauze was quickly soaked through with blood.
He wrapped another layer.
Then, he dug out 4 anti-inflammatory pills and, with the last few sips of water from his canteen, swallowed them with difficulty. After resting against a broken wall for 5 minutes, Jiang Fan barely managed to stand up. He walked over to the crew-cut man's corpse and bent down to remove the storage pouch from his waist. Opening it, he found 2 vials of C-grade healing serum and a stack of cash. Jiang Fan immediately unscrewed a vial of medicine and poured half of it onto the wound on his left arm. The cool liquid seeped in, causing a sharp pain that made his teeth ache, but the bleeding did stop. He drank the remaining half in one gulp. Next, he picked up the narrow-bladed long knife that Scarface had dropped on the ground. The quality of this knife was far superior to the standard weapons of the Alliance. The blade bore no markings, clearly a black market item.
It would serve perfectly as a backup weapon.
He didn't bother counting the cash and stuffed it directly into his pocket. Finally, he quickly opened his backpack to check the most important items. 3 dark red crimson vein herbs lay quietly in the damp gauze, completely intact, with the warm veins on their leaves clearly visible. Jiang Fan let out a long sigh of relief. He adjusted his backpack again and fastened the narrow-bladed long knife at his waist. He knew that the scar-faced man who escaped would definitely bring the news to the Wang family.
The Wang family would soon realize that he was not a mere D-level.
But that was a matter to deal with later.
For now, he had to go back.
Dragging his injured body, Jiang Fan trudged step by step toward the West City Passage. Just as he was about to leave the ruins, a familiar system panel popped up in front of him.
Detected the host significantly activating the Dragon Emperor bloodline during battle. Bloodline activity has increased again. Current physical fitness rating.
His ability level had risen from C-level beginner to mid-level. He glanced down at the system panel, then at his left arm, which was a bloody mess.
Mid-level C grade, this was the price of half his life. 2 hours later, at the passageway in the west of the city, he swiped his ID for authentication. The green light lit up, and the door opened. But as he stepped out of the passage, the electronic scanner at the checkpoint suddenly emitted a piercing alarm. A young soldier on duty poked his head out and, seeing Jiang Fan covered in blood, his face instantly turned pale. Do you need me to call an ambulance?
No need, Jiang Fan said as he pulled out his phone and dialed Dr. Chen from the gene department of Renji Hospital.
Dr. Chen, I got the scarlet vein grass, 3 stalks, all fresh. I'm on my way to the hospital now. There was a moment of silence on the other end of the line. You went to the wilderness area to collect it?
Yes.
How long did it take? She just went out this morning.
There was another silence on the other end of the phone, followed by an urgent voice, you need to come quickly.
Your sister's rejection reaction is worse than yesterday. The earlier the medication, the better the effect.
Jiang Fan hung up the phone and hailed a taxi. The driver glanced at him through the rearview mirror, and his hands on the steering wheel began to tremble.
Brother, are you heading to the emergency room?
Renji Hospital, hurry up. Meanwhile, in the ruins on the outskirts of the wilderness zone, a man with a scarred face was clutching the cut on his right wrist caused by shattered stones, squatting behind a broken wall with a grim expression. He was waiting. After waiting for a full 20 minutes and confirming that Jiang Fan had already left, he finally dared to stand up and retreat toward the southern part of the city via another route. As he walked, he reached into his pocket, pulled out a satellite phone, and dialed a number. The call connected after 3 rings. The mission failed, his voice was hoarse, Old Six is dead. There was silence on the other end of the phone for a few seconds, followed by an incredulous voice, the opponent was just a D-level martial artist? He's not D-level at all. Scarface shook the blood off his wrist, his tone laced with anger.
The intelligence from the Wang family was completely wrong. That kid is at least C-level.
Old Six used all his strength to punch him in the chest, but he took it head-on. Then, with a single counterstrike, he slashed open Old Six's axillary artery. The silence on the other end of the phone lasted even longer.
Are you sure?
I saw it with my own eyes. Old Six's punch could shatter the skull of a C-class beast, but when it hit him, he still managed to stand and counterattack.
There's no way a D-class warrior could pull off something like that. Then why didn't you step in?
Scarface's mouth twitched slightly. With his reckless fighting style, you'd hesitate too if you were in my shoes.
He's wearing C-class armor, and though his dagger is worn, his strikes are fast and precise.
If I charged in for a head-on fight, even if I managed to kill him, I'd end up crippled myself.
He paused and added, the money the Wang family offered isn't worth risking my life for.
The call ended.
Scarface put away the satellite phone, muttered a curse under his breath, and quickly disappeared into the depths of the ruins.
In less than 10 minutes, the content of Scarface's call was delivered to Chen Feng. Standing in the courtyard of the Wang family estate, Chen Feng stared at the few lines of text on the phone screen, motionless.
Old Six is dead. The target is at least C-level. Mission cancelled.
He slipped the phone back into his pocket and strode toward the main building. The door to the study on the second floor was half open, and the room inside was unlit, shrouded in dimness. When Chen Feng pushed the door open and entered, Wang Qian was standing by the window with his back to the door. He was holding a cup of tea, but the steam had long dissipated, leaving it cold.
Speak, Wang Qian did not turn around. 2 C-level assassins, 1 dead, 1 escaped.
Chen Feng reported the situation succinctly, without any embellishment. The feedback from the other side is that Jiang Fan's actual combat ability is at least C-level.
He was wearing C-level armor and used a desperate fighting style to counter-kill one of them. Wang Qian's hand holding the teacup remained motionless.
The study fell into a prolonged silence. The light from the garden outside reflected on the glass, illuminating half of Wang Qian's face clearly. This 52-year-old man had deeper wrinkles at the corners of his eyes than a few days ago. Zero talent, Wang Qian finally spoke, his voice so soft it was almost inaudible. 3 days ago, he was still a useless person who couldn't even be considered D-level. Now, he's already C-level. He placed the cold teacup on the windowsill. Chen Feng, do you believe it? I don't believe it. But the facts are right in front of us. Facts. Wang Qian chewed on the word, then slowly turned around. The light illuminated his face, and in his eyes, there was no anger, no agitation, only a chilling coldness that sank to the bottom, more terrifying than any rage. A person with zero talent, in just a few days, transformed from an ordinary individual into a C-level martial artist. He killed my son, injured my bodyguard, and now has counter-killed 2 C-level assassins. He walked to the desk and sat down. This absolutely cannot be explained by zero talent. Mr. Wang, you mean? He has a secret. Wang Qian crossed his hands, placed them on the table, and interlocked his fingers tightly, causing his knuckles to emit a faint sound. What that secret is doesn't matter. What matters is that we can no longer deal with him using conventional methods. Chen Feng quietly waited for what was to come next. Wang Qian remained silent for over 10 seconds, then made a decision that caught Chen Feng completely off guard. Where is he now? According to the entry and exit records of the West City Passage, he returned to the base city 40 minutes ago. The most likely place he would go is Renji Hospital. His sister just underwent a gene repair surgery yesterday and is still hospitalized there. Prepare the car. Where to? Renji Hospital. Chen Feng was stunned. Mr. Wang, are you going personally? Wang Qian stood up, adjusted the cuffs of his Zhongshan suit, his gaze cold and resolute. I want to see with my own eyes what kind of person could kill my son. Wang Qian stopped at the door and said only one sentence, bring my martial artist certificate. Chen Feng, who had followed him for 15 years, immediately understood. Without asking anything, he turned and went to retrieve it. As dusk fell, Jiang Fan arrived at Renji Hospital. The taxi had just come to a stop at the emergency entrance when he pushed the door open and got out. A dark red bloodstain on the bandage around his left arm was spreading. Behind him, the driver seemed to shout something, but he ignored it and walked straight toward the inpatient building. The vascular department was on the 6th floor. As the elevator doors opened, Dr. Chen was already waiting at the nurse's station. When he saw Jiang Fan's appearance, he opened his mouth in shock. What happened to you? Shima grass. Jiang Fan ignored his surprise, took off his backpack, pulled out 3 dark red plants wrapped in damp gauze from the innermost layer, and handed them over. Dr. Chen took it and carefully peeled back the gauze to examine it. The leaf was intact, its veins clear, and it even carried a trace of warmth. Excellent quality, he praised. It was picked no more than 6 hours ago, well within the effective time frame. He looked up and studied Jiang Fan again. Jiang Fan's face was deathly pale. His left arm's bandage was completely soaked in blood. The left shoulder of his jacket had a large tear, and the armor inside was shattered into fragments. Even the back of his right hand was covered in dried blood, making it impossible to tell whether it was his own or the enemy's. Go take care of your wound first, Dr. Chen said, frowning. Treat my sister first, Jiang Fan's tone brooked no argument. Red vein grass needs to be prepared into a medicinal solution before it can be injected. That will take at least 2 hours, Dr. Chen advised. You might as well use this time to go to the emergency room and get a few stitches. If you don't treat that arm soon, it might get infected. Jiang Fan glanced down at his left arm. From shoulder to elbow, a long gash had split open, with the edges of the flesh already turning pale. Although the treatment agent had temporarily stopped the bleeding, the injury was far more severe than it appeared. All right. He agreed decisively and turned to walk toward the emergency room. The wound required 14 stitches. Once the anesthesia wore off, the intense pain made sweat bead on his forehead, but he gritted his teeth and didn't utter a sound. The doctor replaced his bandage with a new one and handed him a box of anti-inflammatory medicine. Young man, how did you get hurt like this? The doctor couldn't help but ask. Work injury, Jiang Fan replied flatly. The doctor looked at his tattered appearance, seemingly wanting to say something, but in the end, just shook his head and said nothing. Jiang Fan took the medicine and returned to the 6th floor, stopping at the door of his sister Jiang Yu's hospital room. He didn't go in, only looked inside through the small window on the door. The lights in the room were off, with only the monitor screen flickering faintly in the darkness. Jiang Yu lay quietly on the bed, half of her face covered by an oxygen mask. She fell asleep, but her breathing seemed weaker than yesterday.
The rejection reaction is worsening.
Jiang Fan silently turned around, walked to the rest area at the end of the corridor, and sat down on a long bench against the wall. He was too exhausted, his entire body screaming in pain. He pressed the back of his head heavily against the cold wall and closed his eyes. But his brain couldn't rest.
The Wang family sent 2 C-level martial artists to assassinate him.
As a result, one died, and the other fled. The one who escaped will definitely take the news back. In this way, the Wang family will know that Jiang Fan is not just some D-level martial artist.
So, what will the next retaliation be? Sending 2 more C-levels to their deaths? Or, will they directly deploy a B-level powerhouse? He thought of Wang Tang's father, Wang Qian, a genuine B-level martial artist.
Facing someone of that caliber, he probably wouldn't last even 3 moves.
However, Wang Qian probably wouldn't dare to act openly in the base city.
There are laws here, and the military is watching.
At least, for now, it's safe. At least. A strong sense of exhaustion overwhelmed him, and his consciousness gradually blurred.
He didn't know how much time had passed when a steady sound of footsteps startled him awake from his half-dreaming state. These are not the footsteps of a nurse. Nurses wear soft-soled shoes, making almost no sound when they walk. But these footsteps are steady and even, with perfectly consistent intervals between each step. The sound of them hitting the tiled floor carries an undeniable sense of pressure.
Jiang Fan's eyes snapped open instantly, sharp as a blade.
At the other end of the corridor, 2 figures were walking toward him. The man walking in front was dressed in a dark gray Zhongshan suit. He had a burly figure, graying temples, and a face as hard as iron. Standing at 1.85 meters tall, his imposing presence seemed to press the walls of the dim corridor inward. Following behind him was a lean middle-aged man, Chen Feng. Jiang Fan did not know Chen Feng, but he did recognize the man in front.
Wang Qian. He had seen this face before on Wang Tang's phone wallpaper.
It was a group photo, and at the time, Wang Tang had proudly boasted that his father was a B-level martial artist, ranking among the top 20 in the entire Jiangnan base city.
Jiang Fan's heart sank sharply. He sat motionless on the bench.
It wasn't that he didn't want to move, but he couldn't. At this distance, in this narrow corridor, any movement he made would allow the B-level martial artist opposite him to kill him on the spot within 0.3 seconds. Wang Qian stopped 5 meters in front of him.
The 2 people's gazes met in midair.
The fluorescent lights in the corridor emitted a low buzzing sound, and the pale light made both their faces appear completely bloodless. Wang Qian's gaze, like a searchlight, carefully and meticulously examined Jiang Fan from head to toe. He saw the arm wrapped in bandages, the tattered jacket, the bloodstains on the back of the hand that hadn't been fully washed off, and finally, his gaze fell on Jiang Fan's eyes. They were a pair of weary, vigilant, and cold eyes, with no trace of fear. The corner of Wang Qian's mouth moved imperceptibly. It was not a smile.
"You're younger than I expected."
He spoke, his voice low and his pace slow, but every word struck heavily on Jiang Fan's heart.
Jiang Fan did not answer.
His right hand hung at his side, with his fingertips less than 10 centimeters away from the dagger behind his waist. But he knew in his heart that it was useless. A dagger used by a D-level warrior was no different from a toothpick in front of a B-level powerhouse. Yet his hand still hovered at that fatal position.
18.
Wang Qian's voice was icy, his gaze fixed on Jiang Fan like a nail.
Talent test score, 0.
3 days ago, you were just a student who hadn't even touched the threshold of a martial artist. He took a step forward.
Distance, 4 meters.
3 days later, you killed my son, killed my bodyguard, and even counter-killed 2 C-class professional assassins.
Another step. 3 meters. A pressure like a mountain collapse swept forward.
This was not some intangible aura, but pure, brute energy suppression. The energy fluctuations emitted by a B-level martial artist within 3 meters were enough to suffocate an ordinary person. The Dragon Emperor bloodline within Jiang Fan surged wildly, instinctively resisting this force. His breathing grew heavy, but there was no trace of fear on his face.
You came all this way just to read my personal file to me?
Jiang Fan spoke, his voice hoarse like sandpaper scraping. Wang Qian quietly looked at him, his bottomless eyes devoid of any emotion.
I came to see you, he said, to see what the person who killed my son looks like. Finished looking? Finished watching.
Wang Qian placed his hands behind his back, a simple gesture that made his already tall and imposing figure even more intimidating, almost blocking half the light in the corridor.
You're better than my son, I admit that. Jiang Fan did not respond. He did not need the acknowledgement of the man who killed his son.
But you made a fatal mistake. Wang Qian's tone was cold and indifferent. You shouldn't have let that assassin escape alive.
Jiang Fan's eyelids twitched sharply.
One is dead, and one escaped.
The one who survived told me you're at least sea level.
Wang Qian tilted his head slightly, his gaze turning sharp. 3 days ago you were at 0, now you're sea level. Such growth speed, truly interesting.
What secret are you hiding?
Jiang Fan's fingers quietly moved 2 centimeters closer to the dagger hidden at his waist. You risked your life breaking into the wilderness, fighting monsters, fighting killers, all to treat your sister's illness.
Wang Qian's voice remained steady, yet every word struck a nerve. I looked into it. Your sister just underwent a bloodline repair surgery today, didn't she? Jiang Fan's pupils suddenly shrank to the size of needlepoints. His hand stopped. Wang Qian caught even his slightest reaction.
The 52-year-old man showed no trace of a triumphant smile on his face. He simply, calmly, laid Jiang Fan's most cherished and vulnerable weakness bare on the table, dripping with blood.
You killed my son. I could have sent someone into this hospital right now to pull out your sister's breathing tube.
The air in the corridor instantly froze, and the temperature seemed to plummet to freezing point. Jiang Fan's breathing suddenly became heavy, the Dragon Emperor's bloodline surging violently through his veins, his entire body tensing like iron in an instant. In his eyes, for the first time, a single emotion ignited: killing intent. Pure, raw, and utterly unrestrained killing intent. Chen Feng, the bodyguard standing behind Wang Qian, had already placed his hand on the weapon at his waist. But Wang Qian merely raised his hand lightly, stopping him. The way you look now, Wang Qian stared straight into Jiang Fan's eyes, is exactly how I looked before my son died.
Jiang Fan's chest heaved violently.
The two stood 3 meters apart, their gazes clashing fiercely in the air. In the end, Wang Qian was the first to look away.
He turned around, his back facing Jiang Fan. I won't touch your sister.
This sentence caused Jiang Fan's boiling killing intent to pause slightly. To lay hands on a little girl lying in a hospital bed, I, Wang Qian, cannot stoop to such disgrace. Wang Qian's voice came from ahead, carrying a hint of arrogance.
I've been a martial artist for 30 years and have not sunk to that level of depravity.
He took 2 steps forward, then stopped.
But you.
He turned half his face, the light outlining his cold and sharp features.
Must die.
These 3 words were spoken so softly that they were almost drowned out by the hum of the fluorescent light overhead. Yet each word struck Jiang Fan's heart like a heavy hammer.
2 sea levels couldn't kill you, so I won't use sea levels anymore. Wang Qian adjusted the cuff of his suit.
The wilderness zone, 3 days from now, I will force you to enter there again. Jiang Fan stared at his back, his Adam's apple moving slightly. When we reach the wilderness area, I will come to you personally. After speaking, Wang Qian suddenly turned around and looked directly at Jiang Fan. The aura of a Class B warrior erupted in full force at this moment without any reservation. The promotional posters on the walls of the corridor began to tremble, and the glass emitted a faint buzzing sound. A pen on the nurse's station desk rolled to the ground, bouncing twice with a crisp sound. Jiang Fan felt as if an invisible giant hand was pressing him firmly against the bench, his whole body sinking half an inch backward.
Sweat slid down from the corner of his forehead. But he still stared intently at Wang Qian. B-level fight C-level, Jiang Fan's voice seemed to squeeze out from between his teeth. Is this all the face your Wang family has left? Wang Qian withdrew his aura.
The corridor returned to dead silence.
My son is dead.
When he said this, his voice cracked for the first time, like a piece of steel that had been scorched for too long.
Finally splitting with its first fine crack. Things like dignity no longer matter. He turned around and walked toward the end of the corridor without looking back. Chen Feng followed closely behind.
After taking a dozen steps, Wang Qian suddenly stopped again, without turning his head.
You are the most capable useless person I have ever seen.
After saying this, he left. The sound of leather shoes stepping on the floor tiles gradually faded, becoming lighter and lighter, until it finally disappeared with the muffled thud of the elevator doors closing. In the corridor, only Jiang Fan remained, surrounded by dead silence. Jiang Fan sat on the bench, his clothes soaked through with cold sweat. He looked down at his slightly trembling right hand. It wasn't fear, but lingering fear. Just moments ago, he had almost drawn his blade. Drawing a blade in front of a B-level warrior was no different from committing suicide. He took a deep breath, forcefully, once, and then again, until the trembling in his fingertips finally subsided. Wang Qian gave him 3 days. After 3 days, that man would find an excuse to force him into the wilderness zone and then personally eliminate him. A B-level against a C-level, this was nothing but a slaughter destined to be lost. Jiang Fan leaned weakly against the bench, his vacant eyes staring at the cracks on the ceiling. Countless chaotic thoughts churned in his mind, but one clue became increasingly clear: the long blade forged from abyss meteorite, to be delivered in 3 days. He took out his phone and opened the pickup order for the Beast Hunter Alliance's forging service. The time to retrieve the blade coincided exactly with Wang Qian's deadline to act. Jiang Fan's gaze lingered on that date for a long time, as if trying to etch it into his memory. He put away his phone, stood up, and silently walked to the door of his sister Jiang Yu's hospital room. Through the small window on the door, he saw Jiang Yu turn over in her sleep. The oxygen mask on her face had shifted, revealing half of her pale lips. The numbers on the monitor flickered slightly, tugging at his heart. Jiang Fan pushed the door open and walked in quietly, carefully adjusting her oxygen mask. Jiang Yu was in a deep sleep and did not wake up. One of her hands had slipped out from under the blanket, resting on the edge of the bed, her fingers so thin that the joints were prominent. Jiang Fan pulled over a chair, sat down by the bed, and gently tucked her hand back into the warmth of the blanket. He closed his eyes as well, and just before his eyelids shut completely, a translucent panel flashed through his mind. Extraction function cooling down, remaining cooldown time, 46 hours and 17 minutes. 46 hours, roughly 2 days. Everything will reach its final outcome in 3 days. Early the next morning, good news arrived. 12 hours after the injection of the red vein herb solution, Jiang Yu's rejection reaction began to subside. Dr. Chen, holding the examination report, finally relaxed his furrowed brow. The rejection index of the third bloodline node has dropped from 67% to 19%. The effect of the red vein herb is even better than we anticipated. He placed the report back into the medical record folder and glanced at Jiang Fan, who was keeping watch by the bedside. Your sister's condition is basically stable now. The next week will be the recovery period. As long as the medication is administered on time and nutrition is maintained, there shouldn't be any major issues. How minor is shouldn't be any major issues? Jiang Fan asked hoarsely. Over 95% success rate for the repair. The remaining 5% is just routine risk, so you don't need to worry too much. After the doctor finished speaking, he left. Jiang Fan sat in the chair, looking down at his younger sister. Her complexion had improved significantly, no longer that frighteningly pale shade, and now showed a faint hint of color. The oxygen mask on her mouth had been replaced with nasal cannulas, and her breathing was much steadier and more even. She was still asleep. Jiang Fan reached out to feel her forehead. It was no longer hot. He withdrew his hand and took out his phone to check the time, 9:10 a.m. There were still 2 days left until Wang Qian's deadline. 2 days left until he could obtain the Abyss meteorite long blade. And the mysterious system function in his mind still had 37 hours remaining on its cooldown. He sat in the hospital room for a while longer before getting up and walking out. At the nurse's station, he carefully explained Jiang Yu's medication plan and prepaid a week's hospitalization fees. After paying, he was left with only 34,000 yuan. Holding the payment receipt, he stood in the hospital corridor, his thumb unconsciously rubbing the ink on the paper. 34,000 enough for Jiang Yu to stay another week. But what if he didn't come back? Jiang Fan forcefully shook the ominous thought out of his mind and turned to leave the hospital. Pushing open the door to his home, everything in the living room remained as it was when he had left. There was a dent on the sofa where he had lain, empty boxes of nutritional drinks scattered on the coffee table. The refrigerator hummed in the corner, but inside it was completely empty. Jiang Fan stood in the living room for a long time, and then, he did something he had never done in his life. He rummaged through a drawer and found a palm-sized old notebook and a pen. Sitting at the table, he pressed the pen tip against the blank page but hesitated to write. Since childhood, he could endure any hardship, but he was never good at expressing his feelings. Even with Jiang Yu, he would only say a few curt phrases like "shut up, don't talk nonsense," or "your brother has a way." He lowered his head, drew a line on the paper with the pen, and then forcefully scribbled it out. In the end, he only wrote 3 lines. Yeah. The money is under the mattress. Don't scrimp, spend it when you need to. Your brother might have to go on a long trip. After finishing, he felt it wasn't enough and added another sentence. I still remember the bill at Hey DeLeo, bro. He closed the notebook and placed it on the coffee table, pressing it down with an enamel cup. Then, he walked into the bedroom, lifted a corner of the mattress, and gathered the 12,000 yuan he had previously hidden underneath along with the 34,000 yuan in cash he still had on him. 46,000 yuan in total. He carefully wrapped it in 2 layers of plastic bags and stuffed it under the mattress. After doing all this, he didn't keep a single penny on him. In the wilderness, money is just waste paper either torn apart by beasts or stolen by people. It was better to leave it all to Jiang Yu. In the afternoon, Jiang Fan returned to the hospital. This time, Jiang Yu was awake. She was leaning against the headboard, sipping porridge from the hospital cafeteria in small bites. When she saw Jiang Fan come in, her eyes immediately curved into crescent moons. "Brother," she called softly. "How are you feeling? Is there anywhere that still feels uncomfortable?" "Much better. Dr. Chen came by this morning and said I'm recovering quickly." Jiang Yu took a sip of porridge, wiped the corner of her mouth with the back of her hand, and said in a small voice, "Brother, did the surgery cost a lot of money?" "Not much." "You're lying." Jiang Yu put down the bowl and looked at him seriously. "I heard from the nurse that just the surgery costs over $1 million. Brother, where did you get so much money?" Jiang Fan sat down by the bed and handed the bowl back to her. "Drink the porridge." "Brother. Didn't I say before? Your brother always has a way." Jiang Yu silently took the bowl, lowered her head, and stopped asking further. But she pressed her lips tightly, her eyes already rimmed with red. "Brother, did you go and do something dangerous?" She didn't use a question but a statement, her tone full of certainty. Jiang Fan reached out and gently ruffled her hair. "Your brother is at least a martial artist. Fighting those beasts and earning some hard money doesn't really count as dangerous." Jiang Yu didn't say anything, she just silently finished the remaining porridge in the bowl without leaving a drop. She placed the empty bowl on the bedside table, then curled herself up in the quilt, leaving only her clear black and white eyes visible as she looked at Jiang Fan. "Brother, will you come again tomorrow?" "I will." "What about the day after tomorrow?" Jiang Fan's movements paused for a moment, but he still immediately replied, "I'll come the day after tomorrow too." Jiang Yu just quietly stared at him for several seconds, without asking anything or saying a word. Yet Jiang Fan felt that she actually knew everything. He stayed in the hospital room until Jiang Yu fell asleep before leaving. By the time he walked out of the hospital, the sky was completely dark. Standing on the steps at the hospital entrance, the cold autumn night wind mercilessly swept into the collar of his worn-out jacket.
At that moment, his phone vibrated, displaying a news notification.
Official announcement from Jiangnan Base City: signs of abnormal beast tide activity have been detected in the outer E7 area of the wilderness zone, suspected to involve a sea-level mutant beast horde spreading toward the outer zone. The military has issued a temporary conscription order, requiring all sea-level and above martial artists to participate in a 3-day patrol of the defensive line. Those who refuse the conscription will be blacklisted in the martial artist credit system and stripped of all martial artist benefits and commercial cooperation qualifications within the base city.
Jiang Fan stared at the announcement for a full 10 seconds. Beast tide. Sea-level martial artist conscription. Refusal means the blacklist.
The corner of his mouth curled into a cold arc.
This must be the handiwork of the Wang family.
Whether the beast tide is real or not is still uncertain, but the timing of this conscription order is just too precise, coinciding exactly with the last day of the 3-day deadline given by Wang Qian. Although he had just broken through to grade C and hadn't had time to update the grade on his martial artist certificate, the entry and exit records of the West City Passage clearly documented his identity as a martial artist. As long as the Wang family gave a word to the military and slipped his name into the conscription list, he would have no choice but to enter the wilderness zone.
Refuse to go?
Being blacklisted would mean that all legitimate channels for selling beast materials would be closed to him, all weaponry stores would refuse to sell him equipment and supplies, and the Beast Hunting Alliance's mission system would permanently ban his account.
For a martial artist, this would be tantamount to a death sentence in this city.
What's more, he had a sick younger sister to take care of. So, he had no choice but to go. And that grade B Wang Qian was waiting for him in the wilderness zone. Jiang Fan turned off his phone screen and slipped the phone back into his pocket. He looked up at the 6th floor window of the hospital. The light in Jiang Yu's ward was already off, leaving it pitch dark.
She should be sound asleep by now.
The next day, which was the last day of the deadline given by Wang Qian. At 10 in the morning, Jiang Fan arrived at the 3rd floor of the Beast Hunting Alliance's East City main store, in the forging service area. The bald forging master lit up the moment he saw him and immediately stood up from behind his workstation.
Jiang San brothers. I was just about to call you.
He turned around and took a long metal box from the safe behind him, slamming it onto the counter with a bang. Finished half a day ahead of schedule, come take a look. The box opened, and inside the black shock-absorbing foam lining lay a long blade quietly.
The blade displayed a deep indigo hue, measuring 90 centimeters in length and 4 centimeters in width. Its straight spine and razor-thin edge unmistakably revealed its sharpness.
The entire surface of the blade shimmered with a subtle silver glow, not from polishing but emanating from the core of the Abyss meteorite. The handle was half a centimeter thicker than the standard model, tightly wrapped in a layer of black anti-slip cord. Jiang Fan reached out and gripped the handle. The center of gravity shifted forward by just an inch, perfectly balanced.
This sensation was more precise than any parameter.
The moment the blade was in his hand, the Dragon Emperor's bloodline within him suddenly surged. A stream of spiritual energy flowed from his palm into the hilt, quickly conducting through the metallic texture to the entire blade. Buzz. The blade emitted a deep, resonant hum. The D-grade beast shell on the counter, used for testing blades, was actually pushed 2 inches by the residual vibration of the hum. The blacksmith beside him rubbed his hands, his face full of pride.
How is it?
I told you, this is the most satisfying piece I've forged in my 20 years of smithing. The spiritual energy conductivity of abyssal meteorite iron is simply terrifying.
During the quenching process, my smelting furnace almost exploded.
He leaned in and lowered his voice, saying, I rated it as grade B, but its actual performance might be higher. Items forged from meteorite of this quality are almost impossible to find on the market. Jiang Fan raised the knife and held it upright in front of him. The indigo blade reflected half of his cold, stern face, his jawline tightly clenched.
Good knife.
He lowered the knife and took out the matching sheath from the box. The sheath was made of hard alloy with a flexible shock-absorbing lining, fitting together seamlessly. As the long blade slid into the sheath, there was a crisp click, clean and decisive.
Where's the remaining meteorite?
Jiang Fan asked. The bald man took a cloth bundle out of the safe and carefully placed it on the counter.
3 kilograms and 70 grams, not a gram less.
It's sealed perfectly, check it yourself.
Jiang Fan opened the cloth bundle and glanced at it briefly. The indigo-colored metal block was lying quietly inside. He tied the cloth bundle back up and directly stuffed it into his backpack.
I'm leaving. Hey, Brother Jiang, the bald man called out behind him, if there's work in the future, come find me again. The door slammed shut with a bang. Jiang Fan carried the long, rectangular metal case as he walked out of the Beast Hunting Alliance and sat down on a bench at the entrance. He tried attaching the new scabbard to his waist. The long blade hung diagonally on his left hip, with the hilt facing backward, perfectly positioned for a smooth reverse draw with his right hand. He took a few steps, and it didn't affect his stride at all. When he started running, the scabbard stayed snug against his thigh without wobbling in the slightest. Then, he began to check all the equipment on himself. C-grade armor, most of which had been destroyed during yesterday's fight with that assassin. The plates on the shoulders and back were shattered, leaving only the core shell layer around the torso relatively intact. Still usable, he thought, it'll have to do. A D-grade dagger, tucked behind his waist as a backup weapon. In the backpack, there were 2 bottles of water, a few pieces of compressed biscuits, a roll of gauze, some anti-inflammatory medicine, and that remaining piece of abyss meteorite. Of course, there was also the half bottle of grade C healing potion taken from the buzzcut assassin. Lastly, there was the narrow-bladed longsword confiscated from the scar-faced man. He hung it on the side of the backpack as a second backup weapon.
Jiang Fan organized everything properly and stood up.
At 1 p.m., he went to the hospital one last time.
Jiang Yu was having lunch, a braised pork lunchbox from the hospital cafeteria.
She ate very slowly but still managed to finish more than half of it.
Brother, why did you come so many times today? Don't you always complain about me, saying I never come to see you?
Jiang Fan said.
I never said that.
Jiang Yu bit her chopsticks and tilted her head to look at him. Jiang Fan sat by the bed, quietly watching her eat. When she ate, her nose would wrinkle slightly, a small habit she had since childhood.
Yeah. Brother has to go on a trip tomorrow. Jiang Yu's chopsticks paused in midair. It might take several days.
You're alone in the hospital, so listen to the doctor and remember to take your medicine on time.
Brother, are you going to the wilderness zone again?
Her voice carried a slight tremor.
Jiang Fan did not answer.
Jiang Yu put down her chopsticks.
Brother, please don't go, okay? The money's not enough. I have to earn it. It's not about the money.
Jiang Yu's voice grew very soft, almost inaudible. Brother, before my surgery, I had a dream.
I dreamed of you.
You were covered in blood, standing in a very dark place, surrounded by those kinds of monsters.
You were all alone.
She lowered her head, her fingers nervously twisting the corner of the blanket. I called out to you desperately, but you couldn't hear me. Jiang Fan looked at her profile, feeling as if something was stuck in his throat. He reached out his hand and, as usual, gently patted her head.
Dreams are always the opposite. You're lying. Really, this is scientifically proven. Dreaming about bad things means everything will go smoothly in reality. Bro, since when do you believe in science?
Jiang Fan smiled briefly. It was a very fleeting smile, his lips barely curled before dropping again.
But Jiang Yu saw it.
She also started laughing, but as she laughed, her eyes turned red.
Brother, promise me, you must come back. Not you need to say, I will definitely come back. I will definitely come back. You still owe me a meal at Heidileo. I remember. Jiang Fan stayed in the hospital room until 3 o'clock in the afternoon.
Jiang Yu had fallen asleep again. Her breathing was much steadier than yesterday, and her pale face finally showed a hint of healthy redness.
The medicinal effects of the chimai grass were continuing to take effect.
He stood up and took one last look at the data on the monitor.
Everything was normal.
He walked out of the hospital room, gently closing the door behind him.
This time, he did not look back. At 6:30 in the evening, Jiang Fan returned home. He spread out everything from his backpack onto the coffee table for a final check.
A long knife made of abyss meteorite, a narrow-bladed long knife, a D-grade dagger, half a bottle of C-grade healing potion, bandages, anti-inflammatory medicine, water and dry rations, as well as the 3 kilograms of spare abyss meteorite material. He stared at the spare meteoric iron for a moment and ultimately decided not to take it.
It was too heavy. 3 kilograms of deadweight would be a fatal burden in the ever-changing dynamics of battle. He stuffed it back into the bottom of the cabinet and covered it with a pile of old clothes. He thought, if he didn't make it back, Jiang Yu could sell this thing on the black market in the future, and it would be enough for her to live comfortably for many years. Jiang Fan sat on the ground, drawing his long blade out and sheathing it again, repeating the motion over and over. He needed to ensure that every draw of the blade took less than 0.5 seconds. Then, he went to take a shower. Hot water poured over the various wounds on his body. The cut on his left arm, which had been stitched with 14 stitches and had yet to have the sutures removed, stung sharply when it came into contact with the water. He lowered his head to examine his body. This body was noticeably stronger than it had been 10 days ago. After injecting the C-grade nutrient solution, the density of his muscles had visibly increased. There were still a few bluish-purple bruises on his chest and ribs, remnants of the punches from the buzzcut man. He was now countless times stronger than he had been 10 days ago. But is this enough to counter a B-level martial artist? No, it's not. He knew this better than anyone. The gap between C-level and B-level is not something that can be bridged by effort alone. It's a qualitative difference. Just like a D-level iron-spined wolf, no matter how fierce or desperate it is, it could never defeat a C-level gray python lizard. But he had no way out anymore. If he didn't go to the wilderness zone, he would be blacklisted, and his warrior status would be revoked. In that case, he would no longer be able to earn money, and Jiang Yu's follow-up treatment would have no hope. But if he entered the wilderness zone, Wang Qian would be waiting for him inside. 2 paths, both seemed like dead ends. Then choose the one that can fight.
Jiang Fan turned off the water, dried his body, and got dressed. Jiang Fan changed into a clean set of clothes and put the damaged C-grade armor on the innermost layer. Although the armor was already broken, the core protective area of the torso could still barely be used, which was better than nothing. He hung the long knife on his left hip, tucked the dagger at the back of his waist, and strapped a narrow-bladed backup knife to the outside of his right leg. After getting ready, he stood in front of the full-length mirror, quietly observing himself. The boy in the mirror had a thin frame, with lingering scratches on his face. His sunken eyes and chiseled, resolute jawline made him look nothing like an 18-year-old. Instead, he resembled a weathered veteran of 25 or 26. The clock pointed to 8 p.m. He took one last look around this small home. On the coffee table, an old notebook was pressed down by an enamel cup. Under the mattress, 46,000 yuan in cash was hidden. In the bottommost drawer of the cabinet lay all his possessions, 3 kilograms of abyssal meteoric iron. What needed to be left behind, he had already left behind. Jiang Fan turned off the light, walked out of his home, and carefully locked the door. He stood in the dimly lit hallway for 2 seconds. From next door came the canned laughter of a TV drama, wave after wave. Downstairs, a heated argument was taking place, the woman's voice sharp and piercing. This was the ordinary atmosphere of human life. But none of it had anything to do with him. He walked downstairs and, instead of hailing a cab as usual, chose to walk. From this old residential area in the south of the city to the passageway in the west, it would take 40 minutes on foot. He wanted to use this time to completely calm his mind. The cool breeze of the autumn night swept through, stirring up the fallen leaves by the street and producing a rustling sound. The streetlight stretched his shadow long and thin, like a silent companion closely following behind him. Passing by a barbecue stall, the smoky aroma of charcoal and grilled meat wafted over. The owner skillfully turned the skewers, the dripping grease sizzling enticingly as it hit the coals. "Young man, how about a couple of skewers?" the owner called out warmly. Jiang Fan touched his empty pockets. He didn't have a single cent on him. He simply shook his head and continued walking silently forward. At 9:07 p.m., he arrived at the West City Passage. Just like last time, there were soldiers on guard during the day, but at night, only electronic surveillance remained, requiring a card swipe for entry. He walked to the sensor area and pressed his martial artist ID against it. Beep. The green light lit up, and the side door hissed open, creating a gap just wide enough for one person to pass through. A cold wind rushed in through the opening, carrying the unique scent of the wilderness, rotting leaves, damp soil, and a faint trace of blood. Jiang Fan took a deep breath, his right hand unconsciously gripping the hilt of the blade at his left hip. The indigo metal hilt transmitted a cold sensation through the wrapped cord, and the Dragon Emperor bloodline in his palm seemed to sense something, pulsing lightly. A faint energy slowly seeped into his body along his arm. He turned sideways and squeezed through the crack in the door, the gate behind him slamming shut with a thunderous sound. He stood at the entrance to the wilderness zone. Before him lay a ruin shrouded in darkness, no lights, no roads. The moon in the sky was obscured by thick clouds, allowing only a faint, hazy glow to filter through. He took his first step, the sound of his boot crushing gravel unusually distinct in the silence. Almost simultaneously, the system panel in his mind flickered, extraction function cooling down, remaining cooldown time, 4 hours and 11 minutes. 4 more hours. Before dawn, this ability could be used again. Jiang Fan lowered his body and quickly moved northeast under the cover of the ruin's shadows. He didn't know where Wang Qian would be waiting for him, but he was certain that the man was already here. The perception range of a B-level martial artist could cover at least 2 kilometers. The moment he entered through the Western City Passage, if Wang Qian was nearby, he would have already sensed his arrival. The wind blew from the east, carrying an increasingly strong scent of blood. This wasn't the smell of old blood, but fresh blood that had just been spilled. Jiang Fan's steps became slower and lighter. His right hand remained firmly on the hilt of his blade, with his thumb pressed tightly against the guard, ready to draw the weapon at any moment. After walking for about 20 minutes, the ruins ahead grew sparse, and the view suddenly opened up. The moon finally peeked out from the gaps in the clouds, its silvery light spilling onto a wide expanse of rocky ground, reflecting a cold gleam. In the center of that open ground stood a person. With his hands clasped behind his back, he faced the direction Jiang Fan was coming from. Dressed in a dark gray mandarin collar suit, he appeared particularly somber under the moonlight. His temples were already streaked with gray, his face resolute. Standing at a height of 1.85 meters, he cast a long shadow across the desolate ruins. It was Wang Qian. At his feet lay the scattered corpses of several demonic beasts, 2 iron-spined wolves and a red-armored lizard, all with their necks broken without exception. Judging by the scene, he had casually dealt with these blind creatures, without even changing his stance. This is how a B-level warrior clears D-level beasts, effortlessly, as simple as stepping on a few ants. The two were about 50 meters apart, and the moonlight illuminated every inch of the distance between them clearly. Wang Qian saw him. Jiang Fan also saw Wang Qian. The wind suddenly stopped. The entire ruins fell into an eerie silence, even the chirping of insects disappeared. The small mutated beasts lurking in the surrounding thickets, as if sensing a deadly threat, all retreated into their nests. Their survival instincts warned them that this was not a place to linger. Wang Qian spoke, his voice not loud, yet it carried far in the silent night. "You've come." Jiang Fan's right thumb slid off the knife guard, gently stroking the cord wrapped around the handle. "Didn't you say you'd make it so I had no choice but to come? Are you talking about the conscription order?" A barely noticeable curve appeared at the corner of Wang Qian's mouth. "That was just to give you a way out. Even without that conscription order, you would have come anyway." Jiang Fan did not respond. His gaze quickly swept over Wang Qian's entire body. He saw no weapons. Wang Qian's waist was empty, his hands still clasped behind his back, and he wasn't even wearing armor. A formal suit, a pair of dress pants, and black leather shoes, he looked exactly the same as he did that day in the hospital corridor. A B-rank martial artist is, in itself, the most lethal weapon. "I've looked into your entire background." Wang Qian's voice was not loud, but it struck Jiang Fan's heart like a heavy hammer. His pace of speech was neither fast nor slow, and he enunciated every word clearly: 0 talent, father killed in the wilderness, mother passed away from illness, and your sister is on the brink of death.
Since the age of 15, you've been supporting your family by doing odd jobs.
After 3 years of hard work, you couldn't even save 30,000 yuan. Wang Qian slowly brought his hands, which had been clasped behind his back, to the front.
You used to be nothing but a loser.
He stared intently at Jiang Fan, his gaze as if he wanted to devour him. But I don't know from which day, you suddenly stopped being one. Jiang Fan stood 50 meters away, like a statue, completely motionless.
A person with zero talent could never possibly break through. Wang Qian took a step forward, each step seeming to tread on Jiang Fan's heart.
But you did it. Not only did you break through, but your speed was also ridiculously fast.
In just 3 days, you went from an ordinary person to a C-level martial artist.
He took another step forward, his imposing aura growing even stronger.
What secret are you hiding within yourself?
Jiang Fan's fingers gripping the knife handle turned pale at the knuckles from exertion. Want to know, he replied coldly, kill me and search for it yourself. Wang Qian's gaze froze for a moment, then, unexpectedly, he laughed. It wasn't a cold laugh, but a genuine, brief chuckle from the heart.
Not bad.
But the smile vanished in an instant, and his expression completely changed. The grief of a father instantly shifted into the icy combat state of a Class B warrior, so fast there was no transition. I'll give you a chance, Wang Qian's voice was as deep as ice in an abyss. Return the money for the Jiao bull horn and inner core, and tell me what my son said before he died. Then I'll leave you a whole corpse. When your son died, he said nothing. Jiang Fan's voice was as flat as a lifeless pool. He was busy stabbing me with a knife, no time to talk.
As soon as the words fell, Wang Qian's pupils suddenly contracted into pinpoints.
The air over the entire clearing seemed to freeze. A terrifying, invisible energy burst forth from Wang Qian's body. Tiny stones on the ground began to tremble violently, emitting a dense tat-tat-tat sound.
This is the psionic suppression of a B-level warrior. Last time at the hospital, Wang Qian only released it for an instant.
But this time, he held nothing back. The terrifying pressure crushed in from all directions, as if it wanted to shatter Jiang Fan's bones inch by inch. Jiang Fan's knees buckled sharply, almost causing him to collapse to the ground. At that moment, the Dragon Emperor bloodline within him erupted with a roar, fiercely resisting the force that seemed about to tear him apart. He gritted his teeth, the veins on his temples throbbing violently, and his breathing became extremely labored, with every breath feeling like a blade. But in the end, he did not kneel. His 2 legs stood firmly on the ground like iron pillars, the gravel beneath his feet crunching loudly under the pressure. Wang Qian quietly observed him, as if examining an object.
C-level mid-tier.
He came to a conclusion, with a hint of surprise in his tone, stronger than I expected.
Jiang Fan didn't waste words.
He knew exactly what Wang Qian was doing, testing him. A B-rank powerhouse like Wang Qian would disdain sneak attacks. His pride wouldn't allow him to secretly strike down a C-rank martial artist. What he wanted was a head-on crush, one that was open and aboveboard, one that was fully justified.
Jiang Fan's right hand suddenly yanked downward.
Hiss. The indigo long blade was unsheathed in an instant.
Moonlight spilled onto the blade, a silver stream of light extending from the hilt to the tip.
The unique low hum of abyssal meteorite resonated in the night, as deep and lingering as distant thunder. Wang Qian's gaze paused on the blade for a moment.
Forged from abyssal meteorite?
His tone carried a hint of surprise.
A fine blade.
As soon as the words left his mouth, the next second, he vanished into thin air.
That wasn't running, but an instantaneous acceleration to a terrifying speed completely beyond the capture of the naked eye.
This is the explosive power of a B-level martial artist. The moment Wang Qian disappeared, the Dragon Emperor bloodline within Jiang Fan's body issued the sharpest warning. Every hair on his body stood on end, and the back of his neck felt icy cold. Pure combat instinct made him choose not to retreat but instead awkwardly roll to the left. Just as he left his original position, a fist had already crushed down. It wasn't merely a fist wind but a tangible shockwave visible to the naked eye.
Boom! The gravel ground was forcibly blasted into a giant pit half a meter deep.
Countless fragments of stone scattered in all directions, striking the broken walls of the ruins with a chaotic clanging sound. Jiang Fan rolled over and got up, kneeling on one knee, with his long blade held horizontally in front of him. Wang Qian stood just 3 steps away, slowly retracting his fist, his face devoid of any expression.
Not a slow reaction.
Jiang Fan's heart pounded like a drum in his ears. That punch just now, if it had landed, his chest cavity would have instantly collapsed. The sea-grade armor wouldn't have been able to block it, nothing would. The gap is too big. But since he was already here, retreating was never an option. Jiang Fan gripped the long blade tightly, forcibly steadying his breath. The Dragon Emperor's bloodline surged wildly within him, energy flooding from his dantian into his limbs and bones, then pouring entirely into the blade. The indigo blade surface gleamed with a brilliant silver light, and the entire blade emitted a resonant buzzing vibration. This time, he charged forward on his own initiative. This was the fastest charge of Jiang Fan's life. The Dragon Emperor's bloodline burned fiercely in his limbs, and the indigo long blade dragged a silver arc of death through the air. At an extremely tricky angle, it slashed diagonally from the lower right to the upper left, with all his energy poured into this strike.
However, Wang Qian did not dodge. He didn't even move his feet.
He simply raised his right fist unhurriedly to meet the deadly blade. The moment the fist collided with the blade, Jiang Fan's heart skipped a beat.
Hit!
The blade forged from B-grade abyssal meteorite struck solidly against Wang Qian's fist.
Theoretically, even the body of a B-grade martial artist couldn't remain completely unscathed.
And indeed, that was the case. A faint blood mark appeared on Wang Qian's fist, very shallow, like a line drawn with a pen, with only a few tiny beads of blood seeping out.
That's all.
Wang Qian lowered his head and glanced at the wound on his fist, his expression changed. It wasn't anger, but a kind of confirmation that this blade could indeed hurt him.
In the next moment, his fist advanced forward by an inch. Just 1 inch.
But the terrifying power contained within that inch spread instantly through the blade, coursing through Jiang Fan's arms, surging into his chest cavity and spine, and finally permeating his entire body.
Put! Jiang Fan's tiger's mouth burst open on the spot.
The skin and flesh of his right palm instantly split apart, and blood gushed wildly through his fingers.
Blood splattered everywhere. A tremendous force sent Jiang Fan flying backward, crashing a full 7 meters away. His back slammed heavily against a broken wall. Chunks of concrete tumbled down with a clatter.
A metallic taste surged up in his mouth. He desperately tried to swallow it back, but he couldn't hold it in. Blood foam seeped out from the corner of his mouth. Both arms were numb from the shoulders to the fingertips, and his right hand could barely hold the knife. He glanced down. The web between his thumb and index finger was torn, with white fascia exposed. Just one punch, even transmitted through a B-grade long knife, had left him in this state. Jiang Fan leaned against the broken wall, his lungs feeling as if they were being gripped by a hand, each breath heavy with the taste of blood. C-grade versus B-grade, there was truly no room for luck. He had always known how vast the gap was, but knowing was one thing, experiencing such overwhelming suppression firsthand was another. It was a suffocating despair. He had once thought that being able to kill 7 D-grade beasts and even counterkill a C-grade assassin meant he was strong enough.
But now?
Wang Qian just stood in place, not even bothering to pursue, like a cat toying with a mouse, waiting for him to get up or never get up again. Nice blade, Wang Qian's voice came from over 10 meters away, carrying a hint of condescending approval.
But unfortunately, you're too weak.
Jiang Fan clenched his molars tightly and switched the long blade to his left hand. The webbing of his right hand was torn, and only 3 of his 5 fingers could still move. He tried gripping the hilt it held. But what about the next strike? If he clashed hard one more time, his left hand would be useless too.
Then what?
Face a B-rank martial artist barehanded? Bite him with his teeth? Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth down to his chin, dripping onto the rubble. His mind raced, not thinking about how to win, but how to survive. At that moment, the illusion of the system panel flashed through his mind.
Extraction function cooling down, remaining time 3 hours and 42 minutes. More than 3 hours.
As long as he could hold out until dawn, as long as the system's cooldown ended and he could find anything in this wilderness to extract, he would have a chance to turn the tables. Last time, he extracted fragments of the Dragon Emperor's skull and transformed from an ordinary person into a peak-level D rank. The time before that, a piece of ordinary ore turned into abyss meteorite worth 6 million.
What about next time?
What if, just what if, he could extract an item that would cause his strength to skyrocket, or a tool that could allow him to escape instantly? Jiang Fan knew that betting his life on what if was something only gamblers would do. But he wasn't a gambler now, he was a cornered beast driven to the brink. People in desperate situations don't have the luxury of choosing their path. If there's a path, they must take it.
A thought instantly took shape: escape.
Almost the moment the idea emerged, his body was already in motion. He didn't retreat but instead turned sharply to the east, rushing deeper into the ruins. That was the boundary between the outer and middle zones, and further in lay the territory of B-level beasts. Jiang Fan unleashed the full speed of a C-level warrior, his toes lightly tapping the rubble as his entire body shot forward like an arrow leaving the bowstring. The ruins on both sides blurred past him, and the fierce wind roared in his ears, drowning out all other sounds. He didn't dare look back, there was no point. The speed of a B-level warrior far surpassed his own. The only thing he could do was charge into the most complex terrain, into the beast's territory, and use everything at his disposal to buy himself those 3 precious hours. There were no footsteps behind him. Because for a B-level expert hunting down a weaker opponent, running wasn't necessary at all. A chill rose up Jiang Fan's spine. He knew Wang Qian was right behind him, but he had no idea how far away. This sense of unknown pressure was even more terrifying than watching the other party charge straight at him. He darted into a half-collapsed building, climbed out through a window, leapt over a 3-meter-wide crack in the ground, and landed on the rooftop of another building. The moonlight behind the clouds flickered intermittently. Out of the corner of his eye, he quickly glanced back, and sure enough, Wang Qian's figure appeared on the rooftop of the building he had just been in. The man had his hands clasped behind his back, moving neither fast nor slow, the hem of his Zhongshan suit fluttering in the night wind. He wasn't running, but walking, as if taking a leisurely stroll under the moonlight. Jiang Fan's teeth clenched so hard they creaked. This man was treating him like prey, toying with him.
Run east? Wang Qian's voice came from dozens of meters away, eerily calm.
Over there is the territory of C-level beasts, and further in is the domain of B-level ones.
What are you trying to do?
Jiang Fan ignored him, accelerating again.
He leapt off the rooftop, rolled upon landing, and dove into an alley covered in mutated vines.
The vines were thick and dense, and he hacked a path forward with his long blade. Behind him came the sound of vines being torn apart with a rip. It wasn't the sound of them being cut but rather being forcibly ripped apart by sheer brute strength.
Wang Qian's voice rang out again, much closer this time. Trying to lure me into the B-level beast's territory?
His tone carried a hint of coldness.
Same old trick. When you killed my son, did you use the same method to lead him into the beast's jaws? Jiang Fan's footsteps paused for a moment.
His plan had been completely seen through. He intended to replicate his previous success, find the B-level beast's lair, entangle Wang Qian with the beast, and then escape amidst the chaos.
Trying to use such petty tricks against me?
Before the words had even faded, the air behind Jiang Fan was suddenly compressed, and a deadly sense of crisis surged toward him. His body instinctively lunged to the left.
Boom!
A fierce wave of energy almost grazed past his right side.
A surge of energy slammed into the wall, blasting open a basin-sized hole. Broken bricks and dust rained down on Jiang Fan.
It was a ranged attack. B-level warriors could compress spiritual energy into a forceful punch to harm others from a distance.
Damn it!
Jiang Fan rolled twice on the ground before getting up, his mouth full of sand and dirt. His left hand gripped the long blade tightly, while blood continued to drip from the tiger's mouth of his right hand.
At the alley entrance, Wang Qian's figure appeared, less than 30 meters away.
I am not the same as that gray python lizard.
Wang Qian's voice was no longer calm but chillingly cold. Beasts can be provoked, can be manipulated. I cannot.
He took a step forward, exuding an overwhelming sense of pressure.
Wherever you run, I'll be there to block you.
Even if a B-level beast shows up, I'll kill it first, then kill you. Jiang Fan retreated to the other end of the alley, climbed over a low wall, and stepped onto a pile of rubble, fleeing deeper into the area. The spiritual energy in the air grew increasingly dense, and mutated plants became more abundant. The ground was no longer dry rubble but a thick layer of dark purple moss, soft and spongy underfoot, even oozing a viscous liquid. This was already the edge of the sea-level beast territory. Any further in would be the core zone.
Jiang Fan ran desperately for 10 minutes.
During this time, he changed direction 3 times, slipped into 2 abandoned buildings, leapt over a drainage ditch, and passed through a patch of mutated shrubs. But Wang Qian remained behind him the entire time, neither too far nor too close, sometimes 30 meters away, sometimes 50. He wasn't chasing at full speed. It was as if he were playing a game of cat and mouse. No, it wasn't a game, he was wearing down Jiang Fan's stamina.
The stamina of a Class C warrior was ultimately limited.
The intense running, coupled with his injuries, was rapidly draining Jiang Fan's energy. Although the bleeding from the web of his right hand had stopped, the 3 fingers he could still move had stiffened to the point where they couldn't bend. The 14 stitches on his left arm from yesterday had split open again, and dark red blood was seeping through the bandages. What was even worse was the burning pain in his chest, which was growing more intense. The bruises inflicted by that crewcut man earlier, combined with the impact of Wang Qian's punch just now, made him feel as though his ribs might already be fractured. With every step he took, the broken bones grated against his chest cavity, sending waves of pain so severe that his vision blurred. But he didn't dare to stop.
Stopping would mean a dead end. He ran to an open depression.
Surrounding the depression were towering ruins, with the center being low-lying and covered by a shallow layer of gray-green liquid. Tiny bubbles rose from the water, and the air was filled with a sour, putrid smell. This was not a good place, but he had no other choice. He followed the edge of the depression, stepping on the rocks by the water, trying to make it to the other side.
Had enough running? Wang Qian's voice unexpectedly came from above his head.
Jiang Fan suddenly looked up and saw Wang Qian standing on the rooftop of a 6-story ruined building on the west side, his figure outlined by the moonlight as he looked down from above.
When did he circle around to get in front of me?
Jiang Fan's pupils contracted sharply. He had clearly felt Wang Qian behind him just moments ago, yet somehow the other had silently moved to his front. This was the speed of a B-level martial artist, so fast that he couldn't even determine their position. Your stamina won't last much longer. Wang Qian leapt down from the 6-story rooftop, landing with only a slight tremor on the ground, his feet firmly planted. You have injuries, your right hand is half useless, and at least 2 of your ribs are broken. If you keep running, I won't even need to make a move, you'll end up running yourself to death. Jiang Fan stood in the middle of the hollow, gasping violently like a broken bellows. Every breath came with a chest-crushing pain. Wang Qian was absolutely right, his body was already nearing its limit.
A thought flashed through Jiang Fan's mind. The cooldown time for the extraction function still had 3 hours and 8 minutes remaining.
3 hours, far too long.
He simply couldn't hold out until then.
Jiang Fan clenched his teeth tightly, standing firm.
Wang Qian stepped toward him from the edge of the lowland, each step increasing the oppressive force of the B-level psychic energy. Even the puddles at his feet rippled with each vibration. 20 meters, 15 meters, 10 meters. I'll ask you one last time. Wang Qian stopped in his tracks, the moonlight illuminating his 52-year-old face.
There was no murderous intent or anger on that face, only a cold, unshakable resolve.
What did my son say before he died?
Blood trickled from Jiang Fan's lips, and his voice sounded as if it had been forcibly scraped out of his throat. Your son's last words were, "You useless piece of trash, do you dare to kill me?"
Wang Qian's eyelids twitched violently.
I dare. Jiang Fan held the long blade horizontally in front of him, gripping it tightly with his left hand, the tip of the blade pointing straight at Wang Qian.
And I killed him.
Wang Qian's fists clenched instantly, the shallow bloodstain on his knuckles had already dried, resembling a thin, dark red line. This is indeed something Tanger would say, he murmured softly.
The next second, he moved. This time, holding nothing back.
Jiang Fan only saw a blurry shadow rush from 10 meters away to right in front of him in an instant. That fist, surrounded by a tangible aura of spiritual energy, came crashing straight at him. He immediately raised his blade to block.
Boom!
The indigo blade collided with the fist, and a visible shockwave suddenly spread outward. The water pooled in the hollow was blasted skyward, shattering into a white mist under the moonlight. Jiang Fan's left hand cracked open at the base of his thumb in an instant, and the immense force sent him flying sideways, carving a deep trench in the water before slamming heavily into the rock wall on the other side of the hollow. The back of his head struck the hard rock, and his vision went black in an instant. Blood gushed uncontrollably from his mouth. The blood didn't seep out slowly, it surged forth like a flood breaking through a dam. Jiang Fan's ribs were completely shattered, with sharp bone fragments piercing through his pleura. Every breath brought excruciating, heart-wrenching pain. He collapsed at the base of the rock wall, half of his body submerged in the icy, gray-green water. Despite the cold that pierced to the bone, he still gripped the long blade tightly in his hand, though his left hand was now uncontrollably trembling.
Wang Qian stood just 5 steps away, his expression indifferent. Another bloodstain appeared on his fist, deeper than the first.
This proved that a grade B weapon could indeed hurt him, but only just. Your blade is very sharp, Wang Qian's voice came from above, carrying a hint of condescension, but your strength is too weak. This is the gap between grade C and grade B, mere weapons can't make up for it. Jiang Fan leaned against the cold rock wall, struggling to lift his head. His face was covered in blood, one eye almost obscured by it, while the other stared fixedly at Wang Qian.
Are you done talking?
His voice was hoarse, yet carried an unyielding resolve. Wang Qian's steps paused for a moment, clearly not expecting him to remain so composed. Jiang Fan thrust the long blade into the muddy ground, using it as a crutch, and summoned all his strength to support himself as he stood up. The process was excruciatingly slow, his knees buckled twice, and his body swayed 3 times. Blood-mixed water dripped from him, leaving a dark red trail on the ground. Yet, he ultimately stood tall, like an unyielding spear that would rather break than bend.
Someone like you.
Wang Qian looked at him, his voice tinged with a complex and inscrutable emotion. If you hadn't killed my son, I might have even considered taking you under my command. It was your son who tried to kill me first, Jiang Fan spat out blood-tinged saliva and replied coldly.
So what? Wang Qian's tone instantly turned icy again, as if the fleeting moment of admiration had never existed.
He was my son. This logic is simple and brutal. Here, right or wrong doesn't matter at all, blood ties and family are everything. Jiang Fan couldn't be bothered to argue with him over these meaningless principles. His eyes quickly scanned the surrounding environment, lowlands, puddles, rock walls, ruins.
He had to find a way out. Heading east, would that lead him deeper into the inner circle? He didn't know. He only knew one thing: he couldn't run anymore.
His legs felt as heavy as if they were filled with lead, and every slight movement caused the jagged ends of his broken ribs to pierce deeper into the pleura. The taste of blood in his mouth grew stronger, and he could feel life slipping away bit by bit. If he kept running, Wang Qian wouldn't even need to make a move, he would exhaust his last ounce of strength and die on his own.
Since that's the case, then he wouldn't run anymore.
Jiang Fan pulled the long blade from the ground and held it horizontally in front of him. His left hand was still trembling, blood dripping through his fingers, flowing along the hilt onto the silver blade, staining it with streaks of dark red.
You're not running anymore? Wang Qian asked. Can't run anymore.
Jiang Fan's reply was unusually crisp, completely unlike someone on the brink of death.
Wang Qian remained silent for a moment, then stepped forward.
At the moment his foot landed, a deep roar suddenly echoed from the depths of the ruins on the eastern side of the depression. The sound was not loud, yet it carried an extraordinary weight, as if it could shake one's soul. The stagnant water across the depression resonated in response, creating neat ripples on the surface. Wang Qian immediately halted his steps and sharply turned his head to look eastward.
Jiang Fan saw it too.
In the shadows of the ruins on the eastern side of the depression, a pair of enormous eyes lit up, glowing like two emerald green lanterns. The eyes of a Class C beast were at most the size of a fist, but these eyes before them were each as large as a wash basin. Within the emerald green pupils, a pitch-black vertical slit was slowly contracting, resembling a primordial beast awakened from its slumber. The ground began to tremble rhythmically, one heavy thud after another. The colossal creature was approaching. From the shadows of the ruins, a massive figure emerged. Moonlight illuminated its body. Its head resembled that of a lizard, but it was more than 10 times larger than any lizard. Four curved bone spikes, each as thick as an adult's arm, protruded from both sides of its jaw. Its entire body was covered in thick, black-gray scales, with dark red patterns flowing slowly between the gaps, resembling molten lava. With each step of its four pillar-like legs, the rubble and concrete beneath its feet shattered instantly, as if crushing biscuits. Its enormous size nearly blocked the entire passageway on the eastern side of the hollow. A system panel automatically popped up in Jiang Fan's mind. High-level creature detected approaching. Identifying. Identification complete. Target, Xian Iron Armored Lizard. Level, Grade B. Grade B Beast. Jiang Fan's heart sank halfway. He had intended to lure Wang Qian into the territory of a Grade B beast and use it to kill him. Unexpectedly, this Grade B beast had come to him on its own. This was not good news, as a hungry beast is indiscriminate. It wouldn't just attack Wang Qian. To it, both he and Wang Qian were meals on the table. The Xian Iron Armored Lizard's emerald vertical pupils scanned the hollow, first looking at the powerful Wang Qian, then at Jiang Fan. Ultimately, its gaze locked onto Jiang Fan. The weaker, bloodied prey clearly seemed like the easier target. A low growl rolled out from deep within its throat, and scorching breath sprayed from its nostrils, condensing into two streams of white mist in the cold air. The next second, it lunged fiercely at Jiang Fan. At that moment, Wang Qian moved. But instead of charging toward the black iron armored lizard, he quickly retreated 2 steps, stepping back to the western edge of the hollow and standing firmly. With his hands clasped behind his back, he struck a posture as if watching a show, coldly observing the B-grade beast rushing toward Jiang Fan. He showed no intention of intervening. "Didn't you want to lure me to the B-grade beast here?" His voice remained clear and audible amidst the beast's roar, full of mockery. "Then let me see how you fight it." The speed at which the black iron armored lizard charged was not as fast as Jiang Fan had imagined, not like an unstoppable runaway train. As it took its first step, Jiang Fan's eyes caught a subtle detail. Its left front leg seemed to shift an inch as it stepped down. At the moment it landed, its massive body instinctively swayed slightly to the right. Then came the second step, as its right hind leg pushed off the ground. A dull sound of bone cracking was heard, emanating from the joint of the black iron armored lizard. Immediately afterward, dark-colored liquid seeped out from the gaps in its black-gray scales. It wasn't the dark red patterns flowing on the scales, it was blood. Jiang Fan's mind raced. Why would a B-level beast leave its territory for no apparent reason? He immediately recalled the common knowledge of the beast hunting alliance. Beasts of this level have an extremely strong territorial sense. Unless something drove it out of its territory, or rather, fought it out. This beast came here injured. This thought had just taken shape when the bloodthirsty jaws of the black iron armored lizard were already snapping toward him. Jiang Fan lunged sharply to the right, his entire body sliding across the ground. The accumulated water was plowed apart by his movement, splashing gray-green droplets all over his face. Boom! The black iron armored lizard's jaw slammed into the rock wall where he had just been standing. A large chunk of the wall instantly collapsed, sending rubble and dust flying everywhere. If that bite had landed, he would have been chewed into pulp on the spot. However, it was slow. At least 30% slower than the speed a healthy grade B beast should have. Jiang Fan rolled over and got up, gripping the long blade tightly in his left hand, retreating to the edge of the ruins on the south side of the hollow. In his chest, broken ribs rubbed against the pleura, and every breath felt like a knife cutting into him. He turned his head and spat out the blood he couldn't swallow. The black iron armored lizard pulled its head out of the rock wall, its emerald vertical pupils locking onto him, launching a second attack. This time, Jiang Fan didn't run. He stared intently at its charging posture, at the unnatural shift of its left foreleg when it stepped on the ground, and at the dark blood continuously seeping from the joint of its right hind leg as it pushed off. Severely injured. This beast is in a severely injured state. Although its strength was diminished and its speed had significantly decreased, it was still a B-level monster. If it were in peak condition, Jiang Fan probably wouldn't even have the qualification to approach it. But now, he could see its movements clearly. If he could see them, he could dodge. If he could dodge, he could survive. As long as he stays alive, there's a chance to wait for a change to occur. He didn't know if he could hold on that long, but he knew he would never just collapse like this. The Dragon Emperor's bloodline surged wildly through his meridians, squeezing out the last bit of energy and pouring it into his limbs and bones. The right front claw of the black iron armored lizard swiped down. Jiang Fan sidestepped to dodge. The claw grazed his right shoulder as it passed, the gust of wind it stirred up messing up his hair. The ground was struck with 4 deep claw marks, each over 2 meters long. Following the momentum of his sidestep, he moved to the outside of its right foreleg and swung his long blade down fiercely with his left hand. Clang! The indigo blade struck the black-gray scales, sending sparks flying in all directions. It couldn't cut through. The hardness of the B-class beast's scales far exceeded his expectations. Although the blade forged from abyssal meteorite was sharp, the strength he could channel into it was far too weak. The blade only left a white mark on the surface of the scales. The black iron armored lizard was completely enraged, its tail, thicker than a utility pole, swept across. Jiang Fan's knees went weak, his legs were already nearing their limit, making it impossible to jump. He made a snap decision and suddenly crouched down. The tail swept over his head with a whistling wind, the powerful air pressure slammed him entirely into the accumulated water. The foul-smelling sewage filled his nasal cavity, but he endured the discomfort, flipped over in the water, and lay on his back, watching the massive tail sweep away from his field of vision. Then, he suddenly sprang up from the water. Round 2 began. The black iron armored lizard turned around, its speed slightly slower than the first time. Its left foreleg noticeably dragged during the turn, and a distinct creaking sound came from the joint. The old injury was worsening with the intense movement. Jiang Fan panted heavily, but his eyes grew brighter and brighter. He had found the pattern. This black iron armored lizard had only 3 attack modes: bite, slam, and sweep. When it bit, its head would tilt to the left because one of the bone spurs on its lower right jaw was broken, affecting its bite. Only the right claw was used for striking, as the left foreleg was injured and unable to bear weight steadily. The tail sweep was fixed at a height of about 1.2 meters, so as long as you crouch, you can dodge it. That's right, it's a B-level beast. But it's a severely injured, significantly weakened B-level beast. Its actual combat power is probably only at the lower limit of B-level. Although it's still far stronger than Jiang Fan, who is at mid-sea level, at least it's no longer a situation where it can kill in a single move. Round 3. The right claw struck down again. Jiang Fan dodged to the left, and the long blade in his hand slashed upward from a tricky angle, cutting fiercely into the soft pad on the underside of the claw where there were no scales. This time, it went in. The blade sliced through the thick skin, and dark purple blood spurted out instantly. The black iron armored lizard let out a deafening roar of rage, causing the water pooled in the entire hollow to explode half a meter high. It was completely enraged, and its massive head slammed down toward Jiang Fan with reckless force. Too fast. Jiang Fan had no time to dodge. In the blink of an eye, he turned his body sideways, using his entire back to take the hit. Bang! A tremendous force struck, the side of the head slammed hard against his back. The last intact piece of the tattered sea-grade armor shattered into fragments on impact. The force traveled from his spine to his chest cavity, causing his freshly broken ribs to dislocate once again. Jiang Fan's entire body was flung out like a broken sack, tumbling 1.5 times in the air before crashing heavily onto the pile of rubble at the edge of the hollow. This time, he truly couldn't get up. It wasn't that he didn't want to stand, but his body felt as though all its parts had fallen apart. His left hand still gripped the knife tightly, his knuckles pale from exertion. He lay sprawled on the rubble, blood gushing from his mouth in spurts, his vision gradually blurring, and his ears filled with nothing but a buzzing roar. The heavy footsteps grew closer and closer. The black iron-armored lizard dragged its injured left foreleg, advancing step by step toward Jiang Fan. In its emerald-green vertical pupils, the reflection of Jiang Fan's fallen figure was clearly visible. The prey has fallen, it's time to feast. It opened its gaping maw, revealing 3 rows of densely packed conical fangs between the bone spurs of its jaw. Thick saliva stretched into threads, dripping from the gaps between its teeth. Could this really be my end? Jiang Fan lay on the ground, his eyes still wide open. A system panel prompt flashed in his mind. The extraction function was still cooling down, with nearly 3 hours remaining. It's too late. The corner of his mouth twitched slightly, making it hard to tell whether it was a bitter smile or a muscle spasm. The massive jaws of the black iron-armored lizard were already descending, and he could even see the glossy patterns on its fist-sized teeth. Was he really going to die like this? He was unwilling, truly unwilling. His younger sister Jiang Yu was still waiting for him in the hospital, the meal debts he owed others were still unpaid, and in the old notebook pressed under the enamel cup, there were still his unfinished plans. At that moment, his right hand suddenly moved. The only 3 fingers he could still move tightly gripped the dagger at his waist, pulling it out with all his might and using the last ounce of his strength to thrust upward. It was a D-grade dagger, its blade already damaged, yet at this moment it pierced precisely into the open mouth of the black iron-armored lizard. The blade sliced through the soft flesh of the upper palate, plunging deep inside. The intense pain caused the black iron-armored lizard's bite to pause abruptly. Instinctively, it opened its mouth wide, trying to retreat. At that moment, a beam of white light descended from the sky. It was not moonlight, but a spear. The spear's body was pure white, and its tip radiated a dazzling silver glow. Like a meteor, it plummeted from the heavens, moving so fast that in Jiang Fan's eyes, it was reduced to nothing but a streak of white. Thud! With a muffled sound, the spear tip pierced straight through the center of the Xian iron-armored lizard's head, penetrating its tough scales and skull, shattering its brainstem, and finally emerging from its lower jaw. It carried a spray of dark purple brain matter and embedded deeply into the ground. The entire process took less than 0.3 seconds. The vertical pupils of the black iron-armored lizard instantly lost focus. Its massive body stiffened for 2 seconds, and all 4 legs simultaneously lost support, collapsing with a thunderous crash. The ground shook violently, and the gray-green stagnant water mixed with dark purple blood mist enveloped half of the hollow. Jiang Fan was pushed back a short distance by the gust from the collapse. He lay on the rubble, his face covered in blood and grime, struggling to open one eye to look upward. The black iron-armored lizard was dead, killed with a single shot. A heavily injured B-class beast was pinned to the ground with just 1 strike. The white long spear was embedded in the giant beast's skull, its tail pointing skyward, trembling slightly under the moonlight. On the other side of the depression, Wang Qian's expression changed. He lowered his hands from behind his back, unconsciously clenching his fists, a natural instinct of vigilance. He stared intently in the direction the spear had flown from, the northeast side of the depression, where a 7-story building ruin stood. At the edge of the rooftop, a figure stood. Under the moonlight, the person had a tall and slender figure, dressed in a dark green long trench coat, its hem fluttering in the night breeze. Half of his face was obscured by shadows, revealing only a sharply defined jawline and a neatly trimmed short beard. His right hand remained in the posture of having just thrown the spear, arm extended, fingers spread, his stance so casual it seemed as if he had merely tossed a dart, rather than accurately killing a B-class monster from over 20 meters high. Wang Qian's pupils suddenly contracted. He actually had no perception of this person's presence. Whether it was psychic energy fluctuations or breathing, this person stood on the rooftop as if they were air. It wasn't until the spear was thrust that he realized. It must be noted that Wang Qian was a B-level martial artist, with a sensory range of up to 2 kilometers. Within that range, he could detect even a mouse turning over. Yet, he hadn't noticed this person. The only explanation was that the opponent's strength far surpassed his own. B-level peak, or perhaps even higher. Wang Qian's lips tightened, and his body instinctively stepped back half a pace. This half-step represented extreme vigilance.
The person on the rooftop withdrew his hand and glanced down at the scene in the hollow, the dead beast, the blood-soaked young man, and another highly alert middle-aged man. He leapt down from a height of over 20 meters, landing silently, without even causing the gravel beneath his feet to shift. He first walked toward the corpse of the black iron-armored lizard, reached out to grip the tail of the spear, and gently pulled. The spear came out with a sound, dark purple blood flowing down its shaft. With a casual flick, the blood droplets were completely shaken off, leaving the snow-white spear spotless. Then, he turned his head to look at Jiang Fan. Jiang Fan was still lying on the ground, one eye covered in blood, while the other stared fixedly at the approaching figure, his hand tightly gripping the damaged dagger. "Relax, little guy, I don't kill people."
The newcomer's voice carried a hint of a lazy tone.
Jiang Fan did not relax, his fingers still tightly clutching the dagger.
The man walked up to him and squatted down, revealing a face in his early 40s, with sparse eyebrows, deeply sunken eye sockets, and rare light gray pupils. He glanced at Jiang Fan's injuries, fractured ribs, a disabled right hand, a still bleeding left arm, and ruined armor.
"Can you still talk?" he asked. Jiang Fan answered in a hoarse voice, "Yes."
Jiang Fan squeezed out a word from his throat.
"How old?" 18.
Those light gray eyes narrowed slightly. 18 years old, mid-level C-rank strength, covered in injuries like a rag doll, yet managed to withstand 3 rounds under the claws of a B-rank beast. He stood up, his gaze sharp as a sword, piercing toward Wang Qian 30 meters away. The stagnant water in the hollow reflected the cold moonlight, stretching their shadows long and thin.
"Who are you?"
Wang Qian was the first to speak, his voice full of vigilance.
"Just passing by."
The newcomer planted his spear into the ground, stuffed his hands into the pockets of his trench coat, and spoke in a relaxed tone as if he were out for a stroll.
"I've been chasing this armored lizard for 20 kilometers. Didn't expect it to end up here.
This morning, I had a fight with its B-level peakmate, and this one got driven away."
He shrugged. "Happened to stumble upon your commotion." Wang Qian's gaze did not relax in the slightest.
"I am Wang Qian of the Wang family, Jiangnan Base City." This was a declaration of lineage, a customary way for martial artists to probe the depth of their opponent.
However, the visitor's expression showed no trace of emotion. "I know, the local tyrant of Jiangnan City."
When he said the words local tyrant, the casual tone, as if discussing the weather, deeply stung Wang Qian.
Wang Qian's brows furrowed tightly. "And you?" "Last name Qin." The visitor stretched lazily, "From Tianhong Institute, here to carry out an external assignment." Tianhong Institute. When these 3 words came out of his mouth, Wang Qian's expression instantly darkened.
It wasn't nervousness, but a pressure as heavy as a mountain. Tianhong Institute, the most elite force in the global martial artist system, directly answers to the Federal Martial Artist Headquarters and operates independently of the local jurisdictions of all base cities.
Its sole mission, to select and train the world's most outstanding young martial artists and to carry out those life-threatening missions ranked S-level and above.
Anyone who comes out of Tianhong Institute is nothing short of a monster among monsters, with the minimum being the top combat power of major base cities.
Anyone representing Tianhong Institute to carry out a mission must possess unfathomable strength. Peak B-level, at the very least.
Wang Qian quickly made a judgment in his mind.
He couldn't sense the other party's aura at all.
This wasn't a gap in technique but an absolute suppression of strength.
If the opponent is Class A. Wang Qian's tightly clenched fist slowly loosened.
He wasn't afraid of death. After cultivating for 30 years, he had seen all kinds of situations.
But first and foremost, he was a businessman, and he had to consider the entire Wang family. With someone from Tianhong Institute standing here, could he still act and kill Jiang Fan?
In the wilderness, killing to silence someone relies on doing it without anyone knowing.
But now, not only was there a witness, the witness was someone from Tianhong Institute.
As long as this person went back and said a single word, the network of relationships the Wang family had built within the military system over many years would instantly collapse. To avenge his son, he could think of 100 ways, but it absolutely couldn't be one that dragged the entire family down with him. His gaze shifted away from the martial artist with the surname Qin and landed on Jiang Fan, who was barely alive amidst the pile of rubble.
Today, this kid's life cannot be taken away. Mr. Wang, do you have a grudge against this little guy?
The martial artist's surname Qin spoke in a relaxed tone, as if chatting casually, yet every word struck the heart.
Wang Qian remained silent, but his silence had already said everything. The martial artist surname Qin stopped asking questions.
He turned his head and looked at Jiang Fan again.
Can you still stand up?
Jiang Fan propped himself up with 3 fingers on the ground, trembling as he tried to lift his body, but he collapsed back down weakly.
Don't force it.
The martial artist's surname Qin took out a vial of medicine from the inner pocket of his trench coat, unscrewed the cap, and crouched down to pour it onto the deep, bone-revealing wound on Jiang Fan's left arm. The moment the liquid seeped in, a piercing chill was followed by a rapidly spreading warmth. The pain visibly subsided, and even the muscle tissue began to show faint signs of healing.
B-grade healing potion, the warrior surname Qin said casually, you're too badly injured.
This vial can only temporarily save your life, you'll still need to go to the hospital later. He discarded the empty vial, stood up, and took another look at Jiang Fan. 18 years old, mid-level C-grade, and you managed to survive an encounter with a B-grade beast.
Which school are you from?
Dropped out.
Dropped out?
The warrior surname Qin raised his pale eyebrows slightly.
Why?
My talent was assessed as 0, so the school revoked my enrollment. This time, the expression of the warrior with the surname Qin finally changed. His pale gray pupils suddenly contracted, staring intently at Jiang Fan as if trying to see through him.
0 talent?
He repeated word by word.
Yes.
The warrior with the surname Qin lowered his head and once again scrutinized the young man lying in the pool of blood. 0 talent meant being completely disconnected from spiritual energy, unable to cultivate for life, and destined to remain an ordinary person.
But who was this mid-tier C-level warrior before him?
These 2 completely contradictory pieces of information stirred up a storm in his understanding. But he witnessed it all with his own eyes. The young man wielded an indigo long blade, rolling, dodging, and counterattacking under the fierce assault of the B-class beast. The energy fluctuations from his body remained stable at the mid-C-class level, and the flow of energy within him was clearly visible. This was not a disguise, nor was it aided by external forces. This was his true strength.
The martial artist surnamed Qin turned his head and glanced at Wang Qian. Wang Qian stood at the edge of the hollow, his face devoid of any expression. Mr. Wang, if I may ask, is this a personal grudge between you and this little fellow?
Wang Qian remained silent for a moment before squeezing out 2 words through clenched teeth: personal matter.
Personal matters are easy to handle.
The martial artist surnamed Qin smiled faintly. His smile was subtle, but the weight of his words was anything but light. Personal matters mean they don't involve public safety or violate the regulations of the base city.
That's good.
His tone sounded casual, but Wang Qian instantly grasped the deeper meaning behind it.
This was about drawing boundaries.
Your grievances are your own business, but in my presence, no one should think about crossing the line.
Wang Qian's jaw was tightly clenched.
Rest assured, Mr. Qin.
I, Wang Qian, know my limits.
That's good.
The martial artist surnamed Qin pulled the spear out of the ground.
The tail of the spear lightly tapped the rubble, and the white shaft emitted a crisp hum before quickly shortening into a half-meter-long short rod, which he then inserted back into the holster on his back.
This is at least a grade B scalable weapon. He turned around and walked up to Jiang Fan. Little guy, what's your name?
Jiang Fan.
Jiang Fan. The martial artist with the surname Qin repeated the name, interested in coming with me?
Jiang Fan raised his head, staring at him with the eye not obscured by blood.
Where to? Tianhong Academy.
The martial artist with the surname Qin slid his hands back into the pockets of his trench coat, his tone still lazy, but the place he mentioned carried the weight of a mountain. Every year, it only recruits 20 young martial artists with potential worldwide. Once you're in, resources are unlimited, the training system is comprehensive, and upon graduation, the minimum starting rank is B-level. He paused for a moment, looking straight into Jiang Fan's eyes. With your current age and strength, you're more than capable of securing a spot.
Jiang Fan lay on the rubble, the taste of blood in his mouth still lingering. He did not respond immediately. 30 meters away, Wang Qian's eyelid twitched violently. Tianhong Institute.
If Jiang Fan entered Tianhong Institute, it would be equivalent to having the strongest backing in the world. From now on, if the Wang family wanted to target him, the cost would be dozens of times higher than it is now. His knuckles clenched so tightly that they made a creaking sound.
How is it?
The warrior surnamed Qin urged. Jiang Fan used all his strength to slowly push himself up from the ground. The effect of the grade B healing potion restored part of his mobility. He knelt on one knee amidst the rubble, looking up at the man in the dark green trenchcoat before him. Then, he turned his head to glance at Wang Qian, 30 meters away. Under the moonlight, the gazes of the two collided fiercely in the air, separated by pools of water and the corpses of beasts. Wang Qian's eyes were filled with hatred, coldness, and unwillingness.
But he no longer had any intention of taking action.
My sister is hospitalized at Renji Hospital, Jiang Fan finally spoke, his voice extremely hoarse.
Her illness isn't cured yet, I can't leave.
The martial artist surnamed Xin glanced at him.
I'm not saying to leave right now. The annual selection of Tianhong Academy is in 3 months. You have 3 months to prepare.
He took out a business card from his trench coat and bent down to place it on the gravel in front of Jiang Fan. The business card was black, printed with a silver emblem, followed by a line of small text and a string of contact numbers.
My name is Qin Lai. If there's anything, you can contact me. He straightened up and gave Wang Qian one last glance. Mr. Wang, sorry to disturb you. Farewell. Wang Qian did not respond. Qin Lai turned and walked eastward.
After taking just a couple of steps, he stopped again, but did not turn back.
Mr. Wang, let me say one more thing. The Tianhong Institute has protective regulations for registered candidates.
From the moment I handed out the business card, this little guy was already on the candidate list. His voice drifted over lightly.
If anything happens to him before the selection, the Tianhong Institute will send someone to investigate.
As soon as he finished speaking, his figure flickered forward and disappeared in an instant. The speed was so fast that even Wang Qian's eyes could only catch a fleeting shadow.
The hollow returned to a deathly silence once again.
Moonlight shone on the massive corpse of the black iron-armored lizard, on the dark purple bloodstains covering the ground, and on that black business card. Wang Qian stood in place for a long time. The moon had long since broken free from the constraints of the clouds, and its silvery light illuminated his entire face clearly. He neither roared in anger nor smashed anything. He simply stood there, staring intently at the young man kneeling on the rubble 30 meters away. Then, he turned around and walked westward. His figure, dressed in a Zhongshan suit, quickly blended into the shadows of the ruins. The sound of footsteps grew fainter and fainter, leaving no words behind. In the hollow, only Jiang Fan was left alone. He knelt on the rubble, lowering his head to look at the black business card.
The silver emblem reflected a cold light under the moonlight.
He reached out with a trembling hand and picked up the business card. Then, he thrust the long knife into the ground for support and, bit by bit, struggled to stand up. His knees buckled twice. The body swayed 3 times. But he eventually stood up. He slipped the business card into the inner pocket of his jacket, his fingers brushing against the phone inside. He took out the phone, which now had an additional crack on the screen, but it could still light up.
He glanced at the time. 3:47 a.m.
A system panel popped up in his mind.
Extract the cultivation method.
Jiang Fan looked down at his feet. The massive corpse of a black iron-armored lizard lay there, its head pierced by a long spear. He extended his left hand and pressed it against the monster's rough, hardened scales.
The dark purple blood had yet to coagulate, sticking messily to his palm.
At that moment, a familiar interface lit up in his mind, detected extractable target, grade B black iron-armored lizard.
Would you like to activate the extraction function?
Extract, Jiang Fan silently commanded in his mind. Instantly, his palm became scorching hot. A surge of fiery energy erupted from the corpse of the black iron armored lizard, rushing wildly through his arm and forcefully flooding into his body. The sensation was completely different from last time. Last time it was like a gentle stream, but this time it was a raging inferno, threatening to tear him apart. Jiang Fan clenched his teeth tightly, the veins on his arms bulging as dark blue patterns squirmed under his skin like worms. The Dragon Emperor bloodline within him clashed violently with the foreign energy, causing an excruciating pain that seemed to erupt from his very bones, forcing him to curl up involuntarily. Beads of sweat mixed with blood trickled continuously down his forehead. He pressed his palm firmly against the scales, not daring to relax in the slightest. In his mind, the progress bar advanced bit by bit. 20%, 45%, 70%. With each increment, the burning sensation in his body intensified, and his joints emitted sharp cracking sounds. Finally, the progress bar reached its end. Extraction complete, the system's voice announced. Talent skill acquired, bloodline frenzy. The skill description indicated that upon activation, the Dragon Emperor bloodline within him would enter a state of extreme combustion, elevating his strength, speed, and reflexes to an entirely new level for 3 minutes. However, the side effects were equally severe. After the skill ended, he would fall into a deep state of weakness lasting 1 to 2 days, with his physical condition dropping to below D level. Jiang Fan's hand weakly slid off the scales, and he collapsed onto the rubble, gasping heavily. 3 minutes of B-level combat power came at the cost of 1 or 2 days of weakness afterward. He thought to himself, it's enough, at critical moments, this is sufficient to save his life. Now was not the time to think too much. Leaving this wilderness alive was the most important thing. The moon had already shifted westward, and dawn was approaching. Using his long knife to support himself on the ground, Jiang Fan took a full 2 minutes to barely stand up. His broken ribs caused a tearing pain in his chest and back with every step he took. Step by step, he trudged toward the West City Passage. Perhaps the lingering aura of the B-level beast after its death had scared off the surrounding monsters, as he surprisingly encountered no further danger along the way. As dawn broke, the iron gate of the West City Passage finally appeared before him. He swiped his card to pass, and the side door opened as the scanner in the sentry post beeped again. A middle-aged soldier poked his head out, frowned at him, and said, "You again? Do you need medical assistance?" Jiang Fan shook his head, hailed a taxi, and headed straight to Renji Hospital. The driver, seeing him covered in blood, nearly started the car as if it were a common occurrence. Emergency treatment, stitches, wound cleaning, x-rays. After a series of examinations, the on-duty doctor's face turned grim. 2 ribs on the left side are fractured, 1 has a crack. The web of your right hand is torn, an old injury on your left arm has reopened, and you have multiple soft tissue contusions all over your body. The doctor put down the x-rays and looked at him. "Didn't you come here for stitches just 2 days ago? Even martial artists shouldn't abuse their bodies like this." Although the doctor scolded him, his hands moved swiftly, efficiently treating Jiang Fan's wounds. The rib injuries weren't severe, and after securing them with an elastic chest band, the doctor instructed, rest for at least 2 weeks. "Do you understand?" "I understand." Jiang Fan took the medication and walked out of the emergency room, taking the elevator to the 6th floor. The door to his younger sister Jiang Yu's hospital room was closed. He stood at the door for a while but ultimately did not go in. If his sister saw him in this miserable state, she would undoubtedly burst into tears on the spot. He turned and walked to the lounge at the end of the corridor, found a long bench, lay down, and fell into a deep sleep the moment he closed his eyes. He slept for a full 14 hours. When he woke up, it was already evening, and the corridor was bathed in the glow of the setting sun. His whole body ached as if it had fallen apart, but his mind was exceptionally clear. He sat up and immediately checked the system panel in his mind, which displayed current physical condition rating, mid-tier C level. Injured state, actual usable combat power approximately equivalent to low-tier C level. He closed the panel that had appeared in his mind, stood up from the bench, and walked toward Jiang Yu's hospital room. Before pushing the door open, he forced himself to put on a relaxed expression, masking all his exhaustion and pain. He zipped his jacket all the way to the top, perfectly covering the bandages and shattered armor beneath his neck. The thickly bandaged palm of his right hand was carefully tucked into his sleeve, leaving only a few intact fingertips exposed. Jiang Yu was half leaning against the headboard, holding a phone she had borrowed from some nurse, watching it. When she saw Jiang Fan come in, she immediately put the phone down.
"Brother! Where did you go last night? I woke up twice in the middle of the night and didn't see you. There was something urgent at work, so I went back to do some overtime."
Jiang Fan's voice sounded a bit hoarse.
"Overtime to this extent?
Look at your dark circles."
"Well, stayed up all night."
Jiang Yu's gaze swept over him and immediately noticed something was off. The jacket was pulled up high, his walking posture was slightly stiff, and his breathing was much shallower than usual. But she didn't ask anything, simply pushed a box of milk on the bedside table toward him.
"The nurse aunt gave it, it's still warm. You should drink it."
Jiang Fan took it, inserted the straw, and drank a couple of sips. The warm milk flowed into his stomach, dispelling some of the chill.
Yeah, how are you feeling today?" "Much better. Dr. Chen said my rejection reaction has basically subsided.
After observing for another week, I can be discharged and go home to recuperate."
"That's good."
He sat down by the bedside, and Jiang Yu excitedly handed him her phone. A short cooking video was playing on the screen.
"Brother, look, this braised pork ribs recipe looks so simple. When I get out of the hospital, I'll make it for you."
The corners of Jiang Fan's mouth twitched slightly, revealing a faint smile. "You don't even know how to turn on the stove."
"I can learn."
"Last time you tried to learn how to fry an egg, you almost burned a hole in the pan."
"That's because the pot is of poor quality,"
Jiang Yu retorted indignantly. Jiang Fan did not respond further, merely gazing at her quietly, his eyes brimming with tenderness. He stayed in the hospital room until Jiang Yu fell soundly asleep, then left quietly.
Walking out of the hospital, the cold wind of the autumn night seemed even more biting.
He stood at the hospital entrance, took out his phone, and opened the Beast Hunter Alliance's information platform. The military conscription notice was still pinned on the bulletin board, but now it had an update. The beast tide warning in the E7 region has been downgraded. The military patrol mission has been reduced from 3 days to 2 days. Recruited warriors may end their duties and return to the base city at their discretion. The beast tide warning had been downgraded. The so-called mandatory conscription had turned into a hastily concluded farce.
Sure enough. Jiang Fan sneered inwardly. This conscription order, from beginning to end, was a trap set by the Wang family to force him into the wilderness zone.
Now that their goal had been achieved and Wang Qian had seen him in the wilderness zone, the order naturally lost its effect. Of course, the military couldn't have acted entirely without reason. There had indeed been some degree of beast activity in the E7 area. The B-grade black iron armored lizard, which had been startled and driven out of the core zone's depths by Qin Lai, would inevitably alarm a large number of lower-level beasts as it fled to the outer regions, triggering a chain reaction.
The Wang family had merely taken advantage of this pretext.
For most ordinary martial artists, this was just a routine safety alert, coming quickly and fading just as fast, something no one would think much about.
Jiang Fan put away his phone and took a taxi home.
For the next 5 days, he spent almost all his time in bed. During the first 3 days, a dull pain radiated from his fractured ribs, and every time he turned over, the pain made him clench his teeth. The tightly wrapped elastic chest band made his chest feel stuffy, and he didn't even dare to breathe too deeply. The effects of the grade B healing potion completely wore off by the second day, leaving his body to recover on its own. Fortunately, with his current grade C physique, his recovery speed far exceeded that of an ordinary person. By the 4th day, he was already able to get out of bed and walk, and the pain had significantly lessened. However, the tendons in his right hand recovered the slowest. Even after removing the fixed bandage, he still couldn't exert full strength when clenching his fist. On the 5th day, he went to the hospital again. Dr. Chen conducted a comprehensive re-examination for Jiang Yu, and the results showed everything was normal. The rejection index has returned to 0. The progress of bloodline repair has reached 73%. Dr. Chen flipped through the medical records, a satisfied smile on his face. The remaining part will need her own bloodline to heal naturally.
Young people have a good physical foundation and recover very quickly. Stay for another 3 days for observation, and if there are no issues, you can proceed with the discharge formalities. All right. Jiang Fan immediately went to pay the hospital fees for the last 3 days. He counted the cash he had scavenged from that buzzcut guy, added to what he had left before, and now had 21,000 yuan in hand. This amount of money is barely enough to sustain daily life, but for cultivation, it's like a drop in the ocean. On the way home, he tried drinking a vial of C-grade fortified nutrient solution, but his body's reaction was like drinking a cup of warm water. There was no sensation of heat, nor any fluctuation in his blood vessels. His body had already developed complete resistance to the C-grade nutrient solution. If you want to keep getting stronger, there's only one choice: grade B enhanced nutritional fluid. He opened the Beast Hunting Alliance's shopping page and searched for the price. Grade B enhanced nutritional fluid, priced at 300,000 per vial. A full course requires 10 vials, totaling 3 million. The price is 100 times that of grade C nutritional fluid. Moreover, the product page is marked with limited stock, restricted supply, advance reservation required. Forget 3 million, he can't even scrape together 300,000 right now. Jiang Fan locked his phone screen and leaned wearily against the bus window, watching the rapidly retreating street scenery outside. The base city was as bustling as ever, with towering buildings and heavy traffic. A giant electronic screen at the entrance of a mall played promotional advertisements in a loop, while street vendors pushed tricycles, shouting to sell freshly roasted sweet potatoes. Here, separated from the wilderness zone by just a single gate, was an entirely different world. He got off the bus in the eastern part of the city and headed straight to the second floor of the Warrior General Store. He wasn't here today to buy nutritional supplements. What he wanted to buy were cultivation techniques. The cultivation techniques section of the Martial Artist Mall was located on the east side of the second floor, in a separate reading area. In the cultivation techniques reading room, rows of technique scrolls and electronic chips gleamed behind glass counters. The price list on the wall was clearly divided into 4 columns, with prices starting at 20,000 and skyrocketing all the way to the A-grade techniques that were simply not for sale. Jiang Fan surveyed everything. He was well aware that the bottleneck in his cultivation was not due to a lack of techniques. The Dragon Emperor bloodline flowing through his veins was itself the foundation of the highest level techniques, allowing him to naturally absorb spiritual energy and enhance his strength. But the problem was that this process was excruciatingly slow. From the mid-C grade upward, relying solely on natural absorption by the body could take countless years. He needed 2 things to break this deadlock. First, a cultivation technique perfectly compatible with the meridians of his dragon bloodline, to improve the efficiency of spiritual energy conversion. Second, a true combat-oriented martial skill to compensate for his lack of close combat abilities. He wandered around the technique section for over half an hour and finally selected 2 items from the C-level techniques. The first one was called Breaking Abyss Technique. The description of the technique was straightforward and brutal, forcibly breaking through the blocked meridians in the body using sheer force, thereby accelerating the circulation of spiritual energy and the tempering of bloodlines. This technique seemed tailor-made for bloodline-type warriors. The only downside was that the cultivation process would bring unimaginable pain and required an extremely high level of resilience in the meridians. Price: 120,000. This was perfect for him. The Dragon Emperor bloodline was the purest bloodline type. As for pain, Jiang Fan's lips curled into a cold smile. From the tearing sensation of injecting C-level nutrient fluid, to being beaten to the brink of death by assassins, and narrowly escaping from the jaws of B-level beasts, the pain he had endured could already fill an encyclopedia. Adding 1 more wouldn't matter at all. The second item was a C-level combat skill called Mountain Splitting Slash. The skill description stated that it was a slashing technique specifically designed for single-handed long blades. It allowed the user to concentrate all their spiritual energy at the blade's edge at the moment of the strike, creating a powerful explosive attack. If mastered, it could even add a spiritual energy penetration effect, making it highly effective against targets with strong defenses. Price: 80,000. Coincidentally, the knife he forged from Abyss meteorite iron was a single-handed longsword.
The two items together cost a total of 200,000. Jiang Fan touched his pocket, which contained only 21,000. He was nearly 10 times short. Standing in front of the counter, he stared intently at the two display chips for a long time. Then, without saying a word, he turned around and walked out the door.
He needed money. The only way was to go to the wilderness zone.
Although his body hadn't fully recovered from the injuries, he could no longer wait. The Tianheng Institute's selection competition was just 3 months away, and he had to advance from mid-tier C-level to at least high-tier C-level within this short period. It wasn't impossible, but the prerequisite was that not a single day could be wasted. 3 days later, Jiang Yu was discharged from the hospital. Jiang Fan went to pick her up. She had lost weight, but her spirits had improved significantly. She was wearing a blue and white striped sweatshirt, her hair tied in a ponytail, standing at the entrance of the inpatient department.
When the wind blew, she instinctively shrank her neck.
"Brother, it's so cold." "It's winter now," Jiang Fan said as he took off his jacket and draped it over her shoulders. As the jacket opened, a corner of the elastic chest band he used to secure his injury was exposed. Jiang Yu glanced down at it but said nothing, simply pulling the jacket tighter around herself. The two took a taxi home. When Jiang Yu pushed open the door, she froze in place. The living room was spotless, the familiar enamel cup still sat on the coffee table, but the old notebook that had been pressed beneath it was gone. Before Jiang Yu entered, Jiang Fan had already put it away. He didn't want her to see the 3 lines written on it. "Brother, have you tidied up?"
"Yeah. Is there anything to eat in the fridge?" "I bought some."
Jiang Yu ran to open the refrigerator and saw it stuffed with eggs, milk, frozen dumplings, and several bags of vegetables. She smiled happily, her eyes curving into crescent moons. "Brother, you actually know how to buy groceries now."
"All right, go cook the dumplings."
That evening, the siblings sat in the living room, eating frozen dumplings dipped in chili sauce bought from the supermarket.
A noisy variety show was playing on the TV.
Jiang Yu ate a total of 12 dumplings, 3 more than her usual appetite.
After finishing, she curled up on the sofa, tucking her legs under the blanket.
"Brother."
Are you going out soon?"
Jiang Fan was biting into a dumpling and didn't even look up.
"Why do you ask?"
"The groceries you bought are all things that can be stored for a long time. If they're not frozen, then they're vacuum packed."
"If you were home every day, you wouldn't need to buy these." Jiang Fan's heart sank. Since when did this girl become so observant?
He had no choice but to admit, "I might have to go out every few days to earn money. You'll be home alone, so take care of yourself and remember to take your medicine on time."
"To the wilderness zone?"
Jiang Yu's voice tightened slightly.
Jiang
Yu was silent for a long time before she said softly, "Then every time you come back, you must tell me."
"All right. Sending a message works too." "All right. Don't leave me on read." "All right, all right."
From that day on, Jiang Fan began a new rhythm of life. Every 2 or 3 days, he would venture into the wilderness. For safety reasons, he no longer used the passage in the west of the city that might be monitored by the Wang family. Instead, he switched to a small passage next to the southern cargo gate. The area was bustling with people, and the entry and exit records were mixed in with the massive data of the cargo fleets, making it difficult to single out his movements. His hunting targets were all D-level beasts. It wasn't that he couldn't handle C-level ones, but it was a matter of efficiency. The core, fur, or bone armor of a D-level beast could sell for anywhere from a few thousand to 20 or 30,000. They were quick to hunt, low risk, and in 4 or 5 hours, he could bring back the spoils of 3 or 4 kills. Although C-level beasts are much more valuable, a complete shell of a red armored lizard can sell for hundreds of thousands. Hunting them takes too much time, and the risk of injury is high. If you encounter a group of them, even escaping becomes difficult. In his current physical condition, he couldn't afford to risk his life. The cracks in his ribs were still healing, and the strength in the web of his right hand had only recovered to 70%. He had to proceed steadily and use the most efficient methods to push himself to the limit. He had already given up on those life-risking, gambling-style ways of making money. He had walked that path too many times, and one day, it might truly cost him his life. Now, he chose to proceed steadily and surely. Each mission earns him 30 to 50,000, and he goes twice a week. By the end of the month, he has saved up 260,000. Adding the previous 21,000, the total comes to 281,000.
It's enough.
He stepped into the main store in the eastern part of the city again and headed straight to the second floor's technique section. Piercing abyss technique, mountain splitting slash. "I'll take these two," Jiang Fan said to the salesperson behind the counter. The salesperson lazily glanced at him and said matter-of-factly, "A total of 200,000.
Card or cash?"
"Cash." Jiang Fan took out tightly wrapped cash from his backpack, bundled in stacks, and placed it on the counter. The salesperson carefully counted it twice, confirmed it was correct, and took out 2 thumb-sized chips from under the counter.
Payuanju, code CF221. Lishan Zhan, code CT097, the salesperson introduced. Insert the technique chips into the warrior terminal to read them.
They are one-time use, the chips will automatically destroy themselves after being read.
Please confirm your purchase.
Confirmed. Jiang Fan tucked the 2 precious chips into his pocket, leaving him with 81,000 yuan in hand.
He didn't leave immediately but instead turned and headed to the supply section on the second floor.
He bought a box of grade D healing potions, 6 vials in total, costing 9,000 yuan. Then, he purchased a box of wilderness survival kits, which included compressed rations, water purification tablets, emergency bandages, and signal flares, for 3,000 yuan. Finally, he bought a specialized maintenance kit for his Abyss Meteorite longsword, spending another 1,200 yuan. After finishing all this, he still had 66,900 yuan left in his hands. This money was reserved for his sister Jian Yu's living expenses and subsequent follow-up examination fees.
It was enough. That evening, Jiang Fan returned home and firmly locked the bedroom door.
He first took out the Breaking Abyss Technique chip and inserted it into the warrior terminal. A beam of light shot out from the terminal screen, and a vast amount of information about the technique surged directly into his mind like a tide. The meridian operation roadmap, the trajectory of spiritual energy guidance, the specific rhythm of breathing and exhaling. Every step unfolded clearly in his mind like a 3-dimensional holographic projection. He sat cross-legged on the bed and began circulating the spiritual energy within his body according to the requirements of the first level of the cultivation technique. The spiritual energy started from his dantian and traveled upward along the main meridian of the Dragon Emperor's bloodline. When it reached the central node in his chest, the cultivation technique required him to forcibly channel this energy into a blocked branch meridian nearby.
That branch meridian was dead.
For ordinary martial artists, branch meridians would naturally clear as their strength increased. But he was different. He was a pseudo-martial artist with 0 talent, relying entirely on a system cheat to force breakthroughs, leaving many blocked points in his meridians that had not been naturally cleared. And the core idea of this Breaking Abyss technique is encapsulated in 2 words: forceful charge. It's like using a high-pressure water gun to blast through a clogged pipe. If it clears, you move on to the next section; if not, you keep blasting until it breaks through. When Jiang Fan tried it for the first time, his body trembled violently. A tearing pain spread from his chest to his right shoulder, as the tiny branch meridian was stretched to the brink of bursting by the raging spiritual energy. The Dragon Emperor's bloodline in his veins surged wildly, colliding fiercely with the invading spiritual energy in the narrow passage. His face instantly turned bright red, his lips bitten tightly, oozing blood. Beads of sweat the size of beans rolled down his forehead, soaking the collar.
1 minute. 2 minutes. 5 minutes passed.
Suddenly, a faint pop sounded in his mind. A blockage in one of the branch meridians was cleared, leaving a tiny opening. The spiritual energy, like a flood finding an outlet, surged in instantly, spreading through the branch meridian into the network of meridians in his right shoulder. At the same time, the system panel popped up with a notification. Progress in cultivating the first layer of the abyss breaking technique, 3%.
3%, only 1 blockage point was cleared. Jiang Fan looked down at his sweat-soaked clothes and let out a long breath. His body had at least dozens of branch meridians, each containing countless such blockage points. It seems he can only take it slow. After catching his breath briefly, he took out the mountain splitter/chip and inserted it into the terminal for reading. Compared to the breaking abyss technique, the mountain splitting slash contains much less information, with its core being just one action, chopping. The key lies in compressing all the spiritual energy into a range of 3 inches at the blade's tip at the moment of striking downward, creating an explosive release of high-density energy. This sounds simple, but executing it is an entirely different matter. Compressing spiritual energy requires extremely precise meridian control. Compress too little, and the power is insufficient, merely a flashy display. Compress too much, and the energy becomes uncontrollable, causing the blade to explode before it even reaches the enemy. Blade in hand, explode together. Jiang Fan dared not use the Abyss Meteorite longsword in the bedroom. A single swing of that thing could collapse the wall. He could only simulate slashing movements with his bare hands while attempting to compress psychic energy to the edge of his right palm. When the energy was compressed to 40% concentration, the skin on the edge of his palm began to redden and heat up. At 60% compression, his palm started to tremble uncontrollably. When he barely pushed it to 75%, he finally reached his limit. His hand flung out abruptly, and the uncontrollable psychic energy instantly burst out. An invisible wave of air surged toward the wall, causing the clock hanging on it to fall with a crash. With a crack, it shattered into 2 pieces on the ground. "Brother? What are you doing?" His sister Jiang Yu's voice immediately came from outside the door. "Exercising, it's nothing." He tried to make his voice sound steady. "You're exercising in the room?" "Yeah." There was silence outside the door for 2 seconds, then Jiang Yu's teasing voice, tinged with a hint of concern, came through. "Bro, don't go tearing the house down, okay?" The sound of footsteps gradually faded away. Jiang Fan looked at the shattered wall clock on the ground and forcibly swallowed a curse. The psychic energy lost control when compressed to 75%. However, the standard for the mountain splitting slash required compression to exceed 90% just to be considered entry level, and only at 100% compression could the full penetrating effect be achieved. He was still far from it. From that day on, Jiang Fan's life became a monotonous and routine triangle. Home, the wilderness area, beast hunting alliance. During the day, he ventured into the wilderness to hunt beasts, earning money in the most reliable way. At night, he returned home, locked the door, and endured the tearing pain brought by the breaking abyss technique over and over again, repeatedly attempting the dangerous energy compression of the mountain splitting slash. He entered the wilderness once every 3 days, staying for 4 to 6 hours each time. His life was divided into precise cycles, all for the sake of becoming stronger. His movements in hunting D-class beasts became increasingly efficient. In the first week, he could kill 3 or 4 each time he went out. By the second week, this number had risen to 5 or 6. By the third week, he had already shifted his focus to the more powerful C-class beasts. The injuries on his body had mostly healed. The broken ribs had reconnected, and the strength in his right hand's tiger's mouth had recovered to 90%. The first time he hunted a sea-level beast alone was in a river valley on the outskirts of the wilderness. It was a gray python lizard. It took him a full 20 minutes to take it down. The Abyss Meteorite longsword sliced through its scales as effortlessly as cutting tofu, but the trouble was that the creature was incredibly agile in the water, darting back and forth. Finding its weak spot required immense patience. Finally, he seized an opening, compressed his energy to 82%, and struck the gray python lizard's 7th vertebra with all his might. The blade instantly pierced through the tough scales and severed its spine. The gray python lizard convulsed violently twice before falling still. A message surfaced in his mind: mountain splitting slash proficiency increased. Current energy compression rate stabilized between 78% and 84%. He still hadn't broken through 90%, but the progress was tangible. The complete corpse of the gray python lizard brought him an income of 140,000. He saved all the money, not for indulgence now, but for an uncertain future. The matter with the Wang family always hung over him like a sharp sword. Ever since Wang Qian left that day, the Wang family indeed hadn't sent anyone again.
But this didn't mean they had given up, they were merely waiting.
Qin Lai's words provided Jiang Fan with a temporary layer of protection.
The identity of a candidate for Tianheng Academy made the Wang family hesitant to act recklessly. If they made a move, Tianheng Academy would undoubtedly investigate thoroughly. However, this protective umbrella was only valid for 3 months.
After 3 months, it would be time for Tianheng Academy's annual selection.
He would either pass and enter Tianheng Academy, forcing the Wang family to completely hold back, or fail, rendering the protective umbrella ineffective, and at that point, the Wang family's revenge could strike at any moment.
Therefore, he must pass this selection.
Time was running out, so he intensified his training. By the 4th week, the progress of cultivating the abyss-breaking technique had reached 31%, and nearly 1/3 of the main meridians in his body had been cleared. The efficiency of spiritual energy circulation had improved by almost 40% compared to a month ago. He could clearly feel that the Dragon Emperor's bloodline was operating more smoothly, and the flow of spiritual energy in his meridians no longer had that sense of stagnation. However, his physical fitness rating was still stuck at the mid-sea level, unable to break through to the higher tier. He was just one step away, just one threshold short. The sea-level nutrient solution had already lost its effectiveness, and relying on natural cultivation was far too slow. As for the more advanced B-level nutrient solution, he couldn't afford it, nor did he have any means to purchase it. Jiang Fan sat on the cold floor of the living room, his back leaning against the sofa, tightly gripping the abyssal meteoric iron longsword in his hand. The blade was icy, reflecting half of his sharp-featured face. In just 2 short months, a faint stubble had appeared on his chin, and the cold, hardened look in his eyes had grown even more intense. At the age of 18, he already bore the weathered face of someone in their 20s.
"Brother, it's time to eat."
His younger sister, Jiang Yu, walked out of the kitchen carrying 2 steaming bowls of noodles. She had recently learned how to cook and was no longer the little girl who only knew how to make instant noodles. The noodles, paired with greens and poached eggs, looked quite decent. Jiang Fan put away the knife, sat down at the table, and casually asked, "How much salt did you put in the noodles today?" "The usual amount," Jiang Yu replied. He took a bite and frowned deeply from the saltiness.
"Are you trying to pickle me?" "Of course not." Jiang Yu retorted indignantly, then took a bite herself.
Her face turned red, and she quietly ran to the kitchen to add 2 spoonfuls of hot water to both their bowls. The siblings sat facing each other, eating noodles. Outside the window, the sky grew darker earlier and earlier. Winter solstice had just passed a few days ago, and by 5 in the afternoon, it was already dim. The heating at home wasn't very strong, so Jiang Fan casually grabbed a blanket and draped it over Jiang Yu's legs.
"Brother. You seem to be coming home a bit earlier lately. Have all those things outside been resolved?" Jiang Yu asked cautiously. Jiang Fan picked up another bite of noodles with his chopsticks and replied vaguely, "It's settled."
Jiang Yu lowered her head and didn't ask further. She knew that when her brother said it's settled, it meant don't ask anymore. After finishing the noodles, Jiang Fan took the initiative to wash the dishes. Jiang Yu, on the other hand, curled up on the sofa playing with her phone. As she watched, her head tilted, and she fell asleep. Jiang Fan quietly walked over, took a blanket, and covered her completely before turning around and heading back to his own bedroom. Closing the door, he sat cross-legged and immediately entered a state of cultivation. Tonight, he planned to break through the 17th collateral meridian. Spiritual energy surged from his dantian, rapidly flowing through the already connected meridian network, then converging into a stream that fiercely struck the blockage point of the 17th collateral meridian. A tearing pain instantly spread from his lower back to his left leg. He clenched his teeth, his expression unchanged. This level of pain didn't even rank in the top 10 of his experiences. The room was silent, with only the occasional sound of cars passing outside the window and the faint noise of the neighbor's television. Amid the intense pain, Jiang Fan's consciousness became increasingly calm, and his breathing gradually grew steady and deep. Today marks the 57th day in the countdown to the annual selection of the Tianheng Institute. 3 months have passed in the blink of an eye.
For Jiang Fan, every single day felt like enduring a trial by fire.
His cultivation progress in the breaking abyss technique has finally advanced to 93%. Out of the 67 collateral meridians in his body, he has already cleared 62. The remaining 5 are the toughest obstacles, with blockages more than twice as severe as the others. Each time he clears a single acupoint, he has to endure excruciating pain for over half an hour. As for his mountain-splitting slash, the energy compression rate has finally stabilized between 91% and 94%. Although there is still a gap from perfection, he has at least officially mastered the basics.
He had tried it twice in actual combat.
One time was against a C-class crimson armored lizard.
The moment the blade struck, psionic energy exploded 3 inches from the tip of the blade.
That force easily pierced through the crimson armored lizard's proud, tough scales. That strike, swift as lightning, directly split open the lizard's hard chest armor, slicing from its front all the way to its back. A C-class beast was thus killed with a single blow. That night, when Jiang Fan returned home and sat cross-legged on his bed to cultivate, he clearly felt that invisible barrier. The bottleneck between the mid and high stages of C-class had finally begun to loosen. When the spiritual energy circulated through his meridians for the 37th cycle, the Dragon Emperor bloodline deep within his dantian suddenly throbbed violently. It was not the usual rhythmic pulse but an eruption that had been accumulating for a long time, ready to break free from its constraints. In an instant, all the meridian branches that had already been opened within his body surged with tsunami-like spiritual energy, converging from all directions toward the dantian and colliding fiercely with the energy of the Dragon Emperor bloodline. An indescribable scorching sensation erupted from the depths of his bone marrow, rapidly spreading to every inch of his skin. A layer of gray-black sweat oozed from the surface of his body, emitting an unpleasant sour stench. These were the impurities and blockages entrenched deep within his meridians, forcibly expelled from his body under the powerful cleansing of the spiritual energy.
He had broken through. High-tier C-level.
A virtual panel quietly refreshed in his mind. Physical fitness rating updated, high C-level. Total psionic energy increased by 28%. Strength, speed, and reaction ability comprehensively improved.
Current overall combat power assessment, high C-level, nearing the peak of C-level. Jiang Fan suddenly opened his eyes. The sour stench filling the bedroom made even him wrinkle his nose. He walked into the bathroom and rinsed his body with hot water. When the layer of gray-black grime was completely washed away, he looked down at his arm. The muscle contours were more defined than 3 months ago, not the superficial muscles built in a gym, but every fiber honed to extreme tightness through relentless refinement. He clenched his fist, the knuckles emitting a crisp creak, and the flow of energy in his palm was more than twice as smooth as before. Was this strength enough? He didn't know.
What kind of monsters might be hidden in the selection at Tianheng Academy, he had no idea.
He only knew that he was far stronger than he had been 3 months ago, and that was enough.
The phone rang 2 days before the selection began.
It was an unfamiliar number. Hello? Jiang Fan?
A lazy voice came through the receiver. Although he hadn't heard it for 3 months, he recognized it instantly.
It was Qin Lai. 3 months, still alive? What about the Wang family? Haven't they caused you any trouble?
Finally quiet. There was a 2-second silence on the other end of the phone, and Qin Lai seemed to chuckle lightly. The day after tomorrow at 8 a.m., head to the military airport in the southern suburbs of Jiangnan Base City.
I've arranged for a plane to pick you up. A plane? The Tianheng Institute headquarters is in the northwest, 3,400 kilometers away from your Jiangnan city. Are you planning to walk there? Jiang Fan fell silent.
He really hadn't thought about the issue of the selection location, always assuming it would be held locally.
When you arrive, someone will meet you. Just follow them. Don't be late.
Qin Lai paused for a moment, then changed the subject. By the way, what level are you at now?
High-tier C-level.
The other end of the phone fell silent again, for a full 3 seconds. I remember, 3 months ago, you were mid-level C rank.
All right.
Lai's tone clearly changed, with a hint of something indescribable, whether it was approval or surprise, mixed into his previously lazy demeanor.
See you the day after tomorrow.
The call ended.
Jiang Fan stood on the balcony, clutching his phone tightly. Autumn had passed, and winter had quietly arrived.
The leaves of the old locust tree outside the balcony had long since fallen, leaving only bare black branches, clawing at the gray-white sky like talons.
The day after tomorrow. He turned and walked back into the living room.
His younger sister, Jiang, was sitting at the dining table writing, but it wasn't schoolwork. She had dropped out of school a long time ago, and her student registration had long been cancelled. She was carefully copying a cookbook, her handwriting still a bit crooked.
Yeah. The day after tomorrow, I need to go on a trip.
Jiang's pen tip paused.
How far?
Northwest.
Taking a plane.
She put down the pen and looked up at him.
How long will you be gone?
Not sure.
Maybe a week or two.
Jiang didn't say anything, just lowered her head and continued copying the recipe. But after writing 2 lines, she stopped again.
Brother, you're going to that selection thing, right?
Jiang Fan looked at her somewhat unexpectedly.
How did you know?
Last time your phone was on the table, I saw a news notification about something called the Tianheng Institute Annual Selection.
I noticed you had bookmarked it.
This girl really pays attention to details.
Yeah. I'm going to participate in the selection.
Is it dangerous? It's not dangerous, it's just an exam, Jiang Fan said casually. Jiang closed the cookbook, stood up, and walked over to him. She had gained a bit of weight compared to 3 months ago, and her face finally had some fullness, no longer showing that sickly thinness. The bloodline repair had worked well, and her complexion had become much rosier. She reached out her small hand and gently tugged at the sleeve of his jacket.
Brother, do you think that every time you say it's not dangerous, I'll believe you?
Jiang Fan lowered his head to look at her clear yet worried eyes.
Then what do you want to hear? I want to hear the truth.
Jiang Fan was silent for 2 seconds before finally choosing to tell the truth.
A bit dangerous. But I won't die.
Jiang stared intently into his eyes for several seconds. Then, she let go of his hand, turned around, and walked back to the dining table, reopening the cookbook. Then come back, and I'll make braised pork ribs for you.
I've practiced it many times recently.
Are you sure?
Last time you made it, the ribs were burnt to charcoal.
That was because the fire was too strong.
This time I'll turn it down a bit. Don't turn it down too much either.
Last time, you simmered for 4 hours and the bones were still raw.
Brother! Can you stop bringing up old stuff?
Jiang complained irritably. The corners of Jiang Fan's mouth twitched slightly. Although he didn't smile, the coldness in his eyes quietly melted a little.
All right. Wait for me to come back and eat.
Departure day, 6:30 in the morning. The sky had yet to fully brighten. In the bedroom, Jiang Fan was making his final preparations. He hung the long blade forged from abyssal meteoric iron on his left hip. The new scratches on the scabbard were marks left by the intense battles of the past 3 months. A D-grade dagger was tucked at his back. In his backpack, he had only packed some change of clothes and the most basic supplies. He took out the black business card from the inner pocket of his jacket and glanced at it. 3 months had passed, and the edges of the card were slightly worn, but the silver emblem still gleamed. He put the card back and walked out of the bedroom. His younger sister, Jiang, was standing at the door. She was wearing a blue and white striped sweatshirt, her hair casually tied into a low ponytail, and she still had slippers on her feet. She held a thermos cup in her hands and handed it over.
Brother, have some hot water before you go.
Jiang Fan took it, unscrewed the lid, and gulped down 2 big mouthfuls. The scalding hot water made the tip of his tongue slightly numb.
The food in the fridge is enough for a week.
The money is in. Under the mattress, I know, Jiang softly interrupted him. Jiang Fan paused for a moment and continued to remind her, take your medicine on time.
Got it. Don't keep looking at your phone, it's bad for your eyes. Understood. If the heating isn't sufficient, go buy an electric heater, money.
Brother. Jiang Yu interrupted him again, lowering her head and nervously twisting the hem of her sweatshirt.
You should go now, if you keep dawdling, you'll be late.
Jiang Fan looked at her quietly for a few seconds, then reached out and gently patted her on the top of her head. He turned around and strode out. Behind him, at the moment the door slowly closed, he heard an extremely soft, faint voice.
Brother, you must come back. He did not look back.
After going downstairs, he hailed a car and headed straight to the military airport in the southern suburbs. The airport was located at the southernmost end of Base City, about a dozen kilometers away from the civilian terminal. High walls and barbed wire isolated it from the outside world, with armed guards standing at the entrance. Jiang Fan presented his martial artist certificate and the electronic passcode sent by Qinlai, passing through 3 checkpoints in succession before being guided to the tarmac. A silver-gray small transport plane was quietly parked on the runway, with a silver emblem painted on its side, an emblem he was all too familiar with, the Tianheng Institute. The cabin door was open, and a young man in a dark blue uniform stood at the bottom of the boarding stairs, holding an electronic tablet.
Jiang Fan?
Yes.
Instructor Qinlai asked me to pick you up. Please board the plane.
Instructor. So Qinlai's role at Tianheng Academy was that of an instructor.
Jiang Fan nodded and boarded the plane.
The cabin was small, with only 2 rows of seats totaling 8, completely empty.
He became the sole passenger.
He chose a window seat and placed the long knife on the empty seat beside him. The engine roared to life, the plane began to taxi, accelerate, and then suddenly took off. Through the porthole, he looked down.
The Jiangnan base city rapidly shrank beneath the wings. Skyscrapers turned into toy blocks, and the crisscrossing streets became lines.
The gray wall that separated the city from the wilderness was clearly visible. Beyond the wall lay endless ruins and twisted mutant vegetation.
He had narrowly escaped death 3 times in those ruins.
And now, he was flying over 3,000 kilometers away to compete with the world's top young talents for the mere 20 available spots.
4.5 hours of flight.
He closed his eyes, but sleep eluded him, his mind a tangled mess. When the plane landed, it was just past 12 noon. This was the Northwest.
The airport was 3 times larger than the one in Jiangnan City.
On the runway, more than a dozen identical silver-gray transport planes were parked, and people were busily moving supplies back and forth. The air was dry and piercingly cold, carrying the earthy scent unique to the wilderness, completely different from the damp, decaying leaf smell of Jiangnan. He walked down the gangway, and a military green off-road vehicle was already waiting by the runway. Beside the car stood a short-haired young woman in her early 20s, also dressed in the deep blue uniform of the Tianheng Institute, with a short knife strapped to her waist.
Jiang Fan, she asked.
Yes.
Follow me. Just call me Su Tang. I'm responsible for taking you to headquarters.
Got into the car, and the off-road vehicle sped north along a straight highway. On both sides of the road lay a desolate Gobi desert, with only a few mutated red willows, their branches lashing like whips in the fierce wind. About 40 minutes later, a vast complex of buildings appeared ahead. This was not the kind of skyscrapers commonly seen in base cities, but an extensive cluster of low-rise buildings.
The gray-white walls were sharp-edged, and all the structures were connected by enclosed corridors.
Surrounding the complex were 3 high walls and an electromagnetic protective net, with guard posts denser than even those in the military-restricted zones of Jiangnan Base City. At the very center, atop the main building, the silver emblem was magnified dozens of times, reflecting a cold gleam under the noonday sun.
Headquarters of Tianheng Institute.
The vehicle stopped at the first checkpoint, passing through strict verification and scanning before being allowed through.
Then came the second and third checkpoints. Finally, the off-road vehicle stopped in the square in front of the main building.
Jiang Fan got out of the car, his gaze sweeping across the entire square. A considerable number of people had already gathered in the square, at least 50 or 60 young individuals, standing or sitting in small groups of 2 or 3. Their ages ranged from around 15 or 16 to just over 20. Almost everyone was armed with knives, swords, guns, hammers, and various other weapons. Among them, the aura of a few individuals made Jiang Fan furrow his brows.
Strong, extraordinarily strong.
On the east side of the square, a young man in a white short-sleeved shirt was doing a one-handed handstand on the stone steps, with his other hand casually resting on his knee. His posture looked extremely relaxed, but the energy fluctuations emanating from him firmly remained at the peak of the sea level threshold. Judging by his face, he was at most 16 years old, with a hint of baby fat still on his cheeks, yet his energy had already reached such a level. Meanwhile, on a bench on the north side of the square, a girl with a high ponytail was meditating with her eyes closed.
Her breathing was extremely slow, with nearly 20 seconds between each inhale.
The air around her body even showed faint signs of distortion, a phenomenon caused by an excessively high energy concentration bending the light. Jiang Fan's gaze swept across the square. Every person here exuded the aura of a strong individual.
Not far away, a burly man's strength had already reached the peak of sea level.
On the other side, two robust young men were arm wrestling. The muscles on their arms were knotted, and the powerful energy fluctuations even caused the ground beneath them to tremble slightly. These two were both high-tier sea level, the same rank as him. Further away, a tall, thin figure wearing a hood leaned against the wall, leisurely peeling an apple. The long peel hung down without breaking. He had restrained his aura to the extreme, making it impossible for Jiang Fan to gauge his depth. But instinct screamed a warning: this person was definitely a tough opponent. The world's top geniuses from major base cities have all gathered here at this moment. Jiang Fan stood at the edge of the square, instinctively gripping the hilt of the knife at his waist.
He couldn't help but wonder where his strength ranked among this group of people. Mid-level? Or slightly above mid-level? He had no answer.
But the invisible pressure weighed heavily on his heart. In the past, in the wilderness, he faced ferocious beasts and ruthless killers. No matter how strong the enemy was, he could always find a weakness to fight desperately.
But here, it's different.
Everyone standing here is a martial artist who has been nurtured as a genius since childhood. They enjoy the most top-notch resources, practice the most exquisite techniques, have guidance from renowned masters, and the support of their families.
It can be said that they lack nothing. And what about Jiang Fan?
A waste deemed to have zero talent, who relied entirely on a cheat system to claw his way up from the bottom to a high sea level rank. His entire possessions consist of a single blade, a piece of armor so broken that only the core plates remain, and just over 60,000 yuan in his pocket. How could he possibly compete in wealth with these geniuses who were born with everything?
It's nothing short of a colossal joke.
But Jiang Fan never compares himself to others in these aspects. What he competes in is something entirely different. Thinking of this, he released his grip on the knife handle and stepped into the square. Su Tang led him to the second floor of the main building to complete the formalities and handed him a badge and dormitory key. She told Jiang Fan that the afternoon was free time, and everyone would gather at the North Gate Square at 9 a.m. the next day, where the selection rules would be announced uniformly. Before leaving, Su Tang's gaze lingered for a moment on his old knife and weathered face, as if she wanted to say something, but in the end, she turned and left.
Jiang Fan found dormitory 203 and pushed the door open.
The room was small, with a bed, a desk, and a wardrobe. The window faced north, offering a view of the gray-yellow wasteland outside the headquarters and the faint black line at the edge of the horizon. That was the border of the northwest wilderness area. He threw his backpack onto the bed, placed the long knife against the corner of the wall, then took out his phone and sent a message to his sister, Jiang Yu.
"I'm here."
2 seconds later, his sister replied.
"Okay. Stay safe."
3 seconds later, a new message popped up.
"Bro, you got this."
Right after that, there was a sticker, a chubby orange cat holding up a sign that said, "You're the best." Jiang Fan stared at the meme for 2 seconds, the corners of his mouth slightly raised. Then he locked the screen and slipped the phone back into his pocket. Meanwhile, 3,400 kilometers away in the Jiangnan base city, the study in the Wang family manor was brightly lit. Wang Shen was sitting behind the desk, staring at the official live countdown for the Tianheng Institute selection displayed on the wall. Every year, this selection attracted the attention of all global powers, because every individual who emerged from it would become a top-tier force capable of influencing the world's balance of power.
20 entrants meant the birth of 20 B-level powerhouses, enough to reshape the power dynamics of any base city.
His right hand rested on the desk, with a faint scar across the back of his fist.
It was left by Jiang Fan's blade 3 months ago.
The wound had long since healed, but he had deliberately kept the scar, as if to constantly remind himself of something.
Has the selection list been released? Wang Qian asked coldly.
Standing behind him, Chen Feng immediately handed over a tablet, which displayed a document. This year's candidates total 71, coming from 32 global base cities. Among them, there are 17 at peak sea level, 34 at high sea level, and 20 at mid sea level.
Wang Qian's finger slid across the list and finally stopped at the 63rd name. Jiang Fan. 18 years old. Jiangnan Base City. High sea level. Talent assessment, 0.
That 0 stands out glaringly among a group of A-level and S-level geniuses. Out of 71 people, his talent is the lowest, Chen Feng added from the side. Wang Qian put down the tablet, leaned back in his chair, his gaze icy.
His talent has never been 0. He stared at the countdown screen of the live broadcast and said slowly, if he gets selected, the Tianheng Institute will become his shield, and the cost of trying to move against him will increase dozens of times. He paused, the murderous intent in his tone undisguised. But what if he doesn't get selected? Chen Feng remained silent. He fully understood the meaning behind Wang Qian's unfinished words.
At 9 o'clock the next morning, all 71 candidates had gathered in the square outside the north gate of the Tianheng Institute headquarters. A temporary platform had been set up in the center of the square, with 3 people standing on it. On the high platform in the square, 3 people stood.
On the far left is Qin Lai.
He is wearing a dark green trench coat, with his hands in his pockets, looking lazy, exactly the same as he was 3 months ago in the wilderness.
Standing in the middle is a tall middle-aged woman.
She has short hair, a stern face, and a black tight combat suit that outlines her formidable figure. The oppressive aura she exudes even surpasses Qin Lai's, not due to the release of energy, but purely from her presence alone, which is enough to make the surrounding air feel heavy and cause everyone to unconsciously tense up. On the far right is a hunched old man with white hair. He is wrapped in a gray, worn cotton jacket, holding an old-fashioned enamel tea mug, looking just like a retired elder commonly seen in parks. Yet, in the square, no one dares to underestimate him. The energy fluctuations emanating from him are like a bottomless ancient well, impossible to gauge its depth. Qin Lai stepped forward, his gaze sweeping across the 71 young and nervous faces below the stage. His eyes found Jiang Fan in the crowd, lingering for less than half a second before quickly moving away.
All right, everyone is here. We'll skip the opening remarks.
He pulled a piece of paper from his pocket and unfolded it. The 37th annual selection of the Tianheng Institute, the rules are as follows.
First round, preliminary selection. The location is set in the sea-level beast habitat area north of headquarters. The task is to hunt sea-level beasts solo, with a time limit of 24 hours. We will rank participants based on the number of beasts hunted, and the top 40 will advance to the next round. As soon as he finished speaking, a low murmur of discussion arose from the audience. Sea-level beasts, 24 hours, and only 40 out of 71 participants would make it through.
A nearly 50% elimination rate didn't sound too harsh, but in the perilous wilderness, anything could happen. 24 hours of continuous combat would be an extreme test of stamina, judgment, and combat efficiency. A single mistake in any aspect could lead to complete failure. Qin Lai ignored the crowd's reaction and continued reading. Second round, elimination matches. The 40 participants who advance will engage in one-on-one round-robin battles, with opponents determined by drawing lots. Each match has no time limit and no restrictions on methods, ending only when one side surrenders, falls out of the arena, or loses the ability to fight. He flipped the paper in his hand, and his voice grew heavier.
The top 20 finalists will officially become the selected trainees of the 37th session of Tianheng Academy. Among them, the top 5 will receive an additional S-level resource pack from Tianheng Academy.
Those ranked 6th to 10th will receive a B-level resource pack, while those ranked 11th to 20th will receive a C-level resource pack. As soon as the words S-level resource pack were spoken, the atmosphere in the square changed instantly. Some people's breathing became heavy, some had greed flashing in their eyes, and others instinctively reached for the weapons at their waists.
What does an S-level resource pack mean?
It represents B-level enhanced nutrient solutions, top-tier cultivation techniques, and rare materials for forging divine weapons. These resources are enough to give a peak C-level warrior the capital to directly aim for B-level. Such a resource pack has a conservative market value of over 20 million. If they could make it into the top 5, this thought was wildly growing in everyone's mind. Jiang Fan stood at the back of the crowd, his expression unchanged. But he had already etched that number firmly in his heart. Top 5. Xinlai put away the note and stuffed it back into his pocket. Those are the rules. They sound simple, but whether you can achieve it depends on your own abilities. He took a step back, and the woman in black in the middle stepped forward, taking his place. I am Helan, director of the combat department at Tianheng Academy. Her voice was as hard as steel. I will add 2 points. First, during the preliminary selection, we do not prohibit conflicts between candidates. You can seize others' prey, but absolutely no killing is allowed. As for injuries or disabilities, we will not intervene.
The murmurs from the audience immediately grew louder.
Not prohibiting conflicts meant this was not just a competition to hunt beasts, but also a brutal contest between people.
Second, Helan's gaze swept across every face like a sharp blade. There will be no instructors to protect you in the wilderness.
Handle injuries yourself, deal with dangers on your own.
Remember, this is a selection, not a picnic. She finished speaking and then stepped back.
The white-haired old man held his enamel tea mug, leisurely strolling to the front of the stage, blowing on the tea leaves floating on the surface of the tea.
This old man, will just say one thing. His voice was hoarse and slow. You young folks, don't go dying in there. Dying would be quite embarrassing.
After speaking, he turned and left, the hem of his cotton-padded jacket dragging on the ground, the tea mug in his hand swaying back and forth, as if his words just now were casually mentioned.
The square fell silent for 2 seconds. Xinlai glanced at his watch.
It's now 9:15.
We'll depart at 2 p.m. You have 5 hours to prepare.
Gather at the north gate at exactly 2 o'clock.
Anyone late will be directly eliminated.
The crowd dispersed immediately.
Jiang Fan turned and walked toward the dormitory.
As he passed the east side of the square, the white-clad youth who had been doing a one-handed handstand earlier was now standing upright. He stood on the stone steps, tilting his head, looking at Jiang Fan with interest. His gaze lingered briefly on the long blade at Jiang Fan's waist.
Hey, are you the guy with 0 talent?
Jiang Fan's steps did not stop. You're the only one on the list with a talent marked as 0, the young man caught up, a curious smile playing at the corner of his lips.
Honestly, this is the first time I've seen someone with 0 talent make it this far.
How did you do it? Jiang Fan finally stopped walking. He turned his head slightly, sizing up the young man in front of him. The boy looked about 16, with a hint of youthfulness still on his face, but his eyes were astonishingly bright. A steady wave of sea-level peak energy radiated from him, its intensity clearly surpassing Jiang Fan's by a significant margin.
Which base city are you from?
Jiang Fan asked.
North 3rd Base City.
The teenager patted his chest and proudly announced, Lin Chao, 16 years old, S-level talent.
The number 1 in our base city. S-level talent, 16 years old, peak C-level.
Jiang Fan quickly processed these 3 pieces of information in his mind.
A bona fide genius. Are you done talking? Jiang Fan's tone was calm and indifferent. Lin Chao blinked, seemingly not expecting such a reaction. What's wrong with you? Talking like you're in such a rush.
I was just casually asking. You're done asking, Jiang Fan interrupted him, now step aside.
Jiang Fan ignored him and walked straight toward the dormitory.
Lin Chao stood in place, awkwardly scratching the back of his head.
This guy has such a bad temper.
Behind him, a low female voice suddenly sounded.
Don't provoke him.
Lin Chao turned his head and saw a girl with a high ponytail standing next to him at some point. She opened her eyes, her light brown pupils fixed intently on Jiang Fan's departing figure. "Just now, I closed my eyes and sensed the flow of his energy," she said slowly. "The way energy circulates in his body is completely different from ours. It doesn't come from any conventional training system." Lin Chao was stunned for a moment.
"What do you mean?" "It means he has secrets, and they're very dangerous."
The girl withdrew her gaze and turned to walk in another direction. "During the selection competition, stay away from him."
2 p.m., North Gate. 71 candidates gathered here.
Beyond the Iron Gate lies the vast and boundless northwest wilderness.
Here is completely different from the ruined cities of Jiangnan.
As far as the eye can see, there are no remnants of tall buildings, only a vast gray-yellow wasteland in cracked earth. In the distance lie undulating low hills, covered with a layer of black mutated shrubs. The sky is gray and hazy, with fierce winds whipping up dust and sand, striking everyone's faces with a coarse, stinging sensation. Here, it is more desolate, more expansive, and more untamed. With a piercing sound of metal scraping, the iron gate of the north entrance slowly rose. Shi Lai stood by the gate, his sharp gaze sweeping over everyone. After entering, the headquarters system will track your location signals in real time, but no support will be provided. The gate will reopen in 24 hours, at which point we will tally the number of survivors and the kill count.
He glanced at his watch. 2 o'clock sharp. Move out.
At the command, 71 figures instantly dashed out. Some charged straight north, some maneuvered toward the northeast, while others walked forward at a leisurely pace. The fastest few disappeared beyond the horizon of the wasteland in the blink of an eye.
Jiang Fan did not run.
He stood at the gate, spending a full 10 seconds to quickly scan the terrain of the entire wasteland. Wind direction, topography, vegetation distribution, all the information rapidly formed a three-dimensional map in his mind. Then, he stepped forward, heading northwest. His right hand firmly rested on the hilt of the blade, feeling the cold touch of the indigo metal through the wrapped cord. Meanwhile, on the third floor of the main building at the headquarters of the Tianheng Institute, in the central command hall, a massive semicircular projection wall stretched from the floor to the ceiling, towering at a height of 12 meters. The wall was neatly divided into 71 individual screens, each corresponding to the real-time location and combat status of a candidate. High-precision military satellites from an orbit 36,000 kilometers away captured the texture of every stone on the ground with crystal-clear detail. Since the candidates dispersed into the wilderness, the atmosphere in the hall had remained tense. More than 20 senior instructors and corps members of the combat division from the Tianheng Institute were seated in the tiered observation seats. In front of each person was a data terminal, refreshing in real time with the candidates' energy fluctuations, heart rates, stamina consumption curves, and hunting statistics.
Helan sat in the very center of the front row.
She was dressed in a black combat suit with the collar zipped up to the top. Her arms were crossed over her chest, and her face was devoid of any unnecessary expression, appearing cold and focused. The seat next to her was empty, with a lone enamel tea mug sitting on the table. The white-haired old man had slipped away at some unknown time. Shi Lai, on the other hand, was reclining in the chair at the far right of the second row. The backrest was adjusted to its lowest position, his hands were resting behind his head, and he squinted at the big screen with a leisurely and carefree demeanor. 6 hours had passed. The atmosphere in the hall had shifted from initial silence to hushed discussions, and now it had become somewhat noisy.
Look at number 37, Meng Haoyan from the eastern base city, with an A-level talent.
Before departure, all his evaluations ranked in the top 10. A middle-aged instructor pointed at the screen, his tone full of disdain.
And now look at the state he's in.
On the screen, candidate 37 was crouching behind a massive boulder, gripping a finely crafted alloy greatsword tightly in his hands. 30 meters away from him, a sea-level grayscale beast was gnawing on a mutated shrub on the ground. He had been squatting for a full 15 minutes. The grayscaled beast turned around, its tail facing him, exposing the best angle for a sneak attack from the rear side.
He still didn't move. Another 3 minutes passed, and the grayscaled beast, now full, sauntered away leisurely. Number 37 finally stood up from behind the rock, letting out a long sigh of relief. 6 hours, number of kills, 0. The middle-aged instructor read out the statistics from the data terminal. In the evaluation, his strength ranked in the top 5, and his mastery of techniques reached an impressive 97%. Yet in actual combat, he doesn't even dare to face a single sea-level beast. That's not surprising, a female instructor interjected. He's the young master of the Meng family from the eastern base city. He grew up sparring with simulated targets in training halls. He's never experienced the feeling of real beast blood splattering on his face. Several unabashed sneers echoed through the hall. This situation is not an isolated case. Among the 71 screens on the projection wall, at least a dozen candidates were idling. Some were looking for safe caves to set up camp, some were cautiously avoiding groups of beasts, and some had even started gnawing on dry rations, resting in place. 6 hours had passed, and there were 11 candidates with a kill count still at 0, while 9 had only managed to kill 1. Flowers nurtured in a greenhouse, Heelan finally spoke, his voice as cold as a knife scraping against bone. No matter how high their talent or how abundant their resources, once thrown into the real wilderness, they're nothing but useless. Her gaze slowly shifted to the ranking statistics board on the right side of the projection wall. The data on the statistics board refreshed in real time, and the number in the first place instantly silenced the entire hall. Ranked first, number 14, Xin Yue. Number of kills, 16. 16. 6 hours, 16 Class C monsters. On average, one is hunted every 22 minutes. Another one added. A young instructor stared intently at the screen, his voice slightly tense. On the projection wall, the footage of number 14 was switched to the main screen, starting a live broadcast. On that gray-yellow wasteland. Across the vast wasteland, low mutated shrubs were scattered everywhere. A girl with twin ponytails stood quietly at the edge of the shrubs. In front of her lay 2 freshly slain rock-armored rhinos, their necks cleanly severed, the cut so smooth it was almost unbelievable. However, the girl held no weapon in her hands. No knife, no sword, not even a gun. Her hands hung naturally at her sides, with 2 drops of dark beast blood clinging to her fingertips. When the wind blew, she casually flicked her hands. Then, she closed her eyes and took a deep breath. The air around her body distorted once again in an eerie manner, the light bending slightly within half a meter of her, and the ground sand and stone seemed to sink 2 centimeters under an invisible force. In the distant surveillance hall, an instructor named Heelan's eyes lit up. She stared intently at the screen, murmuring to herself, "This is a combat style of psychic energy projection." She's actually not using any weapons, purely shaping blades with psychic energy to attack. A peak-level C-class psychic, able to achieve this level. She didn't finish her sentence, but everyone in the hall understood the implication. This girl could no longer be described as a genius. The term genius was reserved for outstanding individuals like Lin Chao. But the girl on the screen, Xin Yue, could only be called a monster. On the large screen, the real-time rankings were clearly displayed. First place, Xin Yue, with 16 kills. The number of kills by the second place was exactly half of hers. In second place was Lin Chao, number 51, with 8 kills. The screen switched to him, showing the white-clad youth holding the horn of a rock-armored rhino with one hand, dragging its heavy corpse to an open area. His combat style was completely different from Xin Yue's, violent, direct, with every punch and kick a head-on clash. Under his attacks, the thick armor of the rock-armored rhino was as fragile as cardboard. Killing 8 in 6 hours, this achievement would have been enough to rank in the top 3 in any previous selection. But unfortunately, this year there was Xin Yue, a monster who had killed 16, completely overshadowing him. Ranked third is Zhao Tong, with 7 kills. In fourth place is Han Zhang, also with 7 kills. Fifth place goes to Jiang Fan, with 6 kills. Heelan's gaze lingered for a moment on the name in 5th place. Jiang Fan, the boy who had been assessed as having 0 talent. She immediately pulled up the real-time footage of candidate number 63. In the footage, Jiang Fan was in the northwest of the wasteland, on a cracked riverbed. He was crouched beside the corpse of a grayscale beast,
breathing heavily, his chest heaving far more than normal. There was a scratch on the corner of his mouth, and a fresh claw mark on his left forearm, now scabbed over with a layer of dark red blood. He used a long knife to carve out the core from the grayscale beast's chest cavity, wiped the blood off the blade, and then stood up. "The sixth one," Heelan said, looking at the statistics. "It took a total of 5 hours and 47 minutes. He killed the first 3 very quickly, averaging 40 minutes per kill. But his pace clearly slowed for the last 3, with the final one taking over an hour." A middle-aged instructor nearby pulled up Jiang Fan's stamina curve and added, "His stamina is depleting too quickly. The curve has been dropping steadily from full at the start and is now down to 58%. "Compare it with Lin Chao," Heelan ordered. Lin Chao's stamina curve immediately appeared on the screen. Although it was also declining, the slope was much gentler, and the current value remained at 79%. Now take a look at Xin Yuwei. Xin Yuwei's stamina curve was almost a straight line. After hunting 16 demonic beasts, her stamina still remained at 91%. This is the difference, the middle-aged instructor sighed. Jiang Fan's combat efficiency isn't low, his judgment and practical experience are even better than most. But his foundation is too weak, and the efficiency of his body's energy circulation technique is too low. Every strike he makes consumes nearly 30% more energy than martial artists of the same level. To put it in plain terms, he's too fuel-intensive." A lazy voice came from the second row. The middle-aged instructor turned to look, only to see Qin lie half-reclining in his chair, squinting his eyes, seemingly either watching the screen or dozing off. "Instructor Qin, number 63 was recommended by you, right?" the middle-aged instructor asked. "Yes," Qin Lai responded briefly. "Zero talent, just starting with cultivation techniques, no family resources, and no systematic training," the middle-aged instructor said as he flipped through the documents. "Objectively speaking, the fact that he's currently ranked 5th has already exceeded everyone's expectations. However, the real test will be the next 18 hours. Qin Lai did not reply. His light gray eyes simply stared quietly at Jiang Fan's figure on the screen. In the footage, Jiang Fan stuffed the core into his backpack, unscrewed his water bottle to take a couple of sips, then glanced down at the positioning wristband on his arm. The screen on the wristband displayed his current ranking, 5th. His lips seemed to move slightly, but no one could see clearly what he said. Then, he put away the water bottle, took no rest, and continued walking toward the northwest of the wilderness with his knife in hand. "He'll be caught up with very soon." The middle-aged instructor concluded, most of those ranked 6 to 15 are conserving their energy, preparing to exert themselves in the latter half. At the current rate of Jiang Fan's energy consumption, in a few more hours, his stamina will likely drop below 30%. By then, his hunting speed will plummet, while the others will just be starting to accelerate. From the data, that does seem to be the case. Qin Lai's voice remained calm. "Does Instructor Qin have a different opinion?" Qin Lai gently rocked the chair and said, "No. Data doesn't lie." He paused for a moment, then slowly added, "But people do." In the northwest of the wasteland, Jiang Fan was walking step by step upstream along the dried-up riverbed. The soles of the boots stepped on the cracked muddy ground, making a creaking sound. The wind blew in from the north, carrying sand particles that scraped against the face like tiny knives. Jiang Fan consciously adjusted his breathing, taking a deep breath every 10 steps and then exhaling slowly. He had to minimize his energy consumption because his foundation was far too weak. 3 months of arduous training had doubled the efficiency of his spiritual energy circulation. But compared to those prodigies who had professional guidance from a young age, the precision of his meridian operation was far from adequate. The same move, others use 10 units of effort, but he has to use 15. Running the same 100 meters, others expend 1 unit of stamina, but he has to expend 1.5. In the short term, this difference is not noticeable. But over time, it becomes the difference between life and death. He glanced at the ranking on the wristband. 5th place, number of kills, 6. As for first place, it has already reached an astonishing 16. The gap is nearly threefold. But Jiang Fan did not dwell on that unattainable number. What he needs to focus on now is the elimination line at 40th place.
Currently, the number of hunts for the 40th place is 2. This number still looks quite safe.
But only 6 hours have passed in the 24-hour competition, and no one can predict what will happen next. After walking for about 10 more minutes, the riverbed gradually narrowed, and the slopes on both sides became increasingly steep. Suddenly, a noise came from ahead. It wasn't a beast, it was a person. Jiang Fan immediately slowed his steps, his right hand gripping the hilt of his blade tightly. At the corner of the dirt slope, a white figure flashed by. It was Lin Chao. The young man in white lightly jumped down the dirt slope, landing steadily on the riverbed.
When he saw Jiang Fan, that slightly curious smile appeared on his face again. Well, what a coincidence, we meet again.
Jiang Fan's hand still hadn't left the hilt of his blade, his gaze wary.
Relax, I'm not here to steal your prey.
Lin Chao waved his hand nonchalantly and said, I just cleared out the bushes upstream. All the sea-level beasts there have been wiped out by me, and I was just about to move to another spot. As he spoke, he plopped down on a large rock nearby, pulled a bag of compressed biscuits from his waist pouch, tore it open, and started eating.
He asked indistinctly, what rank are you now? 5th. 6 heads?
Lin Chao took a bite of the cookie, chewing slowly, tilting his head to size up Jiang Fan. Did you see the data for the first place?
I saw it. 16 heads, huh?
Lin Chao extended one finger, then added another, waving them in front of Jiang Fan.
6 hours, 16 heads.
I worked hard to kill 8, ranking second, but it's still not even half of hers. There was no jealousy in his tone, but rather a heartfelt admiration. Her name is Xin Yue, from the 7th Northern Base City.
Her talent.
He paused, swallowed the cookie in his mouth, and then said word by word.
It's SS-level. Jiang Fan's fingers pressing on the knife handle instantly tightened. SS-level.
He had looked up the classification of talent levels in the Beast Hunting Alliance's database, which ranged from low to high as D, C, B, A, S, and the legendary SS.
SS-level talent, among all the documented survivors worldwide, numbered no more than 20. I'm an S-level talent.
I started training at the age of 5, and all the best resources of the northern third base city were poured into me, Lin Chao said, crumpling the cookie wrapper into a ball and stuffing it back into his waist pouch, then brushing the crumbs off his hands.
I always thought I was strong enough. At 16, reaching the peak of sea level, I could be considered a top-tier genius in any base city.
He raised his head and looked toward the northern wilderness, where Xin Yue's general area of activity was. His smile disappeared. Until I saw her ranking.
16. The physical exertion she spent hunting 16 sea-level monsters might be less than what I used to kill 8.
This kind of gap simply can't be bridged by effort alone. Lin Chao turned his head, his gaze burning as he looked at Jiang Fan.
Such a person, that's what you call a genius. A true genius.
Jiang Fan stood quietly in the center of the riverbed, listening to these words.
He said nothing. The ranking on the wristband flickered with a pale blue light at the edge of his vision.
5th place. He withdrew his gaze and glanced in the direction upstream of the riverbed.
Is upstream already cleared?
Basically. Lin Chao stood up and patted the dust off his backside.
What, are you thinking of trying your luck over there?
No, I'll head in a different direction.
With that, Jiang Fan turned around and walked downstream along the riverbed without looking back.
Hey, Lin Chao called out from behind, but Jiang Fan's steps didn't pause in the slightest. Meanwhile, outside the arena, the annual selection of the Tianheng Institute was being broadcast live online to a global audience, with viewership already exceeding 1 billion. Countless eyes were fixed on every name on the leaderboard, while various comments flashed rapidly across the screen.
That Xin Yue is just too outrageous, isn't she? Already 16 beasts? Is she grinding through a game dungeon? Lin Chao is pretty fierce too. At 16, he dares to take on sea-level beasts barehanded.
No wonder he's called a monster from the northern third base city. Wait, look at the 5th place, Jiang Fan.
His talent is displayed as 0? Am I seeing things? You read that right, it's clearly written on the official list, talent assessment 0. Are you kidding? How does someone with 0 talent even cultivate? The system must have a bug. He's from Jiangnan-based city. Does anyone know what his story is?
I looked into it, no background. His parents passed away, and he only has a younger sister lying in the hospital.
He dropped out of school a long time ago. Wow! How did someone with these conditions manage to reach 5th place? Don't start praising him just yet. Look at his stamina curve, his consumption rate is nearly double that of the top 4.
There's no way he can last 24 hours.
Exactly.
The competition has only been going on for 6 hours, and his heart rate is already close to 120. Now look at Xin Yue, her heart rate is just over 70, like she's out for a stroll.
The gap is all-encompassing. Having 0 talent is no joke, it fundamentally determines his ceiling. The fact that he's in 5th place now is nothing more than a fleeting moment of glory.
He is pushing himself to the limit, but pushing to the limit comes at a cost.
How long can he hold on? What will he do with the remaining 18 hours?
Those who know how to conserve their energy haven't even truly started exerting themselves yet. Several top experts have only killed 2 or 3 magical beasts so far, clearly conserving their strength and waiting to unleash their power in the latter half. By then, these guys who have overexerted themselves early on will all be left far behind.
To be honest, no one is optimistic about him.
Passion is a good thing, but the selection process doesn't care about the journey, it only looks at the cold, hard results. Meanwhile, 3,400 kilometers away in the Jiangnan-based city, in the Wang family's estate, the light in the study cast Wang Qian's face into contrasting halves of light and shadow. He was staring at the projection screen, where Jiang Fan was running through the hills, searching for his next target. Jiang Fan's steps were no longer as light as they had been at the start. While climbing a slope, his right leg noticeably dragged for a moment. The movement was subtle, but Wang Qian caught it with sharp precision. His fingers tapped rhythmically on the armrest.
Chun Feng.
Sir. A voice came from the shadows.
How many has he killed so far?
6.
Currently ranked 5th. Wang Qian's lips subtly curved upward, almost imperceptibly.
It wasn't a smile, but a sense of relaxation after a plan had been confirmed. 6 heads, 5th place. He repeated slowly, as if savoring the words. The world's most elite young martial artists are all here, with some possessing extraordinary S-level, even SS-level talent.
They'd had renowned masters guiding them one-on-one since childhood. And him?
A poor kid with 0 talent, who, just 3 months ago, was risking his life hunting the lowest-level iron-spined wolves just to make a living. He paused, a trace of disdain in his tone.
Even if he's climbed to 5th place now, so what?
Chun Feng said nothing, simply standing there quietly.
Wang Qian pulled a photo out from the drawer beneath the armrest.
In the photo was a young man in his early 20s, dressed in a brand new martial artist uniform, his smile brimming with confidence and ambition. That is Wang Tong, his son. Wang Qian stared at the photo for a few seconds, then abruptly flipped it over, placing it face down on the table.
The analyst was right. His stamina won't last until the end.
In 12 hours, his speed will plummet, and those who have been conserving their strength will swarm like a pack of wolves to overtake him. He leaned back against the chair, his voice cold and calm.
He won't make it into the top 40.
If he really gets eliminated, Chun Feng began tentatively. Then, the protection order from the Tianheng Institute for him will automatically become invalid. Wang Qian picked up the conversation, his tone as calm as still water. His gaze shifted back to the projection. On the screen, Jiang Fan had stopped in the shadow of the hills, bending over with his hands on his knees, gasping for breath. The white mist he exhaled condensed instantly in the cold air, only to be blown away by the wind moments later. After a brief pause, he straightened up and started running forward again. Wang Qian stared at the running figure, his fingers tapping on the armrest, suddenly pausing for a beat. He took a pen from the drawer and quickly wrote a line on a sticky note. Arrange 2 teams to stand by outside the west and south gates of Jiangnan Base City. He slid the note across. Chun Feng picked it up, glanced at it, silently folded it, and put it into his pocket.
Understood.
The study fell silent once again, with only the light from the projection screen flickering on Wang Qian's face. In the image, Jiang Fan crossed over the top of a hill. He spotted his next prey. In the dried-up river valley 200 meters away, a gray-scaled beast was tearing at the roots of a mutated plant. Jiang Fan drew his knife. The indigo blade glinted with an icy cold light under the dim sky. He did not pause to survey the terrain or detour to find a better angle of attack. Instead, he chose the most direct and physically demanding approach, charging straight down.
The ninth one.
When the long blade severed the neck of the grayscale beast, Jiang Fan's left knee could no longer hold, crashing heavily to the ground. It wasn't a kneel, his leg had completely given out. His kneecap struck the cracked earth, and the sharp pain shot up his leg bone, piercing his spine, and spreading to the top of his head. He clenched his teeth tightly, refusing to let his entire body collapse. Gripping the hilt of his blade with his right hand, he drove the tip of the blade fiercely into the ground, barely managing to support his faltering body. The grayscaled beast's head rolled to the side, and dark purple blood gushed from the severed neck, quickly spreading into a large stain on the cracked ground. Jiang Fan gasped for air, each breath feeling like two files grinding against each other inside his chest cavity. Although his cultivation technique had already opened up 93% of his meridians, after 12 consecutive hours of high-intensity combat, the energy flow within his body had dwindled from a rushing stream to intermittent droplets. His energy reserves were nearly depleted.
The cold display on his wristband showed his stamina level, 23%.
He lowered his head and glanced at the grayscaled beast he had just killed.
This was the ninth one.
To take it down, he had spent nearly 2 hours. It was worth noting that when hunting the first 6 beasts, he had averaged only 40 minutes per kill. The 7th took an hour, the 8th an hour and a half, and this 9th one had taken a full 2 hours. His speed was collapsing. It wasn't a problem with his technique, his body had simply reached its limit. He squatted beside the corpse, struggling to dig out the beast core from its chest cavity with his long knife. Due to his lack of strength, the blade got stuck twice between the hard ribs. He had to change angles and cut through the gaps between the ribs before he finally managed to extract the fist-sized, dark green glowing beast core.
9 cores now.
The side pocket of his backpack was heavy, the 9 beast cores crammed together, producing dull collision sounds as he moved. Jiang Fan stuffed the 9th core inside and zipped it up. He tried to stand up, and his left knee protested with a creaking sound. He steadied himself, but his body still swayed slightly. The ranking on the wristband refreshed. 4th place. With this 9th beast core, his rank had risen by 1 position. As for Xin Yue, who was in 1st place, she had already hunted 26 beasts.
Jiang Fan did not look at that unattainable number.
He knew that his greatest enemy right now was not the people ahead of him, but the hunters behind him who were relentlessly catching up. He had to hold his position. He quickly glanced at the rankings. The current 40th place had already hunted.
Only 12 hours remain until the end of the competition.
Jiang Fan counted, he now had 5 inner cores. This number was still 4 short of the 9th place. He didn't feel safe at all. He unscrewed his water bottle and took a big gulp. The remaining water sloshed inside the bottle, leaving about 1/3 left. He would have to ration it. He put the bottle away and cautiously scanned the surrounding terrain. This was a dried-up river valley, flanked by grayish-yellow slopes. To the north was a patch of low, mutated shrubs. The wind blew from the northeast, carrying a dry, earthy smell. On the ground, traces of demonic beast activity, paw prints, droppings, and gnawed roots, were noticeably sparser than they had been 6 hours ago. The sea-level beasts on the outskirts had almost all been killed. 71 candidates had swept through this wilderness for 12 hours, and the easily found beasts had been nearly wiped out. The remaining ones had either retreated into the more complex terrain deeper in or hidden in underground caves, making the search several times more difficult.
Continuing the hunt was no longer cost-effective.
Dragging his weary steps, he walked westward along the river valley, his eyes fixed on any movement in the bushes. About 7 or 8 minutes later, at the edge of the bushes, he suddenly stopped in his tracks. 40 meters ahead to the right, on a weathered rock, stood a person. The person had a slender figure, with a high ponytail. The black tight-fitting short outfit clung to her delicate frame, fluttering slightly in the wind. Her hands hung by her sides, her fingertips clean and spotless.
No blood. After killing 26 C-class demonic beasts, there wasn't a single drop of blood on her. It was Xin Yue.
Jiang Fan's right hand instantly pressed onto the knife handle, his heartbeat soaring from 110 to 140. This wasn't due to fear, but because he hadn't noticed her presence at all.
When did she start being there? Was it when he walked along the river valley? Or even earlier? Perhaps when he crouched down to extract the inner core from the corpse of that grayscale beast?
He had been completely unaware the entire time.
To what extent had she suppressed her energy fluctuations?
This feeling was even cleaner than the night Qinlai stood on the rooftop.
This wasn't just suppression, it was complete disappearance.
If he hadn't seen her with his own eyes, he wouldn't have known there was a living person standing 40 meters away.
SS-level talent, is this the terrifying power of SS-level talent?
Jiang Fan's thumb flicked the lock on the knife handle open by half an inch. At this moment, Xin Yue turned her head slightly and glanced at him. Her light brown pupils appeared particularly indifferent under the gray-white daylight, like a cup of diluted tea. Her palm-sized face had clear cheekbone lines and a sharp chin. Despite being only 17 or 18 years old, the coldness in her expression far exceeded that of her peers. She didn't move, just stood there on the rock, quietly watching him. The two of them stared at each other from a distance of 40 meters for 3 seconds. "I'm not here to steal your stuff," she spoke first. Her voice was very soft, and her speech was slow, with pauses between each word longer than usual, as if she wasn't used to talking to people.
Jiang Fan's hand did not relax.
"Just a coincidence," she added. "I chased a rock-armored rhino here, killed it, and was taking a break." Her gaze shifted away from Jiang Fan's face and landed on the corpse of the grayscaled beast at his feet, pausing for a second. "The ninth one?" she asked.
Jiang Fan didn't answer.
His mind was racing. A distance of 40 meters, she stood on higher ground, and with her kind of energy projection attack, the range could easily cover 20 meters. Meanwhile, his stamina was down to less than 20%. Even if he went all out, his speed wouldn't surpass that of a peak sea-level beast. He couldn't win, nor could he escape. If she wanted to take it, he'd have no choice but to face her head-on. Bloodline Frenzy can be used, providing 3 minutes of B-level combat power. But the cost is complete exhaustion for the next 1 or 2 days, effectively ending the remaining 12 hours of the competition. Xin Yue looked at his hand tightly gripping the knife handle and the taut shoulder lines stretched like bowstrings.
"Relax."
She jumped down from the rock, landing silently. Her toes touched the gravel without even shifting the stones. "In your current state, if I wanted to make a move, your hand wouldn't even have time to draw the knife before everything was over." When she said this, there was not the slightest hint of provocation or boastfulness in her tone, just a pure statement, as calm as saying, "The wind is a bit strong today."
Jiang Fan's jaw instantly tightened.
He knew she was stating a fact. But his hand gripping the knife handle still did not loosen.
Xin Yue didn't seem to mind.
She turned around, facing north, and the high ponytail at the back of her head swayed slightly. "Your stamina is nearing its limit," she said. "If you keep hunting like this, your efficiency will only get worse. You know this yourself." Jiang Fan remained silent. She tilted her head, the outline of her profile appearing particularly sharp against the backlight.
"But what you should be most worried about right now isn't the beasts." Jiang Fan's brows furrowed.
Xin Yue's speech sped up slightly, just a tiny bit, but coming from her, it already counted as an emotional fluctuation.
"Have you noticed those who have been conserving their strength during the first half?" Jiang Fan's mind raced.
The first half, conserve strength. He did notice. On the leaderboard, quite a few candidates had only killed 1 or 2 beasts in the first 6 hours, or even none at all. With their peak sea-level strength, this was absolutely impossible. The only explanation was that they were deliberately conserving energy. Previously, he thought these people's strategy was to rest and recharge, then catch up in the second half.
But now, Shin Yue's words instantly made him realize another possibility.
They're about to start exerting their strength. Shin Yue's voice remained as calm as water, but their target isn't to hunt down the beasts.
Jiang Fan felt his blood vessels suddenly throb.
The rules are very clear, the rankings are based on the number of kills. His voice was somewhat hoarse.
Alright, here is the revised audio script for you.
His voice scraped out from his throat, dry and rough.
The criterion is to see how many inner cores you have left in your hand, Shin Yue corrected him. Jiang Fan's breath suddenly paused for half a beat. How many are left in hand?
It's not about how many you killed, but how many are left.
He instinctively lowered his head to glance at the heavy 9 inner cores in the side pocket of his backpack.
In an instant, countless pieces of information exploded in his mind. He remembered what Helan had said before their departure during the preliminary selection: conflicts between candidates are not prohibited. You can seize others' prey, but absolutely no killing is allowed.
At the time, he thought it was just an insignificant supplementary explanation and didn't take it to heart.
He naively believed that those conserving their strength were waiting for the latter half to encounter more formidable monsters.
Now he understood, they were not waiting for the beasts. They were waiting for people like him.
Waiting for those who had fought desperately in the first half, expending most of their energy, with backpacks full of spoils. These people had spent a full 12 hours, depleting their stamina to less than 30%, with their energy nearly exhausted. Meanwhile, on the other side, those who had conserved their strength for 12 hours were now brimming with energy and fully recharged.
What happens next goes without saying. They don't need to painstakingly search for beasts one by one in the wilderness.
They just need to find those ranked high on the leaderboard, fight them, and take all the beast cores from their backpacks. Someone who has worked hard to kill 9 beasts, once defeated, will see all their efforts instantly vanish. Those 9 beast cores will all belong to the victor. The number of kills went from 0 to 9, while the number of people robbed went from 9 to 0. This efficiency was more than 10 times higher than hunting beasts on his own.
Damn it!
A word escaped Jiang Fan's mouth.
He actually never considered this aspect at all.
No, it's not that he didn't consider it, but that he was wrong from the very beginning. He focused all his energy on hunting demonic beasts, with only one thought in his mind: kill more, rank higher. He forgot that this was not some ordinary hunting mission. This was a brutal battle among 71 top experts.
Here, humans are much harder to deal with than beasts. How much physical strength do you have left now? Shin Yue suddenly asked.
Jiang Fan swallowed hard, his throat so dry it felt like it was about to catch fire.
A little over 20%.
Shin Yue's expression didn't change much, but she tilted her head slightly, as if confirming some information.
High-level C-rank strength, only 20% stamina left, yet 9 inner cores in your backpack.
Her speech slowed down, each word striking Jiang Fan's heart. To those C-rank peak fighters who have rested for 12 hours, you're just a walking piece of fat meat. Jiang Fan's fingers suddenly clenched the knife handle tightly, his knuckles turning white from the force.
How do you know they're about to make a move?
Shin Yue raised one hand and gently tapped her temple with her index finger.
Energy perception.
I can detect subtle changes in energy fluctuations within a 2-kilometer radius. In the past half hour, at least 7 people's energy output patterns have switched from static to searching. She lowered her hand and looked at Jiang Fan.
The energy diffusion pattern in searching mode is completely different from when hunting demonic beasts.
When hunting demonic beasts, perception is dispersed to cover a wider area. But when searching for people, the frequency is directional, like radar, scanning back and forth along specific orientations. Her gaze was as sharp as a knife.
They're looking for someone. 7. At least 7 people are no longer content with hunting monsters.
The competition has been going on for 12 hours, and the hunters are preparing to hunt the prey.
A layer of cold sweat instantly broke out on Jiang Fan's back.
Not because of fear, but because he finally realized just how passive his current situation was. Exhausted, energy depleted, and with 9 extremely conspicuous inner cores in his backpack. On this vast wilderness, he couldn't run fast or hide. What was even worse was that the ranking on the positioning bracelet was being broadcast live globally, and everyone knew he was ranked 4th and had 9 inner cores in his possession. He was like prey covered in flags, standing conspicuously in the center of the hunting ground.
What about you?
Jiang Fan countered, you have 26, 10 times more eye-catching than me. Xin Youwei's lips moved slightly. It wasn't a smile, just a subtle curve.
Anyone who wants to take me on is welcome anytime.
Her tone was so indifferent it bordered on arrogance.
26 inner cores, ranked first in the global live broadcast.
She was the biggest target. Yet when she said I don't mind, there wasn't the slightest hint of bluff in her eyes.
Because she had the right to say so. An SS-level talent, peak sea-level strength, consecutively killing 26 sea-level monsters, and still having 90% of her stamina left. Whoever dares to take her away is courting death. But Jiang Fan is not her. His stamina is down to only 20%. Why are you telling me this?
Jiang Fan stared intently into her eyes, trying to find the answer within them.
Xin Youwei was silent for 2 seconds.
This morning, before we set off, when you walked past me, she said, I scanned you once using energy perception.
And then?
Your meridian structure is very strange.
It's not something that any conventional cultivation system could form.
The clearance rate of the branch meridians is astonishingly high, but the strength of the meridian walls is extremely uneven. Some areas are excessively reinforced, while others are so fragile they almost don't exist. She paused, as if organizing her thoughts. The feeling it gives me is like being forcibly pried open with the most brutal brute force.
Jiang Fan said nothing.
The breaking abyss technique relies on violent infusion to forcibly break through the meridians. She took just one glance and uncovered his biggest secret. I'm curious, Xin Youwei finally revealed her reason.
How could someone with zero talent cultivate to this level?
So, I don't want to see you eliminated in the preliminaries just because someone stole your inner core. Her reason was merely curiosity. It wasn't kindness, nor was it sympathy, but a pure and almost ruthless curiosity. Just like a top scientist who sees an experimental sample that completely defies logic, he would never want this precious sample to be destroyed midway through the experiment due to an accident.
Jiang Fan understood.
He didn't need her goodwill, nor did he care about her motives. He only needed this piece of information.
How long? He asked. What do you mean by how long? How long until they make a move?
Xin Youwei tilted her head in thought for a moment.
If they're fast, within an hour. Among those 7 people, 3 are less than 4 kilometers away from your current position.
At their full sprint speed as sea-level peak fighters, they can arrive in 20 minutes.
20 minutes.
Jiang Fan lowered his head and looked at his hands. His left hand tightly gripped the knife handle, his knuckles stained with dried beast blood, and black dirt embedded in the crevices of his nails. On the webbing of his right hand, a shallow scar remained from a tear 3 months ago. At this moment, as he clenched his fist, the scar stretched and turned pale.
He had only 20 minutes to decide his fate. Should he find a place to hide and endure until the competition ends, or face them head-on? Hide? Where could he hide? The tracking bracelet was strapped to his wrist, monitoring his every move in real time via global satellite.
On the ranking list, his number and kill count were clearly displayed. Those hunters only needed to activate the bracelet to immediately pinpoint his general location.
Run?
His stamina was down to 23%, he probably wouldn't make it 3 kilometers before collapsing. Meanwhile, the people chasing him were all brimming with energy, their stamina at full capacity. It seemed there was only one choice left. Jiang Fan drew his long blade with a sharp clang. The indigo blade shimmered with a steady, cold light under the gray-white sky. 3 months of intense use had left the edge covered in fine wear, but its sharpness remained undiminished. The quality of the Abyss meteorite forging truly lived up to its reputation.
He held the knife horizontally in front of him and said to Xin Youwei, "Thanks." Xin Youwei merely glanced at him.
She didn't say you're welcome, nor did she say be careful. She simply turned around and walked silently northward. Her high ponytail swayed twice behind her head, and her thin figure quickly blended into the gray-yellow wilderness. After walking a dozen steps, her energy fluctuations disappeared once again, completely vanishing without a trace, as if she had never been there. The valley returned to a deathly silence. Only the sound of the wind and the faint rolling of pebbles blown by it could be heard. In the distance, a low growl of a wild beast echoed faintly, but it was quickly shredded to pieces by the wind. Jiang Fan stood motionless beside the corpse of the gray-scaled beast, gripping his knife. He glanced down at his wristband, which displayed his ranking, 4th, kills, 9. The competition had been going on for 12 hours and 7 minutes, with 11 hours and 53 minutes remaining. He raised his head, his gaze sweeping across the tops of the slopes on both sides of the valley. On the northeastern horizon, several energy fluctuations were rapidly moving toward him. More than one. Jiang Fan's pupils suddenly contracted. They were here. Jiang Fan turned and ran. Without the slightest hesitation. The motion of sheathing the long blade and turning around was completed almost simultaneously. With the first step he took, he suppressed the remaining energy within his body to the lowest level. That powerful Dragon Emperor bloodline was forcibly subdued to a nearly dormant state. His aura instantly contracted, and the energy fluctuations dropped abruptly from the high level of Class C to a nearly undetectable Class D. Xin Yue had mentioned that those hunters used directional energy scanning. The principle was simple, akin to radar capturing a signal source. The stronger the target's energy fluctuations, the easier it was to lock onto. What Jiang Fan needed to do now was to reduce his signal to the weakest level. The price was that his speed became much slower. The reduction in energy output meant that his physical enhancement also decreased correspondingly. His running speed plummeted from the explosive level of Class C to a pace barely faster than an ordinary person's sprint. But now he doesn't need to run fast, he needs to run far and run long. Run until those hunters can no longer find him. The terrain of the valley slopes southwest, so he crouched low and moved swiftly along the cracked riverbed, using the dirt slopes on both sides for cover. After running for about 3 minutes, he climbed up the southern slope and dove into a patch of low, mutated shrubs. The shrubs were less than 1.5 meters tall, just enough for him to move through while hunched over. The black mutated thorns scraped against his jacket, making a scratch-scratch sound. He suppressed his breathing to the lightest level, his mouth slightly open, tongue pressed against the roof of his mouth to control airflow, ensuring no unnecessary noise escaped. This was a survival skill he had honed in the wilderness, practicing countless times to evade C-class beasts whose hearing was 5 times sharper than humans. Now, this skill was being used to evade an even more dangerous kind, his own. Through the bushes lay a slope scattered with weathered boulders. He quickly chose 2 rocks, each towering 3 to 4 meters high, and slipped into the crevice between them. Leaning against the icy rock wall, he crouched down. The ranking on his wristband still glowed glaringly, 4th place, 9 prey. He hesitated for a moment but eventually adjusted the brightness of the wristband to its lowest setting. In this light pollution-free wilderness, even the faintest glimmer could become a deadly signal. Night had fully fallen. The night sky over the northwestern wilderness was 100 times clearer than in the city. The vast expanse of stars cast a silvery glow, illuminating the land with shadows of varying depths. He turned the wristband to the inside of his wrist and tightly covered it with his sleeve. After crouching in the crevice for 2 minutes, his racing heart rate finally dropped from 140 to 110. His mind worked rapidly, reorganizing the current situation. The competition has nearly 12 hours remaining. Currently, the hunter ranked 40th has hunted 5 beasts. He has 9 in his possession, and as long as they aren't taken from him, he can securely enter the top 40. However, those hunters who conserved their strength in the first half are now brimming with energy and fully charged. They are peak-level C-rank powerhouses, while he is merely a high-tier C-rank with only 20% of his stamina left. In a direct confrontation, his chances of winning are less than 10%. But they have one fatal weakness. This wasteland is simply too vast. The C-rank beast zone north of Tianheng Academy covers an area of over 200 square kilometers. 71 people are scattered within it, meaning each person is responsible for searching nearly 3 square kilometers on average. Although the wristbands provide a general location, their accuracy is only within 500 meters. In terrain filled with rubble and shrubs, trying to find someone who is deliberately hiding is like searching for a needle in a haystack. So, Jiang Fan's plan was simple, just one word: hide. As long as he hid until the competition ended, until the exit gates reopened, he would win. As for those top-ranked individuals, those candidates who had killed 7 or 8, or even more than 10 beasts, they would naturally become the center of attention, hunted and robbed by others like a pack of wolves. But none of that had anything to do with him. The only thing he needed to do was to guard his 9 inner cores. Jiang Fan crouched in the crevice of the rocks for about 10 minutes, his stamina slowly recovering from 23% to 25%. He deliberately slowed down the frequency of the breaking abyss technique, allowing the technique to draw faint energy from the air like a trickling stream. Although it was just a drop in the bucket, it was better than nothing. He stood up and continued moving southwest along the low-lying area of the gravel slope. This direction was carefully chosen. Most candidates, upon setting out, flocked to the north and northeast, where the density of beasts was highest. The southwest, on the other hand, was relatively remote, with fewer beasts and naturally fewer people. Fewer people meant safety. He spent 40 minutes crossing the gravel field and entered a lower-lying depression. The depression was filled with vast stretches of dried saline alkali flats, with white alkali crusts covering the ground. Stepping on them produced a crisp creak sound. He carefully chose spots where the crust was thinner to step, trying his best not to make any noise. When he reached the middle of the depression, the ranking on his wristband refreshed. 5th place. He dropped from 4th to 5th. Someone was robbed. It wasn't him, but the guy who was originally in 3rd place, number 09, Zhao Tong. His kill count plummeted from 7 cores to 2, losing 5 cores to someone else. Meanwhile, in the ranking list, 3 candidates who previously had only 1 or 2 cores suddenly saw their kill count skyrocket. Number 13, from 2 cores to 6 cores. Number 47, from 1 to 5. Number 29, from 0 directly to 4. The hunt has begun. Jiang Fan's lips were tightly pressed into a straight line. He quickened his pace, walking along the edge of the hollow, his right hand firmly gripping the knife handle, his eyes vigilantly scanning every movement around him. After walking for another 20 minutes, he finally found an excellent hiding spot. It was a collapsed mound at the westernmost edge of the lowland. The interior of the mound had been eroded by rainwater, forming a semi-enclosed hollow with an entrance less than half a meter wide, making it extremely difficult to spot from the outside. He turned sideways and squeezed in with effort. The space inside the hollow was small, just barely enough for him to sit with his legs curled. The surroundings were dry, hard earthen walls, and a few dried plant roots hung from the ceiling. The hollow was dark and stuffy, but it gave him a long-lost sense of security. He placed his backpack on his legs, laid the long knife across his knees with the hilt facing right, ensuring he could draw it to counterattack at any moment. Then, he closed his eyes. He wasn't sleeping but operating at the minimum energy level to maintain awareness of his surroundings. The technique of Peyuanju continued to operate slowly even in this state of extremely low consumption. Energy weakly circulated along the 62 meridians in the body, and with each cycle, it absorbed a trace of replenishment from the air. Physical strength was gradually recovering. 27%, 29%, 31%. He had been in the cave for over an hour. The rankings on the wristband had refreshed several times, and the situation outside had turned into complete chaos. Among the top 10 candidates, 4 had been robbed. Zhao Tong dropped from 7 orbs to 2, another guy named Han Zhang fell from 7 orbs to 3, and 2 others who were originally ranked 6th and 7th were directly wiped out and eliminated. Those who managed to snatch inner cores saw their rankings skyrocket, with 2 people even jumping from 0 directly to over 8 orbs. The threshold score for advancement fluctuated repeatedly between 4 and 5 orbs. Those hunters are launching frenzied attacks on the wasteland. The top-ranked individuals are like mobile treasure troves, attracting swarms of energetic predators. But no one came for him. At least not for now. His location was remote, far from the main battlefield. Moreover, he had suppressed his energy fluctuations to the lowest level, making it difficult for searchers to accurately pinpoint him within a 500-meter range. Besides, there were currently too many targets with more than 5 inner cores, and those hunters were busy chasing after bigger prey, leaving him temporarily unnoticed.
Time ticked by second.
The sound of the wind outside the cave fluctuated, and the occasional howls of beasts echoed from afar. His stamina had climbed back to 36%. Although it was far from his optimal state, it was much better than it had been 2 hours ago. At that moment, he heard footsteps. The sound was distant, but in the stillness of the night, it was exceptionally clear. It was the sound of boots crunching on gravel, and it wasn't just one person.
There were two. Jiang Fan's eyes suddenly opened wide.
Outside the cave entrance, the pale moonlight spilled across the lowland, and the white crystals on the saline alkali flats reflected a cold light. He immediately held his breath, suppressing his energy fluctuations to the limit, pressing his body tightly against the earthen wall, motionless. The footsteps grew closer. He could even hear the breathing of the two people, steady and composed.
They didn't seem to be chasing but rather searching.
"The wristband shows there's a signal in this area," a young male voice sounded, carrying a hint of a southern accent.
"What's the rank?"
A second voice came, rougher and deeper.
"Fifth. 9 pieces." Jiang Fan's jaw instantly clenched. 9 pieces? Not bad.
The rough, deep voice laughed. "One person has 9 pieces. If we take them from him, we'll directly enter the top 10. But his energy signal is very weak. Either he deliberately suppressed his psychic fluctuations, or he's running out of stamina.
Whatever the case, it's in our favor.
Go, spread out and search." The sound of footsteps immediately split apart, and two people quickly flanked from different directions. In the darkness, Jiang Fan's right hand had slowly gripped the cold knife handle.
He absolutely must not move.
If he moved now, even the slightest fluctuation of psychic energy, it would be like a torch in the night, instantly detected by the opponent's psychic perception.
He could only take a gamble.
Betting that this hole is small enough, hidden enough, betting that these two people won't find him in the dark. The footsteps grew closer and closer. One was on the mound to his upper left, while the other circled to his right. Jiang Fan could clearly feel two waves of psychic perception, scanning like radar, sweeping over from different directions. When the opening was scanned, the psionic wave passed through the half-meter-wide crack and swept directly across his body.
At that very moment, he forcibly suppressed the pulsation of the Dragon Emperor's bloodline to the point of nearly stopping.
This was an extremely dangerous move. If the bloodline pulsation became too low, the energy supply to the meridians would be interrupted. At best, it would cause numbness in the limbs. At worst, it could result in a temporary loss of mobility. But he had no other choice. That psionic sensing wave seemed to pause briefly at his position but quickly moved forward again.
"No, it's empty on my side," the person on the left said. "Nothing on my side either. The signal positioning has a 500-meter margin of error. He might not even be in this area." "Then, should we search further north?" "Okay." Gradually, the sound of footsteps completely faded away. Only then did Jiang Fan dare to slowly release the Dragon Emperor bloodline he had been suppressing to its limit. Warm blood surged back into his limbs, and a tingling numbness immediately spread to his fingertips. He remained curled up in the cave, cautiously waiting for a full 10 minutes. After confirming there was no further movement around him, he carefully squeezed out of the cave. The cold night wind blew against his sweat-soaked face, making him shiver involuntarily. The time displayed on the wristband showed that the competition had been going on for 15 hours and 23 minutes, with 8 hours and 37 minutes remaining. His ranking had already dropped to 6th place. This meant that during the time he was hiding, someone else had been robbed, and others were still frantically plundering. The cutoff score for the 40th place was still stable at 5 inner cores. He looked at his backpack, 9 cores. For now, he was still safe. But he absolutely couldn't stay here any longer. Although those two had left, they were well aware that there was a target in this area carrying 9 inner cores. They could return at any moment. Jiang Fan didn't dare delay.
He immediately crawled out of the hollow and sprinted south along the lowest terrain route. Just now in the cave, his stamina recovered to 38%. Although not high, it was enough for him to use to relocate his position.
He ran for about 20 minutes straight.
After crossing a low ridge, he entered a hilly area to the south. The terrain here was far more complex than the previous lowland, filled with undulating mounds, wind-eroded ravines, and crooked mutated dead trees. The intricate terrain fragmented the line of sight, creating countless natural hiding spots.
He quickly chose a ravine over 3 meters deep and leapt into it.
On both sides of the ravine were steep earthen walls, with the bottom piled high with weathered rubble and dead branches. He crouched behind a protruding rock, once again suppressing his psychic energy fluctuations to the lowest level.
Wait. All he could do was keep waiting. The rankings on the wristband refreshed every few minutes. Each refresh signified that fierce battles were taking place in some corner of the wasteland. Someone was being hunted, someone was being eliminated, someone was losing their inner core, and someone was reaping the benefits.
Jiang Fan turned a blind eye to all of this. He only kept his eyes fixed on the scoreline of the 40th place.
5 stars.
Very stable.
As long as the 9 inner cores in his bag remained, he was guaranteed victory. Time passed slowly, second by second, in the boundless darkness. His stamina also gradually climbed to 43%. Over an hour later, it was nearing midnight.
The temperature on the wasteland plummeted, and the wind carried a blade-like chill, relentlessly seeping into the collar of his thin jacket. He shivered from the cold, tucking both hands into his sleeves for warmth. The icy knife was placed right by his leg, within arm's reach. At that moment, the sound of footsteps came again. But this time, it wasn't just 2 people. It's 3. And the speed is extremely fast, not searching at all, but heading straight toward his position. Right ahead. The signal has stabilized, he's in that ditch. A crisp and decisive female voice rang out.
3 against 1? Is that really necessary?
A second voice sounded, slightly impatient and youthful.
He's ranked 5th and has 9 inner cores in his possession. Who knows if he has any hidden trump cards? It's always better to play it safe.
A third voice, deep and mature.
3 people.
Jiang Fan's heartbeat shot up to 150 in that instant.
Damn it, I've been locked on.
He didn't know how he had been exposed. Perhaps there was a brief anomaly in his psychic energy fluctuations during his recovery that the other party detected. Or maybe their positioning wristband had higher precision and directly locked onto his location. But now, the reason no longer matters. What matters is that those 3 people are already at the gates.
Run!
Jiang Fan suddenly sprang out of the ravine, climbed over the dirt wall, and bolted.
At this point, concealing his aura is completely meaningless.
The energy of the Dragon Emperor's bloodline erupted instantly, and spiritual energy surged wildly into his legs. His speed immediately reached its peak, the gravel underfoot shattered and scattered, and his entire figure shot through the hills like a black shadow.
He's running. After him.
Behind him, 3 powerful waves of spiritual energy burst forth simultaneously. All of them are at the peak of Class C. And they are at the peak of Class C in full condition. Their speed is much faster than Jiang Fan's.
The huge gap became evident in just 20 seconds.
The psionic fluctuations of the 3 were rapidly approaching.
200 meters, 150 meters, 100 meters.
His physical strength was only 43%, while the opponent's was at least above 80%. Whether it was martial techniques, meridians, or energy reserves, he was completely outmatched in every aspect. If he kept running like this, there was no way he could escape. In a flash, Jiang Fan made a sharp turn and darted into a narrow ravine on the right, barely 2 meters wide. The earthen walls on both sides almost grazed his shoulders as he passed. The next second, 3 auras behind him also charged in. The ravine was narrow, allowing only one person to pass through, which temporarily freed him from the danger of being surrounded. He bent down and crawled under a fallen dead tree, the sharp branches scraping off half of his sleeve. Emerging from the ravine, he found himself on a small platform, beyond which was a 3-meter-high earthen slope.
Without the slightest hesitation, he leapt down. A dull pain shot through his knee as it hit the ground, but he couldn't afford to care. With a roll to dissipate the impact, he immediately got up and kept sprinting. He was like a hunted beast, diving into the bushes, scrambling over piles of rubble, and dodging the grotesquely shaped mutated dead trees. In this moment, he pushed every survival skill he had learned in the wilderness to its limit. At every turn, he chose the most difficult path. With every change of direction, he picked the narrowest gaps. He was utilizing the terrain, and even more so, leveraging his advantage in body size. Among the 3 people chasing him, 2 had bulkier builds, which naturally slowed them down in these narrow terrains. But his stamina was depleting at an alarming rate, with his energy reserves plummeting from 43% to 38, 35, 31. The chase lasted for about 10 minutes, during which he successfully widened the gap between himself and the 3 pursuers, increasing the distance from the initial 100 meters to around 250 meters. However, he hadn't truly shaken them off. A wave of psychic energy was firmly locked onto him. As long as he couldn't suppress his own psychic fluctuations to an extremely low level, the other party could track him relentlessly like a hound. But now, he was running at full speed, his entire body surging with energy, making it utterly impossible to suppress his psychic energy. Doing so would be akin to cutting off his own legs. He's headed south. Don't lose him. The sharp, piercing voice of the woman shouted from behind. Jiang Fan had just climbed over the top of a dirt hill. Looking down, his heart sank instantly. It was a dead end. To the south of the hill was a deep trench, over 10 meters wide, with its bottom covered in sharp, jagged rocks. Jumping down wouldn't be fatal, but his legs would likely be crippled on the spot. He abruptly stopped in his tracks, the gravel underfoot sliding with a clatter and tumbling into the deep ravine. On both sides were steep slopes impossible to climb, and looking back, those 3 people were already about to crest the hill. This was practically a dead end. Damn it, he muttered under his breath, his gaze sweeping the surroundings like a radar. Suddenly, he spotted a half-meter-wide crevice on the steep slope to the left, where a few mutated brambles were growing, their roots deeply embedded in the earthen wall. He no longer had time to think. He lunged forward, grabbing the thick root of the thorny plant, and forced his way into the crevice. The sharp thorns instantly pierced through his gloves, stabbing deeply into his palms. The intense pain shot through him, but he merely clenched his teeth. This pain was far better than being beaten up by 3 peak-level C-rank fighters. Using the thorny root as a climbing point, he scrambled up with both hands and feet, climbing 3 to 4 meters along the crevice before finally pulling himself onto a new platform. Behind the platform, another stretch of hills awaited. The path was open. He took to his heels, not daring to pause for even a moment. 3 sharp spikes were still deeply embedded in his palm, with blood dripping down through his fingers. As he ran, he bit down on one of the spikes with his teeth and yanked it out forcefully, leaving the other 2 for lack of time. Behind him, the 3 men had also reached the edge of the deep ravine. "Damn it, how did that kid get across?" one man shouted furiously. "The crack on the left. Hurry up and follow. You go up the crack to chase, I'll go around with Xiaosu to block him." They split up. One person pursued along the fissure, while the other 2 chose to circle around and intercept. Jiang Fan ran for another 3 minutes through the hills, his stamina already down to 26%. His breathing was heavy and labored, his chest heaving violently as if it were about to explode. But he dared not stop, not even for a single step. His brain was working frantically as he ran, calculating routes, terrain, direction, and distance. This wasteland was too vast. If he kept running like this, his stamina would definitely be depleted before his opponents. He needed a chance, a moment for the pursuers to briefly lose their target. At that moment, he saw a peculiar terrain 200 meters ahead. It was a vast area shaped by wind erosion, with dozens of uneven earthen pillars standing on the barren land. Each pillar was 3 to 5 meters tall, covered in holes, and spaced 1 to over 10 meters apart. It was a natural labyrinth. Jiang Fan's eyes lit up, and without hesitation, he dashed straight in. Meanwhile, at the distant headquarters of Tianhang Institute, the giant projection wall in the central command hall was displaying real-time footage of number 63. In the grayish night infrared lens, a black figure was swiftly darting between the wind-eroded soil pillars.
Behind him, 3 figures were in relentless pursuit. In the hall, the instructor's low discussions had been ongoing for nearly an hour. Number 63 has been targeted, 3 peak-level C-class opponents are cornering him alone. A middle-aged instructor shook his head. His stamina is down to less than 30%, yet he's facing 3 opponents in full condition. Being able to run for over 10 minutes without being caught shows his strong wilderness survival skills. But in this kind of war of attrition, he won't last much longer. Who are those 3 chasing him? The female instructor beside him immediately pulled up the pursuers' numbers. Number 13, by Ruoyin, from the southern second base city, A-level talent, peak C-level. Number 47, Su Mo, from the western first base city, also A-level talent, peak C-level. And number 29, Lu Hong, from the southeastern fourth base city, B-level talent, high stage C-level. 2 at the peak level with 1 at the high stage, it's clear they're targeting him. Exactly. Numbers 13 and 47 had very few kills in the first half, obviously conserving their energy. Their strategy is clear: to rob those top-ranked candidates who are severely exhausted in the latter half. And number 63 is undoubtedly the ideal target. He can't escape. The middle-aged instructor finally reached a conclusion. Instructor Heelan remains silent, her gaze firmly locked on the screen, a hint of tension in her eyes. As for Qin Lai, he was still half-reclined in his chair, his posture lazy. However, at this moment, his light gray pupils were fixed on the screen, no longer squinting as they had before. For the first time in hours, his eyes were fully open. Instructor Qin, the middle-aged instructor, turned to glance at him, his tone somewhat complicated. "The young man you recommended, I'm afraid." "Afraid of what?" Qin Lai's voice was still lazy, but beneath that tone, there seemed to be a faint, almost imperceptible sharpness. The middle-aged instructor paused for a moment and ultimately left his words unsaid. On the screen, Jiang Fan had already completely entered the group of wind-eroded earth pillars, and the 3 pursuers followed him in without hesitation. From the infrared footage taken from above, the towering earth pillars divided the ground into a fragmented maze of black and white. The 4 figures flickered in and out of view, making the chase even more unpredictable. Amid the shadows of countless rock fragments, the 4 figures moved swiftly, weaving through each other in a thrilling game of cat and mouse. Jiang Fan, the mouse being hunted. But in this peculiar cluster of wind-eroded earth pillars, this mouse suddenly became exceptionally hard to catch. He came to abrupt stops, changed directions, and doubled back through the gaps between the pillars, his body pressed tightly against the cold rock walls as he darted through narrow crevices. He was using each pillar as cover to evade the enemy's psychic detection. The mineral composition of this wind-eroded rock was highly unusual, interfering with psychic probing. Any sensory waves passing through the rock would immediately weaken or even veer off course. He was using the terrain to create a psychic shield. Interesting. Qin Lai, observing from afar, curled his lips into a playful smile. The pursuers spread out among the pillars of earth, attempting to encircle from 3 directions. However, the terrain here was far too complex, with sightlines repeatedly obstructed and psionic perception becoming highly unstable due to interference from the rocks. 2 minutes later, the voice of number 13 by Ruoyin came through the screen, tinged with a hint of annoyance. "I've lost his signal." "Me too. He's hiding behind the pillars, and my perception can't penetrate through." Number 47 Sumo's voice was equally frustrated. "Stop spreading out. Let's concentrate at the eastern exit to block him. He can't stay inside forever." Number 29 Lu Hong calmly commanded. The 3 immediately abandoned the search and began converging toward the eastern exit of the cluster of earth pillars. At this moment, Jiang Fan was crouched behind a massive earth pillar with a diameter of over 2 meters, his back pressed tightly against the cold rock wall. The wound on his palm, pierced by thorns, had yet to be properly treated, and the blood seeping out had made the cord-wrapped knife handle sticky. He was desperately suppressing his breathing, keeping it shallow and slow. He closed his eyes, not to rest, but to focus all his energy on his ears and the faint remnants of his spiritual power, trying to determine the positions of the 3 individuals. 3 seconds later, he suddenly opened his eyes. Westward.
Since the enemy was converging to the east, he decided to do the opposite. He immediately dashed westward, squeezing past two closely spaced earthen pillars, then flipped himself into a shallow ditch. Crawling along the gully for over 30 meters, he finally broke free from the wind-eroded terrain and reached an open wasteland to the south. Run! This time, he no longer chose complex terrain. The open ground became his advantage instead, as the pursuers needed to navigate their way out of the cluster of earthen pillars, buying him a precious lead. Using the last ounce of his strength, he sprinted southward for over 300 meters. Behind him, three psychic fluctuations finally converged on the eastern side of the pillar cluster, only to find that the target had already disappeared. He ran to the west. Chase him! Jiang Fan heard the angry shouts coming from far behind, but he didn't look back and just kept running forward. Physical strength was down to only 22%, even lower than before he had recovered in the cave. His legs felt as if they were filled with lead, unbearably heavy. His breathing was so rapid it felt like someone was choking him. But he did not stop. There was only one image in his mind keeping him going: his younger sister Jiang standing at the doorway of their home, wearing that blue and white striped sweatshirt, her head lowered as she softly said, "Brother, you must come back. Run down, you must keep running." Meanwhile, 3,400 kilometers away at the Wang family estate, the study was enveloped in silence. Wang Qian held a teacup, his gaze coldly fixed on the holographic projection. In the image, Jiang Fan was desperately running across the wasteland. His steps had long since become distorted, and every 3 or 4 steps, his right leg would drag weakly. His left hand pressed tightly against the sheath at his waist, but the violent shaking was unavoidable. Behind him, 3 figures were closing in, the distance rapidly shrinking from 300 meters to 200 meters, and then to 150 meters. Wang Qian took a slow sip of tea. As he set the cup down, a cruel smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. "You can't escape," he murmured softly. Standing nearby, Chen Feng also stared at the screen and analyzed. His stamina has already reached its limit. Those 3 are all at the peak of sea level, and they're in full condition. Their speed is at least 20% faster than his. Catching up to him is only a matter of time. Wang Qian didn't respond, but instead flipped through Wang Tang's photos again, staring at them for a long time. Moments later, he placed the photo face down on the table and said coldly, "When he returns, take action." He leaned back into his chair again, his gaze returning to the screen. At that moment, the chase in the scene came to an end. Jiang Fan was caught. 3 pursuers closed in on him from 3 directions, trapping him firmly on an open alkali flat. Under the moonlight, the white alkali crust spread across the ground. Jiang Fan stopped. It wasn't because he wanted to stop, but because there was no way forward. At the edge of the alkali flat was a 2-meter-high earthen embankment. With his current strength, it would take him at least 3 seconds to climb over it, and those 3 seconds were enough for the people behind him to tear him to pieces. He slowly turned around, drawing his knife with his left hand. The indigo blade glimmered with a cold, eerie light under the moonlight. The 3 men stood 20 meters away, forming a fan-shaped encirclement around him. In the center is Bai Ruoyin, a 19-year-old short-haired girl dressed in a black tight combat suit. She holds no weapon, but both her fingertips are covered with a thin layer of pale blue psionic membrane, clearly indicating she is a psionic projection-type opponent. On the left is bald-headed Su Mo, 20 years old, with a ferocious snake tattooed on his neck, holding a short axe in his hand. On the right is square-faced Lu Hong, 21 years old, wearing heavy leather armor and wielding a ring-hilted saber in each hand. 3 enemies, 2 in peak condition, and 1 a high-level expert. And Jiang Fan, alone, had only 20% of his strength left. Wang Qian narrowed his eyes, watching the young man holding a knife in the standoff on the screen with great interest, curious to see how he would continue to struggle. On the screen, Bai Ruoyin took a step forward, her tone carrying a hint of arrogance. "Hand it over. All 9 are on you. In your current state, there's no need to take another beating for nothing." Jiang Fan said nothing, merely holding the knife horizontally in front of his chest, the tip slightly lowered, assuming the starting stance of the mountain-cleaving slash. Bai Ruoyin glanced at his knife and sneered, "Not handing it over? Then I'll just have to beat you until you do."
Before the words had even faded, her right hand suddenly lifted, and the blue energy membrane at her fingertips instantly extended, condensing into a 1-meter-long energy blade in midair.
Attack! The three of them moved simultaneously.
Rowan's psionic light blade slashed down from above, and in that split second, Jiang Fan's mind was left with only one thought:
to use it, or not to use it. Bloodline Frenzy could grant him 3 minutes of B-level combat power.
The price, however, was that once it was over, he would be weakened for 1 or 2 days.
But how long after the preliminary round would the elimination matches begin? No one had said. If the matches started immediately, he would be completely useless. But if he didn't use it?
A blue light from a psychic energy blade exploded in his pupils with a thunderous burst. He swiftly dodged to the side, the sharp edge slicing past his right shoulder, shaving off a piece of his jacket and leaving a scorched mark on his skin. Immediately after, Sumo's short axe swung horizontally from the left, while Lu Hong's twin blades stabbed straight at his vital points from the front. The trio's coordination was flawless, completely cutting off all his escape routes. Jiang Fan swung his long blade, narrowly deflecting Sumo's short axe, but Lu Hong's ring-hilted blade had already slashed across his waist, cutting through the elastic chest strap beneath his jacket. The blade happened to graze the old injury on his rib, which had been fractured 3 months ago. Though the wound had long since healed, the moment the blade scraped past, a deep, bone-penetrating ache surged back up. He staggered back 2 steps, his right knee slamming heavily against the dirt embankment behind him. He had no way to retreat anymore.
Ahead, Rowan's second blade of spiritual energy had already taken shape.
I'll say it one last time, her voice was calm and unhurried, tinged with a hint of arrogance. Hand it over, and you can avoid a beating.
Jiang Fan's gaze swept over her, then shifted to Sumo on the left and Lu Hong on the right.
3 people, 2 peak-level masters and 1 high-tier expert. Meanwhile, his own stamina was down to 21%, and his spiritual energy was nearly depleted.
Can't win, and can't escape. He had no choice left.
Jiang Fan took a deep breath, and the system panel in his mind suddenly lit up.
Activate talent skill, Bloodline Frenzy. In an instant, the Dragon Emperor bloodline within his body seemed to ignite like a fuse.
It wasn't a slow-burning heat but a blazing fire that suddenly exploded from his dantian. The flames simultaneously erupted along all 62 meridians in his body. The surging energy stretched his meridian walls to the point of emitting unbearable creaking sounds. Muscle fibers swelled and tightened frantically under extreme combustion. His bones endured pressure far beyond their limits, and his joints emitted a series of dense cracking noises. His eyeballs were instantly filled with bloodshot veins, and his pupils shifted from black to deep red, a dark, metallic shade of red. On the surface of his skin, fine dark red patterns spread from his neck all the way to the back of his hands, marks that appeared when the Dragon Emperor bloodline reached its extreme state. The information on the system panel flickered wildly.
Bloodline Fury has been activated. Current combat power assessment, Grade B. Remaining time, 180 seconds.
At this moment, Rowan's psionic light blade came slashing down with a whistle.
Jiang Fan moved. His speed underwent a qualitative transformation in that instant.
The gap between high-level C grade and B grade is not merely a simple numerical increase but a leap in essence, a complete domination of lower dimensions by higher ones.
Rowan's psionic light blade struck nothing but air.
Jiang Fan's figure vanished. He didn't truly disappear, he was simply moving so fast that Rowan's eyes couldn't keep up with his movements. Her pupils contracted sharply as a terrifying psionic pressure exploded from her right side. Jiang Fan appeared like a phantom less than half a meter away from her side, the indigo long blade held horizontally at his waist in the starting stance of the mountain-cleaving slash. But this time, the blade was no longer infused with residual energy, it carried the full force strike of B-level psionic energy. Under the extreme combustion of his frenzied bloodline, the psionic compression rate reached an astonishing 97%. The blade was unsheathed. The surroundings were not silent, rather, his blade speed had surpassed the limits of sound propagation. The blade's edge carved an indigo afterimage in midair, its edges tearing through the air and stirring up white shockwaves. Rowan's reaction was nothing short of swift. In the instant the blade's edge neared her body, she raised her psionic light blade horizontally in front of her chest to block.
But it was completely useless. The indigo blade pierced straight through the psionic light blade, shattering it instantly into countless blue specks of light. Immediately after, the back of the blade struck heavily against Bai Ruoyin's ribs. He didn't use the edge of the blade but the back. He clearly remembered the rule: killing was forbidden. Even so, the force under the B-level psionic enhancement was still terrifying.
Bai Ruoyin's body flew sideways like a kite with a broken string, soaring 7 or 8 meters away. A crisp cracking sound came from her ribs. She hit the ground, rolled twice, spat out a mouthful of blood foam, and struggled briefly before she could no longer get up.
2 seconds.
From activating the bloodline frenzy to Bai Ruoyin falling to the ground, it only took 2 seconds.
Ruoyin! Suemo let out a furious roar, swinging a short axe toward Jiang Fan's back.
However, when the axe blade was still 30 centimeters away from its target, Jiang Fan's body twisted around in an eerie manner. It wasn't a normal turn. His lower body remained completely still, while his upper body twisted sharply as if wringing out a towel. The long blade was flipped upward in a reverse grip, and the back of the blade struck the face of the short axe with precision. The immense force sent the short axe flying out of Sumo's hand. Immediately after, Jiang Fan's left fist slammed into Sumo's abdomen.
B-level strength, fully concentrated on the surface of a single fist.
Sumo's eyeballs suddenly bulged, his mouth opened but no sound came out. The armor on his abdomen caved in with a loud crash, and his whole body bent like a cooked shrimp, flying backward and landing heavily on the alkali flat, creating a human-shaped dent.
He couldn't get up anymore.
10 seconds, only 10 seconds had passed. Only Lu Hong remained standing in place. He raised his twin blades in front of his chest, but the arms holding the blades were visibly trembling violently. Everything that had just happened was too fast, so fast that his brain couldn't process it at all. Before Lu Hong's brain could process the scene of Bai Ruoyin being thrown out, Suemo had already collapsed to the ground. He saw Jiang Fan's eyes clearly, deep red pupils with a dark metallic sheen. Under the moonlight, dark red patterns emerged on his skin, writhing incessantly like living creatures.
This was absolutely not how a C-level warrior should look. Absolutely not. You. Lu Hong had just squeezed out a word when Jiang Fan's figure eerily appeared in front of him.
With just one strike, the mountain-splitting slash. Jiang Fan swept horizontally with the back of his blade. Lu Hong instinctively crossed his twin sabers to block, but the two ring-hilted sabers were instantly sent flying. The webbing between his thumb and forefinger split open on the spot, blood splattering all over his hand.
Immediately after, a heavy kick viciously struck his chest.
A crack sound was heard as the chest armor shattered in response.
Lu Hong's entire body flew backward, crashing heavily against the earthen embankment, his body even embedding into the dirt wall.
Loose soil from above collapsed, burying half of him. He hung his head low, his chest heaving violently, blood continuously dripping from the corner of his mouth. His eyes were wide open, but his pupils had already lost focus.
It was all over. Just 20 seconds.
3 C-level experts, 2 at the peak of C-level and 1 at the high stage of C-level, all lost their combat ability within these brief 20 seconds. Jiang Fan stood alone in the center of the alkali flat, surrounded by 3 bodies. On the stark white alkali ground, blood and shattered armor fragments were mixed together, creating a shocking scene. His breathing was extremely heavy, and the Dragon Emperor bloodline in his chest was still burning wildly. The scorching energy even caused wisps of steam to rise from the surface of his skin. In his mind, the system panel's notifications were flashing.
Bloodline rampage remaining time, 157 seconds. 2.5 minutes left. He didn't waste a second.
He quickly walked over to Bai Ruoyin, rummaged through her backpack, and took out 3 inner cores.
Next was Suemo, 2 cores.
Finally, Lu Hong, also 2 cores. Adding the 9 he originally had, there were now a total of 16. He stuffed all the inner cores into the side pocket of his backpack, zipped it up, and turned to leave without looking back, as if the 3 people lying on the ground were just irrelevant strangers. He started sprinting, needing to put as much distance as possible while the effects of the bloodline frenzy were still active. With B-level speed, he moved across the wasteland like a fleeting shadow, alkali flats, rocky slopes, and shrubs all blurred past beneath his feet. In just 1 minute, he had covered nearly 2 kilometers.
The countdown on the system panel began ticking. Time remaining, 60 seconds.
He found a dried-up pond in a low-lying area. Surrounding the pond were towering weathered rock walls, forming a natural depression with an extremely narrow entrance, almost impossible to spot from the outside. Without hesitation, he crawled inside.
Remaining time, 30 seconds. Remaining time, 10 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Bloodline berserk effect ended. Host has entered a deep weakness phase. Current physical condition has dropped below D level.
Estimated duration, 24 to 48 hours. As soon as the words fell, a wave of weakness akin to a catastrophic disaster instantly engulfed him. The frenzied burning of the Dragon Emperor's bloodline abruptly extinguished, and the meridians operating at their limits within his body collapsed entirely, like overloaded circuits. His energy output dropped to zero in an instant, and the last remnants of strength in his muscles were completely drained. His limbs became unbearably weak, unable to even move a finger. His knees buckled, slamming heavily onto the ground, and his entire body toppled sideways into the dried-up pool bed. His cheek pressed against the icy mud, and a piercing chill seeped through. Every muscle in his body twitched uncontrollably, while his stomach churned violently. He turned his head and retched a few times, but nothing came out. Below D level, this was even weaker than his useless state before reincarnation. He lay quietly on the muddy ground, his eyes feebly staring at the rock wall above. A sliver of moonlight seeped through the cracks in the rock wall, shining directly on his blood-crusted face. The ranking on the wristband refreshed. Second place, 16 inner cores, second only to Xing Yue. The corners of his mouth seemed to twitch slightly, making it hard to tell whether it was a smile or a muscle spasm. 16 inner cores, securing a spot in the top 40 was already a sure thing. But the price he paid was that he now lacked even the strength to stand. If someone came over at this moment, he probably wouldn't even have the strength to take his own life. But he was gambling. He was gambling that this place was remote enough, gambling that no one would find him in the remaining time, and gambling that those hunters would go after other prey. He slowly closed his eyes, not out of relaxation, but because he was almost too exhausted to keep them open. At the same time, in the headquarters of Tianheng Institute, the central command hall was deathly silent. From Jiang Fan activating his bloodline frenzy to him swiftly and cleanly taking down 3 opponents, the entire process lasted only 20 seconds. The dozens of people in the hall all stared intently at the projection wall, not a single one making a sound. Helan, who had kept her arms crossed in front of her chest, slowly lowered them. This was the first time she had changed her posture since the selection began. The middle-aged instructor beside her still had his mouth open, holding that position for over 15 seconds. On the data terminal, the curve representing Jiang Fan's combat power evaluation showed a shocking spike that left everyone dumbfounded. His psionic output, within those 20 seconds, surged from the level of high-tier C grade all the way to B grade. B grade. An 18-year-old high-tier C-grade warrior, whose talent had been rated as 0, actually unleashed terrifying B-grade combat power in a real battle. What skill was that? Helan's voice finally broke the suffocating silence. Not in any of our known martial arts databases. The data analyst beside him rapidly operated the terminal, reporting at lightning speed. The moment his bloodline fluctuation was activated, it experienced an abnormal surge. The psionic spectrum characteristics closely match those of dragon-type bloodlines, but its intensity far exceeds the upper limit of any C-grade dragon-type bloodline. Dragon lineage? What level of dragon lineage? Unable to determine. His spectral characteristics don't completely match any of the dragon subtypes in our records. The closest reference is? The analyst paused here, as if unable to believe the data they were seeing. It's the Dragon Emperor lineage. As these 4 words were spoken, the entire hall fell silent once again. The Dragon Emperor's bloodline, this was something that only existed in legends. Globally, there are records of dozens of dragon-type bloodline variants, but the so-called Dragon Emperor's bloodline only appears in the oldest documents and theoretical deductions, and no one has ever truly confirmed its existence.
Heelan's voice turned cold. Are you sure?
The analyst wiped his sweat and nervously replied, I said, this is just the closest reference, it can't be fully confirmed yet.
More detailed bloodline testing is required to draw a conclusion. Heelan turned his head to look at the second row.
Qian Lai was still half lying in his chair, but the corners of his mouth curved into a faint smile. This was the first time he had smiled today. In a voice only he could hear, he softly said, this kid really is hiding secrets. Meanwhile, 3,400 kilometers away in Jiangnan Base City, in the study of the Wang family estate, a teacup shattered with a crisp sound. The cup didn't fall to the ground, it was crushed in Wang Qian's hand. The broken porcelain shards cut into his palm, and blood mixed with tea spilled across the table. He felt no pain, or rather, any pain had long been consumed by the raging fury in his heart.
B-level?
His voice seemed to squeeze out from between his teeth.
When did he gain B-level combat power?
In the projected footage, the breathtaking 20 seconds were being replayed in slow motion. The moment Jiang Fan activated his bloodline frenzy, his pupils turned blood red, and dark red patterns emerged on his skin. Then came 3 moves, no, 2 slashes, a punch, and a kick.
Bai Ruoyin was sent flying, Suemo was knocked backward, and Lu Hong was firmly embedded into the earthen wall. A mere 20 seconds.
A team of 3 peak sea-level and high-tier experts was completely defeated in 20 seconds by someone universally recognized as a zero-talent waste. All of this was broadcast live globally, seen clearly by tens of millions of people.
Chen Feng, standing nearby, whispered, his talent isn't zero. I know his talent isn't zero.
Wang Qian slammed the table fiercely, causing the shattered porcelain pieces on the table to bounce up. His face was ashen, almost turning purple.
Back then, the assessment report clearly stated, talent is zero. Useless. In the entire Jiangnan Base City, who didn't know about the useless eldest son of the Jiang family?
But now, this good-for-nothing, in the annual selection competition of Tianheng Academy, under the global live broadcast, displayed a terrifying B-level combat power.
Wang Qian's chest heaved violently.
He gripped the table with such force that his knuckles turned white, almost leaving marks on the surface.
He suddenly asked, does that skill have any side effects?
Chen Feng immediately pulled up the data analysis. From the footage, after the skill ended, his psionic output dropped to 0 instantly, and he collapsed to the ground. This indicates that the skill likely has a very strong backlash effect.
How long will the weakened state last? Impossible to determine precisely.
But based on known similar skill templates, he will be in a weakened state for at least 24 hours.
Wang Qian's breathing gradually steadied. He released his hand and looked at the wound on his palm caused by the broken porcelain. Blood was still seeping out. 24 hours.
He chewed on the number, a cold curve forming at the corner of his mouth. If the elimination rounds start immediately after the auditions. Chen Feng picked up where he left off, then he's just a sitting target. Wang Qian sat back down in the chair, casually wiping the bloodstains on his hand with a tissue.
Keep watching. In another direction of the wilderness, Lin Chao was desperately running.
The white-clad youth's clothes were no longer pristine, most of the left sleeve had been torn off, revealing a sturdy forearm. There was a scrape on his forehead, with blood mixed with sweat trickling down and staining the front of his garment. Behind him, 2 figures were in relentless pursuit. One wielded a long spear, the other swung a chain hammer, both were peak-level C-class powerhouses.
I said, can you 2 stop chasing me?
Lin Chao shouted while running and looking back, I only have 10 cores.
You 2 C-level peak fighters chasing me, someone with just 10 cores, aren't you ashamed?
10 cores are still cores.
Stop right there, shouted the one holding a spear. Stop right there, my foot.
Lin Chao cursed, suddenly made a sharp turn, and darted into a narrow ravine. His movements were far more agile than the 2 pursuers, twisting and turning, leaping up and down in the ravine, successfully preventing them from closing the distance.
His physical strength was still over 60%, unlike Jiang Fan, who was in a miserable state.
Although he had also killed 8 exotic beasts earlier,
The efficiency of energy utilization brought by his S-level talent was extremely high. For the same output, his consumption was only half that of ordinary warriors. Running was more than enough. He had no intention of fighting head-on, running was the way to go. In the 24-hour competition, he still had more than 8 hours of buffer time. As long as he ran until these two lost patience, they would naturally go looking for other targets. Go find Xin Yue. She has 26 cores. 26 cores, he shouted loudly in the ravine. She's a lunatic. Who dares to go after her? Then why are you coming after me? No one answered him, but the speed of the pursuit did slow down. Lin Chao climbed out of the ravine and glanced back. The two were still chasing, but the distance had widened to over 300 meters. For now, there was no immediate danger. He wiped the blood off his forehead, cursing under his breath as he continued to run forward. The northern wasteland, the area furthest from the gate. Xin Yue stood alone on a wide expanse of rocky ground. In front of her stood 14 people, 6 at the peak of Class C and 8 at the high stage of Class C. 14 people in total. No one knows who initiated it, but someone proposed a collective hunt for Xin Yue. Perhaps it was because the ranking on her wristband was simply too glaring. 26 cores, firmly holding first place, surpassing the second place by a full 10 cores. This wealth, even if divided among 14 people, would be enough for everyone to leave fully loaded. They formed a semicircle, surrounding Xin Yue tightly in the center of the gravel ground from both flanks and the front. Some held knives, some wielded swords, others carried heavy hammers, and some were barehanded, their fingertips wrapped in lethal spiritual energy. The wind blew, sweeping Xin Yue's ponytail to the front of her shoulder. She casually brushed her hair back, her movements slow and composed. She glanced around at the 14 people in front of her and spoke lightly. "Everyone's here?" No one responded. "Is there anyone else who hasn't arrived? Let's just go together, I don't feel like waiting." On the far left of the semicircular formation, a young man wielding a double-edged axe let out a furious roar and launched the first charge. In an instant, everyone moved. 14 powerful energy surges erupted simultaneously on the rocky ground, the shockwaves cracking the surface and sending debris flying in all directions. Xin Yue's hands still hung naturally at her sides. She closed her eyes. The air around her body began to distort violently, and the light bent along with it. The energy concentration within half a meter of her surged to a suffocating level. Then, she opened her eyes. There was not the slightest trace of emotion in her light brown pupils. She raised her right hand, her 5 fingers slightly spread. Centered around her, within a 10-meter radius on the gravel ground, dozens of transparent energy threads condensed in the air. These threads were as thin as hair, almost invisible, only occasionally refracting dazzling silver-white light spots under the moonlight. The young man wielding a double-edged axe was the first to rush in front of her, delivering a fatal strike with all his might. The axe blade struck the energy threads. With a buzzing sound, a metallic resonance rang out. The axe blade seemed to hit an invisible wall and came to a halt. Immediately afterward, the energy threads abruptly contracted. The axe blade was instantly shredded into fragments. The young man's right forearm was immediately cut with 7 or 8 deep wounds by the threads, exposing the bone, and blood gushed out wildly. He screamed and retreated, but the threads had already entangled his waist armor. The waist armor shattered on the spot. He fell heavily to the ground, rolled twice, and could no longer get up. In just 3 seconds, the first challenger was eliminated. The attacks from the remaining 13 people surged toward Xin Yue from all directions simultaneously. Blade light, sword glint, hammer shadows, energy cannons, various attacks intertwined into a deadly web. She neither dodged nor retreated. The energy threads around her body quickly wove into a hemispherical giant web. All the attacks struck the web, only to be sliced, deflected, and neutralized into nothingness by the threads. From a satellite 36,000 kilometers high, overlooking the ground, 14 people surrounded the small figure in the center. The glow of energy bloomed into a massive flower in the night. The battle lasted 20 minutes. Xinyou's left shoulder was grazed by the energy aftermath of a long sword, leaving a shallow wound. The blood that seeped out quickly coagulated. Her left pinky finger was dislocated by the shockwave of a top-tier fighter's energy blast. Other than that, she was completely unharmed. 14 people, 6 top-tier experts and 8 seasoned warriors, surrounded her for a full 20 minutes, yet only managed to leave these 2 insignificant injuries on her. The gravel-covered ground was strewn with bodies in disarray. Some were covered in wounds from energy threads slicing through them, blood pooling everywhere. Others were slammed to the ground by concentrated energy shockwaves, their chest armor shattered and several ribs broken. Still others were injured simply by a casual push from her, the energy ripples from her palm damaging their internal organs, leaving them curled up on the ground, unable to move. No one died. She was very measured in her actions. But none of these 14 people could still stand. Xinyou lowered her head to look at the wound on her left shoulder, dipped her right index finger in a bit of blood, gently rubbed it between her fingertips, and then flicked it away. Then, she turned and left, her ponytail swaying lightly behind her head. The moonlight stretched her thin shadow, long and slender. The headquarters of the Tianhang Institute, the central command hall, was utterly silent. The pen in the middle-aged instructor's hand had fallen to the ground at some point, but he seemed completely unaware. The female instructor's lips were slightly parted, unable to utter a single word. The combat power assessment on the data terminal had already lost its reference value. Throughout the entire battle, Xinyou's energy output curve remained steadily within the peak range of sea level, showing no signs of surges or loss of control. She had defeated 14 people using only peak sea level energy. She won. Energy thread shaping technique. Helan finally spoke, her voice carrying an indescribable emotion. It wasn't shock, someone of Helan's caliber wouldn't be easily shocked. It was satisfaction. Micron-level precision in energy output control, with uniform energy density distribution across every single thread. A peak-level C-class, able to achieve this degree of energy manipulation. She paused for a moment and asked, what will she be like after reaching level B? No one could answer this question, but everyone was pondering it. Xinlai sat up straight. This was the first time he had sat upright since the selection began. His light gray pupils first glanced at Xinyou's screen, then shifted to Jiang Fan's screen. In the scene, Jiang Fan lay motionless on the muddy ground at the bottom of the dried-up pond, his breathing faint but steady. The stamina value displayed on his wristband was only 4%. Below D level. He was completely wrecked. Yet his ranking showed second place, with 16 inner cores. Xinlai looked for 2 seconds, then leaned back against the chair again, but he no longer reclined as he had before. The remaining time ticked away second by second in the countdown. The hunt on the wasteland continued. Some were chasing, some were fleeing, some were fighting, and some had already surrendered, handing over their inner cores. Jiang Fan knew nothing about all of this. He lay on the muddy ground at the bottom of the pool, his consciousness wavering between clarity and chaos. The Dragon Emperor's bloodline within him had entered a dormant state after burning to its limit, like an overheated engine forcibly shut down. His energy output was zero, his muscles weak, unable even to turn over. The only thing he could do was wait. Wait for time to completely pass. Wait for the gate to finally open. He lay on the muddy ground for nearly 8 hours. During that time, he encountered a moment of danger. The energy perception of a candidate swept over the pond above. However, his energy output had dropped to a level close to that of a dead person, so he was not detected. His mental perception scanned the surroundings but could no longer capture any valuable signals. The mysterious attacker had completely vanished. The 24-hour countdown on the wristband reached 0. A deep horn sounded from the distant headquarters of the Tianhang Institute, piercing through the wind and echoing across the desolate wilderness. A cold voice followed, "The first round of selection is over. All candidates must immediately cease action and wait in place for retrieval." The iron gate at the north entrance slowly rose, and over a dozen military off-road vehicles roared out, following predetermined routes to various parts of the wilderness, beginning to gather the surviving candidates. Jiang Fan heard the roar of engines, growing closer and closer.
He tried to move his fingers, feeling a faint surge of strength, slightly better than 8 hours ago. It took him a full 3 minutes to sit up from the cold, muddy ground, and another 2 minutes of struggling against the rock wall to barely stand upright. His legs felt as if they were filled with lead, his knees trembling uncontrollably. An off-road vehicle stopped by the pond, and a staff member in a dark blue uniform jumped out of the car.
Number 63?
Yes.
Jiang Fan's voice was hoarse and dry.
The staff member sized him up, a trace of surprise flashing in their eyes. The person before them was covered in mud, his face marked with dried blood scabs, his eye sockets sunken, lips cracked, looking as if he had just crawled out of a grave.
Can you still walk?
Yes. Jiang Fan leaned against the rock wall, inching his way step by step toward Yu's car. A staff member opened the car door for him, and he almost half fell, half collapsed into the back seat. The car started immediately, and the desolate landscape outside the window quickly receded. He rested his head against the cold car window, closed his eyes, and on the inside of his wrist, the ranking number displayed on his wristband glowed faintly blue. By the time he returned to headquarters, a considerable crowd had already gathered in the square. Supported by others, Jiang Fan walked into the throng. 71 candidates had set out, but only 68 returned. The other 3, due to severe injuries, had been sent directly to the headquarters medical center. The atmosphere in the square was completely different from before their departure.
Back then, people had grouped in 2s and 3s, either brimming with ambition or exuding confidence.
Now, everyone bore the marks of battle-torn clothing, cracked armor, dried bloodstains. Some were being supported, others carried, and even those who could stand on their own were mostly limping. No one spoke, and the air was filled with silence and exhaustion. On the hastily constructed high platform, Helan stood at the forefront. Her cold gaze swept over the defeated soldiers below, her face devoid of any expression.
The final rankings have been compiled.
As soon as she finished speaking, the massive screen on the side of the square lit up instantly. The rankings refreshed line by line from top to bottom.
First place, number 14, Xin Yuwei. Number of inner cores held, 39. 39. A collective gasp echoed across the square. Everyone remembered that she had only 26 inner cores when she set out. This meant that the 14 people who besieged her not only failed to take her inner cores but were all counter-killed by her, losing everything to her. Second place, number 51, Lin Chao. Number of inner cores held, 18. Lin Chao stood among the crowd, his once white clothes now turned gray, with the left sleeve missing and a bandage stuck to his forehead. Seeing his ranking, he curled his lips in disdain. He had started with only 8 inner cores, survived a pursuit, hunted a few beasts in the process, and finally scavenged from an unlucky fellow who had been beaten down, barely managing to gather 18 cores. Third place, number 63, Jiang Fan. Number of inner cores, 16. Jiang Fan leaned against a stone pillar at the edge of the square, the heavy straps of his backpack digging deeply into his shoulders. 16 cores. When he started, he was number 63, with 0 talent. And now, he ranked third. Countless gazes swept toward him, filled with complex emotions, confusion, wariness, and scrutiny. The rankings on the screen continued to scroll, with the numbers below the 4th place gradually appearing. The cutoff for the 40th place was set at holding 5 inner cores. This was entirely consistent with the prediction of the middle-aged instructor before departure. The numbers of the top 40 were highlighted on the screen, while those ranked 41st and below instantly turned gray. Eliminated. 31 people were thus disqualified.
Among them, some had all their inner cores taken, while others gained nothing throughout the process. In the square, some lowered their heads, some had reddened eyes, and others turned away expressionless, leaving silently. No one cried or protested. This was Tianheng Academy, not a marketplace where bargaining was possible.
Failure meant elimination, with no second chances.
Helan waited until the rankings completely stopped before speaking again. The first round of the preliminary selection is over.
The top 40 will advance to the second round of eliminations.
She paused and added, the elimination round will begin at 9 a.m. tomorrow.
Tomorrow. Jiang Fan's pupils suddenly contracted. Not today, but tomorrow.
The string in his heart that had been taut for a full 8 hours finally loosened. The weakness period of the Bloodline Fury skill lasts between 24 to 48 hours. From the moment he activated the skill until now, nearly 10 hours had passed. If the elimination round is at 9 a.m. tomorrow, then he still has a full 22 hours to recover. Although it's still slightly short of the minimum recovery threshold of 24 hours, there is finally a glimmer of hope. After Helan finished speaking, she turned and left. Xinlai followed behind her, and before leaving, his lazy gaze swept across the square, pausing briefly on Jiang Fan. That glance didn't carry any particular emotion, but Jiang Fan felt as though that man seemed to be smiling. The crowd gradually dispersed. Jiang Fan leaned against the stone pillar to stand up, dragging his heavy steps as he walked toward the dormitory. As he passed the east side of the square, Lin Chao quickly caught up with him. "Third place, huh?" The boy in white walked beside him, his tone filled with undisguised admiration.
What kind of move was that in those 20 seconds? I watched the wristband playback, an instant burst of B-level combat power? How did you do it? Jiang Fan remained silent and did not answer. Alright, fine, if you don't want to say.
Lin Chao pursed his lips and stopped pressing further. Lin Chao waved his hand and said, "Alright, I know you're impressive.
But the way you're walking now, you look like an 80-year-old grandpa. The side effects of that skill must be pretty severe, huh?"
Jiang Fan didn't say a word and just continued walking silently.
Alright, forget I asked. Lin Chao rolled his eyes dramatically. Will you still be able to fight tomorrow?
Jiang Fan's steps paused for a moment, then he resumed walking forward.
It works.
His voice was as dry as if it had been sanded with sandpaper.
Lin Chao watched his gradually receding figure, scratched his head, and muttered to himself, "This guy, is he really capable, or just an obstinate fool who doesn't know his limits?" Back at the dormitory, Jiang Fan pushed the door open, casually tossed his backpack onto the floor, and leaned his long blade against the corner of the wall. He threw himself heavily onto the bed, and the old spring mattress let out a groan of protest under the weight. He pulled out his phone and sent a message to his sister Jiangyu, "I passed the first round." 3 seconds later, the phone vibrated, and a long string of exclamation marks popped up on the screen. 5 seconds later, another message came in, "Bro, you're amazing." Immediately after, an emoji popped up, a chubby orange cat holding up a sign that read "Strongest in the universe." Jiang Fan stared at the silly emoji, the corners of his mouth unconsciously curling up slightly. He placed the phone face down on his chest and closed his eyes. Every part of his body screamed in pain, yet his mind remained unusually calm. Outside the window, the wind howled across the northwestern wilderness. On the screen of his wristband, his ranking still glowed, 3rd place. This night, Jiang Fan was destined to stay awake. It wasn't that he didn't want to sleep, but the pain in his bones felt like a protest, unbearable and excruciating. The aftereffects of the move Bloodline Frenzy were far more intense than he had imagined. The muscles in his limbs twitched uncontrollably every few minutes, and his internal energy had been completely drained, leaving not a trace to be summoned. He lay on the bed, his eyes fixed on the ceiling. The dormitory lights were off, and moonlight spilled in through the window, casting a slanted rectangular shadow on the wall. His mind was exceptionally clear, repeatedly calculating the elimination match tomorrow. 40 people competing for 20 spots, one-on-one duels, opponents decided by drawing lots, and no holds barred. Given his current physical condition, let alone fighting, he probably couldn't even defeat a D-rank rookie. Tomorrow's match starts at 9 a.m., which will be exactly 22 hours since he used Bloodline Frenzy. However, the weakness period of this skill lasts at least 24 hours. Just a mere 2-hour gap. And this 2-hour difference could very well determine whether he walks out or gets carried out. At that moment, a knock on the door sounded. Jiang Fan's eyes moved slightly. The knocking on the door was very light, only twice, with a steady rhythm, not sounding like someone coming to cause trouble. He propped himself up on the edge of the bed, taking a full 5 seconds to barely sit up, his arms trembling violently. "Who is it? Open the door." It was Xinlai's voice. Jiang Fan, barefoot, staggered step by step to the door and turned the lock. two people were standing in the hallway.
Xin Lai, wearing his signature dark green trench coat, hands in his pockets, looking as if he was perpetually half asleep. Beside him was Helan, dressed in a sleek black combat suit, her expression as cold as the night wind on this desolate plain. These two people appeared at his door at the same time, which was quite an imposing scene.
"Come in and talk."
Jiang Fan stepped aside to make way. Xin Lai entered first, glanced at the simple furnishings of the room, and casually found a chair to sit on.
Helan followed behind him, standing as straight as a statue.
Jiang Fan closed the door and leaned against the door panel. It wasn't that he didn't want to sit, he was afraid that if he sat down, he wouldn't be able to get back up.
Xin Lai looked him up and down and asked, "What state are you in now?"
"Still alive."
"I'm asking about your combat state."
"No combat state." Jiang Fan's voice was still hoarse. "Spiritual energy output is 0, physical strength is less than 5%.
"I'm standing here talking, and my legs are trembling." He did not hide anything.
In front of these two people, any pretense was meaningless. Xin Lai leaned back against the chair, stretched out his long legs, and spoke lazily, though the casual tone in his voice had disappeared. "During those 20 seconds, when you dealt with those 3 people on the salt flats, your psionic output instantly surged to level B."
Jiang Fan did not respond.
"The satellite from the Tianheng Institute recorded the data throughout, and the psionic spectrum analysis has been completed. Your bloodline fluctuations highly match those of the dragon lineage."
Jiang Fan's expression remained calm. "Moreover, it's not an ordinary dragon type." Xin Lai's light gray pupils fixed on him. "The analyst said the closest reference sample is the legendary Dragon Emperor bloodline."
The room was eerily quiet, with only the sound of the wind howling outside the window.
"So what?"
Jiang Fan's voice was flat and emotionless.
Helan took a step forward. Her tall figure was even half a head taller than Jiang Fan.
The tight combat suit outlined her firm contours, appearing as if forged from steel under the moonlight.
"Your talent assessment result at the Jiangnan base city was 0.
Her voice carried no warmth.
"However, a person with 0 talent cannot possibly possess dragon-type bloodline, let alone unleash B-level combat power in actual battle."
Jiang Fan leaned against the door panel, his lips pressed into a straight line.
"Your talent is not 0.
Helan's words were resolute, not a question but a conclusion. "The precision of the testing crystal over in Jiangnan is too low," Xin Lai added from the side.
"City-level testing equipment generally has an upper limit of S-level.
Once it encounters a bloodline that exceeds the measurement range, the reading will directly drop to 0, displaying as none."
Jiang Fan's brow moved imperceptibly.
"The testing equipment at the Tianheng Institute is military grade," Helan continued, "with a precision 4 levels higher than city level, capable of covering all bloodline types from D level to SSS level."
SSS-level.
These 3 letters were like a bolt of lightning, striking Jiang Fan's mind and causing his heartbeat to skip a beat. Of course, he knew what his talent was, because it was clearly written on his system panel. He was well aware that he carried the Dragon Emperor's bloodline, the highest level SSS rank. But this secret, he had never mentioned to anyone. Now, the Tianheng Institute, the world's top martial artist training institution, was actually going to retest his talent. His mind raced. The Tianheng Institute only selects 20 students each year, and its graduates are guaranteed to be at least B-level powerhouses. A place like this had no reason or motive to target a newcomer like him.
But what would happen if an SSS-level talent was detected? Revealing his talent level carried risks.
However, his truly fatal trump card was the system that did not belong to the rules of this world.
Talent is innate, and bloodlines are hereditary. If an SSS-level talent was detected, at most, others would be shocked and wary, but they wouldn't find it suspicious. But the system was an external cheat. If it were exposed, death would be certain. As long as the system remained hidden, having a higher talent level would actually be an advantage. The resources, recognition, and protection of the Tianheng Institute would therefore be doubly inclined.
Jiang Fan quickly weighed the pros and cons in his mind, taking only 2 seconds. "Test." He uttered just one word. There was no visible change on Helan's cold and stern face, but there seemed to be something more in his eyes. Xinlai stood up from his chair, patted his pants, and said, "Let's go, the testing room is on the first basement level of the main building."
Now. Jiang Fan was a bit surprised. Otherwise? Wait until the selection ends tomorrow?
Xinlai glanced back at him with a hint of teasing.
Can you still walk? Do you need me to carry you? No need.
Jiang Fan propped himself up against the door and stood, bending down to put on his boots. His fingers were still trembling slightly from exhaustion, and it took him 2 tries to tie the laces properly.
The 3 of them walked out of the dormitory building.
The corridor was empty, and the sound of footsteps at 2 in the morning was particularly distinct.
Jiang Fan walked in the middle, with Xinlai on his left and Helan on his right.
He walked very slowly, and every 3 or 4 steps, his right leg would drag weakly.
Helan's peripheral vision swept over his leg but said nothing.
Passing through the corridor, entering the main building, the security level instantly increased by 3 tiers. Electromagnetic scanning, iris verification, psionic frequency matching, one security checkpoint after another. Helan swiped his card at the front, passing through smoothly without any hindrance.
Reaching the basement level, at the end of the hallway stood a heavy alloy door, bearing only a palm-sized silver emblem, the insignia of the Tianheng Institute.
Helan placed his palm on the sensor panel, and with a click, the door opened in response.
The space behind the door far exceeded Jiang Fan's expectations.
A room nearly 200 square meters in size, with walls covered in densely packed psionic conduit lines. At the center of the floor was a circular platform 2 meters in diameter, emitting a soft milky white glow. Suspended directly above the platform was a massive crystal, nearly half a meter in diameter, completely transparent, with faint rainbow hues swirling within. This was no cheap, palm-sized version like those in the academy. It was a genuine military-grade aptitude testing crystal. "Step onto it," Helan instructed, pointing to the circular platform. Jiang Fan dragged his heavy steps forward, and as he stepped onto the platform, his legs gave way, almost causing him to fall. Gritting his teeth, he forced himself to stand firm. Xinlai walked to the control panel by the wall and casually flipped a few switches. Buzz. The energy conduits in the entire room lit up instantly, with a pale blue glow flowing along the lines to the platform, then directly connecting to the crystal overhead. The crystal began to tremble at a frequency almost imperceptible to the naked eye, and a sense of resonance surged from Jiang Fan's feet through his bones to the top of his head. "Place your hand on it," in the groove at the center of the platform, Helan's voice came through. Jiang Fan lowered his head and pressed his right hand into the palm-sized groove. A layer of warm, thin film immediately adhered to his palm, its temperature rising instantly, becoming scorching hot. An extremely fine energy probe extended from the film, piercing into the meridians of his palm. There was no pain, only a strange sensation as if dozens of fine threads were drilling into his blood vessels. These energy threads followed the network of his meridians, probing deeper into his body, scanning and reading everything about him. At that moment, the Dragon Emperor bloodline deep within the core of his body sensed this external probing energy. It pulsed once. It's not rejection, but response. The frequency of the pulse suddenly accelerated, transforming from a faint, dormant beat into a clear and powerful rhythm, transmitting ancient and majestic information to those probing threads. The crystal overhead began to undergo a dramatic color change. First, it turned light blue, then deep blue, followed by purple, and finally dazzling gold. Intense golden light burst forth from the crystal, instantly engulfing the entire room and dimming the blue glow of the pipelines on the walls to a flicker. The data terminal on the control console began to frantically jump, with numbers skyrocketing. Xinlai glanced down at the screen. The perpetual laziness on his face vanished, and the curve of his lips disappeared as his pale gray pupils suddenly contracted to the size of pinpoints. Standing next to him, Helan was also staring intently at the screen. The S-level threshold was instantly breached. The threshold of SS-level was also broken through in one fell swoop. However, the numbers on the screen continued to climb crazily. On the screen, a line of large red text burned into everyone's eyes. Talent Level Assessment Result, SSS. Bloodline Type, Dragon Emperor Bloodline, confirmed. The room instantly fell into dead silence. The dazzling golden light at the top of the crystal gradually faded, and the energy flow pipelines returned to a steady blue glow. Below the platform, the fine detection threads withdrew from Jiang Fan's palm, and the temperature of the metallic membrane also dropped accordingly. Jiang Fan withdrew his hand, leaving a faint red mark on his palm. He looked up at the massive crystal, which had returned to its transparent state, with multicolored halos flowing inside once again, as if nothing had happened moments ago. Xinlai stared at the screen intently, not blinking for a full 5 seconds. Then, he slowly turned his head to look at Jiang Fan. Complex emotions surged in his light gray eyes, not shock. For someone like Xinlai, the word shock was far too distant. It was the weight of a premonition being confirmed. SSS-level. He murmured softly, his voice not loud, yet it was like a boulder plunging into a calm lake. Helan slowly lowered her arms, which had been crossed over her chest. This was the second time she had changed her posture today. The first was in the command hall, when she witnessed Shen Yue single-handedly confronting 14 mechas.
Dragon Emperor Bloodline. Helan's voice dropped half a tone lower than before. The first case ever recorded and confirmed.
Jiang Fan leaned against the cold edge of the platform, his legs barely able to support his body. The aftereffects of his bloodline power running rampant, combined with the immense exertion from the earlier test, left him swaying slightly just from standing. So, the Academy's test back then showed 0 because the testing crystal's grade wasn't high enough. Xinlai finished his sentence, his tone devoid of any emotion. A city-grade crystal has an upper detection limit of S-level. Your bloodline level far exceeded its readable range. When the instrument can't interpret it, the result defaults to 0. Jiang Fan lowered his head, staring at the red mark in his palm, his face expressionless. Because only he knew in his heart that the so-called Dragon Emperor bloodline might not be innate. It was merely the last trace extracted by the system from his parents' relics.
This information must not be leaked. Helan's icy voice interrupted his thoughts.
Jiang Fan raised his head and met her gaze. Helan's face had returned to that distant, unapproachable expression, but there was something different in her eyes. It was no longer just scrutiny, there was an added layer of something called caution.
The news about the SSS-level talent must absolutely not get out.
She repeated, her tone firm and allowing no room for argument. Jiang Fan frowned slightly.
Why? Helan did not answer immediately.
She walked to the control console, skillfully stored the test data from the terminal into an encrypted chip, then removed the chip and tucked it into the inner pocket of her combat suit. That action was clearly not her first time doing it.
How much do you know about the current world situation? She asked in return.
Jiang Fan remained silent. His understanding of the world situation was limited to the snippets from the Beast Hunting Alliance's mission announcements and news updates.
Beasts rampaged, humans retreated to massive base cities, and the wilderness expanded day by day.
These were common knowledge.
Beasts are not like those fools you encounter in the wilderness zone, Xinlai said, leaning against the wall at some point, his hands in the pockets of his trench coat.
His usual lazy tone had vanished.
Beasts below sea level have intelligence similar to wild animals. But starting from B level, they possess independent thought. A-level beasts can speak human language. As for S-level.
He paused, his gaze turning sharp.
An S-class beast possesses its own civilization. Jiang Fan's pupils suddenly contracted.
Within them exists a complete power structure, with leaders, generals, and armies.
The confrontation between humans and them is not a primitive struggle but a war between civilizations.
Every word Xinlai spoke was heavy, suffocating those who heard it. What's even more troubling, Helan picked up the conversation, is that humanity itself is not a united front.
Jiang Fan's brows furrowed even tighter. Someone has sided with the beasts.
As these words fell, the air in the room seemed to grow colder.
They're not minor figures, Helan's voice was extremely low.
These are powerful, influential, and resourceful human elites. These individuals secretly collude with the high-ranking members of the Beast Clan, selling intelligence and exchanging resources. Some have even undergone bloodline modifications by the beasts, turning into half-human, half-beast monsters. Jiang Fan didn't speak, but his mind was racing.
What are people like them most afraid of? Xinlai suddenly asked in return. Jiang Fan thought for 2 seconds and immediately understood. Human geniuses who can threaten them. That's right. Xinlai raised a finger. To be precise, it's young martial artists with a high enough talent level. S-level talent, they'll keep an eye on you. SS-level talent, they'll send someone to test you. As for SSS-level, he slowly withdrew that finger. Once exposed, they will stop at nothing to eliminate you. Jiang Fan's back pressed tightly against the cold edge of the platform, a chill rising from his spine. Stop at nothing. He recalled how, in the wilderness zone, the Wang family had tried to kill him 3 times, and the Wang family was merely a local power in Jiangnan Bay City. What if it were those human traitors colluding with the beasts? How terrifying would their methods be? The students selected by Tianheng Academy every year become the core combat forces sought after by major powers upon graduation, Helan said. We can protect those with S-level talent. For SS-level, we can protect them too, though at a great cost. She looked directly into Jiang Fan's eyes. But for SSS-level, we cannot protect them. It's not that Tianheng Academy lacks the ability, but because once exposed, those coming for you won't just be humans. Not just humans. Jiang Fan repeatedly mulled over this sentence in his mind and instantly understood its meaning. Once an SSS-level talent is exposed, it will immediately attract the direct attention of high-ranking beasts. By that time, the ones sent to kill him might no longer be human assassins. The real threat does not come from human jealousy but from the beasts themselves. Those terrifying S-level, or even SSS-level beasts. Can the Tianheng Institute stop them? Of course, it can. But Jiang Fan can't hide under the umbrella of the Tianheng Institute's protection forever. He must go home, back to the Jiangnan Bay City. He still has a younger sister, waiting eagerly at home for him to return and make braised pork ribs. So, Jiang Fan had just started to speak. Xinlai immediately picked up the conversation. To the outside world, we will claim that you have an S-level talent. He explained, S-level is already high enough to make everyone take you seriously, but not so high that those monsters would stop at nothing to target you. The Tianheng Institute will fully cooperate with you, Helan added from the side. Your test records have already been classified as top secret. As of now, the only ones who know your true talent level are me, Xinlai, and the Dean. No fourth person will know. The Dean. In Jiang Fan's mind, the image of the white-haired old man, always dressed in a gray, worn-out cotton jacket and holding a large enamel tea mug, emerged. His lips moved slightly. He knows too? The data from the testing room is synced in real time. Xinlai shrugged. It's not that easy to hide it from that old man. But don't worry, his lips are even tighter than mine. Jiang Fan remained silent for a few seconds. S-level talent. Publicly announced the S-level while keeping the true SSS-level talent hidden. This plan sounds flawless. He never intended to flaunt his trump card everywhere. In this perilous world, hiding one more card is equivalent to securing one more path to survival. All right. He nodded decisively. Helan gave him a deep look, her lips pressed tightly together. Then, she took out a thumb-sized dark green jade bottle from the pocket on the side of her combat suit. The bottle's mouth was tightly sealed with wax, and its body was engraved with 2 ancient characters Jiang Fan didn't recognize. Instead of handing it directly to Jiang Fan, she gently placed the jade bottle on the control panel. Xinlai walked over, picked up the jade bottle, and shook it, producing a crisp sound of liquid inside. Do you know what this is? Xinlai asked. I don't know. Dragon Saliva Vitality Pill. Grade A pill. Grade A. Jiang Fan's eyelids twitched sharply. He had seen the price of Grade A pills on the trading platform of the Beast Hunting Alliance. The cheapest ones started at 5 million, and the more expensive ones had no upper limit. This thing can help you quickly repair your meridians and restore your vitality. Xinlai tossed the jade bottle in his hand a couple of times. In your current state, it's the backlash from overburning your bloodline power. Your meridians are paralyzed, and your energy is depleted.
Normally, it would take at least a day or two to recover.
But if you take this.
Before he finished speaking, his wrist flicked, and the jade bottle flew toward Jiang Fan.
Jiang Fan instinctively reached out to catch it. However, he failed to catch it.
His fingers trembled too much, and the jade bottle slipped through his fingers. At this critical moment, Qin Lai's hand shot out like lightning, his two fingers firmly pinching the falling jade bottle. The entire process was so swift that it made no sound.
Your hands are shaking like this. Qin Lai stuffed the jade bottle into Jiang Fan's palm and helped him close his fingers around it.
Take it, and your recovery time will be reduced to less than 10 hours.
That'll be enough for you to make it to the competition at 9 tomorrow morning. Jiang Fan tightly gripped the jade bottle, feeling a warm and smooth sensation from the dark green surface.
He raised his head, glancing at Qin Lai, then at Helan.
What is this? The standard issue for new students at Tianheng Academy? Consider it our welcome gift to an SSS-level genius, Qin Lai shrugged again.
And also because we don't want to see a future top-tier powerhouse getting beaten black and blue in the elimination rounds due to lingering physical injuries.
Helan coldly added, the selection at Tianheng Academy values strength, not luck.
With such talent, you deserve a full opportunity to showcase it.
Competing while injured is unfair to both you and the other participants.
Jiang Fan lowered his head, gazing at the jade bottle in his palm.
Grade A pill.
This was once a luxury he wouldn't dare to dream of, but now, it was directly placed in his hands. He showed no hesitation, no refusal, and certainly didn't say anything like, "This is too valuable, I can't accept it."
At a time like this, any hesitation would be irresponsible to himself. He bit off the wax seal on the bottle with his teeth. As soon as the seal was opened, an extremely intense medicinal aroma burst forth.
It wasn't the sweet fragrance of flowers but a spicy scent tinged with a metallic edge, like a red-hot branding iron suddenly plunged into ice water. No, it was a scent he had never encountered before, heavy, solid, with a medicinal aroma wrapped in a heat potent enough to make the blood boil. He tilted his head back and drank the potion in the bottle in one gulp. The moment the potion touched his tongue, a fiery burning sensation exploded across it. It slid down his esophagus, passed through his chest, and reached his abdomen. In the next instant, the dormant Dragon Emperor bloodline within him stirred.
It wasn't a slow awakening, but an instant ignition, suddenly pulsating with vigor. The bloodline, dormant for over a dozen hours, was revitalized under the stimulation of the medicine. Each powerful pulse sent the surging medicinal energy into every meridian of the body.
The meridian network, paralyzed from overload, began to recover one by one. The depleted spiritual energy, like a dried-up riverbed welcoming a flood, started to flow back slowly yet steadily.
Although the speed was not fast, the power was tangibly flowing.
His trembling fingers steadied. His weak legs regained a sense of support. Jiang Fan moved his fingers, clenched his fist, released it, and clenched it again.
Strength was returning.
At the same time, a line of prompts quietly refreshed on the system panel in his mind.
Exogenous Grade A repair agent detected. Recovery process from bloodline berserk aftereffects accelerated. Estimated full recovery time, 9 hours and 42 minutes. Over 9 hours.
Jiang Fan glanced at the time, it was now 2:30 a.m.
Over 9 hours later, it would be around noon.
And the elimination round starts at 9 a.m. In this way, he would miss the first match. But if the draw order is later, there might still be a chance.
No.
He could feel the effects of the medicine continuing to be absorbed by his body. As an A-grade pill, its effects were far from limited to this, the recovery speed might even accelerate further. Jiang Fan placed the empty jade bottle on the control panel.
How long will it take to recover? Qin Lai asked.
Jiang Fan raised his head, a trace of confidence flashing in his eyes.
Before 9 o'clock tomorrow.
What could be done now was to return to the dormitory, lie down, and let the medicine take full effect.
Qin Lai stared at him for 2 seconds and finally nodded. All right, go back to sleep.
He turned and walked toward the door, but stopped again after taking just 2 steps.
By the way, He turned his head slightly, the outline of his profile flickering in the glow of the blue psionic conduits. Don't hold back in tomorrow's elimination match.
Jiang Fan leaned against the control panel, quietly watching him. The corner of Qian Lai's mouth curved into a faint smile, his tone returning to that lazy drawl, "You're an S-level talent now. Among everyone here, only you, Lin Chao, and Xin Yue are above S-level.
From now on, the way everyone looks at you will be different."
He paused, his voice carrying a hint of amusement.
Let them truly understand what S-level really means.
As the words fell, he turned and left, the hem of his trench coat flickering at the corner before completely disappearing into the depths of the corridor.
Helan lingered for 2 more seconds.
She looked at Jiang Fan, her lips moved slightly as if she wanted to say something, but ultimately chose silence. She turned and followed him out. The heavy alloy door slowly closed behind him, and the dull sound of the lock bolt settling echoed through the empty testing chamber. Now, only Jiang Fan was left here. On the walls, the psionic conduit lines emitted a faint blue glow, flowing slowly, like a rhythmic breath. Overhead, the crystal chandelier hung silently, its internal multicolored halo rotating unhurriedly. Jiang Fan lowered his head and looked at his right hand. The red mark in his palm was still there, but his fingers no longer trembled. He slowly clenched his right hand, and his knuckles emitted a crisp cracking sound. The lost power had returned. He turned off the lights in the testing room and pushed the door open to leave. The corridor was empty, with only the sound of his footsteps echoing in the vast underground space, making them particularly distinct. He ascended the stairs step by step, his gait much steadier than when he had arrived, and his right leg no longer showed the slightest hint of dragging. Back in dormitory 203, he pushed the door open, casually kicked off his boots, and collapsed heavily onto the bed. With a creak, the old spring bed protested. The effects of the medicine were still spreading through his body.
A warm current rose from his dantian, quickly flowing to his limbs and bones.
In his dried-up meridians, the depleted spiritual energy was gradually gathering again, like streams converging drop by drop. He closed his eyes. In his mind, the system panel quietly hovered, with numbers slowly flickering. Bloodline Berserk Aftereffects, recovery progress at 12%. Estimated full recovery time, 8 hours and 51 minutes.
The raging wind outside had unknowingly subsided, and the northwestern wilderness, ravaged throughout the night, finally welcomed a moment of tranquility.
Jiang Fan's breathing gradually became steady and long. This time, he truly fell asleep.
At 7 o'clock the next morning, faint sounds began to echo in the corridors of the dormitory area at Tianheng Academy. Doors opened and closed, footsteps intertwined on the cement floor.
Although the 24-hour wilderness hunt from the previous night had left this group of young warriors utterly exhausted, not a single one dared to stay in bed. After all, the elimination match that would determine their fate was set to begin in 2 hours. The washroom was crowded, and the atmosphere was somewhat tense. Some checked the wounds on their faces in the mirror, while others quietly moved their arms, testing how much of their combat strength had recovered.
Did you see the latest ranking list? Yeah, the top 41, right?
I'm not talking about the ranking, it's the personal profiles that got updated. A buzzcut candidate said indistinctly while brushing his teeth, Jiang Fan's talent level has been changed. The person next to him, who was splashing cold water on his face, suddenly froze.
What has it been changed to? S-class.
The sound of brushing teeth stopped. The sound of splashing water also stopped.
The crowded washroom fell into a deathly silence. 2 seconds later, the crowd erupted into chaos. S-class? Isn't he 0 talent? Who told you he's 0? It was written in black and white on yesterday's globally broadcast participant list. Talent assessment, 0. Tens of millions of people saw it. Now it's been officially changed in black and white. The update is on the Tianheng Institute's official system. If you don't believe me, check it yourself.
The buzzcut young man spat out the foam in his mouth, wiped his face, took out his phone, and skillfully opened the candidate information page of the Tianheng Institute, finding number 63.
On the screen, the information was crystal clear. Number 63. Name, Jiang Fan. Talent level, S. Bloodline type, Dragon, subtype unconfirmed. Damn.
The person next to him leaned over for a look and instinctively blurted out a word.
I told you, how could someone with zero talent possibly achieve B-level combat power?
The crew-cut young man put his phone back in his pocket and analyzed. I watched the 20-second replay from yesterday 3 times.
2 peak martial artists plus 1 high-level martial artist, all taken down within 20 seconds. And you call that zero talent? But even S-level can't explain B-level combat power.
Look at Lin Chao, he's also S-level.
Can he achieve B-level? Maybe it's because his technique is special. Didn't you see how severe the backlash from that skill was?
After using it, he couldn't even stand and was lying on the ground for 8 hours. A move that trades life for power, being able to unleash B-level combat power makes sense.
Then how was he initially assessed as zero? Probably the testing equipment at the Jiangnan base had issues. Haven't you heard? The precision of city-level crystals is just like that.
Surely the Tianheng Institute retested him, which is why they directly updated the system records.
The chatter in the washroom grew louder and louder.
In less than 10 minutes, the news that Jiang Fan's talent level had been corrected to S-level spread like wildfire throughout the dormitory area. In the hallway, small groups of people gathered together, heads down, staring at their phone screens, their faces filled with shock.
S-level. So this year there are 3 S-levels?
Xin Yue is SS, Lin Chao is S, and now there's Jiang Fan.
So, the top 3 in the first round of auditions just happen to be the 3 most talented people? Isn't that too much of a coincidence? It's not entirely about talent.
Jiang Fan's combat experience and wilderness survival skills are truly off the charts. Look at how he shook off his pursuers in the wind-eroded terrain. That's not something you can achieve with talent alone.
That's true, but what state is he in now? After using that self-destructive skill yesterday, isn't he completely done for? Can he even fight today? No one could answer this question. Because no one knows the answer.
While everyone was engaged in heated discussions, in room 203, Jiang Fan opened his eyes punctually at 7:10. He was not awakened by the noise outside. Instead, it was his body, naturally waking up after returning to its peak condition. He opened his eyes, and the crack on the ceiling was still the same as yesterday. Outside the window, daylight had fully arrived, and the dry air unique to the northwestern wilderness seeped in through the slightly open window. He first tried moving his fingers, able to clench them into a fist. His strength had returned about 70 to 80%. Then he rotated his ankle, it no longer hurt. He propped himself up on the bed and sat up, his movements much smoother than the night before. There was still some tightness in his chest, but it wasn't weakness, rather, it was the warm surge brought on by the medication. A translucent panel appeared in his mind, Bloodline Rampage Aftermath Recovery Progress, 87%. Estimated full recovery time, 1 hour 23 minutes. It was now 7:10 in the morning, which meant he would be fully recovered by around 8:30. The elimination round started at 9 o'clock, just in time. Jiang Fan stood up, his legs firmly planted on the ground, no longer trembling. He walked to the sink, scooped up a handful of cold water, and splashed it on his face. The man in the mirror still looked like he had just crawled out of a grave, sunken eye sockets, cracked lips, and dried blood scabs on his chin. But his eyes were astonishingly bright. He changed into clean clothes, picked up a long blade from the corner of the wall, slung it over his back, and then opened the door to leave. When people in the hallway saw him, their gazes noticeably shifted. No longer the cold indifference of yesterday before departure, zero talent? Who's this guy? But awaited scrutiny. A few of them lingered an extra second on the long blade strapped to his back. Jiang Fan ignored them and headed straight downstairs. At the corner of the staircase, he ran into Lin Chao. The young man in white had changed into a new white long-sleeved shirt today. The scrape on his left arm was covered with a waterproof bandage, and the wound on his forehead had already scabbed over. He looked quite spirited. Yo, Lin Chao leaned against the handrail, sizing him up and down. Survived, huh? Yes. I thought you'd have to make your entrance in a wheelchair today. Lin Chao caught up with his pace, and the two walked downstairs side by side.
You heard about your profile being upgraded to S-level, right? Got it. Same level as me now, huh? Lin Chao raised an eyebrow. How does it feel? Jiang Fan did not answer. Alright, talking to you is really exhausting.
Lin Chao rolled his eyes and said to himself, but that skill of yours is indeed impressive.
I watched the playback and thought about it seriously. If I were the one on the alkali beach yesterday, I wouldn't have been able to handle it either.
He said this with no hint of joking, his expression very serious. Jiang Fan glanced at him sideways and said, that skill comes at a cost. After using it, I'll be out of commission for a day or two.
I know, that's why I said it's impressive.
Lin Chao rested his hands behind his head, staring at the ceiling, and said, combat power gained at the cost of one's life is the scariest, because you never know when the other person will risk it all against you. The two walked through the dormitory courtyard toward the square. A considerable crowd had already gathered in the square, and the 40 candidates who advanced were arriving one after another. Some stood alone, while others gathered in twos and threes, whispering to each other. The atmosphere was even more oppressive than before their departure yesterday, as this time, the opponents were not monsters but each other. At 8:45, 3 people stepped onto the makeshift platform. Helan walked in front, dressed in a black combat suit with the collar zipped up to the top, her expression as cold as ice. Xinlai followed half a step behind her on the left, wearing a dark green trench coat with his hands in his pockets, looking as if he hadn't fully woken up. On the right was a middle-aged man in a gray uniform, holding an electronic display board, likely a member of the judging panel. The square instantly fell silent. Helan scanned the 40 people below and said, you've all seen the results of the first round of auditions. 40 people advanced, 31 were eliminated. Her voice wasn't loud, but it was incredibly penetrating, and everyone heard her clearly.
Next is the elimination round.
I'll only explain the rules once.
Helan held up 3 fingers. There will be 3 matches in total. The first match, the elimination round. 40 people will draw lots to pair up, and compete one-on-one. Winners stay, losers leave. After the matches, the remaining 20 will officially join Tianheng Academy.
There was a gasp of surprise in the square.
20 spots meant that half of the people would be eliminated.
The second round, the ranking competition.
The top 10 will be determined among the 20 participants.
The third round, the final competition.
The top 5 will be determined among the top 10.
Helan withdrew his finger and continued, the second and third rounds won't eliminate anyone, they will only determine rankings. And the rankings will decide the resources you can obtain after entering Tianheng Academy. She tilted her head and glanced at the man in gray beside her. The man immediately operated the display panel, and the large screen on the side of the square lit up, clearly listing 3 lines of text. Rank 1 to 5, Tianheng Institute S-Class Resource Pack. Rank 6 to 10, Tianheng Institute B-Class Resource Pack. Rank 11 to 20, Tianheng Institute C-Class Resource Pack. The square was first dead silent, then erupted with uncontrollable murmurs. S-level resource pack? Someone choked and coughed after gasping too quickly. What is the concept of an S-level resource pack? Most of the candidates present came from top families in major cities and were no strangers to resources, but the S-level resources of the Tianheng Institute were things they wouldn't even dare to dream of. In all martial artist circles, there is a legend: the S-level resource pack from the Tianheng Institute can enable a master stuck at the peak of C-level to break through the bottleneck and step into B-level within just half a year. Of course, the premise is that your talent and foundation are solid enough. Breaking through to B-level in just half a year, what kind of concept is that? You must know that countless martial artists exhaust their entire lives, stuck at the peak of C-level, unable to advance. Although the B-level resource pack is slightly inferior, it is still enough to grant a high-tier C-level martial artist the qualification to reach the peak within a year. Even the lowest C-level resource pack, if placed in any base city outside, would be considered top-tier treatment reserved only for core disciples. The gap between them is like night and day. The difference between the top 5 and the next 15 is no longer just about rankings but months, or even years, of cultivation time. Jiang Fan stood at the back of the crowd, his back leaning against the cold stone pillar at the edge of the square. His gaze was fixed firmly on the glaring words on the screen: rankings from 1st to 5th, S-level resource pack. He calculated quickly in his mind. His meridian efficiency was naturally 30% lower than others, and his foundational skills were quite weak. He had only been practicing the abyss-breaking technique for 3 months, and the mountain-splitting slash was just at the beginner level. Compared to those prodigies who had been guided by renowned masters and received systematic training since childhood, he was far behind. This fact had already been exposed during the preliminary selection. When hunting sea-level beasts, he consumed nearly 30% more spiritual energy than others, making it impossible for him to engage in prolonged battles. If it hadn't been for the unexpected eruption of his bloodline power yesterday, those 3 people would have long since taken all his inner cores. He needed resources, a massive amount of top-tier resources. Only the S-level resource pack could help him catch up to, or even surpass, those favored by the heavens. He had to get it. Otherwise, he would be wasting his one-of-a-kind SSS-level Dragon Emperor bloodline. Jiang Fan withdrew his gaze and scanned the other competitors in the square. Xin Yuwei stood at the very front of the crowd. Her hair tied up in a neat high ponytail, her hands naturally hanging by her sides. Her face was expressionless as she looked at the enticing rewards on the screen, not even blinking. To her, a spot in the top 5 might already be in the bag. Lin Xiao stood a few meters ahead to Jiang Fan's left. The young man in white crossed his arms over his chest, a signature smile playing on his lips. When he saw the S-level resource pack, his smile briefly faded but quickly returned. Clearly, his goal was also the top 5. Apart from them, there were a few other sharp gazes in the crowd. These belonged to the formidable figures who ranked in the top 10 during the preliminaries. Some had bulldozed their way through with sheer strength, while others had seized others' inner cores at the last moment to climb up. Regardless of the methods, among the 40 people standing here, not a single one was easy to deal with. On the high platform, Helan quietly waited for 10 seconds, giving everyone time to process the information. Now announcing the rules for the first elimination round. Her voice rang out again, like a sharp blade cutting through the noise in the square. Opponents will be determined by drawing lots, paired 2 by 2, forming a total of 20 groups to compete simultaneously. The combat arenas are located in the training area behind the main building. All 20 standard combat arenas will be in use, with a referee assigned to each match. The rules are the same as the preliminary round: no killing allowed, but injuries are at your own risk. She paused, her voice turning even colder. If one side surrenders, the match ends immediately. Being rendered incapable of fighting or being stopped by the referee also counts as the end. The most important point is that there is no time limit, continuing until a winner is determined. A collective gasp echoed across the square. No time limit meant that as long as you didn't fall or admit defeat, the battle would never end. As soon as Helan finished speaking, the middle-aged man in gray stepped to the front of the platform and raised the electronic display board in his hand. The drawing of lots begins now. Candidates, please step forward in order according to your numbers to draw. The crowd began to stir. Candidate number 01 was the first to step forward. In front of the gray-clad middle-aged man was a black cylinder containing 40 sealed paper rolls, each marked with the number of an opponent. Number 01 reached in, pulled one out, unsealed it, and glanced at it, his expression revealing nothing. He handed the paper roll to the middle-aged man and walked straight down. The big screen immediately displayed the first matchup, 01 versus 38. Next came the second, the third, the fourth. Pairing lists continuously refreshed on the screen. With each new matchup, someone's expression in the square would change. Some visibly breathed a sigh of relief, having drawn a weaker opponent ranked lower. Others, however, had their faces darken instantly, as they had the misfortune of drawing a top 10 powerhouse. Jiang Fan's number is 63, placing him far behind. He waited quietly. He noticed that when it was number 14 Xin Yuwei's turn to draw lots, she walked up to the platform, reached into the tube, and pulled out a paper roll. Her fingers were long and clean. She unfolded it, glanced at it, and handed it to the middle-aged man without any expression, then turned and left without saying a word throughout the process. The screen displayed the result, 14 versus 22. Number 22 was a peak-level C-rank martial artist, ranked 18th in the preliminary selection, with considerable strength. However, upon seeing this matchup, people in the square immediately began whispering, "Number 22 is really out of luck."
Not a single person refuted this.
Lin Chao was number 51. When he went on stage, he acted as if he were walking the red carpet, waving to the people below. After drawing his lot, he glanced at the slip of paper and raised an eyebrow.
51 versus 09.
His opponent was Zhao Tong, the one who ranked third in the first round of the auditions but later dropped in rank because his inner core was stolen.
His actual strength, however, was undeniably at the peak of Class C. Interesting.
Lin Chao tossed the slip of paper to the middle-aged man with an indifferent air and hopped off the stage.
Finally, it was number 63's turn.
Jiang Fan stepped out from the shadow of the stone pillar, walking steadily toward the platform. His gait was firm, and the previously sluggish right leg had now completely returned to normal. The medicine's effects were still working, and the recovery progress of his internal injuries had already reached 93%. He reached his hand into the black cylinder. His fingers touched several scrolls of paper, and he casually pinched one and pulled it out. He unfolded the scroll.
A number was written on it, 47. Jiang Fan's pupils suddenly contracted. Number 47 was Sumo.
From the first base city in the west, with an A-level talent and strength that had reached the peak of C-level. He was one of the 3 people who had chased him on the Alkali Flats last night, the bald man who had been sent flying by his punch. Sumo's luck was relatively good. Although he had been severely injured by Jiang Fan, he was, after all, a peak C-level powerhouse. He managed to conserve a lot of energy during the first half of the preliminary round. In the end, he desperately snatched enough inner cores and barely managed to stay in the competition. Jiang Fan handed the scroll to the middle-aged man and turned to walk off the platform. The large screen immediately refreshed with the battle information, number 63 versus number 47. The crowd in the square instantly reacted, erupting into a flurry of discussion.
Wow, didn't these two just fight last night? Isn't number 47 the bald guy who got punched and sent flying by Jiang Fan?
Yes.
That's him. Even the armor on his abdomen was dented by the punch. This is going to be interesting.
It's like enemies meeting face to face, and the tension is palpable. Jiang Fan walked back to the stone pillar, his gaze sweeping past the crowd and landing on Sumo on the other side of the square.
The bald man, with a snake-shaped tattoo on his neck, looked particularly striking under the morning light.
He had replaced his abdominal armor with a new one, but the bruises on his face had yet to fade, marks left by the punch from last night. Sumo was also staring intently at him. The two locked eyes across a distance of over 20 meters. Sumo's mouth twisted slightly. It wasn't a smile, but a gnashing expression of hatred. Jiang Fan withdrew his gaze, his face still devoid of expression. But inside his sleeve, his right hand suddenly clenched into a fist, the knuckles emitting a creaking sound, full of strength.
The drawing of lots quickly concluded, and the big screen displayed the 20 match pairings.
Heelan walked to the front of the platform, glanced at the screen, then raised his wrist to check the time.
Elimination round starts officially at 9 o'clock sharp.
As her words fell, the passage door on the side of the square slowly opened. 40 qualifiers began moving toward the training area.
Jiang Fan followed the crowd, feeling the steady and powerful pulse of the Dragon Emperor's bloodline deep within his dantian.
The medicinal effect was spreading through his body, and the once dry meridians were gradually being filled with a warm current, quickly dispelling the sense of exhaustion. The moment he stepped into the passage, the numbers on the system panel flickered.
Bloodline Rampage Aftermath Recovery Progress, 96%.
He moved his shoulders a bit, feeling his body returning to peak condition. A few steps ahead of him, Sumo's bald head gleamed under the lights of the corridor. Jiang Fan's gaze lingered on that bald head for a second before indifferently looking away. The training area was located behind the main building, with 20 standard combat arenas arranged side by side. Each arena was 20 meters square, with a floor made of special impact-absorbing material and surrounded by semi-transparent energy shields to prevent the aftermath of battles from injuring people outside.
Next to each arena stood a referee dressed in a dark blue uniform.
Jiang Fan was assigned to the number 13 fighting arena. When he walked over, Sumo was already standing on the opposite side of the field. The bald young man had his arms crossed over his chest, a newly replaced short axe tucked behind his waist, and his bruised face was filled with suppressed ferocity. The score from last night needs to be settled today. Sumo's voice wasn't loud, but every word seemed to be squeezed out through clenched teeth. Jiang Fan walked to the other end of the field and slowly drew his long blade. The indigo blade shimmered with a restrained glow under the lights.
He did not respond to Sumo's provocation.
The referee walked to the center of the field, glanced left and right, then raised his right hand.
Combat Arena number 13. Number 63 Jiang Fan versus number 47 Sumo. The match begins. Before the referee's hand was fully lowered, Sumo's body shot out like a cannonball. He drew a short axe from behind his waist, its blade wrapped in a layer of dark red energy, and swung it straight at Jiang Fan's head. Too fast. The explosive power of a peak-level C-class was fully displayed. The speed and strength of this axe were more than 3 times fiercer than last night on the Alkali Beach. This time, it wasn't a pursuit but a frontal charge fueled by a whole night's worth of fury. Jiang Fan suddenly sidestepped, the axe blade swept past his ear, and the energy storm it stirred blew his hair upward. Too close. He slid his right foot half a step backward, the long blade rising from below, its back precisely striking the handle of the short axe. With a resounding clang, the immense recoil made his entire arm feel numb. Sumo's strength was greater than his. The gap in physical ability between the peak of Class C and the high stage of Class C was vividly displayed in a head-on clash. Sumo gave him no chance to catch his breath. After the axe was deflected, it spun smoothly, sweeping horizontally in a backhand motion. The axe blade traced a cunning arc, slicing upward toward Jiang Fan's ribs. Jiang Fan stepped back once more, raising his blade to block. Another muffled thud rang out. The immense impact caused a fine crack to split open on the web of his hand, with blood seeping through his fingers. "That punch you threw at me last night," Sumo panted heavily as he frantically swung his axe, each strike aimed at Jiang Fan's vital spots, "broke 2 of my ribs." Another axe strike came down, Jiang Fan blocked it and retreated another step. "My internal organs are injured, I was coughing up blood all night." Sumo's attacks grew increasingly ferocious. Jiang Fan retreated 2 more steps, but Sumo's offensive was exceptionally fierce. However, Jiang Fan quickly noticed a problem: Sumo's axe swings were becoming distorted. Especially when he struck from the left, the range of the short axe's attack was noticeably smaller than from the right, and the force was weaker by about 20%. The problem lies in his abdomen, precisely where Jiang Fan struck him last night. Although Sumo put on new armor to cover the wound, it was completely ineffective. Damage to the muscle group isn't something that can be resolved by changing equipment. Even though he has strong regenerative abilities, the internal bruising and torn muscles in his abdomen couldn't possibly heal completely overnight. He had been relying on the strength of his right side to mask the weakness on his left, but Jiang Fan had already seen through it all. After blocking the 7th attack, Jiang Fan no longer retreated. Sumo's short axe came slashing down from the upper right, full of power and at an extremely tricky angle. But this time, Jiang Fan did not block. He sidestepped half a step to the left, narrowly avoiding the axe blade. Instead of countering with his long sword, he extended it forward by an inch. The tip of the blade, precise and unwavering, aimed directly at Sumo's left abdomen. Sumo's pupils instantly contracted. He knew his weakness had been exposed. Jiang Fan had seen through him. But now he couldn't stop. The inertia of the axe swing had caused his body to reveal a fatal flaw. "Damn it!" Sumo cursed angrily, forcibly twisting his waist in an attempt to turn the chop into a block, using the axe handle to protect his abdomen. The tip of the blade struck the axe handle precisely. But this was the moment Jiang Fan had been waiting for. Sumo's twisting motion immediately pulled at the old injury in his abdomen. His face contorted in pain, slowing him down by a fraction of a second. Now was the time.
Jiang Fan's left foot stomped hard on the ground, his entire body pressing forward half a step along Sumo's axe handle. The blade slid downward along the handle, and with a swift flip of the blade's back, it struck heavily against Sumo's right wrist holding the axe. A crisp crack was heard as Sumo's tiger's mouth split open from the shock, and the short axe slipped from his grasp, flying out of his hand. Immediately after, Jiang Fan's left shoulder slammed fiercely into Sumo's chest.
This collision didn't involve any energy enhancement, it was purely a physical confrontation.
Although Jiang Fan's weight was less than Sumo's, the angle of his force was incredibly precise. The impact point of his shoulder landed right at the seam of Sumo's chest armor. Sumo staggered back 3 steps after being struck, barely steadying himself before Jiang Fan's long blade was already leveled across his chest, the tip lowered in firmly pointing at his throat. Your left abdomen. Jiang Fan's breathing was somewhat labored, but his tone was eerily calm. Every time you swing your axe from the left, the range of motion is 30% smaller than from the right, and the force is weaker. It's because of that punch last night, your abdominal muscles are injured.
Sumo's face turned ashen. He glanced down at the short axe that had rolled to the ground, then at the blade tip mere inches away, gritting his teeth as he asked, "Are you teaching me how to fight?" He bent down to pick up the short axe, a sharp pain shooting through his wrist from the earlier blow. "I don't need you to tell me where I'm hurt." Sumo roared and charged again. But this time, his attack rhythm was completely off. He began deliberately increasing the range of his left side axe swings, trying to compensate for the exposed weakness. However, the cost of this adjustment was that every time he exerted force from the left, the wound in his abdomen felt as if it were being torn apart, causing excruciating pain. His face began to pale uncontrollably. The battle continued into the 3rd minute, and Sumo's offensive clearly slowed down. This wasn't a matter of stamina but rather his injuries worsening. His formidable physical condition had supported him through 3 minutes of high-intensity exchanges, but every twist of his waist, every exertion of force, repeatedly tormented the old wounds in his abdomen. His breathing became heavy and short, and the cold sweat on his forehead had already soaked his hair. In the 4th minute, Sumo went completely berserk. He abandoned the single-handed grip on his axe, clutching the handle with both hands like a wild beast out of control, swinging the axe in wide arcs and smashing it fiercely at Jiang Fan, adopting a completely reckless fighting style. The energy enveloping the axe blade shifted from dark red to a glaring blood-red hue, a sign that he was burning through his last reserves of energy, overdrawing his life force. "I refuse to accept this," he roared furiously, slamming the axe onto Jiang Fan's blade. The immense force caused Jiang Fan's feet to carve 2 deep grooves into the ground. "You damn talentless waste." Another axe strike came down, forcing Jiang Fan to retreat 2 steps, his arms numb from the impact. "Why are you hitting me?" The 3rd axe strike, and the heaviest one. The blade of the short axe gathered most of Sumo's remaining energy, drawing a dazzling red arc in the air. But Jiang Fan did not retreat this time. Instead, he stepped forward. Mountain-splitting slash. The moment the long blade was unsheathed, the energy was highly compressed. The meridians repaired by the elixir allowed his power output to be smooth and stable. The blade met the axe head-on, and red and blue energies clashed fiercely in mid-air, intertwining for a brief moment. Then, the red shattered. Sumo's strength was already nearly exhausted. Although the outburst in his frenzied state was fierce, it couldn't last long. His energy was completely dispersed by Jiang Fan's indigo blade light at the moment of collision. The blade passed through the fragments of energy, and the back of the blade struck the face of the short axe once again. The short axe slipped from his hand for the 2nd time, this time flying straight out of the combat arena, hitting the protective shield with 2 crisp sounds before rolling to the edge of the field. The tip of Jiang Fan's blade rested steadily an inch below Sumo's Adam's apple. The blade did not touch his skin, but Sumo could clearly feel the residual energy on the blade vibrating within that inch of distance, as if it could slice his throat at any moment. Sumo stood empty-handed, motionless, his face pale without a trace of blood. Cold sweat from his forehead dripped down his chin onto the collar of his chest armor. His lips moved slightly, as if he wanted to say something. The referee had already raised his hand, his voice echoing through the arena, "Stop." Sumo's bloodshot eyes were fixed on the tip of Jiang Fan's blade, staring for a full 3 seconds.
The corner of his mouth twitched slightly, but in the end, he said nothing. He turned around and walked out of the combat arena step by step. As his opponent clutched his abdomen and hunched over while descending from the stage, the referee's voice resounded throughout the venue.
Combat Arena number 13, winner, number 63, Jiang Fan.
With the announcement, the battle information on the big screen immediately refreshed, and Jiang Fan's name officially appeared on the list of the top 20 advancing competitors. He sheathed his long blade and calmly walked off the arena. The wound on the webbing of his right hand was still oozing blood, but he simply wiped it off indifferently with his sleeve and paid it no further attention. At this moment, half of the matches in the training area had already concluded. The passageway was crowded with candidates who had just finished their battles. They gathered in small groups, intensely discussing the matches that had yet to be decided.
Hey, did you see the 7th match?
The one between Lin Chao and Zhao Tong.
Jiang Fan overheard two people talking as he walked by.
Of course I saw it, it was unbelievable, only 3 moves.
3 moves?
Yeah.
Zhao Tong's famously heavy sword didn't even get halfway drawn.
Lin Chao disarmed him with the first move, shattered his armor with the second, and directly kicked him flying with the third. The referee didn't even have time to call a stop.
Is an S-level talent really this terrifying? What is this? Go and watch the 3rd match.
Xin Yue, now that's what you call truly terrifying.
She finished her match too?
Another person curled their lips, as if savoring the fear. What do you think? From start to finish, she only used one hand. Just her right hand, raised it, and gently pushed forward. Her opponent, a top-tier C-level expert, had the iron spear in his hand instantly shattered into 2 pieces by an invisible force. The whole person slid back like a cannonball for over 10 meters, even causing the protective shield of the arena to buzz and tremble.
Only used one hand?
That's right, the other hand stayed in her pocket the whole time. Her opponent is still slumped on the sidelines, not because they can't stand up, but because their legs are too weak from fear. Jiang Fan listened to the discussions around him, his expression calm and unchanging. He found a corner to lean against, quietly waiting for the second round draw. He could feel his body recovering rapidly. The previous battle hadn't consumed much energy, and with the help of advanced elixirs, the aftereffects of earlier fights had mostly disappeared. The energy within his body flowed smoothly and abundantly, waves of warmth surging from his core to his limbs. On a system panel visible only to him, a line of text quietly appeared: current status, combat ready. Very well, he is ready. The first round of eliminations is over, and half of the participants have been eliminated. Although the remaining 20 have secured admission to Tianheng Academy, no one dares to relax in the slightest. This is because the upcoming ranking competition will directly determine the allocation of resources for the next few years. The treatment between the top 5 and those ranked lower is worlds apart. Soon, the matchup list for the second round appeared on the big screen. 20 contestants would compete for 10 spots, with the winners advancing directly to the top 10. The drawing process was the same as before, and Jiang Fan stood at the back of the line, calm and unhurried.
How long did your match take?
Lin Chao suddenly came over at some point, a blade of grass in his mouth, looking completely at ease.
Just over 4 minutes. Just over 4 minutes to take down a peak level C rank? Looks like you've recovered well.
Lin Chao spat out the grass stem.
I thought you'd have to tangle with him for 7 or 8 minutes.
He was injured, Jiang Fan replied succinctly.
I know, you injured him last night.
But still, it's no easy feat after all, an injured tiger is still a tiger. Jiang Fan did not respond, as it was already his turn. He stepped onto the platform, reached into the black drawing tube, and casually pinched out a paper roll, then unfolded it.
Number 31.
A candidate ranked in the 30s in the preliminary selection, with strength at the high C level. Jiang Fan handed the paper roll to the referee, and the matchup immediately appeared on the screen, number 63 versus number 31. This matchup was unremarkable and did not spark any discussion. The second round of the competition began simultaneously on 10 fields. Jiang Fan's opponent was a tall, thin young man in his early 20s, holding a standard-issue longsword. At the referee's command, the opponent immediately launched an attack. The long sword in his hand thrust straight forward, its tip coated with a thin layer of energy.
The speed and angle were decent, a textbook academy-style technique.
But in Jiang Fan's eyes, this technique was riddled with flaws. He was no longer facing Su Mo, who had been filled with pent-up anger and fighting desperately. This opponent had textbook moves but lacked genuine killing intent.
With just one slash, Jiang Fan easily deflected the opponent's attack.
The two were of similar strength levels, but Jiang Fan's blade was heavier, and his technique more domineering. At the moment of collision, the opponent's long sword was jolted off course. The second strike, the opponent's longsword almost slipped from their hand. The third strike, Jiang Fan didn't even use the blade, merely struck with the back of the knife in passing.
With a clang, the longsword spun and flew out of the arena.
Throughout the entire process, he only used 60% of his strength. Before the tall, thin young man could react, the tip of Jiang Fan's blade was already coldly pressed against his shoulder socket.
Admit defeat?
The young man froze for a second, then dryly and decisively spat out a single word, admit.
The referee immediately raised his hand, winner, number 63, Jiang Fan. From start to finish, less than 40 seconds.
Jiang Fan sheathed his sword and left the stage. He successfully made it into the top 10. But his goal was the top 5, which meant earning an S-level resource pack.
He was just one round away.
The battles in the arena came one after another, with a pace so fast it left people breathless.
Lin Chao secured another easy victory.
His opponent, a peak-level C rank, lasted 2 moves longer than the previous round, but it was still just 2 moves.
Xin Yue's battle ended even faster than in the first round. Her opponent, a burly peak-level C rank man wielding dual hammers, took only 4 seconds from the referee's call to start until he hit the ground.
A slow-motion replay revealed that this time, she used both hands. Compared to the previous round where she used only one hand, this was already considered progress. After all 10 matches concluded, the top 10 list was officially announced. On the big screen, 10 names and numbers flashed, marking the birth of the top 10. Xin Yue, Lin Chao, and Jiang Fan, 3 monsters with S rank or higher talents, unsurprisingly made the list. The other 7 were also top-tier experts carefully selected from major base cities.
Now, it's the third round, the final match.
In this round, the top 5 will be selected from 10 participants. When the draw began, the entire training area seemed to freeze. In the first 2 rounds, everyone still had a somewhat casual attitude, but now, every draw result carried immense weight. It determined not just victory or defeat, but the stark difference between an S-level and a B-level resource pack, heaven and hell. The 10 candidates stepped onto the platform one by one to draw their lots. The first person drew an opponent ranked 9th and showed no change in expression. The second person, ranked 6th, was matched against the 7th ranked candidate. The corners of their mouth twitched slightly, but they ultimately said nothing. When it was Lin Chao's turn, he casually reached out, unfolded the paper, glanced at it, and uttered just one word, "All right." Then he tossed the paper to the referee. The screen immediately displayed Lin Chao, number 51, versus number 36. An A-level talent at the peak of C-level, though not easy to deal with, it posed no real threat to Lin Chao. Then, Jiang Fan stepped forward. In the black lottery tube, only the last 2 paper rolls remained. He reached out, casually pinched one, took it out, and unfolded it. On the paper were 2 numbers, 14. At that moment, the world seemed to have been muted. The only thing Jiang Fan could hear was the heavy thud of his heart suddenly skipping a beat. Number 14. Xin Yue. When he handed the scroll to the referee, his hand was terrifyingly steady. The moment the screen displayed the line number 63 Jiang Fan versus number 14 Xin Yue, the entire training area erupted instantly, the buzz of discussions rising several notches. "It's over," someone said first, though it was unclear who. Jiang Fan drew Xin Yue. "Are you kidding? This isn't just bad luck, it's catastrophic luck. The kind that explodes straight to hell. Did you guys watch the recording of Xin Yue taking on 14 C-levels by herself? 2 words, no chance.
Not just no chance.
If he had drawn anyone else, with his strength, making it to the top 5 would have been a sure thing.
But he just had to draw Xin Yue. This luck is truly unmatched. In the spectator area on the second floor of the stands, the discussions grew louder. Those eliminated candidates, along with the academy's instructors and students, crowded there, pointing and commenting. What a pity.
That kid, number 63, does have some skill.
Those 20 seconds of B-level combat power yesterday were no joke.
But the side effects of his skill are too severe.
The fact that he can stand here today is definitely thanks to some kind of medical recovery. Use it again? He might just collapse on the spot.
Even if he uses it, he still won't win.
Xin Yue's psychic threads couldn't be broken even with 14 people attacking for 20 minutes. If he goes up alone, he's just asking to be defeated.
There's no hope for the top 5, and the S-level resource pack is out of reach too.
What a pity.
Jiang Fan stepped down from the platform, passing by several candidates who were whispering among themselves. When they saw him, their voices lowered for a moment but didn't stop. Some cast sympathetic glances his way, while others simply shook their heads, their "what bad luck you have" expressions blatantly unhidden. Lin Chao ran over in a few quick steps, his usually cheerful face unusually serious. He rubbed his chin, looked at Jiang Fan's profile, opened his mouth, but didn't know what to say.
Stop talking. Jiang Fan spoke first. I haven't said anything yet.
What you're going to say is nothing more than bad luck, there'll be another chance next time, and so on. Lin Chao was momentarily stuck, because Jiang Fan had said it word for word. He scratched the back of his head, sighed, and patted Jiang Fan's shoulder. Fine, you've blocked all my words. But I still want to say, this is fate.
Sometimes luck is something you just can't fight.
You could have drawn anyone, but it just had to be her. Jiang Fan remained silent. Lin Chao patted him on the shoulder again and comforted him. Being in the top 10 isn't bad, the B-level resource pack should last you a while.
Don't overthink it, just finish this match and...
He stopped mid-sentence. Because he saw Jiang Fan's eyes. Lin Chao was stunned. There was no trace of frustration or helplessness in those eyes, let alone any resigned compromise. They were like a sea of fire, scorching and searing, as if ready to burn through from the very core.
It was an unadulterated and extreme fighting spirit.
You.
Lin Chao's hand slid down from Jiang Fan's shoulder.
Jiang Fan turned his head and glanced at him. The corner of his mouth curved slightly, not into a smile, but it was more chilling than any smile could ever be.
Who told you I was going to admit it?
Before the words had fully landed, Jiang Fan had already turned around and was walking toward the third fighting arena. His steps were steady and powerful, each one seeming to tread on the heartbeat of everyone present. The indigo hilt of the long blade on his back traced a cold arc under the lights, exuding a silent determination. The light reflected off the glasses of the boy in white. Lin Chao stood in place, watching Jiang Fan's back as he walked toward the fighting arena. At some point, he had once again placed the blade of grass in his mouth. He gently bit the end of the grass, his eyes narrowing into slits. What a lunatic, he muttered softly, though the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl up slightly. At the center of the arena, Xin Yue was already in position. Her high ponytail was neatly tied, and she wore a sharp, dark outfit. Her hands hung naturally at her sides as she slightly tilted her head, quietly watching Jiang Fan emerge from the passageway with her light brown eyes, her face devoid of any expression.
Jiang Fan stepped into the arena and unsheathed his blade.
The indigo blade gleamed coldly under the lights. He held the blade horizontally in front of his chest, its tip pointing directly at the seemingly frail figure in the center of the arena. Xin Yue's gaze shifted from his blade to his eyes. At that moment, her brow moved ever so slightly, so faintly it was almost imperceptible. But it was the first time today that her face showed any change in expression.
The referee walked to the edge of the arena and loudly announced, "Combat Arena number 3, the duel begins."
Number 63, Jiang Fan, versus number 14, Xin Yue.
The entire training area instantly fell silent.
On the second floor stands, over 100 people crowded to the side facing arena number 3, craning their necks. Helan stood at the highest point of the stands, with Qianlai standing beside her. His hands, which had been in his pockets all along, were now pulled out. This was the first time today he had taken his hands out of his pockets. The referee raised his right hand. Jiang Fan tightened his grip on the knife handle. Begin! As the referee's gesture fell, Shen Yue remained standing still, motionless. She calmly gazed at Jiang Fan 20 meters away, neither channeling spiritual energy nor assuming any starting stance, not even altering her posture in the slightest. It was as if she were saying, "I'm right here, waiting for you to come over." Jiang Fan pressed his right foot firmly against the ground, the sole of his boot scraping against the spirit energy dampening floor with a sharp squeak. But he didn't charge forward immediately, instead, he observed. He studied Shen Yue's stance, the angle at which her hands hung, the distribution of her weight, and even the direction her toes were pointing. From the second floor stands, someone couldn't help but whisper, "Why aren't they moving?" "What's the rush?" the person beside him replied in a hushed voice. "The real show is just about to begin." Jiang Fan slowly exhaled, and then he moved. He didn't sprint with all his might but maintained a steady pace, step by step closing in on Shen Yue. The long blade dragged by his side, its tip scraping against the ground, producing a piercing metallic screech that was especially distinct in the silent arena. 15 meters, 12 meters, 10 meters. When the distance closed to 8 meters, Shen Yue's eyelashes fluttered slightly. At that very moment, Jiang Fan's pace suddenly changed. His entire body switched from steady movement to explosive action. His left foot stomped hard on the ground, his body leaned forward, and the long blade swung upward from below, carving out a fierce arc. Mountain-splitting slash. The energy compression rate reached as high as 91%. The indigo blade traced a solid, unwavering arc of light in the air, heading straight for Shen Yue. Facing this thunderous strike, Shen Yue merely raised her right hand, her 5 fingers slightly spread. In the air, 3 extremely fine transparent threads instantly extended from her fingertips, crisscrossing in the space between the blade and her body. The blade collided with the silk threads. Buzz. A strong tremor traveled from the blade to the arm, then spread throughout the entire body, causing Jiang Fan's teeth to clench together violently from the force. Just 3 seemingly fragile threads had actually blocked his mountain-cleaving slash. This was not a hard, direct block but an extremely skillful and flexible deflection. The threads bent and stretched under the impact of the blade, layer by layer stripping away and neutralizing the violent indigo spiritual energy. By the time the blade finally passed through the threads, 70% of the energy attached to it had already been dissipated. Shen Yue merely sidestepped half a step, and the blade grazed past 3 inches in front of her shoulder, failing to harm her in the slightest. At the same time, her left hand rose from her side, palm forward, and gently pushed. Psychic shockwave. Jiang Fan's pupils suddenly contracted. In fact, the moment the blade swept past, he had already begun to change his move, forcibly twisting his body and retracting the long blade to defend horizontally in front of his chest. The invisible shockwave slammed hard against the blade. Jiang Fan's feet uncontrollably slid more than 2 meters across the ground, the soles of his boots screeching against the floor with an ear-piercing sound that made one's ears ache. His arms felt sore and numb, and the wound on the tiger's mouth that had just healed split open again, oozing fresh blood. In just one exchange, the outcome of attack and defense was immediately clear. On the second floor stand, the buzzcut candidate from before had his mouth half open, his face full of disbelief. "Are you kidding me? 3 threads blocked the mountain-splitting slash? She didn't even use full force with that shockwave, just casually pushed it. This gap is just too big." Jiang Fan steadied himself, his breathing quickened for a moment, but he quickly forced it down. The gap. Before making his move, he already knew there would be a gap. Whether it was the purity of spiritual energy, the efficiency of technique execution, or even the total amount of spiritual energy, he was far inferior to Shen Yue. An SS-level talent, enjoying top-tier resources for cultivation from a young age, with systematic guidance from renowned mentors. While he was still in the wilderness zone accumulating combat experience by hunting D-level beasts, Shen Yue was probably already learning how to use spiritual energy threads for micron-level precision control. The starting points of people are truly different.
But he stood here not to calculate how vast the gap was between himself and a genius. He came to witness with his own eyes just how powerful the most brilliant human genius could be. Jiang Fan took a deep breath and charged forward once again. This time, he no longer used the mountain-splitting slash. The long blade followed the most basic and straightforward slashing path. An overhead chop, a horizontal slash at mid-level, and an upward strike from below, 3 consecutive strikes, each transition between them executed with extreme speed. He did not aim for the power of a one-hit kill but instead applied pressure with a storm-like barrage of continuous attacks. Faced with his tactical changes, the threads of psionic energy around Xin Yue's body also shifted accordingly. The number of threads increased from 3 to 7, then from 7 to over a dozen, weaving into a flowing defensive net in front of her. Each thread moved, reorganized, and intersected continuously, always precisely appearing at the spot where Jiang Fan's blade was about to strike. She neutralized his most intense attacks with minimal energy expenditure. The first strike was easily deflected, the second was diverted with the flow. As the third strike approached, it was immediately entangled by several energy threads, and the energy on the blade was stripped away completely in an instant. Jiang Fan's fourth strike changed its approach, no longer a slash but a swift thrust. The tip of the blade carried no energy, relying purely on physical force to stab directly at Xin Yue's abdomen. Xin Yue's brow furrowed slightly. The defensive efficiency of energy threads against physical attacks was far inferior to their effectiveness against energy-based ones. This was an inherent shortcoming of this defensive method. She turned sideways to dodge the knife tip, but Jiang Fan's attack did not stop. After the knife tip missed, his wrist flipped, and the thrust instantly transformed into a horizontal slash, moving at an astonishing speed. Xin Yue brought her index and middle fingers together and lightly pointed forward, sending 2 energy threads to wrap around the blade from different angles. Jiang Fan suddenly felt his wrist sink heavily, as if the long knife was being firmly pulled by something. Instead of resisting the force head-on, he released his right hand and swiftly caught the knife handle from below with his left hand. Then, with a quick wrist motion, he rotated the blade 180 degrees. As the blade spun, one thread snapped, and the other slipped away. The long knife was once again under his control. This time, Xin Yue's expression finally changed. It wasn't surprise but a genuine seriousness. She no longer stood still in passive defense, her steps began to move. Her pace wasn't fast, but each step precisely landed on the edge of Jiang Fan's attack blind spots. The energy threads surrounding her increased to more than 20, and they were no longer just for defense but began to counterattack. 3 threads quietly flanked Jiang Fan from his left side, targeting his right wrist holding the knife. Meanwhile, 2 others pressed forward from the front, forcing him to retreat. Jiang Fan's long blade drew an arc in front of him, indigo energy infusing the blade's edge, instantly slicing apart the 2 threads in front. But the 3 threads on the left, he had no time to defend against. One of the threads grazed his right forearm, tearing open a slit in his jacket sleeve, and a thin line of blood appeared on his skin. The wound was not deep, yet a searing pain radiated from it. The cutting power of the energy threads was far more terrifying than it seemed, slicing through fabric and skin as effortlessly as a hot knife through butter. Jiang Fan took 2 steps back, fine beads of blood seeping from the line on his right arm, sliding down and dripping onto the hilt of his blade. He glanced down at the wound, it was shallow. She had held back. If that thread had gone half an inch deeper, it wouldn't have been his skin that was severed, but the tendons in his forearm. Jiang Fan looked up at Xin Yue, who was 5 meters away. The fingers of her right hand were slightly curled, countless threads swaying gently between them, reflecting fragments of the training ground's lights. "You don't need to hold back," Jiang Fan's voice was hoarse but unusually clear. Xin Yue said nothing. "I'm serious." He held the blade horizontally in front of his chest, the tip slightly lowered, assuming the starting stance for the mountain-splitting slash. "I want to see what your full strength truly looks like." The stands on the second floor instantly erupted. He actually told Xin Yue not to hold back? Is this guy crazy? He really isn't afraid of death. Xin Yue quietly looked at him, her light brown pupils seemingly spinning rapidly. 3 seconds later, she spoke. "All right. Just one word."
But as soon as that word was spoken, the atmosphere in the entire combat arena changed. Centered around Xin Yue, the energy concentration within a 3-meter radius surged dramatically. The air began to distort, light refracted in twisting patterns, and fine cracks appeared on the floor beneath her feet. The number of energy threads exploded: 20, 30, 50. A hemispherical network of threads rapidly formed around her body, its density and coverage far surpassing what had been seen before. Jiang Fan's pupils contracted to the extreme. This was the full power of an SS-level talent. "Come on!" he roared, his entire body shooting out like a cannonball. Mountain-cleaving slash, fully unleashed. The energy compression rate was pushed to its limit, 93%. This was the highest compression rate he could achieve without activating his bloodline berserk mode. The meridians in his body let out faint groans under the extreme pressure, enduring a load far beyond normal. The indigo blade exploded into a burst of intense blue light in the air, carrying the force to split mountains and shatter stones, slashing fiercely toward Xin Yue. The massive web of silk threads came forward. Over a dozen threads simultaneously twisted around the blade, producing a series of piercing metallic resonance sounds. The energy on the blade was stripped away layer by the threads, and the indigo glow dimmed segment by segment. But this time, the mountain-splitting slash was far more powerful than any previous attempt. With a 93% energy compression rate, the destructive force it carried was not something a dozen threads could completely neutralize. The blade ultimately pierced through the layer of threads. Although less than 30% of its energy remained, it had indeed broken through. Xin Yue's eyes lit up for a moment. She did not retreat but instead pushed her right hand forward, her palm facing the incoming blade. A surge of pure energy shockwave collided head-on with the remnants of the mountain-splitting slash in midair. With a thunderous boom, the violent energy shockwaves spread in all directions. The protective shield around the arena shook violently, and the cracks on the floor extended from beneath the two combatants' feet all the way to the edge of the field. Jiang Fan was sent flying backward by the immense impact, skidding 5 meters across the ground and leaving 2 deep furrows in his wake. The webbing between his thumb and forefinger was completely torn, with blood gushing out from between his fingers, instantly staining the entire hilt of his blade. Yet, he clenched his teeth and forced himself to stand firm, refusing to fall. On the other side, Xin Yue also took a step back. Just one step. But she retreated. This was the first time Xin Yue had stepped back in all of today's matches. The stands fell into a deathly silence, and it was only after 2 seconds that someone gasped. The crowd in the stands suddenly erupted in exclamations. He forced Xin Yue back? Just one step. Even a step back is a retreat. Didn't you watch the previous matches? Xin Yue's heels haven't moved at all. However, Jiang Fan had no time to pay attention to the commotion in the stands, because Xin Yue's counterattack had already arrived. Countless threads surged wildly from all directions, no longer the tentative 3 or 5 strands from before, but dozens attacking simultaneously. Each thread contained terrifying energy capable of slicing through sea-grade armor. An invisible web of heaven and earth instantly formed. Jiang Fan's long blade swung wildly in front of him, the indigo blade light flashing as it split, severed, and shredded the approaching threads one by one. But there were simply too many threads. He had just cut through 3 threads when 5 more immediately filled the gap. He struggled to slash through 5, only for 8 more to attack from even trickier angles. Xin Yue's precision in controlling energy had reached an almost monstrous level. The trajectory of each thread was unpredictable, yet their coordination was flawless. With a ripping sound, a thread grazed Jiang Fan's left shoulder. His jacket tore apart instantly, and blood seeped out in an instant. The outer side of the right thigh followed, where the pants tore open into a long gash, leaving a streak of blood on the skin. The back was slashed diagonally again. In this deadly web of silk threads, Jiang Fan's figure appeared increasingly battered. Every second, he added new wounds, and every slash drained his energy intensely. But he did not retreat. He is still moving forward step by step. Each time he deflects a round of dense thread attacks, he uses all his strength to advance half a step. Half a step, then another half step. Xin Yue's brows furrowed. What she felt wasn't pressure, but surprise. The fighting style of the man before her was completely beyond her expectations. He was using his own body to endure the damage, trading wounds for the chance to close the distance. He understood very well that the greatest advantage of the energy threads lay in their ability to control and cut at medium to long distances. The closer the distance, the smaller the thread's movement space, and the harder they were to control. This man was risking his life for a chance to get close. 7 meters. 6 meters. 5 meters. Jiang Fan already had more than a dozen wounds on his body, but none were fatal. Xinyue's control was precise to the millimeter, every thread perfectly sliced through his skin and superficial muscles without damaging his tendons or bones. She was deliberately controlling the extent of the damage. But Jiang Fan didn't care. In his eyes, there was only one goal. Close the distance. 4 meters. At this moment, Xinyue's left hand also lifted. Both hands controlling simultaneously. The number of threads surged again. The air in the entire arena seemed to be sliced into countless fragments by these energy threads. The transparent threads occasionally refracted silvery white light spots under the lighting, densely packed, overwhelming. Jiang Fan's blade speed actually increased again. It wasn't because his energy was increasing, on the contrary, his energy was depleting rapidly, and the reserves in his body had dropped below 30%. He was overexerting himself. He poured all his remaining energy, without reservation, into every strike he delivered, leaving no backup plan and giving himself no room for retreat. Because he knew this battle couldn't drag on for much longer. Stamina, energy, injuries, each was pushing him closer to the abyss of defeat. Either fight for a result now, or wait until his energy is exhausted and he's completely bound by the threads. 3.5 meters. Jiang Fan let out a furious roar, and the long blade finally sliced through the last layer of silk thread barrier in front of him. At that very moment, his left hand released the hilt of the blade. Holding the blade single-handedly with his right hand, his left hand lightning fast reached for something at his waist. It was not a weapon. It was the inner core of a grade C beast, one of the 16 in his backpack. He suddenly crushed the inner core. Violent energy exploded from the shattered core, surging into his palm and forcefully flooding into his body through his meridians. He did not refine it but chose the most brutal, least efficient, and most harmful method, swallowing it whole. This energy had extremely low purity, was full of impurities, and caused immense strain on the body. But only one advantage: speed. In an instant, his nearly depleted energy was forcibly restored to 40%. Xinyue's pupils suddenly contracted. She never expected him to replenish his energy in such a self-destructive way. Jiang Fan's long knife in his right hand slashed out fiercely at the moment of the energy surge. Mountain-splitting slash. Energy compression rate, 91%. Although it couldn't compare to the peak strike earlier, the energy purity from direct absorption was too poor, resulting in significant loss during compression. But it's enough. A distance of 3 meters, the mountain-splitting slash almost struck against the inner wall of Xinyue's silk thread defense net. The silk threads simply didn't have time to reorganize. The distance was too close. Xinyue's expression changed slightly, and her right hand instantly shifted from palm to fist, wrapped in a layer of high-density energy film, directly meeting the blade. Fists and blades clashed. Bang! A muffled sound echoed. Xinyue's body was actually shaken 2 steps back. A shallow crack appeared on the back of her right hand, and blood slowly seeped out. She was injured. From the start of the knockout rounds until now, Xinyue was injured and bled for the first time. The stands erupted in complete chaos. He's bleeding. Xinyue is actually bleeding. Oh my god, how did he do that? Did he just crush a core and swallow it directly? That kind of reckless fighting style, doesn't he fear his body breaking down? Can't worry about so much now. He succeeded. He got within 3 meters. The silk threads can't be deployed at this distance. In the VIP seats, Heelan lowered the arms crossed in front of his chest, his sharp gaze fixed on the 2 people in the arena. Xinlai still stood quietly,
his light gray pupils reflecting the interwoven blue blade light and silver-white energy fragments in the arena. Inside the combat arena,
Jiang Fan did not give Shen Yue any chance to create distance. He pounced forward like a cheetah. Within 3 meters, it was the domain of the blade. The advantage of the energy threads was greatly diminished. Close combat was definitely not their strong suit. But Shen Yue's weapon was never just the threads. Her left hand suddenly thrust forward, and a powerful energy shockwave erupted from her palm. Jiang Fan had anticipated it, twisting his body to the extreme. The shockwave almost grazed past his right rib. The moment the right side of his jacket was torn apart, intense pain radiated from his ribs. Jiang Fan clenched his teeth, enduring the pain as he thrust the blade forward once more. Shen Yue leaned back to dodge the blade, her right foot pressing against the ground as she swiftly slid back a step, trying to create distance. But Jiang Fan refused to yield, immediately closing in. With his left hand, he gripped and crushed another inner core. The violent energy instantly surged into his energy channels, bringing a searing pain that felt like tearing. The impurities within the energy rampaged through his body, making him feel as though he was about to explode. He endured the intense pain and swung his blade. But just as it was within arm's reach, Shen Yue's 5 energy threads converged once again, tightly wrapping around the blade. Jiang Fan didn't struggle, he decisively let go of the blade. His freed right fist, filled with the violent energy he had just absorbed, struck toward Shen Yue's face without hesitation. Shen Yue reacted swiftly, her left palm thrusting forward, instantly forming a wave of energy. Fist and palm collided midair with a thunderous crash, the two forces fiercely clashing. A massive recoil force surged through, and Jiang Fan's entire right arm instantly went numb. A faint cracking sound came from his bones, and his knuckles visibly swelled up. However, Shen Yue was also forced back. Although it was only half a step, it was already astonishing. At the moment of impact, her wrist, due to an incorrect angle, bore excessive force, emitting a crisp sound. This time, her expression finally changed. It wasn't one of pain, but an unprecedented seriousness, a genuine acknowledgement of her opponent as a threat. "You're strong." This was the second sentence she had spoken today. Jiang Fan bent down and picked up the long blade. The moment he grasped the hilt, the entwined energy threads automatically dissipated. It was Shen Yue who had voluntarily withdrawn her power. He straightened up again, his body covered in blood. Over a dozen wounds were still oozing, and the right half of his jacket had disappeared, his clothes stained a deep crimson. His breathing was heavy and rapid, his chest heaving violently, and the energy within him was down to less than 20%. The 2 inner cores he had forcibly swallowed were causing chaotic, impure energy to rampage through his body, bringing a tearing, swelling pain. Yet even so, the battle intent in his eyes remained undiminished, shining with astonishing intensity. He spoke, his voice hoarse but resolute, "It's not over yet." Shen Yue quietly watched him, her light brown pupils reflecting a complex and inscrutable emotion. It was not sympathy, nor was it pity, but a deeper, almost reverent scrutiny. She knew exactly what kind of person stood before her. Without the guidance of a master, without the protection of a family, and even his cultivation talent was only discovered after he entered Tianheng Academy. Before that, he bore the label of zero talent, hunting demonic beasts alone in the perilous wilderness, trading his life for points, honing himself blade by blade. How much hardship he had endured, how many cold stares he had faced, Shen Yue didn't need to ask. Because she could see it all, clearly, in his blade technique. His mountain-splitting slash was not a refined move, and the energy compression efficiency was far below standard. However, his blade was astonishingly fast. It wasn't the agility born of talent, but the speed honed on the edge of life and death, chased by beasts, surrounded by enemies, forged through countless real battles. It was a desperate, life-risking speed. Every strike carried the killing intent of the wilderness, every change in technique was experience paid for with life itself. This kind of tenacity, etched into his very bones, had nothing to do with talent. Shen Yue slowly raised both hands. This time, the energy threads around her no longer pursued quantity, condensing into just a dozen or so. But each of these threads was several times more solid than before, exuding a dangerous aura. She no longer intended to overwhelm with sheer numbers.
Last move, she said.
Jiang Fan gripped the knife handle tightly, the blood and sweat in his palm mixing together, slick and slippery.
With a roar, he poured every last ounce of energy remaining in his body, without reservation, into the blade.
His energy channels groaned under the strain of extreme output. The violent and pure energy, carried by the torrent, tore countless tiny wounds inside his body. The excruciating pain surged outward from the crevices of his bones.
Mountain-splitting slash. This was his final strike, a gamble with everything on the line. He compressed all his energy into the 3 inches at the tip of the blade, achieving an astonishing compression rate of 93%. The indigo blade light exploded with brilliance, more dazzling than ever before. Not because there was more energy, but because he had given it his all, betting everything in a desperate gamble. Facing this desperate strike, Xinyue's dozen high-density energy threads simultaneously contracted inward.
Not for defense, but for offense. All the threads converged from all directions to a single point at the tip of her right index finger, forming an extremely small yet blindingly bright light. She concentrated all her energy on this point, then gently pointed it forward. The light detached from her fingertip, instantly shooting out and precisely meeting the blade of the mountain-splitting slash. At the moment of impact, the world fell into an eerie silence. The collision of two extremely compressed energies even briefly disrupted the air, preventing sound from traveling.
1 second later, the sound suddenly returned, boom. With a loud bang, the floor of the arena exploded into a massive 3-meter-wide crater centered around the two fighters. The surrounding energy shield shook violently under the impact of the shockwave, emitting a piercing hum. The long blade in Jiang Fan's hand flew out of his grasp, spinning out of the arena and striking the shield before bouncing back. His entire body was flung by the immense shockwave, his back slamming heavily against the energy shield, causing it to cave inward before forcefully rebounding him back into the arena. He landed face down, crashing heavily onto the ground, unable to move anymore. All the energy in his body was completely drained, not a trace left to muster. His limbs were weak and powerless, his mouth filled with the metallic taste of blood, unable to tell if his lips were split or if his internal organs had been shaken. At the other end of the arena, Xinyue stood quietly in place. She stood motionless. Her right hand hung by her side, with her index finger still trembling slightly. The powerful fingertip attack just now had brought considerable impact to her body. Her left wrist was already swollen from the previous direct clash of punches. The shallow shoulder wound left from last night had now been torn open again by the residual energy, with blood slowly seeping out from the collar and staining the fabric red. Her gaze fell on Jiang Fan, who was lying on the ground. "You?" Her lips moved slightly, as if she wanted to say something. On the ground, Jiang Fan's fingers suddenly clawed, his nails scraping against the hard surface with a piercing sound. He was using all his strength to support himself. His right palm was pressed firmly against the ground, his entire arm trembling uncontrollably. Sweat and blood mixed together, dripping from his chin onto the floor. He propped up his upper body, then placed his left hand on the ground as well. His knees pressed against the floor, he was actually trying to get up. The entire grandstand fell silent in an instant. Everyone's eyes were focused on the center of the fighting arena, where the bloodied young man was struggling inch by inch to rise from the ground. His movements were as slow as a movie's slow-motion scene. With every inch he lifted himself, his limbs trembled uncontrollably. The energy within him had long been depleted, and the remaining strength in his muscles was nearly gone. At this moment, he was even weaker than a D-level fighter. But still, he kept climbing. Xinyue stood quietly 5 meters away, watching him without moving. Jiang Fan took nearly 20 seconds to finally get back on his feet. His legs trembled, making it difficult to even stand steadily, his whole body swaying as if a gust of wind could knock him down. Yet his eyes remained astonishingly bright. He stared intently at Xinyue. Again. His voice was so hoarse it was almost inaudible, and a trickle of blood ran down the corner of his mouth. But what he said was, again. Xinyue's eyelashes lowered slightly. She looked into Jiang Fan's eyes for a full 3 seconds. Then, she did something that no one could have anticipated. She stopped. The threads of energy surrounding her body instantly dissipated,
and the powerful aura of a peak sea level gradually subsided. She turned her head and looked at the referee on the sidelines.
He's out of energy.
If we keep going, even if I win, it would just be bullying someone who can barely stand. Her voice wasn't loud, but in the silent training area, everyone could hear her clearly. The referee glanced at Jiang Fan, who was half kneeling on the ground and gasping heavily, then looked at Xin Yue, who had already withdrawn all her attacks. He hesitated for only a second before raising his right hand.
Combat Arena number 3, the winner, number 14, Xin Yue. With the referee's announcement, Jiang Fan's knees finally gave out.
With a thud, he collapsed to the ground, supporting himself with his hands as he desperately gasped for air. Blood continuously seeped from the dozen or so wounds on his body, spreading into small patches of red on the floor.
Defeated.
He lowered his head, staring at his own bloodstains on the floor, taking several breaths before finally raising his head.
Xin Yue was still standing 5 meters away, not having left.
Her light brown pupils were fixed on him. In her gaze, there was no condescending pity, but rather an equal scrutiny. It was the gaze of one strong individual looking at another.
Your knife technique has a problem.
She spoke.
Jiang Fan was stunned.
When you strike, your center of gravity shifts. The energy compression should be completed 0.3 seconds before the blade makes contact with the target, but you did it 0.5 seconds early. This extra 0.2 seconds caused your compressed energy to decay by 3 to 5% for no reason. Her speech was not fast, and every word was exceptionally clear.
And also the way your energy operates.
The abyss-breaking technique you practice prioritizes the main meridian in its third cycle path. However, your secondary meridians are more unobstructed than your main meridian. If you switch to prioritizing the secondary meridians, your energy transmission efficiency could increase by at least 15%. Jiang Fan knelt on the ground, looking up at her in a daze. She was teaching him. The battle was clearly over, yet the winner was reviewing the fight for the loser, correcting his mistakes.
Thanks.
His throat was extremely dry, and even squeezing out these 2 words took a great deal of effort. Xin Yue gave him one last look before turning to leave. Her ponytail swayed gently behind her head. As she reached the exit of the combat arena, she casually rubbed her swollen left wrist with her right hand. The pain from her fingertips caused her brows to furrow almost imperceptibly, but she quickly relaxed them. In the stands, after a deathly silence, someone finally spoke.
Is this what a showdown between top-tier geniuses looks like?
Strictly speaking, Jiang Fan is only S-level, while Xin Yue is SS-level.
There's a whole major level difference between them. A whole major level difference, and yet he managed to make Xin Yue bleed and force her back twice?
That moment when he forcibly swallowed his own energy core was brutal. It was like he was trading his very foundation for a brief burst of combat power.
Did you hear what Xin Yue said at the end?
She was actually teaching him how to improve his swordsmanship.
Yes, I heard it.
This indicates that she has already acknowledged him. Meanwhile, in the passageway of the training area, Lin Chao was leaning against the wall. His match had long since ended. He had easily won in just 5 moves, smoothly advancing to the top 5. But instead of resting, he had watched Jiang Fan and Xin Yue's duel from start to finish without missing a single second. The usually nonchalant young man in white, with a blade of grass in his mouth, had unknowingly bitten it in half. He spat the broken grass onto the ground and raised his hand to touch his face.
My God!
He murmured softly. A candidate who had just finished a match walked by and glanced at him curiously.
What's wrong?
Nothing. Lin Chao smiled, but there was a hint of bitterness in that smile. His talent was also S-level, just like Jiang Fan. But after watching that match, there was only one thought in his mind. It wasn't jealousy, nor was it defiance, but a kind of clear recognition from the depths of his heart. In terms of talent, he and Jiang Fan were on the same level. In terms of family background and resources, he was far better off than Jiang Fan by an immeasurable margin. However, if he were placed in that combat arena just now, facing the formidable Xin Yue, would he, like Jiang Fan, go all out, even swallowing his own energy core, and fight to the very last strike? He wasn't sure. Lin Chao rubbed his face vigorously, doubting himself for the first time. Lin Chao rubbed his chin, kicked away the broken grass stalks at his feet, and walked toward the arena. On the field, Jiang Fan was still kneeling on the ground, the bitterness of failure lingering clearly. A staff member was about to step forward to help him, but another hand reached out first. "Get up, brother." It was Lin Chao. Jiang Fan raised his head, his gaze complex as he glanced at him, then reached out to grab his wrist. Lin Chao gave a strong tug and pulled him up from the ground. Jiang Fan stood unsteadily, with most of his weight leaning on Lin Chao. As the two walked out of the arena, the candidates on both sides of the passage instinctively made way for them. This time, there was no mockery, nor were there any disdainful looks. The air was filled with a silent respect, and some even nodded slightly toward them. After all the matches ended, the large screen above the arena refreshed with the final rankings. First place, Xin Yue. Second place, Lin Chao. Third place, Han Ji. Fourth place, Zhou Shun. Fifth place, Xu Xi. Sixth place, Jiang Fan. The top 5 will receive an S-level resource pack, while those ranked 6th to 10th will receive a B-level resource pack. Jiang Fan leaned against the wall of the corridor, his eyes fixed on the rankings displayed on the screen. 6th place, just one rank short. The corner of his mouth twitched slightly, making it hard to tell whether it was a bitter smile or if the wound on his lips had split open again. A difference of one rank, the gap between heaven and hell. At this moment, Heelan stepped onto the temporarily constructed platform. The final rankings have been confirmed. The list of 20 official trainees is as follows. On the screen, 20 names scrolled by, and Jiang Fan's name stopped on the 6th line. Resources will be distributed uniformly after you complete the enrollment procedures. Heelan's gaze swept over everyone below, pausing on Jiang Fan for less than half a second before moving away. Congratulations, from today onward, you are students of the Tianhong Academy. After speaking, she turned and left. Xinlai followed behind her, and as he departed, he glanced at Jiang Fan, who was leaning against the wall. There seemed to be something hidden in his gaze, but he did not linger. The corner of his trench coat flickered at the turn and disappeared from sight. The crowd in the square gradually dispersed, some leaving in pairs, others departing alone. Lin Chao supported Jiang Fan all the way back to the dormitory building. 6th place, a B-level resource pack, it's already quite good. Lin Chao set him down and patted his shoulder. Besides, your talent is S-level. Once you're in Tianhong Academy, resources will inevitably tilt in your favor sooner or later. Jiang Fan just nodded. Hurry up and take care of your injuries. Don't push yourself. Lin Chao waved his hand and turned to leave. Jiang Fan held onto the stair railing, climbing up step by step. With each step, the wounds on his body felt as if they were being torn apart. He pushed open the door to room 203 and walked in, but instead of lying down immediately, he went to the desk, sat down, and took his phone out of his backpack. The screen displayed 37 unread messages, all from his younger sister, Jiang Yu. Bro, have you started playing? Why does the stream only have visuals but no commentary? Ah, bro, your fight against Suemo was so awesome. Wait, how did you end up drawing Xin Yue? Brother. Brother, are you okay? Brother, answer me. The last message was sent 12 minutes ago. Jiang Fan tapped his fingers on the screen and typed a few words, 6th place. Got into Tianhong Academy. Send. 3 seconds later, a reply came immediately from the other side. You're injured. I saw the livestream, there was so much blood on you. Jiang Fan looked at the message, remained silent for a moment, then typed a reply, just a superficial wound, it doesn't hurt. He placed the phone on the table, lowered his head, and looked at his right hand. His palm was covered in dried blood, and the cracked skin at the base of his thumb was still faintly bleeding. On his fingers, old scars intertwined with fresh bruises. He kept staring at his hand over and over again, and the words Xin Yue had said on the field were etched in his mind like a brand. The center of gravity shifted when the blade was drawn. The psionic compression node was 0.2 seconds early. The meridian circulation path is incorrect.
He remembered every single sentence with perfect clarity. The phone on the table vibrated again.
Jiang Yu sent over a meme, a chubby orange cat holding up a sign with 4 words written on it, "Big Bro is the best." Jiang Fan stared at the cat for a few seconds, then opened the drawer, found a roll of gauze, and silently began to bandage the wound on the base of his thumb. At 2 in the afternoon, in the large conference room on the 3rd floor of the main building of Tianheng Institute, 20 new trainees had already gathered. After a day and night of brutal hunting and a morning of intense elimination, everyone appeared utterly exhausted. In the front row, Shen Yue sat upright, her ponytail meticulously groomed, though her left wrist was wrapped in a layer of white bandage. In the second row, Lin Chao leaned his chair back, his long legs stretched under the seat in front, his eyes half closed, leaving it unclear whether he was asleep or just pretending. Jiang Fan sat alone in the corner of the last row. He had changed into a clean black long-sleeved shirt, with a band-aid covering the wound on his arm and gauze wrapped around the base of his thumb. Although his face was still pale, his eyes were exceptionally clear. Suddenly, the projection screen at the front of the conference room lit up. Heelan walked in, followed by 5 people, 3 men and 2 women. The spiritual energy fluctuations emanating from these 5 were as deep as the ocean, not the sharp and conspicuous aura of sea level, but an extremely restrained and heart-stopping power. It was a power gap so absolute that it could crush someone to the very bottom. A-level. 5 A-level experts entered the room simultaneously, and the concentration of energy in the air instantly surged. Some trainees felt an invisible pressure, their backs involuntarily straightening. Heelan stood at the podium, her voice clear and powerful. "Let me officially explain. Starting today, you will be divided into 5 groups, each consisting of 4 people, and assigned a dedicated instructor." She turned her head slightly, looking at the 5 people behind her. "These 5 are your instructors." As soon as she finished speaking, detailed information about 5 people immediately appeared on the projection screen behind her. The first, Chen Shuawei, female, 34 years old, mid-level grade A, specializes in energy manipulation-based combat. The second, Zhao Dingbang, male, 41 years old, mid-level grade A, proficient in close combat and heavy weaponry. The third, Song Lan, male, 37 years old, low-level grade A, excels in speed-based tactics and intelligence operations. Fourth place, Yi Huai, female, 32 years old, mid-level grade A, specializes in energy threads and tactical formations. When the 5th name was revealed, someone in the conference room gasped. Qi Lai, male, 29 years old, peak-level grade A, specialization, versatile. Peak-level grade A. What does an A-level peak mean in the entire Tianheng Institute? One step further is S-level. And S-level experts are extremely rare on a global scale. It can be said that an A-level peak is already the ceiling of human combat power. Xi Lai stood on the far left of the group of 5, wearing a dark green trench coat, hands in his pockets, with an expression on his face that said, "I really don't want to be here," making him seem out of place. Heelan ignored his attitude and continued, "The grouping will be conducted through a 2-way selection process. Instructors can choose students, and students can also choose instructors. However, the final decision lies with the instructor. If an instructor is chosen by more than 4 students, they have the right to conduct a selection." She paused for a moment, her gaze sweeping across the room. "I'll give you 5 minutes to think it over before making a decision." The meeting room immediately buzzed with discussions. Some of the 20 trainees whispered to each other, while others lowered their heads, scrolling through their phones to carefully study the instructors' profiles. "I choose Zhao Dingbang." A sea-level peak trainee who wielded a heavy hammer was the first to shout loudly. "He's a graduate from the first cohort and the most experienced. His combat style matches mine perfectly." "I choose Yi Huai. Energy threads and formations are exactly what I need," another trainee quickly followed up with their choice. Shen Yue in the front row did not speak immediately. Her gaze swept across the 5 instructors one by one, paused on Yi Huai for 2 seconds, and finally settled on Chen Shuawei. "Chen Shuawei," she said, her voice not loud but clear enough to reach the front and back rows. This choice was reasonable, as Chen Shuawei's energy control system was the most compatible with Shen Yue's combat style. Chen Shuawei glanced at Shen Yue, nodded slightly, but her lips were somewhat tense.
Being chosen by the most talented student in the room was both an honor and an immense pressure.
Lin Chao adjusted his reclined chair to sit upright, his gaze sweeping across the 5 individuals before finally stopping on Song Lan. The tall, thin man wearing thin-framed glasses looked more like a university professor than a martial artist.
Song Lan, speed type, I like it.
The white-clad youth waved his hand.
I'll choose him.
Song Lan adjusted his glasses and nodded at Lin Chao as a response.
Registration proceeded gradually, and 5 minutes quickly passed.
The 4 instructors ahead already had 3 to 4 students under their names. Only Qin Lai's side remained empty.
It wasn't that no one wanted to choose him. An A-level peak, an all-round instructor who wouldn't want to learn from the strongest.
But ever since Qin Lai entered the room, he had been wearing that lifeless expression, with drooping eyelids, downturned lips, and an aura that screamed, "Don't bother me." Several students hesitated for a long time but ultimately didn't dare to challenge his oppressive demeanor, opting instead to join Zhao Dingbang and Yi Huai's teams. Heelan glanced at Qin Lai's situation, his eyebrows not even twitching, as if he had anticipated it long ago. Jiang Fan had been sitting in the last row the whole time, remaining silent.
He was deep in thought. Chen Shuai's energy manipulation was of little help to his close combat blade techniques.
Zhao Dingbang's hand-to-hand combat style was a good match, but it was too forceful and overlapped with his mountain-cleaving slash, plus the slots were already full. Song Lan's speed-based fighting style was very useful, but it wasn't the most urgent weakness he needed to address at the moment. As for Yi Huai's threads and formations, they were even further removed from his combat system. Finally, only Qin Lai remained.
All-rounder, peak of grade A.
More importantly, this was the person who gave him a grade A pill last night, and apart from the dean and Heelan, the only instructor who knew he possessed SSS-level talent.
Qin Lai knew far more than what appeared on the surface.
Learning from someone who sees through your cards has the advantage of not needing to hide your strength and being able to give it your all.
But the downside is equally obvious: you will have no secrets anymore. Jiang Fan only waited for 3 seconds. Qin Lai.
His voice came from the last row, not loud, yet exceptionally clear. In the meeting room, several people turned to look at him, their expressions varied, some puzzled, others with a hint of schadenfreude.
Qin Lai finally lifted his eyelids slightly, his light gray pupils sweeping over Jiang Fan in the corner.
He didn't speak, but the corner of his mouth curved into an almost imperceptible arc before returning to his usual lazy demeanor.
Heelan waited for over 10 seconds, and seeing no one else signing up, announced, "Group assignments confirmed."
On the projection screen, the final lists of the 5 groups were refreshed. Qin Lai's group: Jiang Fan, Su Xiaotang, Fang Yu, Ji Yuanshan. Not too many, not too few, exactly 4 people. Jiang Fan looked at the 3 unfamiliar names on the list, lost in thought. After the group assignments were finalized, Heelan began explaining the overall structure of Tianheng Academy. An organizational chart appeared on the projection screen behind her. The core of Tianheng Academy is composed of 4 systems. Heelan raised her hand to point at the screen, her voice clear and powerful.
First, the training system.
Your daily practice, technique guidance, and combat drills will all be handled by the instructors of each group. The instructors will tailor training plans based on each student's talents and combat style.
There's no one-size-fits-all approach here. Whatever your foundation is, we'll design courses to match. Second, the mission system.
Her sharp gaze swept slowly from the front row to the back. Remember, Tianheng Academy is not a school where you sit comfortably in a classroom and listen to lectures.
We will regularly issue tasks.
From clearing out demonic beasts in the wilderness, to defending frontline strongholds, to gathering intelligence and escorting supplies, all of these are real combat scenarios. Completing tasks will earn you battle merit points, which can be used to exchange for anything in the resource library: elixirs, techniques, weapons, spiritual materials, you name it. She paused briefly and added, top-ranking students will receive a basic resource package as a guarantee.
However, the resource package is not unlimited. If you use it up and want more, you must complete tasks. Third, there is the evaluation system. Every month, you will undergo a comprehensive assessment.
The evaluation includes combat ability, spiritual energy growth rate, and task completion rate. The results of the assessment will directly determine your resource priority in Tianheng Academy. Those ranked higher will receive priority access to resources. At this point, Helen's lips slightly tightened, and her tone grew colder. Those ranked at the bottom will have their resources halved. If they rank last in 2 consecutive evaluations, they will be directly dismissed. As the words fell, a stifled sound of gulping echoed in the meeting room. The brutal rule of last place elimination weighed on the hearts of every newcomer like a massive stone. Fourth, the practical deployment system. Once your strength breaks through to B-level, Tianheng Institute will officially assign you to the frontline combat sequence based on the needs of the battlefield, involving you in the real war against the beasts. She deliberately emphasized the word real, making everyone feel the heavy weight of its significance. That concludes the basic structure of the Tianheng Institute. Now, if you have any questions, you may ask. No one raised their hand. It wasn't that there were no questions, but in the presence of this imposing instructor, no one dared to be the first to speak up. Helen waited silently for 5 seconds. Seeing no response, she decisively announced, "Meeting adjourned. Each group, follow your respective instructor and leave. This afternoon, complete the enrollment procedures and collect your resource packages. Training officially begins tomorrow." The people in the conference room began to rise, the sound of chairs scraping against the floor echoing one after another. Jiang Fan also stood up from the last row. The movement tugged at the wounds on his body, causing a faint pain, but his face remained completely calm. He walked to the door of the conference room and immediately saw Qin lie waiting in the hallway. The man was wearing a dark green trench coat, his hands casually tucked into his pockets, leaning lazily against the wall. Soon, the other 3 team members gathered as well. Fan Yu, the genius with an A-level talent, was tall with sharp brows and bright eyes. He wore a black tight-fitting combat suit, stood straight, his chin slightly raised, and his face exuded innate confidence. He was the one defeated by Lin Chao in the final match with just 5 moves. Su Xiaotang, a girl who looks 2 years younger than her actual age. She is not tall, probably just over 1.6 meters, with neat short hair and a round face that makes her appear very youthful. The gray sports jacket issued by Tianheng Academy that she wore was obviously one size too big, with sleeves long enough to cover her hands. She is the one with a B-level talent, who narrowly made it into the academy as the 19th place in the preliminary selection. Finally, there was Qi Yuanshan. He had a medium build but broad shoulders and a thick back, with arms as sturdy as an average person's calves. He wore only a tank top, exposing shoulders covered in old scars crisscrossing each other, a clear sign of someone skilled in defense and extremely resilient in combat. The 4 of them stood in a row, silently watching the instructor Qin lie in front of them. Qin Lai's gaze swept across their faces one by one, without lingering or showing any emotion. "Follow me." He uttered 3 words, then turned straight around, the hem of his trench coat tracing a sharp arc through the air. The 4 immediately followed, and along the way, no one spoke. Qin Lai's pace was unhurried, his hands always tucked in his pockets, exuding an aura that warned others to keep their distance. They passed through a long corridor and the bustling training area, arriving at a cluster of independent buildings behind the main building. It was a gray, low-rise building only 3 stories high, with dried vines climbing its walls. The windows were small, but the glass was exceptionally thick. On the rooftop, a complex set of spiritual energy signal antennas was installed. "This is my training area. From now on, you will train here every day," Qin Lai said as he reached out and pushed open the heavy door on the first floor. The space behind the door was far larger than anyone had expected. The first floor was a spacious combat arena of about 500 square meters. The floor was covered with special materials capable of absorbing impact, the walls were embedded with thick cushioning layers, and the ceiling was nearly 6 meters high, giving it an extremely open feel. In the center of the arena, for standard combat rings were outlined with white lines, while various training equipment, both familiar and unfamiliar to Jiang Fan, was piled in the corners. Ascending the stairs, the second floor was a psionic cultivation room. On either side of the corridor were 4 independent rooms, each marked with a number on the door. Opening one of the doors revealed a space of about 15 square meters, with a psionic flow array engraved in the center of the floor and walls densely lined with pipes and conduits.
The psionic energy concentration here was at least 3 times higher than outside.
As for the third floor, Xinlai only mentioned it was his office and archive, without letting them go up. The 4 of them returned to the combat training area on the first floor. Xinlai took a pack of cigarettes out of his pocket, pulled one out, and held it in his mouth without lighting it. Leaning against the wall, he spoke in a lazy, half-asleep tone, "Introduce yourselves.
Name, specialty, and weaknesses. No nonsense, 30 seconds each." Fong Yu, with an A-level talent, was the first to step forward. Fong Yu. Grade A talent, peak grade C.
I'm skilled in swordsmanship, specializing in fast attacks.
Weakness. He hesitated slightly, defense is relatively weak. Next. Xinlai didn't even look at him. Su Xiaotang. Grade B talent, high level grade C.
The girl's voice was crisp, her speech quick but not timid. I'm skilled in mid to long range energy blast attacks. Weakness is poor stamina, not suitable for prolonged battles.
Qi Yuan Shan. Grade B talent, peak grade C.
I'm a defensive type, very resilient.
Weakness is slow speed.
Qi Yuanshan's introduction was the briefest, just like his physique rugged and straightforward. After the 3 finished speaking, their gazes simultaneously turned to Jiang Fan.
Jiang Fan. S-level talent, high tier C-level.
I specialize in close combat blade techniques, and my main skill is mountain split slash. He paused for a moment and then continued, I have too many shortcomings. The efficiency of energy circulation in my body is poor, my foundational techniques are weak, my energy reserves are insufficient, and stamina management is a major issue. He listed 4 fatal weaknesses in one breath.
Fong Yu raised an eyebrow upon hearing this.
For ordinary people, having one shortcoming is already troublesome enough, but this guy actually has 4. The cigarette in Xinlai's mouth shifted slightly. He looked at Jiang Fan, a hint of amusement in his tone. You seem to have a pretty good grasp of yourself. He took the cigarette out of his mouth, twirled it between his fingers, and his expression instantly turned serious. In those light gray eyes, it was as if an abyss had settled.
All right, listen up. The training plan, I'll only say it once.
He straightened up from the wall, his lazy demeanor vanishing completely.
Fong Yu, your fast attack swordsmanship relies solely on speed without any depth.
You blindly pursue speed, but once you reach the limit, you have no alternative strategies. If you encounter an opponent faster than you or someone who can withstand all your attacks, you're done for. Starting tomorrow, practice swordsmanship in the morning and physical techniques in the afternoon. Your sparring partner will be Qi Yuanshan.
Fong Yu's mouth twitched slightly. Sparring with Qi Yuanshan? A speed-based fighter going head-to-head with a tank? Any objections? Xinlai glanced at him. None, Fong Yu immediately replied. Su Xiaotang, your energy blast has sufficient power at its upper limit, but the energy utilization efficiency is too low.
With the same amount of energy, you can only exert 60% of its power, while the remaining 40% is wasted.
Starting tomorrow, you'll train for energy precision control in the morning and practical combat in the afternoon. Su Xiaotang nodded, instinctively pinching the overly long sleeve with her fingers.
Qi Yuanshan, your defense is solid, but it's too rigid, like an iron plate. An opponent could strike you 100 times without breaking through, but once they start running circles around you, you can't keep up with the rhythm. Practice with Fong Yu in the morning to improve your reaction speed, and in the afternoon, work on defense and counterattack coordination while moving.
Qi Yuanshan responded in a muffled voice, got it. Xinlai's gaze finally fell on Jiang Fan.
He stared at Jiang Fan for 3 seconds, the corner of his mouth curling into an almost imperceptible arc, as if he were pondering, or perhaps mocking.
Jiang Fan. Yes. Your problems are more than the 3 of them combined. Jiang Fan did not refute, he knew it was true.
Your mountain splitting slash has a good framework for the move, and the idea of compressing energy is correct.
However, the energy circulation path within your body is completely wrong.
In the 3rd level of the abyss breaking technique you practice, you prioritize the main energy channel.
Jiang Fan's brow moved slightly.
Xin Yue had said the same thing to him in the combat arena. Qinlai raised 3 fingers. Starting tomorrow, your training will be divided into 3 parts. First, correct the energy pathways. Adjust the operation method of the 3rd level of breaking abyss technique from prioritizing the main channel to prioritizing the secondary channels. Among the 62 secondary channels in your body, 47 have a higher degree of smoothness than the main channel. Once adjusted, your energy transmission efficiency can increase by at least 15%. Second, optimize the precision of the mountain splitting slash. When you strike, the timing of energy compression is advanced by 0.2 seconds. This 0.2 second difference causes severe energy attenuation during transmission. You must control the compression timing to within 0.3 seconds before the blade makes contact with the target. Third, physical management and combat rhythm. You did okay in the fight against Sumo, but in the match against Chen Yue, the first half was barely passable, and the second half completely fell apart. Energy consumption, stamina allocation, attack rhythm, these are all things you need to systematically learn from scratch. He withdrew his finger and put the unlit cigarette back in his mouth. Your foundation is worse than everyone else here. Don't take it the wrong way, it's the truth. Jiang Fan didn't find it harsh, he was well aware of his own situation. But your potential surpasses all of theirs. When Qinlai said this, he glanced at the other 3.
Fang Yu's eyes flickered, Su Xiaotang showed no reaction, and Qi Yuanshan remained expressionless.
All right. This afternoon, go handle the enrollment procedures and collect your resource packs.
Tomorrow morning at 6, gather here.
If anyone dares to be late, they'll run in the combat arena until they throw up. He turned and headed toward the stairs, but after taking 2 steps, he stopped and added with a tilt of his head, by the way, the mission system of Tianheng Academy will be open to you tomorrow. For the first 3 months after joining, your focus will be on training. But if anyone wants to start taking on missions early to accumulate battle points, I won't stop you. His gaze fell on Jiang Fan with a meaningful look. The things that can be exchanged with battle points are far more than you imagine. Some good items aren't included in the resource packs. After saying this, he went upstairs, the sound of his slippers tapping on the stairs echoing pat-pat. In the first floor combat area, only 4 freshmen remained. Fang Yu was the first to turn and leave. Before he left, he glanced at Jiang Fan. His gaze was complex, carrying both the tension of competition and a sense of scrutiny. Qi Yuanshan walked over, gave Jiang Fan's shoulder a heavy pat, said nothing, and then left as well. Su Xiaotang stood in place for 2 seconds and softly said, I watched your match with Shen Yue today. When you swallowed that inner core whole, it was really scary.
Jiang Fan looked down at her and calmly said, unless absolutely necessary, don't imitate me.
I know. Su Xiaotang pushed up the long sleeves that had slid down. I just wanted to say, you're pretty fierce. After speaking, she turned and jogged away, the oversized sports jacket swaying behind her. In the vast combat training area, only Jiang Fan was left. He stood in the center of the field, surrounded by the empty training ground. The walls were embedded with energy-absorbing cushioning layers, and the lights on the ceiling emitted a cold white glow. He slowly raised his right hand, palm facing upward. The web of his thumb, wrapped in gauze, still throbbed faintly, and traces of bruises from today's fierce battle lingered on his fingertips. A semi-transparent system panel quietly floated in his mind.
Bloodline Rampage Aftermath Recovery Progress, 99%.
An internal evaluation report indicated that Jiang Fan's current energy reserve was at high-level C grade, but his condition was slightly suboptimal. His meridians had sustained mild damage, a side effect of forcibly swallowing the inner core, and it was estimated to take 3 days to heal naturally. The cost was neither too big nor too small. For 3 days, the efficiency of his meridian circulation would decrease by about 10%. Jiang Fan thought to himself, just right, once the injury healed, he could start cultivating the new path centered on the branch meridians.
He lowered his hand and left the training area.
3 o'clock in the afternoon was the time to complete the enrollment procedures. In the administrative hall on the first floor of the main building, new students lined up, each receiving an identity badge, a set of standard uniforms for Tianheng Academy, a dedicated communication terminal, and a 20-page thick enrollment guide. Jiang Fan flipped through 2 pages casually and lost interest. After all, Heelan had already mentioned the key points to him earlier.
The distribution point for resource packs was in an independent warehouse next to the administrative hall. New students collected resource packs corresponding to their ranking in the entrance examination, one by one.
The 5 people in front walked in one by one, and when they came out, their expressions varied. Some couldn't suppress the upward curve of their lips, while others looked calm, showing no sign of emotion. When Lin Xiao came out, he was carrying a silver alloy box. The box didn't look large, but as he lifted it, the muscles in his arm visibly tensed for a moment, indicating it was quite heavy.
An S-level resource pack, the white-clad youth raised his eyebrows smugly as he passed by Jiang Fan. Guess what good stuff is inside?
Not guessing, Jiang Fan replied crisply.
You're really no fun.
Lin Xiao curled his lips, lowered his voice, and leaned in mysteriously to say, 2 B-grade psionic amplification pills, a complete swordsmanship technique manual, an A-grade psionic crystal core, and he raised a finger, his eyes gleaming, an exclusive access pass to the advanced psionic training room of the Tianheng Institute, with no time limit.
Jiang Fan's eyelid twitched involuntarily. Advanced psionic training room.
The training rooms at the Tianheng Institute were divided into 3 levels: basic, intermediate, and advanced. The concentration of psionic energy and the efficiency of guidance increased with each level. It was said that the training environment in the advanced training room was 10 times more effective than that of the basic training room. The S-grade resource pack actually included unlimited access to the advanced training room.
Then, what could be in his B-grade resource pack? Alright, it's your turn.
Lin Xiao patted him on the shoulder, picked up his own heavy box, and walked away, satisfied.
Jiang Fan took a deep breath and walked into the warehouse.
Inside stood a manager in a gray uniform, with a dozen alloy boxes of various sizes placed on the table in front of him.
Number 63, Jiang Fan.
Class B resource pack. The manager verified Jiang Fan's ID card and pushed a silver box, slightly smaller than Lin Xiao's, across the table.
Sign here.
Jiang Fan pressed his fingerprint and picked up the box. Back at the dormitory, after closing the door to room 203, he immediately placed the box on the table and opened it. The interior of the box was lined with deep blue cushioned velvet, and the items inside were neatly categorized and embedded in grooves, clearly visible at a glance. In the first groove were 2 dark green jade bottles, identical in packaging to the Dragon Saliva Meridian Renewal pill he had received from Qinlai last night. He picked up one of the bottles, and a line of small text was engraved on its surface: Spiritual Meridian Nourishing Pill, Grade B.
Not Grade A.
The effects of Grade B pills were a tier below those of Grade A, but even so, they were still rare treasures worth hundreds of thousands apiece on the market. In the second groove was a martial arts scroll.
The gray cover bore the emblem of the Tianheng Institute.
He unfolded it and read Abyssal Blade Technique, a Grade B martial art, belonging to the Close Combat Blade Technique system.
It included 3 levels of blade stances and 7 variations of moves.
This blade technique was different from his mountain cleaving slash, but it could complement it perfectly. The mountain cleaving slash pursued ultimate explosive power, aiming to decide the outcome in a single strike, whereas the abyssal blade technique emphasized relentless pressure, with blade stances flowing continuously, like an abyss devouring everything.
This is exactly what he needs most right now.
Previously, when dealing with Bai Ruoyin and the other 2 on the Alkali Flats, he relied on the mountain splitting slash combined with Bloodline Frenzy. That one-shot approach proved insufficient when facing true experts, such as Xin Yue. What he lacked was precisely this kind of sustained output capability. In the third groove lies a fist-sized psionic crystal core, graded as B-level, with a faint blue halo flowing across its surface. Psionic crystal cores can assist in energy absorption during cultivation, and the higher the grade, the better the effect. For a C-level martial artist, a B-level crystal core is already more than sufficient. In the fourth groove is a white card, printed with the emblem of the Tianheng Institute and a line of small text: access to advanced psionic training room, limited to 120 hours per month.
Just advanced, not high level.
Compared to Lin Xiao's S-level resource pack, the pills were a level lower, the techniques were a level lower, and even the training room was a level lower. The disparity was blatantly obvious. Jiang Fan picked up the card, looked at it quietly for 2 seconds, and then put it back into the box.
He neither sighed nor wallowed in self-pity.
He simply picked up the scroll of the Chunyuan blade technique from the table, unfolded it again, and began studying it carefully.
He spent 20 minutes mentally going through the complete flow of the 3-layered blade technique.
Then, he closed the scroll and leaned back against the chair. In his mind, the mysterious system panel floated silently. He recalled what Chief Instructor Qinlai had once said: "The things you can exchange for with battle merit points are far more than you can imagine."
Some things will never be found in a resource pack. The gap in resource packs is fixed, but the task system is dynamic.
Jiang Fan immediately opened the communication terminal and navigated to the task system interface of the Tianheng Institute. The system indicated that it would officially open tomorrow, but the task list could already be previewed. He quickly scrolled down the page. Wilderness Area Class C Beast Elimination Task, reward, 50 battle points.
Stronghold Patrol Mission, reward, 20 battle points. Intelligence Gathering Mission, Danger Level B, reward, 200 battle points.
His gaze suddenly stopped on one particular mission. Grade B Beast Subjugation Mission, Team, reward, 500 battle points. Requirements: at least 14 members, with at least one member possessing Grade B or higher combat strength, or accompanied by an instructor.
500 points.
His heartbeat began to accelerate, and his fingers immediately slid to the exchange list. He wanted to see what these 500 points could get him.
Grade A Psionics.
Jiang Fan turned off the terminal screen, looking at the dazzling exchange list displayed on it.
A pill that could temporarily enhance strength required 800 battle points. A month's access to the advanced training room cost 600 points.
Meanwhile, an A-grade technique scroll was priced at 1,500 points. He knew that the B-grade resource pack he had just obtained would only last him a very short time. He clenched his fists, with only one thought in his mind: he must become stronger. He had to catch up with those geniuses who were far ahead and close the seemingly insurmountable gap between him and Xin Yue. And all of this could only be achieved through his own efforts. It would never fall into his lap out of nowhere.
He stood up from the desk and walked to the window.
Outside was the northwest wilderness at dusk, the sun sinking into the horizon, painting the sky a deep, fiery orange. In the distance, weathered cliffs cast long, lonely shadows under the setting sun.
At that moment, his phone vibrated.
It was a message from his sister, Jiang Yu.
"Brother! S-level talent. The internet is flooded with discussions about your duel with Xin Yue.
And there's also a video clip of you swallowing the inner core whole, with over 30 million views. The comments section is full of people saying you're incredible." A string of exclamation marks conveyed her excitement even through the screen. Shortly after, another message popped up.
"Even 6th place is super impressive. Brother, you're officially a student of Tianheng Academy now."
Jiang Fan simply looked at the screen calmly. His heart, once burning with the heat of battle, was now as still as water. He slowly typed a few words: "The resource pack has been sent.
Training starts tomorrow." Jiang Yu replied instantly, "Train well.
But don't push yourself too hard.
Have your injuries from today healed?"
"Almost." He put down his phone and stopped replying. Walking back to the table, he picked up the scroll of the Chunyuan blade technique. The light in the room gradually dimmed. He didn't turn on the lamp and studied the technique route map on the scroll carefully, relying on the last bit of daylight from the window. At that moment, a line of text popped up on the system panel in his mind: "New technique, Abyss Blade Art detected.
Compatibility assessment, 87%.
Recommended to be practiced in conjunction with Mountain Split Slash.
87% good enough."
He carefully rolled up the scroll, tucked it into his backpack, and zipped it shut. Then, he picked up the indigo long blade on the table, his thumb gently pressing on the latch of the scabbard. "Gather at the training area at 6 o'clock tomorrow morning." The next day, before dawn had fully broken. At 5:50 in the morning, Jiang Fan was the first to arrive at the training ground. In the empty combat arena, cold white lights illuminated the floor, and the surface of the psionic shock-absorbing material still carried the chill of the night.
At 5:55, Shi Yuanshan pushed the door open and entered. The broad-shouldered young man was dressed in a black tight-fitting outfit. He nodded at Jiang Fan and then went to a corner to stretch his joints on his own. At 5:58, Fang Yu arrived. His steps were quick, his chin slightly raised. He glanced at the two people in the arena before walking to the other side and standing still, his expression aloof. At the last minute, Su Xiaotang rushed in just in time, the wide sleeves of her sports jacket swinging back and forth, with a hint of drowsiness still lingering on her face. 6 o'clock sharp, the agreed time arrived. Instructor Qin Lai did not show up. The four of them looked at each other, the atmosphere a bit awkward. 10 minutes passed, and no one came. 20 minutes passed, still no one. Fang Yu frowned tightly. The instructor is actually late? Leaning against the wall, Shi Yuanshan asked in a muffled voice, should we go look for him? Su Xiaotang squatted on the ground, covering her knees with her sleeves, and couldn't help but yawn. It wasn't until 6:30 that the training area's door was finally pushed open. Qin Lai walked in wearing slippers, his hair a mess. He had swapped out his signature trench coat for an old gray t-shirt and was holding a steaming cup of coffee. He glanced at the four people in the field and said lazily, "You're here quite early." Fang Yu finally couldn't hold back. "Instructor, we agreed on 6 o'clock. "Oh, I changed my mind." Qin Lai took a sip of coffee and said nonchalantly, "From now on, we'll meet at 6:30. I can't get up at 6. The four looked at each other, hardly able to believe their ears. "All right, done with the warm-up?" Qin Lai asked. "Done." "Then let's begin." The moment the words fell, Qin Lai casually placed the coffee cup on the equipment rack. As he stepped forward, his entire demeanor suddenly changed. The laziness vanished in an instant, replaced by the terrifying aura of an A-rank peak powerhouse. "Fang Yu, Shi Yuanshan, you two, step into the combat ring." The two followed the order and stepped into the white circle. Fang Yu drew his sword from its sheath, while Shi Yuanshan clenched his fists in front of his chest, assuming a defensive stance. Qin Lai commanded, Fang Yu attacks, Shi Yuanshan defends. "Fang Yu, listen carefully, you are not allowed to use any spiritual energy, fight purely with physical combat." Fang Yu's expression immediately changed. "No spiritual energy?" "That's right," Qin Lai saw through him at a glance. "Your quick attacks rely too much on spiritual energy acceleration. Today, I'm taking away this crutch of yours. I want to see just how solid your physical foundation really is." Fang Yu gritted his teeth, sheathed his sword, and charged forward barehanded. His first punch landed heavily on Shi Yuanshan's crossed arms in defense, producing a dull thud. Fang Yu only felt a jolt in his wrist, while Shi Yuanshan remained completely unmoved. "Too weak," Qin Lai coldly commented from the sidelines. Unwilling to accept defeat, Fang Yu launched another round of fierce attacks, 3 punches and 2 kicks. Though his speed was fast, without the support of spiritual energy, each strike seemed feeble and powerless. Shi Yuanshan defended steadily, as immovable as a mountain. Qin Lai no longer looked at them and turned to Jiang Fan, saying, "Come here." Jiang Fan walked up to him. Qin Lai extended his right hand, palm facing upward. "Compress your spiritual energy and output it into my palm. Don't use any techniques, I just want to observe the purest energy and the rhythm of your meridian flow." Jiang Fan raised his right hand, aligning it with Qin Lai's palm. Spiritual energy surged from his energy core, rushing along the main pathway toward his arm. However, at his wrist, when he tried to divert the force into finer branches, an unexpected incident occurred. The spiritual energy seemed to hit an invisible wall, abruptly getting stuck and chaotically colliding at the intersection of his meridians. The torrent of psychic energy surged within Jiang Fan's body but lost its way at the crossroads. A portion of the energy flowed into the newly developed branch, yet the majority stubbornly rushed toward the main meridian that had been used for over a decade. This caused the energy in his palm to scatter and fail to coalesce, with an embarrassingly low compression rate. Qin Lai extended his hand to catch the feeble psychic energy. After sensing it for just 2 seconds, he let go. He pointed out sharply, "Your problem lies in the delay during meridian switching. A habit ingrained over more than 10 years can't be changed in just a day or two." As he spoke, Qin Lai crouched down and retrieved a palm-sized metal sphere from beneath the equipment rack.
The sphere felt icy to the touch, its surface etched with densely packed, mysterious patterns, resembling some kind of intricate energy circuit. "This is a psychic energy guiding sphere," Xinlai said, tossing the sphere to Jiang Fan.
"Hold it while you train.
The circuits inside will forcibly guide your energy along the correct branch pathways. At first, it will feel extremely uncomfortable, your body's habits will resist you. But if you persist for a month, the new pathways will become completely stabilized." Jiang Fan took the metal sphere, and as soon as his fingertips touched it, a peculiar pulling force emerged from the sphere, coursing through his palm and forcibly entering his secondary meridians. The path was indeed correct, but the sensation of being forcibly twisted by external force made the meridians in his body feel like they were being wrung out, causing unbearable pain. "Hold it and operate for 2 hours every night before bed." Xinlai stood up, patted the dust off his pants, and then turned to another person. "Su Xiaotang, come here." Su Xiaotang immediately sprang up from the ground. Xinlai pointed to a row of targets in the corner of the field and issued a new command: energy precision training.
"Do you see those bullseyes? 3 centimeters in diameter.
Your energy blasts must hit the center, with a deviation of no more than 1 centimeter.
1 centimeter? Su Xiaotang's eyes instantly widened.
I can only control it within a range of 5 centimeters at most right now. That's why it's called training.
Xinlai's voice was utterly calm. A precision of 5 centimeters is barely adequate in actual combat, but the destructive power is too weak.
Compressing the precision from 5 centimeters to 1 centimeter can triple the power with the same amount of energy. Su Xiaotang took a deep breath, walked up to the target, raised her palm, and a ball of energy gathered in her hand.
Boom!
With a loud bang, the energy struck the target, missing the center by a full 4 centimeters. Again, Xinlai ordered coldly.
Boom!
This time, it was off by 3.5 centimeters.
Again.
The brutal first day of training passed just like that. Fang Yu accompanied Qi Yuanshan in practicing pure physical techniques for 40 minutes, without using a single ounce of energy. Afterward, his arms felt as heavy as if they were filled with lead. As for Qi Yuanshan, apart from taking a few harmless punches, he remained energetic and vigorous. Su Xiaotang unleashed over 80 spirit energy blasts, her palms red-hot from the effort, with her best result being only a 2 centimeter deviation. Jiang Fan, meanwhile, clutched the guiding sphere and endured for an hour, his meridians forcibly rerouted, leaving him feeling swollen and sore, with a splitting headache. In the afternoon, it was time for practical sparring.
Fang Yu faced off against Qi Yuanshan.
This time, Fang Yu's sword, enhanced by psionic energy, was more than 3 times faster, showcasing a speed-oriented fighting style to its fullest.
However, Qi Yuanshan's defense was like an impenetrable fortress, preventing him from breaking through.
Next was Jiang Fan versus Su Xiaotang, close-range blade techniques against mid- to long-range explosions. Su Xiaotang kept retreating to widen the distance, while Jiang Fan charged forward like a leopard. Psionic explosions erupted in rapid succession around him, creating waves of heat. He dodged sideways at times, rolled forward at others, and constantly changed direction amidst the blasts, gradually closing the gap between them. When he ghosted his way to within 3 meters of Su Xiaotang, she no longer had time to gather energy for another explosion.
The cold blade was steadily pressed against her neck.
"You lost." Jiang Fan's voice was somewhat hoarse.
Su Xiaotang's nose was dotted with fine sweat as she muttered softly, "You're so fierce. In actual combat, there's no room for gentleness."
Xinlai said coldly from the sidelines, took a sip of his now cold coffee, and frowned in dissatisfaction. This was the first day of training at Tianheng Academy. The days that followed felt as if they had been crushed by a compressor, one tightly packed after another. Every morning at 6:30, everyone gathered punctually in the training area. The morning consisted of 3 hours of foundational strengthening, meridian correction, physical technique refinement, and precision and energy control, each focusing on their own practice. Xinlai paced like a ghost along the sidelines, occasionally throwing out a few pointers. Though he spoke sparingly, every word was precise and irrefutable. The afternoon was dedicated to 3 hours of combat sparring. Paired off in twos, they took turns battling, and ending up bruised and battered was an everyday occurrence.
Evenings were reserved for free cultivation.
Jiang Fan spent every night in the advanced cultivation chamber until 1 a.m., clutching the cold metal sphere and repeatedly practicing the abyss-breaking technique. The awkward, twisted sensation in his meridians finally began to ease by the third week. The new branch pathways gradually stabilized, and his energy transmission efficiency slowly climbed from 68% to 75%.
A month later, the results were remarkable. The psionic compression time of the mountain splitting slash was reduced from 0.5 seconds to 0.4 seconds. Although there was still a gap compared to Qian Lai's target of 0.3 seconds, the progress was undeniable. Using the same blade and the same force, the energy density after the strike was nearly 10% higher than a month ago. The first level of the abyssal blade technique, submerged flow, had also been mastered. Unlike the single explosive strike of the mountain splitting slash, the blade momentum of submerged flow was continuous, one strike following another, with psionic energy flowing steadily along the blade edge. This brought a qualitative leap to the sustainability of his attacks. At the end-of-month evaluation, Qian Lai looked at the terminal in his hand and gave his conclusion: meridian correction progress, 40%. Mountain splitting slash precision optimization, 30%. Abyssal blade technique first level mastered.
Comprehensive combat power assessment.
He paused, then looked up at Jiang Fan, the threshold of sea-level peak.
Jiang Fan's expression didn't change much, but his hand gripping the knife handle unconsciously tightened. A month ago, he was only at the high stage of sea level, and now, he had already touched the edge of the peak. Fan Yu, standing nearby, heard this assessment, and his expression instantly became somewhat subtle.
When he entered Tianheng Academy, he was already at the sea level peak.
Although his strength had improved over the past month, the progress was nowhere near as exaggerated as Jiang Fan's. The cultivation speed of an S-level talent is worlds apart compared to A-level and B-level. In the second month, Jiang Fan's strength officially stepped into the peak of Class C. The spiritual energy reserves in his dantian had already surpassed the upper limit of the high stage of Class C, and his meridians had become even tougher as a result. The energy compression time for the mountain splitting slash had been reduced by him to 0.35 seconds, just 0.05 seconds away from his ultimate goal. At the same time, he had completely mastered the first level of the abyssal blade technique and had begun practicing the more advanced second level, tide severing. During combat sparring, Jiang Fan started experimenting with combining the mountain splitting slash and the abyssal blade technique.
The former emphasized instantaneous bursts, while the latter pursued continuous flow.
The two blade techniques, one offensive and one defensive, alternated seamlessly, making his attack rhythm unpredictable. His opponent, Fan Yu, was forced to retreat 6 steps in a row, and the sword in his hand was nearly knocked out. Fan Yu barely managed to steady himself, his face ashen.
"Your rate of improvement is simply monstrous."
Jiang Fan merely flicked the sweat off his blade without saying a word. At the end of the second month, Tianheng Institute conducted the first comprehensive evaluation. The results were displayed on the screen in the training area hall, attracting a crowd of onlookers. First place, Xin Yue, comprehensive score of 97 points. Second place, Lin Chao, comprehensive score of 91 points. Third place, Jiang Fan, comprehensive score of 88 points. Third place. Compared to his 6th place ranking when he enrolled, he had climbed up 3 spots. Lin Chao saw the ranking and strolled over with a blade of grass dangling from his mouth.
"Jiang Fan, you're already third. At this rate, are you planning to knock me off next?"
"You're overthinking it," Jiang Fan replied.
"That doesn't sound convincing at all."
Lin Chao spat out the blade of grass and lowered his voice.
"Do you know how Xin Yue got that 97 points?
Jiang Fan looked at him. "She broke through to B-level 2 weeks ago." As the words fell, the air seemed to freeze.
2 weeks ago? Jiang Fan's heart sank as well. That's right. An SS-level talent, combined with an S-level resource pack, and the top-tier training from the Tianheng Institute.
It only took them 2 months to break through to B-level, Lin Chao said with a helpless curve at the corner of his mouth.
And me? I'm still stuck at the peak of sea level. Can you guess how I feel? Jiang Fan didn't guess. Because he completely understood that feeling, a sense of powerlessness from being left far behind by a genius. He was experiencing it himself. In the third month, Jiang Fan decided to start attempting a breakthrough to B-level. From C-level to B-level is the first true chasm on a martial artist's path of cultivation. A martial artist at the peak of C-level has reached the limit in all indicators, whether it's spiritual energy reserves, meridian strength, or physical fitness. Breaking through to B-level means shattering all of this completely, then reorganizing it, allowing spiritual energy to achieve a leap from quantity to quality. The night before he was about to break through, Xinlai found him. In the hallway on the second floor of the training area, it was already 11 o'clock at night. Xinlai leaned against the window, a cigarette unlit in his mouth. Outside the window was the desolate night of the wilderness, with moonlight casting the weathered cliffs in the distance into a pale gray. "When are you planning to make your move?" Xinlai asked. "Tomorrow." "Ready?" The psychic energy reserve is sufficient, the meridian correction is 70% complete, and the branch pathways have stabilized. Xinlai glanced at him a few times and shook his head. "The technical indicators are sufficient." He took the cigarette out of his mouth and flicked it between his fingers. "But breaking through to B-level isn't something that can be achieved just because the technical indicators are met." "What do you mean?" "The bottleneck from C-level to B-level relies 30% on hard power, and the remaining 70% depends on an opportunity." "An opportunity?" "Yes, the condition for triggering a psychic energy transformation, which varies for everyone," Xinlai explained. "Some people forcefully stimulate it with elixirs, some are triggered by life and death situations, and others achieve it through sudden enlightenment." Xin You's breakthrough happened naturally in the advanced training room. Her precision in controlling psychic energy reached a critical point, and the transformation occurred on its own. Xinlai turned his head, his sharp gaze fixed on him. "But your situation is different. Your bloodline level is too high. The Dragon Emperor bloodline has much stricter requirements for breakthroughs compared to ordinary bloodlines. Your psychic energy transformation requires bloodline resonance to guide it. When your bloodline will resonate, that's not something I can determine." Jiang Fan was silent for a few seconds, but his gaze remained resolute. "Then I still want to give it a try." "Try, of course, you have to try." Xinlai shrugged. "How else would you know? But remember, if you fail, don't panic. Panicking won't help." The next day, Jiang Fan stepped into the advanced training room. He sat cross-legged at the center of the rune-covered energy conduit array, with a B-grade energy crystal core placed in front of his knees. The breaching abyss technique was operating at full capacity, and the energy circulated rapidly through his meridians along the prioritized branch pathways. 1 circle, 2 circles, 10 circles, 50 circles. The psychic energy reserve was quickly compressed to its limit, and his meridians bore an immense burden, with every tiny branch transmitting a sour and aching sting. He was waiting for that critical point. The accumulation of psychic energy had already reached the ceiling of the C-level peak. Any more, and the meridians would suffer damage from overload. Theoretically, the qualitative change should occur at this moment. The psychic energy would transform from a thin mist into the denser liquid state possessed by B-level powerhouses. He waited quietly. The bloodline deep in his dantian pulsed with a steady and powerful rhythm. However, there was no sign of resonance. He clenched his teeth and continued compressing. The spiritual energy circled through his meridians 100 times, 200 times. Sweat seeped from his forehead, and intense throbbing came from his temples. Still nothing. The pulsation of the Dragon Emperor's bloodline was so steady it felt despairing. It did not stir, did not respond, just beat rhythmically, as if waiting for something. But that something never arrived. 3 hours later, Jiang Fan slowly opened his eyes. The spiritual energy that had been accumulated to its limit within his body began to recede, and the capillaries on his meridians, stretched red from the strain, gradually contracted. Failed. He lowered his head to look at the psionic crystal core in front of his knees. The blue glow of the crystal core had dimmed by 30%, and a significant amount of energy had been absorbed, but the most critical qualitative change had not occurred.
In his mind, the system panel coldly displayed a line of text.
Breakthrough to B-level failed. Current psionic quality, peak C-level, limit. Bloodline resonance conditions not met. What conditions?
The system did not provide any response. Jiang Fan stood up, his legs numb. Sitting motionless on the diversion array for 3 hours, it felt as though his blood had solidified.
He walked out of the cultivation room, the hallway empty and desolate.
It was already 2 a.m, and everyone else had long since gone back to rest. As he descended the stairs, he unexpectedly ran into Fong Yu at the corner. The young man with sword-like eyebrows was holding a bottle of water, with a thin layer of sweat on his body, clearly having just finished training. The two exchanged a glance, and Fong Yu's gaze fell on Jiang Fan's face, noticing the layer of cold sweat that hadn't yet dissipated.
Attempting to break into B-level? Fong Yu asked.
Yes.
Failed?
Failed. Fong Yu unscrewed the bottle cap, took a sip of water, his movements crisp and decisive. I tried once last month too, and it didn't work either. He paused, then screwed the cap back on. The hurdle from C-level to B-level, everyone has their own way of crossing it.
Rushing won't help.
After saying that, he left, walking quickly. It didn't seem like he was trying to comfort anyone, more like he was talking to himself. Jiang Fan watched his figure disappear into the darkness of the staircase. Back in dorm room 203, he didn't turn on the light, letting the moonlight spill in through the window. The screen of the phone on the desk lit up briefly before dimming again. It was a message from his younger sister, Jiang Yu.
Brother, how was practice today?
The message was sent at 11 o'clock at night. She was probably already asleep by now. Jiang Fan did not reply but quietly sat down at the desk and unfolded the scroll of the Abyssal Blade technique. He had long since memorized the routes of the technique on the scroll, yet he still stared at it for a full 3 minutes, as if trying to find new answers within those familiar patterns. The third stage, Overwhelming Abyss, centers on pushing the range of the blade's force to its limit, allowing the energy to extend beyond the blade itself, forming a suppressive energy field.
He was still far from reaching that step. Closing the scroll, he walked to the window and pushed it open.
The night wind from the wasteland immediately rushed in and dry, carrying the gritty taste of sand and stone. The distant horizon was swallowed by endless darkness, leaving nothing visible.
Breaking through to B-level was far more difficult than he had imagined.
No, it wasn't just difficult, he felt completely stuck. Xin Lai was right, the breakthrough conditions for the Dragon Emperor bloodline were entirely different from those of ordinary people. Even if all the hard metrics like energy reserves and meridian strength were met, it was all futile if the bloodline itself did not resonate.
This sense of powerlessness reminded him of his time in Jiangnan Bay City,
when his talent was assessed as 0, and everyone concluded he had no future. He spent countless days and nights practicing with his blade, hunting beasts, and accumulating those meager, insignificant points. Every step he took was slower than others, every step harder. But in the end, he made it through.
This time would be no exception.
He closed the window and returned to bed. Before closing his eyes, a cold notification popped up on the system panel. Warning, remaining energy of B-grade psionic crystal core is below 30%.
Supplementary cultivation resources are recommended.
Cultivation resources. He turned over. Of the 2 spirit vein nourishing pills in the B-grade resource pack, he had already consumed 1.5. The energy of the B-grade psionic crystal core was 70% depleted.
3 months, he had only lasted 3 months, far shorter than he had anticipated.
The main issue was that the process of meridian correction consumed too many resources. Forcing a change in energy pathways required a massive amount of psionic energy, which could only be replenished through pills and crystal cores. He reached under his pillow, pulled out his communication terminal, and opened the mission system of the Tianheng Institute. The task list was noticeably longer than it had been 3 months ago, and he scanned through it from top to bottom.
D-class beast eradication in the wilderness area, 15 achievement points.
Too few.
C-class beast eradication, 50 achievement points. Still not enough.
Outpost supply escort, 80 achievement points, danger level C, duration of 2 days. B-Class Beast Subjugation in the Wilderness Area, Team Mission, 500 achievement points. Requires at least a 4-person team, with at least one member of B-Class or higher combat strength or an accompanying instructor. 500 points. He immediately switched to the redemption list. Grade B Spiritual Vein Nourishing Pill, 300 achievement points. Grade B Spiritual Energy Crystal Core, 250 achievement points. Grade A Spiritual Energy Amplification Pill, 800 achievement points. His gaze was fixed on the Grade A Psychic Amplification Pill. When he first enrolled, 800 points seemed like an astronomical figure to him. But now, it might be his only hope. The auxiliary effect of a Grade A pill on breakthroughs far surpasses that of a Grade B pill. He vividly remembered that after his last bloodline rampage, the Dragon Saliva Bloodline Renewal pill Jiang Fan had given him was Grade A. Upon consumption, the response from his bloodline was almost instantaneous. The potency and affinity of such a pill with the Dragon Emperor bloodline were completely beyond the reach of Grade B pills. If he could obtain a Grade A amplification pill and use its power to break through the bottleneck, the probability of bloodline resonance would greatly increase. 800 points. He quickly calculated. Completing 16 Grade C clearance missions or 10 escort missions would suffice. However, for Grade B extermination missions, only 2 would be needed. But those required a team and the accompaniment of Grade B experts. He turned off the screen, placed the terminal beside his pillow, and closed his eyes. The next morning at 6:30, training area. Jiang Fan and 3 others were already standing in the combat arena. Jiang Fan walked in on time, holding a cup of freshly brewed coffee. Training proceeded as usual. During a break in the morning meridian correction training, Jiang Fan walked over to Jiang Fan, his voice not loud but exceptionally resolute. "I want to start taking on missions." Jiang Fan paused his coffee drinking motion, lifted his eyes, and looked at the young man before him. "Out of resources?" "Almost." Jiang Fan's response was brief and direct. Jiang Fan put down his cup, making a slight sound. He leaned against the wall, scrutinizing Jiang Fan. "You used up a B-level resource pack in just 3 months. Your cultivation is really expensive. Meridian correction requires a lot of resources." "All right." Jiang Fan nodded, indicating his understanding. "So, what level of task do you want to take on next?" "C-level extermination mission, let's start with this one." "Alone?" Jiang Fan's tone carried a hint of inquiry. "Alone." Jiang Fan's determination was unquestionable. The corners of Jiang Fan's mouth curved slightly, as if in approval, or perhaps thinking this kid was a bit overconfident. "All right. With your current peak C-level strength, taking on a C-level beast one-on-one shouldn't be a problem. But remember, don't overreach and provoke B-level creatures, you're still far from that level." "Got it. Just go directly to the mission system to submit your application. Tasks below C-level don't require instructor approval." Jiang Fan nodded in acknowledgement, turned around, and walked back to the training field. Jiang Fan watched his back, picked up his coffee, and took another sip, his gaze deep. Not far away, Fang Yu heard their conversation clearly. This genius ranked 8th in the academy had a fleeting complex expression. 3 months. It's only been 3 months since enrollment, and this guy is already heading out on a mission. Fang Yu himself also enjoys the treatment of a B-level resource package, but his consumption rate is far slower than Jiang Fan's. The cultivation efficiency of an A-level talent ultimately cannot compare to that of an S-level. With the same resources, he absorbs them more slowly, and naturally, his progress is slower. Thinking of this, Fang Yu withdrew his gaze and tightened his grip on the sword in his hand. That afternoon, as soon as training ended, Jiang Fan returned to the dormitory. He opened his communication terminal and skillfully entered the mission system. The task details popped up on the screen. C-level beast extermination mission. Location: 160 kilometers northeast of Tianhong Academy, Sector 7 of the Wilderness Area. Objective: eliminate the C-level beast nest in the designated area, minimum kill count, 5. Reward: 50 achievement points. Estimated time: 1 day. He clicked submit without hesitation.
The system popped up a confirmation box, confirm to accept the task. Achievement points will be automatically credited upon task success.
Failure will not deduct points, but 3 consecutive failures will trigger the restriction mechanism.
Confirmed.
The task status immediately changed to accepted. The departure time was set for 5 o'clock tomorrow morning, and the meeting point was the East Gate parking lot of Tianheng Institute. Jiang Fan turned off the terminal, stood up from the desk, and walked to the corner of the room. The indigo long blade that had accompanied him through countless days and nights rested quietly there. He gripped the hilt and slowly drew out half of the blade. Under the light, the blade shimmered with a cold gleam, covered in fine scratches left by 3 months of intense training, as if telling the story of its owner's diligence. He pushed the knife back into its sheath and took out the remaining 1/3 of the Spirit Vein Vitality pill from the drawer. He didn't need it but carefully tucked it into the side pocket of his backpack. This was his final safeguard, reserved for emergencies. Next, he carefully checked the other items in his backpack: spare bandages, adhesive plasters, a flask of water, and 2 compressed rations.
It was enough.
He zipped up the backpack, ready to rest.
Just then, his phone vibrated.
It was a message from Lin Chao.
Heard you're going on a mission tomorrow?
Yes.
Sea level eradication?
Yes. I want to go too, but Instructor Song won't let me, saying it's not suitable for me to get distracted at this stage. Jiang Fan replied with 2 words, listen to him.
The person opposite seemed a bit unconvinced. So now you're the obedient good student, but didn't you go yourself?
I'm out of resources. These 5 words made the other side fall silent for a full 5 seconds.
All right then.
Just take care of yourself.
It wasn't easy getting into Tianheng Academy, so don't go dying out there.
Immediately afterward, Lin Chao sent another message.
By the way, let me tell you something.
Xin Yue scored a perfect 100 in last week's comprehensive evaluation, not a single point off. Chief Instructor Helan personally adjusted her training plan, and it's said she's already started learning grade A techniques. Jiang Fan stared at the message, his fingers unconsciously twitching.
Grade A techniques. And the highest level Qianyuan blade technique in his possession was merely B level.
He didn't reply, placing the phone on the table, turning off the light, and lying on the bed. Outside the window, the wind howled across the wasteland, resembling the low growl of a beast.
In the darkness, the system panel, visible only to him, quietly floated. Current psionic reserve, peak sea level, limit. D-level breakthrough condition, bloodline resonance, not triggered. Remaining cultivation resources, less than 15%.
He closed his eyes.
Tomorrow at 5 o'clock, East Gate parking lot.
He needs achievement points, resources, and, more importantly, to become stronger than anyone else.
The alarm clock was set for 4:30.
At 4:30 in the early morning, as soon as the alarm clock rang for the first time, Jiang Fan opened his eyes, moving faster than the second vibration of the alarm. He swiftly rolled out of bed. 3 months of grueling training had adjusted his biological clock to be more precise than a machine. Washing up, changing clothes, strapping on his backpack and long knife. The entire process was smooth and seamless, without a single unnecessary movement. The corridor was empty, and the dormitory building was silent in the early hours, with only the faint sound of his footsteps on the stairs.
Each step was taken with unusual firmness. The sky was still dark. The dawn on the northwestern wilderness was not as gentle as in the Jiangnan base city, with no hazy morning light as a transition.
Here, the night was pure black, and only at a certain moment would daylight arrive without warning. At 4:55 a.m., Jiang Fan arrived at the East Gate parking lot on time.
3 gray all-terrain SUVs were parked in the lot, their hoods bearing the emblem of the Tianheng Institute.
In the nearby duty booth, a manager in a dark blue uniform was dozing off in a chair. Jiang Fan stepped forward and tapped the glass of the guard booth with his knuckle. The administrator was startled awake, rubbed his sleepy eyes, glanced at him, then looked down at the task scheduling table on the terminal to confirm the information. Jiang Fan, number 3, Class C eradication mission, target, Sector 7. That's correct. The administrator's voice was devoid of emotion as he handed over a car key and a handheld locator, formally instructing, car number 3. Keep the locator with you and return it afterward. If it exceeds 48 hours, the system will automatically alert. Jiang Fan took the items and turned to leave. Alone? The administrator seemed slightly surprised and asked an additional question. Alone. Jiang Fan's response was simple and straightforward. He preferred being alone, no one to hold him back. The administrator shrugged and said no more. With peak sea level strength, dealing with sea level beasts is almost a guaranteed victory as long as nothing unexpected happens. Jiang Fan climbed into the number 3 off-road vehicle, and the roar of the engine exploded in the empty parking lot, soon swallowed by the wild winds of the wasteland. The vehicle exited through the east gate, heading into the endless wilderness. The headlights, like a sharp blade, cut through the darkness, leaving behind gobi, rock walls, and cracked riverbeds. The outline of Tianhong Institute quickly shrank in the rearview mirror, eventually disappearing below the horizon. Jiang Fan controlled the steering wheel with one hand, while using the other to secure the locator in the slot. The screen clearly displayed the target, northeast, 160 kilometers. With the performance of this off-road vehicle, it could reach the destination in just over 2 hours at full speed. He pressed the accelerator to the floor. The speed instantly surged to 120, and the vehicle's body bounced wildly on the bumpy desert terrain, with the suspension system emitting constant muffled protests. The sky brightened. The sun rose from the horizon, spreading golden rays across the land, stretching the shadow of every pebble into slender lines. The distance on the locator was rapidly decreasing. 40 kilometers. 20 kilometers. 10 kilometers. The terrain ahead began to grow complex, with the flat desert replaced by rugged rocky hills. Withered shrubs stubbornly resisted the wind and sand in the crevices of the rocks. Sector 7 arrived. Jiang Fan hid the car on the leeward side of a rocky hill, turned off the engine, and the whole world instantly fell silent. He picked up his backpack, pulled out a long knife from beside the car seat, slung it behind his back, and then climbed to the top of the rocky hill. The view was extremely expansive. To the northeast lay a stretch of low hills, heavily weathered, with scattered yellowed vegetation in the valleys. Where there are plants, there is underground water; where there is water, there are beasts. To the west lies an endless gravel plain, open and exposed, unsuitable for ambushes or hiding. He took out a palm-sized psionic detector from his backpack, equipment issued by the Academy. With a detection range of 500 meters, it was sufficient to deal with C-class beasts. The screen lit up, displaying 3 light dots. 2 were in the northeastern hill valley, moving slowly, emitting mid to low-level C-class psionic fluctuations. There is another one in the due east direction, motionless, with weak energy, seemingly in a dormant state. 3 targets. But the mission requires at least 5 kills. It seems necessary to venture deeper into this area to complete the task. Jiang Fan fastened the detector to his belt and unsheathed his long blade. He stealthily moved along the ridge of the rocky hill toward the northeast, his steps light and deliberately controlled to avoid stepping on loose stones and making noise. Sea-level demonic beasts have extremely sharp senses, and any carelessness could lead to mission failure. After advancing about 600 meters, the first valley appeared beneath his feet. The muddy ground at the bottom of the valley was covered with massive 3-toed claw prints. The impressions were deep, with sharp edges, clearly left not long ago. He followed the claw prints deeper into the valley. After turning a corner, a rock-backed lizard suddenly appeared before his eyes. This mid-tier C-class reptilian beast was over 4 meters long, its gray-brown scales almost blending seamlessly with the surrounding rock walls. It was lying in the middle of the valley path, its cold vertical pupils half open, with remnants of prey still hanging from its mouth. The moment it saw Jiang Fan, its vertical pupils suddenly contracted, a low growl emanated from its throat, and the scales on its back stood on end, assuming an attack posture. But Jiang Fan didn't give it any chance to intimidate. He stepped forward abruptly, mountain-splitting slash. The indigo energy on the blade was instantly compressed to 92%, the current stable output limit he could achieve, and the optimal balance point for sustained combat. The blade flashed like a streak of blue lightning, carving a deadly arc through the narrow valley. The rock-backed lizard reacted swiftly, its 4 sturdy legs suddenly propelling it to the right in a rapid leap. But Jiang Fan was even faster. The blade followed its trajectory closely, slicing precisely into the connection between its neck and shoulder armor where its defenses were weakest. Energy exploded with a roar. The deafening sound of shattered scales echoed through the valley as the massive body of the rockback lizard was forcibly struck and sent flying half a meter, carving several deep grooves into the ground. But it was not dead. The vitality of a Class C beast far exceeded imagination. Although the wound on its neck was deep enough to expose bone, its thick scales had absorbed at least 30% of the impact. The beast went completely mad. It opened its mouth to the limit, and a gray-brown energy ball surged out from deep within its throat. This was a devastating breath attack. Jiang Fan swiftly dodged to the side. The energy ball grazed his left shoulder and slammed heavily into the rock wall behind him. With a loud boom, a basin-sized crater was blasted into the wall, sending shards of stone flying everywhere. At that moment, Jiang Fan's second strike had already been unleashed with great force. Instead of releasing the energy in an instant, he allowed it to flow continuously like water, adhering to the blade edge without interruption. The blade precisely followed the crack left by the first strike, cutting deeper. This time, it completely severed the spine of the rockback lizard. The giant beast's body convulsed violently twice, its limbs instantly losing all strength. Its heavy body crashed to the ground with a thud, kicking up a choking cloud of dust. Its tail was still twitching unconsciously, the final nerve reflex before death. Jiang Fan calmly stepped forward and decisively drove the tip of his blade into its skull. All movement came to an abrupt halt. A thought flashed through Jiang Fan's mind: sea-level mid-tier beast slain, rockback lizard, mission progress 1/5 complete. He crouched down and skillfully slid his blade into the seam of the scales on the rockback lizard's abdomen, extracting a fist-sized, grayish-brown core. Although the sea-level mid-tier core was far from top-tier, it was better than nothing. He cleaned the core, tucked it into his backpack, then stood up and continued deeper into the valley. The second beast appeared in another branch valley 1 kilometer away. It was a long-winged bat with a wingspan of over 3 meters, hanging upside down in a crack at the top of the rock wall. Its rank was low-grade C, slightly weaker than the rockback lizard from earlier. Jiang Fan didn't waste much effort. A flowing blade light swept through, precisely severing one of its wings. The long-winged bat let out a piercing scream and fell from the air. Immediately after, Jiang Fan followed up with a powerful strike, completely ending its life. Task progress updated, 2/5. The third beast was located directly to the east. The detector showed its energy fluctuations were stable, indicating it was in a dormant state. When Jiang Fan arrived, he found it was a burrowing earth beetle, not very large in size but with an astonishingly hard shell. It took him 2 consecutive mountain-splitting slashes to finally break through its defenses. Task progress, 3/5. 2 more to go. He continued deeper along the ridge of the hill in a northeasterly direction, as the energy reaction points on the detector became increasingly dense. 400 meters away, there were 2 moving sea-level targets, and 600 meters away, there was another stationary sea-level target. The density of the beasts here was much higher than he had imagined. It took less than 40 minutes to deal with the 4th and 5th beasts. One of them was a high-tier sea-level stone iguana, whose scale armor was as hard as B-level armor, making it exceptionally troublesome. Jiang Fan had to slash it 3 times to break through its defense, causing the freshly bandaged wound on his palm to seep blood again. The other was a mid-tier sea-level wind ant queen. It wasn't strong itself but commanded over 30 D-level worker ants to launch a siege. After cutting down more than a dozen worker ants, Jiang Fan finally found an opening and drove his blade through the queen's abdomen. Mission progress, 5 out of 5. Mission ready for submission. The minimum kill count was finally met. Jiang Fan squatted beside the stone iguana's corpse and dug out its core. This high-tier sea-level core was a size larger than the previous ones, with energy flowing more actively across its surface, even emitting a faint glow. He stuffed the core into his backpack and, as he stood up, his gaze instinctively swept toward the northeast. The terrain in that direction was higher, with hills rising one after another, and the color of the rocks gradually shifting from grayish-brown to deep ochre.
At the very edge of the detection range, a massive energy reaction point was flickering.
It wasn't the ordinary fluctuation of a sea-level beast, but a deep, heavy pulsation carrying a unique frequency.
Jiang Fan's brow twitched slightly. Could it be a B-level beast? He didn't act recklessly.
The mission was already complete, and the safest course of action was to return immediately, submit the task, and claim those 50 battle points.
Safe and reliable.
But his gaze was like a nail, firmly fixed on the light dot on the probe screen. The energy fluctuation of that light dot had a fatal characteristic: instability. Its intensity fluctuated wildly, with noticeable attenuation every few seconds.
This was absolutely not the normal state of a Class B beast. A healthy Class B beast's energy fluctuation should resemble a smoothly running engine, stable and full of oppressive force.
The fluctuation of this light dot was more like consumption.
Jiang Fan's hand tightly gripped the knife handle.
He knew he should leave immediately. Xinlai had once warned him never to provoke a Class B beast. However, his feet uncontrollably stepped toward the northeast. Just take a look, he said to himself, just to confirm what it really is.
If it's a healthy Class B beast, I'll turn around and leave. But if the situation is as I suspect.
With that thought, he hesitated no longer and quickened his pace. He followed the ridge of the hill, keeping his movements as quiet as possible, approaching the mysterious energy source like a shadow.
300 meters, 200 meters.
The energy fluctuations became increasingly distinct. The readings on the detector jumped wildly, confirming it was at a low Class B intensity, but the frequency of energy decay was accelerating.
100 meters.
Jiang Fan silently climbed over a rocky ridge and lay on the edge, looking down. In that instant, his pupils contracted sharply.
It was a snake. A massive snake, its entire body covered in deep reddish-brown scales.
The giant python was at least 25 feet long, with a body as thick as a water barrel. On top of its triangular head, two slightly protruding bone crests were visible. This is a crimson rock python, a species that typically can only reach a maximum of grade C. However, Jiang Fan's detector showed energy fluctuations at the initial stage of grade B. It had broken through, and it had done so recently. Jiang Fan's gaze passed over the giant python and landed on what lay beneath it, a circle formed by its coiled body, with a nest of faintly glowing eggs in the center. There were 6 in total, each as large as a goose egg. The surface of the eggshells was covered with a dark red energy membrane, shimmering faintly under the sunlight.
This is its first egg laying after advancing to grade B.
The egg-laying period of beasts after breaking through their realm is when they are at their weakest. The breakthrough itself depletes a significant amount of energy reserves, and egg-laying further transfers more than half of the remaining energy to their offspring.
Under this dual consumption, its strength has already plummeted to the lowest point.
This is why the energy fluctuations on the detector are erratic. The energy of the crimson rock python is continuously being drained by the egg-laying process.
Jiang Fan lay on the edge of the rock, staring unblinkingly at the snake.
The core of a grade B beast, plus 6 eggs with grade B bloodlines.
How much would these be worth in the Academy's exchange system?
His brain was racing. A grade B beast core, with a market price of at least $500,000, can be converted into 200 to 300 merit points within the Academy's system. As for a grade B bloodline beast egg, it is so rare that an ordinary warrior might never see one in their lifetime. According to the Academy's recovery catalog, a single grade B bloodline egg is worth 150 to 200 points. 6 eggs would amount to 900 to 1200 points.
Adding the core, the total would be between 1,100 and 1,500 merit points. 1,100 points are enough to exchange for an A-grade energy amplification pill, with some to spare.
Jiang Fan's breathing involuntarily grew heavier. But the problem was, it was still a B-grade beast. Even in a weakened state, it was far from something he could easily challenge. He was currently only at the peak of C-grade, with an insurmountable gap between him and B-grade. The quality difference in energy couldn't be compensated for by quantity alone. The concentration of B-grade energy was more than 3 times that of C-grade. How weak has this giant python become? He continued to observe. The red rock python coiled around the egg nest, its triangular snake head slightly raised, with its vertical pupils half closed. Although the energy ripples on the surface of its scales were still flowing, they were far weaker than those of a normal B-grade beast. Normally, the energy shield on the surface of a B-grade beast should be dense and continuous. However, the energy ripples on this red rock python were intermittent, with several gaps between its scales completely devoid of energy coverage.
It is channeling all its energy into the eggs.
Jiang Fan's gaze swept back and forth over the snake's body, and suddenly, he noticed a detail. The scales on the middle to rear section of the red rock python's belly were particularly pale, transitioning from deep ochre to grayish-white. These grayish-white scales were at least 20% thinner than normal scales, with some even showing tiny cracks.
Those were marks left from shedding its skin when breaking through to grade B. Its shedding was incomplete. It began laying eggs during the molting process. Two extremely energy-consuming events collided.
This means that there is a significant gap in the physical defense of its mid to lower abdomen.
Jiang Fan's fingers tightened on the rock. It can be attacked.
A B-level beast in a weakened state, with incomplete molting, the massive energy drain from laying eggs, and a clear defensive gap.
With 4 favorable conditions stacked together, he had a chance of success. But he didn't act immediately.
He lay on the rocky ridge, patiently observing for another 10 minutes. During those 10 minutes, the crimson rock python moved twice. The first time, it merely changed direction, its vertical pupils scanning its surroundings warily.
The second time, its body tensed slightly, and another egg slid from its tail into the nest. The 7th egg. It is still producing.
With each additional egg it lays, its energy fluctuations weaken further. Jiang Fan made a decision.
He couldn't act now.
He had to wait until it finished laying all the eggs, until its energy was depleted to the lowest point that would be the best time to strike. He quietly retreated from the ridge and hid in a crevice on the leeward side. Leaning against the cold rock wall, he placed the long knife across his knees and waited silently.
Time passed second by second.
The sun climbed higher and higher, and the temperature on the wasteland began to rise, heating the rock wall until it was scorching. Jiang Fan controlled his breathing, allowing the energy within his body to operate at the lowest frequency, minimizing his presence to avoid being detected by the B-class beast. His energy circulation technique was flowing slowly and quietly along a new path.
40 minutes later.
He poked his head out from the crevice in the rock and glanced in the direction of the crimson rock python. There were 2 more eggs in the nest, making a total of 9. The energy fluctuations of the red rock python had dropped another notch, and the readings on the detector had fallen from the mid-range of B-level beginner to the lower edge.
Its vertical pupils were completely closed, seemingly resting. The egg-laying process was nearing its end. Jiang Fan withdrew into the rock crevice and waited another 20 minutes. He peeked out again. There were now 10 eggs in the nest.
The body of the red rock python completely relaxed, coiled above the egg nest, its muscles no longer tense, and its breathing frequency became extremely low. With each exhale, the grayish-white scales on its abdomen gently rose and fell. The energy readings on the detector dropped again, nearing the critical point between the peak of Class C and the initial stage of Class B.
Now is the time.
Jiang Fan silently stood up from the rock crevice, like a ghost drifting in the scorching heat.
He did not draw the blade.
His right hand gripped the hilt tightly, thumb pressed against the latch, but the blade remained sheathed.
He needed the most precise strike. One strike, it had to be a full-force blow. His target was the exact center of the grayish-white scale on the python's abdomen. That was the weakest point of its entire defense. As long as the first strike could cut open its belly and injure its internal organs, half the battle would already be won. He moved silently along the rock wall toward the downwind direction. The distance kept shrinking. 50 meters, 40 meters, 30 meters.
The giant beast known as the red rock python showed no reaction, its massive vertical pupils still tightly shut.
20 meters.
Jiang Fan stopped in his tracks. This was the optimal distance for him to launch an attack. From a standstill to a full sprint, then to swinging his blade, he needed 15 meters to accelerate. The remaining 5 meters were the effective killing range of his blade technique. He took a deep breath, and the energy within him instantly shifted from a steady flow to a raging roar. The dragon bloodline hidden deep within his core sensed the surge of energy, and his heartbeat suddenly quickened by 2 beats.
Drawing the blade.
The indigo blade flashed with a cold gleam under the sunlight of the wasteland. At that very moment, the eyes of the crimson rock python suddenly snapped open.
It's now! Jiang Fan shot out like an arrow leaving the bowstring.
His left foot slammed into the ground, his body leaning forward to the extreme. Covering a distance of 15 meters, he took less than a second at full burst.
But the crimson rock python's reaction was faster than he had anticipated.
Even in its extremely weakened state, the instincts of a B-level beast were far beyond what a C-level warrior could imagine. The coiled snake body suddenly sprang up, its triangular head raised high, opening its gaping maw. 2 fangs, longer than an adult's forearm, flipped down, with dark red venom congealing at their tips. But it was ultimately one step too late. Jiang Fan's blade had already arrived. He compressed more than 90% of his energy onto the blade's edge and struck down with all his might. The blade struck precisely, hitting the center of the grayish-white scale on the abdomen of the crimson rock python, the fatal weakness left behind during its molting. The blade tore through the fragile scales, sliced through the underlying muscles, and plunged deeply into its internal organs.
Indigo energy exploded violently within the snake's abdomen.
The crimson rock python's body convulsed violently, letting out a sharp, distorted screech from its throat. Its 7 to 8 meter long body thrashed and twisted madly on the ground, and its massive tail accidentally swept into a nearby nest of eggs, sending 3 giant eggs rolling into the crevices of the rocks.
Jiang Fan paid no attention to the eggs.
He swiftly pulled out the blade and retreated 3 steps backward. The abdomen of the crimson rock python split open with a terrifying half-meter-long wound, dark red blood gushing out and staining the ground, its rolling internal organs clearly visible.
One strike was effective. But it wasn't dead yet. The vitality of a B-class beast far exceeded Jiang Fan's expectations.
After writhing violently for a few seconds, the snake head of the crimson rock python rose again, its vertical pupils filled with a frenzied killing intent. It abandoned guarding its eggs, and its entire body shot forward like a launched steel cable, the snake head aiming straight for Jiang Fan's face. Although weak, at the moment of a life-and-death struggle, the explosive power of the B-level beast was fully displayed. The massive snake head was larger than Jiang Fan's entire upper body, and its open mouth seemed capable of swallowing his head and shoulders in one bite.
Jiang Fan rolled to the left to dodge.
The snake head smashed into the spot where he had just been standing, shattering the ground instantly and sending debris flying everywhere. A piece of rubble struck his back, causing him to grunt in pain. He rolled to the side of the snake's body, and his long blade pressed against the snake's scales as he forcefully slashed horizontally. Indigo energy clung to the blade, slicing along the gaps between the scales and creating a long wound that stretched from the middle to the rear of the snake's body. The crimson rock python's body convulsed again, and its massive tail swept across violently.
Jiang Fan leapt forward.
The snake's tail swept past just a few centimeters from his feet, and the wind pressure from the tail, thicker than his waist, forcibly lifted him half a meter into the air. In midair, he adjusted his posture, pointing the tip of his blade downward. As he descended, he drove the knife fiercely downward into the snake's body, striking directly at its spine. The rear half of the crimson rock python's body instantly lost control, collapsing limply to the ground. However, its front half continued to struggle. The snake's head swung toward him once more, not to bite this time, but using its last ounce of energy to crash toward him like a moving wall. Jiang Fan withdrew his knife while retreating rapidly, but the snake's head was still just a bit faster. The side of the snake's head grazed his left shoulder.
With a loud boom,
his entire body was sent flying, his back slamming heavily against the rock wall 5 meters away. A sharp pain shot through his spine, and a metallic taste of blood surged in his mouth. But he did not fall. He kicked hard against the rock wall, using the rebound force to dissipate most of the impact. Although he staggered 2 steps upon landing, he ultimately managed to steady himself. His left shoulder burned with pain, the bone wasn't broken, but the muscles and soft tissues had suffered severe damage, rendering it immobile for the time being. The red rock python raised its head once again, but this time, its movements were noticeably slower. Two severe wounds on its abdomen, coupled with a severed spine, were causing its energy to drain rapidly. The deep ochre scales that once shimmered with an energetic luster now appeared dull and dry under the sunlight. It couldn't hold on much longer. Jiang Fan spat out the blood in his mouth and gripped the knife tightly with his right hand. The final strike. He charged forward once again. The crimson rock python opened its massive mouth, revealing its fangs. Jiang Fan did not slow down. Just as he was about to enter the snake's attack range, he suddenly changed direction, shifting his body from the front to the side. The snake's head struck empty air, its fangs biting into nothingness. Jiang Fan's blade, however, precisely sliced in from the side, aiming directly at the underside of the snake's head, the spot where its triangular head connected to its thick body, and where the scales were the weakest. Using all his strength, he swung the decisive blow that would determine the outcome. He exerted all his strength, compressing the energy to 93% of its limit. The energy channels in his body groaned under the immense pressure. The indigo blade light erupted instantly, like a streak of blue lightning. The blade precisely sliced into the giant serpent's neck, severing its thick muscles and shattering its cervical vertebrae. The massive snake head completely separated from its body, crashing heavily to the ground and bouncing twice. In its vertical pupils, the light of life was slowly fading away. The headless snake's body twitched violently on the ground for over 10 seconds, each convulsion splattering large amounts of blood, and then, finally, it stopped moving completely. Jiang Fan stood beside the massive snake corpse, gasping heavily for breath. A sharp pain radiated from his left shoulder, making it almost impossible to lift, and his back, where it had been struck by debris, burned intensely. He casually wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, but fresh blood immediately seeped out again. He quickly assessed his condition. A thought flashed through his mind: successfully killed the B-level beast, the crimson rock python, and gained an additional reward of 10 B-level beast eggs. He immediately crouched down. Near the wound on the belly of the crimson rock python, the snake eggs that had been flung out during its thrashing were scattered all over the ground. He carefully picked them up one by one. 6 were near the original nest, 3 had rolled into the crevices of the rocks, and 1, the farthest, had been swept by the snake's tail into a pile of rubble more than 10 meters away. 10 eggs, not a single one missing. Each egg was intact, its surface shimmering with a dark red energy film, still warm to the touch. He took out spare clothing from his backpack, carefully wrapped each of these precious eggs, and then gently placed them deep inside his backpack. After finishing all this, he walked to the snake's head, inserted the tip of his knife into its lower jaw, and skillfully twisted it along the inner wall of the skull, extracting the energy core. B-grade energy core. It is 2 full circles larger than the C-grade core, and the energy flowing on its surface is much denser. The dark red sheen seems to pulsate with life in his palm. It feels extremely heavy, weighing more than twice as much as the C-grade core. Jiang Fan wiped the core clean, placed it separately into the inner pocket of his backpack, and tightened the zipper. He leaned against a rock wall, forcing himself to rest for 5 minutes. The sharp pain in his left shoulder was gradually subsiding, and the powerful self-healing ability of the Dragon Bloodline was beginning to take effect, slowly dissipating the bruising. After 5 minutes, he stood up. He had to leave this place immediately. The scent of a B-grade beast's blood is like a beacon in the night, attracting all predators within a few kilometers. In his current state, he definitely didn't want to encounter any more big creatures. He shouldered the heavy backpack and quickly retraced his steps along the path he had come. However, before he had walked 200 meters, his steps suddenly came to a halt. The detector at his waist emitted a slight vibration. He immediately lowered his head to look at the screen. 400 meters ahead, 3 energy reactions appeared. All were sea level, 2 at the peak of sea level and 1 at the high stage of sea level. This was quite normal, as the 7th sector was a gathering place for high-level beasts, and encountering sea-level ones was nothing unusual. He instinctively prepared to step aside. But at that moment, his gaze swept over the energy fluctuation frequencies of those 3 light points, and he froze instantly. Something was off about these frequencies. The energy fluctuations of the 3 sea-level beasts all exhibited an extremely unstable state.
It wasn't ordinary energy undulation but a rhythmic, periodic pulse-like enhancement.
Every few seconds, the peak of the energy fluctuation would briefly surge upward, almost reaching the threshold of B-level, before quickly dropping back down.
Surging up, falling back, surging up again, falling back again. Over and over.
Jiang Fan stared at the screen intently, his breath halting for half a beat.
He had seen this kind of fluctuation pattern before.
Just moments ago, the energy fluctuations of the crimson rock python he killed before its breakthrough were exactly like this.
These 3 C-class beasts are evolving toward B-class. 3 evolving simultaneously in the same place? This is definitely not a coincidence.
He immediately abandoned the idea of leaving, changed direction, and stealthily moved toward the location of those 3 light points. Pressing close to the rock wall, he suppressed his energy fluctuations to the lowest level, moving slowly like a ghost.
300 meters. 200 meters.
He silently climbed up a ridge, lay flat on the crest, and cautiously looked down. In front of him was a massive oval-shaped depression, approximately 80 meters in diameter, surrounded by uneven rocky hills. And at the very center of the depression, there was something that made his pupils suddenly contract.
That is not a demonic beast. It is a spring.
A spring no larger than a fist, gurgling water from underground. The flow is not strong, but the color is extremely peculiar, not transparent, but a faint blue emitting a soft glow.
An energy spirit spring. A natural energy source formed by underground energy veins seeping to the surface.
The air around the spiritual spring was slightly distorted due to the overwhelming concentration of energy. Jiang Fan took a deep breath, and the air entering his nostrils carried a heavy and moist energy aura, as if he were not in the wilderness but in a top-tier energy cultivation chamber compressed hundreds of times over. No, this energy concentration was at least 10 times higher than that of the Academy's most advanced cultivation chamber.
The 3 demonic beasts were guarding near the spiritual spring.
2 peak Sirank rockhorn sheep lay on the left side of the spring.
The energy luster on their sharp horns was far brighter than that of a normal peak Sirank. On the right side of the spring lay a high-tier Sirank ironback wolf.
Beneath its gray-black fur, its muscles twitched rhythmically, and each twitch was accompanied by a pulse-like surge of energy. They were using the immense energy of the spiritual spring to forcibly catalyze their own evolution. Jiang Fan lay motionless on the rocky ridge, staring unblinkingly at the spring. His mind was racing.
3 evolving sea-level beasts and a priceless natural spiritual spring.
This was a massive treasure, but also a deadly trap. He immediately adjusted the sensitivity of the detector to its highest setting, scanning all energy reactions within a 500-meter radius around the hollow.
6 light points lit up on the screen. 3 were in the hollow, those 3 evolving beasts. And the other 3?
The other 3 are distributed among the hills surrounding the depression, with distances ranging from 100 to 300 meters, and their psionic fluctuations are all at sea level. But the strange thing is, among the 6 light spots, 5 exhibit the same pulsing enhancement characteristic. This means that 5 sea-level beasts are evolving toward B-level. Including the crimson rock python he just killed, there are at least 6 beasts in this area on the verge of evolution. All of this is due to that spiritual spring. The underground spiritual vein emerges to the surface here, and the high concentration of psionic energy has long permeated the surrounding environment, nourishing the nearby beasts and accelerating their evolution. The crimson rock python was merely the first to complete its breakthrough, the others are still in a critical state. Jiang Fan quietly retreated from the rocky ridge, his heart beat faster than usual by more than a dozen beats. This was not due to fear, but because he instantly realized the immense value of this discovery. 5 sea-level beasts on the verge of evolving to B-level, each of their inner cores is far more valuable than ordinary sea-level ones. The inner cores of beasts in this critical evolutionary state contain energy crystal qualities close to B-level. In the recycling system of Tianheng Institute, one such inner core can be exchanged for 3 times the merit points of a regular sea-level core. 5 of them, even with the most conservative estimate, each could be exchanged for 100 to 150 merit points, totaling 500 to 750 points. Not to mention the value of the spiritual spring itself. If the discovery of a natural spiritual spring were reported to Tianheng Institute, it would be considered a massive contribution of another level. But this piece of fat meat is too much for him to swallow alone. 5 sea-level peak beasts on the verge of evolution, coupled with potential hidden dangers in the surrounding area that have yet to be detected. He had already been injured dealing with a weakened B-level beast earlier. If he were to face 5 sea-level peak beasts simultaneously, even if they haven't reached B-level yet, it would be more than enough to overwhelm him. He needs help. Jiang Fan stood on the leeward side of the rocky hill, his left shoulder wand still faintly aching. The heavy backpack behind him contained 10 beast eggs and a B-grade inner core. He pulled out his communication terminal and glanced at the signal, only 2 bars, but enough to send a message. He opened the contact list, his gaze sweeping over several names: Lin Chao, Qi Yuanshan, Fang Yu, Su Xiaotang. After hesitating for just 2 seconds, his finger tapped on Lin Chao's avatar and quickly typed a line: "Got a big job, interested?" After sending the message, he leaned against the rock wall and waited quietly. In just 15 seconds, the terminal vibrated. It was Lin Chao's instant reply: "How big?" Jiang Fan typed back: "I found a spiritual spring. There are at least 5 peak C-grade beasts around it, evolving toward B-grade. The inner cores are valuable, and the spring is even more so." This time, the other side remained silent for 20 seconds before vibrating again. "You're not joking, are you?" Jiang Fan replied with just 2 words: "Serious." 5 seconds later, Lin Chao directly sent a voice message. Jiang Fan clicked on it, and the voice of the young man in white came through the terminal, filled with barely contained excitement. "Damn, are you out treasure hunting? Send me the location, I'll ask Instructor Song for leave and head over right away." Immediately after, another text message popped up: "How many people do you need?" Jiang Fan thought for a moment: "At least 4, preferably bring one who can take damage." "How about Qi Yuanshan?" Lin Chao replied instantly. All right, I'll go find him. You keep a close watch over there, don't let those beasts escape." Jiang Fan turned off the terminal and looked up at the sky. The sun had already passed noon, and the heat waves on the wasteland made the outlines of distant rocky hills appear distorted. He placed his backpack by his feet, leaned against the rock wall, and laid his long blade across his knees. The pain in his left shoulder seemed to have eased a bit. He pulled out half a Ling Mayan Yuan pill from the side pocket of his backpack, looked at it, and then stuffed it back. He decided to wait until reinforcements arrived to take it. His current stamina could still hold out. He closed his eyes, the Dragon Emperor's bloodline in his dantian pulsing steadily, one beat after another, calm and powerful. On the screen of the detector strapped to his waist, the light dots moved slowly. The beasts around the spiritual spring each occupied their own territory, greedily absorbing the spiritual energy seeping from the ground. This place was 160 kilometers away from Tianheng Academy, deep within the 7th sector. A single spiritual spring and 5 beasts on the verge of breaking through represented an enormous fortune. Jiang Fan opened his eyes and glanced at the time on the terminal: 1:17 p.m. Lin Chao and the others, coming from Tianheng Academy, would take at least 2 more hours to arrive. He had plenty of time to wait. He closed his eyes again, but his right hand remained tightly gripping the hilt of his blade, not relaxing in the slightest. More than 2 hours later, human spiritual energy fluctuations first appeared on the detector. Jiang Fan immediately opened his eyes. 3 signals were rapidly approaching from the southwest. He stood up from the edge of the rock wall and stretched his left shoulder. Although it still hurt a bit, it no longer affected his strength. The self-healing ability of the Dragon Emperor's bloodline always exceeded his expectations. Soon, the sound of footsteps grew closer. The first to climb over the ridge was Lin Chao, the white-clad youth drenched in sweat, a half-chewed blade of grass in his mouth and a long sword in his hand. He immediately spotted Jiang Fan leaning against the rock wall and shouted loudly, "Buddy, that spiritual spring you mentioned, I told Qi Yuanshan about it on the way," and he couldn't sit still the moment he heard. Following behind Lin Chao, Qi Yuanshan strode over. The broad-shouldered young man had an expression of barely suppressed yet unmistakable excitement. Then came the third person. When Jiang Fan saw that familiar high ponytail, the corner of his mouth twitched slightly, but he said nothing. The newcomer was Xin Yue. She was dressed in the dark training uniform of Tianheng Academy, her hands in her pockets, walking steadily.
She glanced in Jiang Fan's direction, her face devoid of any extra expression.
Lin Chao spat the grass stem from his mouth onto the ground, cleared his throat, and explained innocently, ran into it on the way.
He acted like an elementary school student, but the shrewdness in his eyes couldn't be hidden.
Jiang Fan couldn't be bothered to ask further and turned to look at Xin Yue. "You're here."
Mm.
Xin Yue tilted her head slightly, her gaze falling on his left shoulder.
Injured?
Previously, I dealt with a red rock python that was about to break through to B-level. Lin Chao almost choked on himself upon hearing this, feeling unaccustomed without a straw in his mouth.
When did you fight it? Before you arrived. Nearby, Qi Yuanshan frowned deeply and asked in a serious tone, "You took it down by yourself?"
"Consider it a lucky break," Jiang Fan explained. "That creature happened to be in a weakened state, still molting and laying eggs, so its belly's defense was at its weakest. But I still took a few hits from it."
Lin Chao's gaze shifted back and forth between Jiang Fan's left shoulder and the bulging backpack on his back. "Did you get the inner core?"
"The inner core is here, along with 10 monster beast eggs." Lin Chao was silent for a full 3 seconds, then tilted his head back to look at the sky and uttered 2 words, "My God, jackpot." Xin Yue ignored his overreaction, walked over to Jiang Fan, took the detector from his hand, and watched the data on the screen flicker for a few seconds. She frowned and said, 5 pulse fluctuations, all at the critical state of evolution?"
"Yes. 3 in the mountain hollow, 2 on the outskirts."
"There's a spiritual spring at the bottom of that hollow, and these beasts are using the power of the spring to catalyze their evolution." Xin Yue handed the detector back to him, nodded, and asked no further questions. Lin Chao quickly came over, pulled Jiang Fan aside, lowered his voice, and even turned his body slightly to block Xin Yue's direction. Let me tell you, his voice was even softer than a mosquito's hum. Running into her on the road was indeed a coincidence, but her willingness to come along is a huge blessing for us.
Jiang Fan said expressionlessly, "You were the one who asked her to come, weren't you?"
Lin Chao blinked, trying to argue, "I just casually mentioned it to her on the way, and then."
"Get to the point."
All right, Lin Chao spread his hands, 5 sea-level beasts about to evolve, plus a spiritual spring, such a big deal.
Having one more B-level expert on board makes us feel more secure.
Besides, he curled his lips, even if the 4 of us split it, each of us will still get a hefty share. Jiang Fan didn't argue, Lin Chao's calculations were indeed spot on. The 4 gathered together and quickly finalized the distribution plan in a few words.
Jiang Fan, as the first discoverer, would take 40%, while the remaining 60% would be evenly split among the other 3. "No problem." Lin Chao cheerfully made an okay gesture. Qi Yuanshan simply nodded.
Xin Yue glanced at Jiang Fan and said indifferently, "No objections."
Once the plan was set, Jiang Fan began the deployment, 3 in the valley, 2 on the outskirts. "The beasts inside are guarding the spiritual spring. We absolutely cannot let them enter the spring. If they complete their evolution in the spiritual spring, it will be a huge problem." "How do we fight?" Lin Chao asked.
"First, take care of the 2 on the outskirts to cut off their reinforcements. For the 3 in the mountain hollow, 1 person needs to guard the western exit to prevent their escape, while the remaining 3 go in from the east to clear them out."
Qi Yuanshan immediately raised an arm, "I'll guard the exit." No one objected.
Letting someone as tough-skinned and thick-fleshed as him block the path was simply a perfect match. Jiang Fan looked at Xin Yue, just about to speak, "You."
"I'm heading to the perimeter."
She directly interrupted Jiang Fan, "Just 2 sea levels, I'll make it quick." Lin Chao touched his nose and then leaned closer to Jiang Fan's ear to whisper, "See that?
That's confidence."
She's going to the perimeter alone to save time, not because she doesn't trust us." Jiang Fan ignored him.
The 4 quickly dispersed, each heading to their designated positions.
Jiang Fan and Lin Chao circled around to the rocky ridge on the eastern side of the mountain hollow, quietly lying down to observe below.
3 demonic beasts, 2 rock-horned goats and an iron-backed wolf, were still gathered around the spiritual spring.
The energy fluctuations emanating from their bodies were highly unstable, clearly stuck on the verge of evolution. Lin Chao lay beside him, a trace of excitement curling at the corner of his mouth.
Which one do we take out first? Kill the ironback wolf first. It's the strongest, but relatively slower. As long as we take it down first, the two rockhorn sheep, attracted by the spirit spring, won't easily run away. Makes sense. Who goes first? I'll go first, you back me up. Lin Chao made a gesture to indicate he understood.
Jiang Fan immediately climbed over the rocky ridge and silently crept down the slope. The gravel underfoot made faint sounds, but he deliberately controlled his speed, lightened his steps, and reduced friction. Just as he was about 20 meters away from the ironback wolf, the beast suddenly moved. Its gray-green eyes snapped open in an instant, a low growl emerged from its throat, the iron scales on its back stood on end, and its muscles tensed all over. Without waiting for it to fully enter an alert state, Jiang Fan decisively drew his blade.
Mountain split slash. Psionic compression rate as high as 92%. The blade, like a flash of lightning, precisely slashed into the connection between the iron-backed wolf's left shoulder and neck from the side. For a beast at the critical point of evolution, all its energy is focused on breaking through, leaving its physical defenses weakened. This strike cut nearly twice as deep as usual. The iron-backed wolf's front leg buckled, half its body instantly paralyzed, but it did not die immediately. Jiang Fan twisted his wrist, and the second strike followed swiftly. Abyss blade technique, deep flow. The blade pressed tightly against the first wound, carrying a continuous flow of psychic energy as it cut deeper, instantly tearing through muscle bundles and wedging into the gap of the scapula. The iron-backed wolf let out a pained howl and whipped its head around to bite. Jiang Fan sidestepped to dodge, simultaneously flipping the knife handle upward and striking it hard against the wolf's lower jaw. With a dull crack, the iron-backed wolf's mouth was forced halfway shut, its sharp fangs narrowly missing Jiang Fan. Jiang Fan raised the knife and struck. The first slash aimed at the wrist. The second cleaved through the joint. The third drove the blade tip precisely into the side of the skull. The movements were clean and decisive. Lin Chao jumped down from the rock and clapped his hands. 3 strikes to finish, pretty quick. Jiang Fan ignored him and had already started digging out the energy core from the creature's body. This core, from a borderline state organism, had an energy activity level nearly double that of a regular high-tier sea-level core, with a faint metallic sheen on its surface. He placed the core into his backpack, feeling its heavy weight in his hand. At that moment, the other 2 rockhorn sheep sensed the danger. They turned their heads from the spirit spring, and the energy on their sharp horns instantly surged to its peak. Lin Chao raised his longsword, rotated his wrist, and asked, "Me left, you right?" "Okay," Jiang Fan responded. Before the words had even faded, the 2 of them charged forward simultaneously. The 2 rockhorn goats did not flee, instead, they split up and launched an attack on them. Beasts in a critical state exhibit stress responses far more intense than in their normal state. Jiang Fan locked onto the one on the right. The rockhorn goat lowered its head and charged fiercely, its sharp horns aimed straight at his chest. The energy beneath its hooves even caused slight cracks to appear on the rocky ground. This speed could be considered fast even among peak sea-level creatures. Jiang Fan sidestepped half a step, calmly avoiding the deadly horn tip. His blade followed through from the side, tracing a steady arc and slicing into the neck of the rockhorn sheep. The rockhorn sheep missed its target, its massive inertia propelling it forward several steps. Its front legs buckled, and it collapsed to the ground, its body dragging across the gravel. Jiang Fan caught up and delivered a powerful chop, completely ending its life. On the other side, Lin Chao moved even faster. His swordsmanship pursued the ultimate speed. Almost at the moment the rockhorn sheep launched its attack, his blade had already circled to the side of its neck, piercing its throat in one swift motion, the entire process executed with an effortless grace. The rockhorn sheep fell by the spiritual spring, its blood seeping into the blue waters. Lin Chao withdrew his sword, looked down at the spring, and sighed, "This water is really blue." At that moment, his communication terminal vibrated. It was a message from Xin Yue. 2 on the perimeter have been dealt with. Lin Chao glanced at the timestamp. From the time the 4 of them split up until now, only 7 minutes had passed. His expression was somewhat complicated.
and after a long pause, he managed to utter one word: impressive. Soon, 4 people returned to the hollow from their respective directions. Shan, who was guarding the western exit, had a claw mark on his armor but showed no sign of emotion. That guy tried to escape but failed. The corpse is over by the hill. 5 in total, all dealt with. Including the previous red rock python, today's hunt amounted to 6 creatures, 5 of which were borderline sea-level beings. The energy cores in the backpack were packed in 2 layers, weighing down the arms heavily. Lin Chao squatted by the spiritual spring, carefully peering into the depths of the spring's source. Then he turned to Jiang Fan and said, "This spring needs to be reported to the Tianheng Institute. As the discoverer, it will earn you a significant amount of merit points. This reward will be enough for you to directly exchange for a 1-month pass to an A-level cultivation room, plus an A-level enhancement pill, and there might even be some left over." But Jiang Fan did not rush to feel happy. He stood beside the spring, his gaze fixed intently on the ground. The blue stream seeping from the spring was spreading outward along the cracks in the rock layers, soaking a large area of soil at the bottom of the depression. The color of that soil was darker than the surroundings, exuding a damp aura. But something was very wrong. At the center of the depression, directly beneath the spring, the texture of the soil layer appeared unusually chaotic. It wasn't caused by the erosion of water flow, it looked more like something had been pushing upward from below. Over time, the constant pressure had even raised the rock and soil layers. Jiang Fan crouched down and placed his palm on the ground. After 2 seconds of silence, he felt it. It wasn't the vibration of the ground but a kind of energy pulse. It came from deep underground, one pulse after another, heavily surging upward. The frequency of this pulse was extremely low, about once every 2 seconds, yet it carried an immense sense of oppression, completely on a different level compared to the energy fluctuations of the few sea-level beasts on the surface. Jiang Fan suddenly raised his head. Lin Chao saw his serious expression, and the blade of grass in his mouth fell out. "What's wrong?" Jiang Fan didn't answer. Instead, he pressed his palm down more firmly, closed his eyes, and felt it again for 3 seconds. The density of that energy fluctuation was much stronger than the red rock python he had just slain, completely on a different level. At the same time, a line of system prompts popped up in his mind. Sensing an unknown strong psionic entity, estimated level, peak of grade B distance, approximately 40 meters underground. 40 meters underground, directly beneath the spiritual spring. Jiang Fan instantly understood. This spiritual spring was not naturally formed by the seepage of underground spiritual veins. It is being guarded. At the moment this thought flashed through, the earth truly trembled. Although the tremor wasn't strong, it was incredibly real. A muffled vibration came from beneath the feet, and the blue water in the spring suddenly surged outward, its volume tripling. On the ground, centered around the spring, clear cracks began radiating outward in all directions. From those cracks, wisps of dark red energy mist started seeping out. Xin Yue, who had been keeping her hands in her pockets, suddenly pulled them out. The ground shook again, with double the intensity of the first time. Blue water surged out of the spring, and the sound of water changed from a faint seepage to a rushing roar. The dark red energy mist emerging from the cracks also became so dense it seemed impenetrable. The 4 of them instinctively stepped back 3 paces. Yuanshan's foot landed on the edge of a crack. He looked down and saw that the crack was bottomless, with the rock layers on both sides continuously being forced apart, as if something enormous was pushing its way out from below. "Should we run?" Lin Chao's voice was somewhat dry. Xin Yue remained still. Her gaze was fixed firmly on the ground, and energy had already begun to gather at her fingertips. "It's too late." As soon as she finished speaking, the vibrations from the ground suddenly converged at a single point. Boom! The ground at the very center of the spring exploded with a deafening roar. Fragments of gravel, soil, and shards of rock with a dark reddish sheen scattered in all directions. Jiang Fan leapt to the side as a fist-sized rock grazed his cheek, leaving a shallow cut on his skin. Dust instantly filled the entire hollow. He squinted his eyes, straining to look toward the center of the dust cloud. A massive dark figure was slowly rising from the blasted pit. A pair of gray-black claws first stretched out from the hole, each toe joint as thick as a human arm. The claws embedded deeply into the rock, effortlessly carving grooves into the hard rock layers. Next came its head. The head was extraordinarily large, even exceeding the diameter of the spring's opening, clearly forcing the entrance to crack open as it emerged. On the flat skull, the eye sockets were covered by two semi-transparent bony plates. Behind the plates, a pair of dark red eyes, though not large, exuded a cold and steady sense of oppression that sent chills down one's spine. Stone-armored toad. Jiang Fan's mind quickly flashed through the records in the Academy's Beast Compendium. A terrifying existence at the peak of B level. Its entire body crawled out of the cave, with 4 sturdy legs planted firmly on the ground. Its raised back armor stood over a meter high. The stone-like scales covering its body blended almost seamlessly with the surrounding rock layers, making it hard to spot without careful observation. The stone-armored toad slightly raised its head, its gaze sweeping over the 4 people in front of it, then exhaled a mouthful of dark red energy mist. This was not an attack but a declaration this territory belonged to it. The sound of Lin Chao drawing his sword was faint, but Jiang Fan still heard it. He glanced at Lin Chao and understood the answer from the other's solemn expression. Even if the 4 of them joined forces, their chances of victory were slim to none. At this moment, Xin Yuwei had already taken 2 steps forward. "You go first." She didn't look back, her tone as calm as if she were arranging routine training. Qi Yuanshan stood still and said in a deep voice, "I'll stay." "Your defense is no better than paper against a B-level beast," Xin Yuwei interrupted him coldly. "Useless. Go quickly." Lin Chao's lips were tightly pressed together, and the hand gripping the sword hilt showed no sign of relaxing. "Xin Yuwei, you've only just broken through to B-level 2 weeks ago. You know your current strength. Enough to buy time for your safe retreat," Xin Yuwei replied resolutely. Before the words had fully left her mouth, the stone-armored toad moved. Its 4 legs struck the ground, each step causing a slight tremor. As energy flowed through it, the stone scales on its back gradually emitted a dark red glow. It was in no hurry, for it knew well that these prey had already been cornered in this hollow, with no way to escape. Xin Yuwei took another step forward toward it, her fingertips instantly extending countless energy threads, their number quickly climbing to 30 or 40. Each thread contained B-level energy density, more solid and heavy than 3 months ago in the combat arena. Jiang Fan stood still, motionless. Lin Chao yanked him hard and shouted in a low voice, "Go. She's staying behind to buy us time. We need to get out and call for reinforcements. It's too late." Jiang Fan's voice was not loud, but it was exceptionally calm. He calculated it clearly in his mind. Going out from here to get reinforcements would take at least 2 hours for a round trip. And leaving Xin Yuwei alone to face an A-rank peak-level beast for 2 hours? That was essentially a one-way ticket with no return. At that moment, the stone-armored toad suddenly launched a charge. Its speed was nearly twice as fast as Jiang Fan had estimated. The massive carapace came crashing down with a piercing whistle as it tore through the air. Xin Yuwei sidestepped to dodge, while dozens of energy threads wrapped around its front claws from different angles, forcibly diverting the force of the deadly strike by 30%. The energy threads trembled violently under the B-rank energy, emitting a buzzing sound, but they ultimately did not snap. Xin Yuwei was dragged backward by the immense force, her heels carving a shallow groove into the rocky ground. A strike missed, and the stone-armored toad opened its gaping maw. A dark red energy sphere rapidly condensed deep within its mouth, its size expanding dramatically. Jiang Fan's grip on the knife suddenly tightened. He felt the dormant power deep within his Dantian, the Dragon Emperor bloodline, beginning to awaken. It was no longer the steady pulse felt during training but a resonance fully activated by the battlefield's aura, with each beat injecting a scorching torrent into his meridians. He lowered his head and saw faint dark red lines slowly emerging within the patterns of his palm, gradual, yet unmistakably clear. 3 minutes. This is the limit of his ability to wield this power. Once exhausted, his meridians will bear a tremendous burden, requiring at least 3 days to recover. However, within these 3 minutes, his combat strength will be able to leap an entire major level. He looked up at Xin Yuwei's resolute figure from behind. It took only 1 second to make the decision. Lin Chao, take Qi Yuanshan and find a place to hide.
Lin Chao turned around in shock. You. Jiang Fan had already taken a big step forward, walking to Xin You's side. Without wasting any words, he simply asked, 3 minutes, is that enough?
Xin Yue turned her head to glance at him and instantly understood his meaning. She didn't ask further, just gave a firm nod. At the same time, the energy ball of the stone-armored toad had already formed, transforming into a dark red arc that carried a scorched smell as it shot toward the two of them. Xin You's threads quickly wove into a curved shield, deflecting the main body of the energy ball. The aftermath of the explosion stirred up a massive wave of air, and the two of them leapt to the side separately. Jiang Fan landed steadily, drawing his blade with his right hand while pressing his left hand firmly against his chest. He closed his eyes, taking only a second. In the next moment, the pulsation of the Dragon Emperor's bloodline shifted from intermittent to a continuous and intense roar. Dark red patterns instantly spread from his palm to his entire arm, wildly extending along the meridians, every inch burning as if magma were flowing through his veins.
Bloodline frenzy, activated.
When he opened his eyes again, the entire world had changed.
The clarity of his vision skyrocketed to an unbelievable level.
The gaps between each scale on the stone-armored toad's carapace, the angle at which its front claws touched the ground, the trajectory of its shifting center of gravity, even the frequency of its mouth opening and closing, everything seemed to be slowed down, frame by frame, crystal clear. The energy within his body was no longer the steady stream of a sea-level peak but had transformed into a roaring, surging river, violent, overflowing, almost on the verge of bursting his meridians.
3 minutes. Jiang Fan's figure turned into a blur, charging fiercely toward the stone-armored toad.
When he swung the first blade, even he was stunned for half a second.
Mountain-splitting slash.
The blade struck precisely at the center of the stone-armored toad's back shell. This time, it was no longer the powerless feeling of only being able to chip 3 inches deep, but a devastating force that split the hard stone shell cleanly in half. With a single strike, a half-finger-deep crack appeared on the hard shell of the stone-armored toad's back. Fragments of the shell exploded to both sides, and the massive creature's body was forcibly pushed half a step sideways by the immense power contained in the blow. This was B-level defense, yet he managed to break through it with one strike. The stone-armored toad lowered its head to glance at the wound on its back. In its dark red eyes, a rare emotion finally surfaced, vigilance.
But Jiang Fan gave it no time to react. The second strike followed immediately. Abyss blade technique, sinking stream.
The blade viciously wedged into the crack that had just formed, and the continuous flow of spiritual energy relentlessly cut through, instantly doubling the size of the fissure. The stone-armored toad let out a painful roar, its massive tail suddenly whipping around. The long tail swept with the force to crush armies, accompanied by the sound of howling wind.
Jiang Fan leapt into the air, his toes lightly tapping the edge of its shell for leverage, spinning half a circle in midair.
With a twist of his blade, he struck down again from the side.
Meanwhile, Xin You's threads launched an attack from another direction.
Over 30 resilient threads, like living creatures, instantly entangled the two front claws of the stone-armored toad. With a sudden pull, they forcibly diverted its charging direction by 40 degrees. This move created the perfect opening for Jiang Fan's third strike.
At this moment, the combat rhythm of the two aligned perfectly.
Xin Yue had never been accustomed to cooperating with others in battle, but now, every thread she controlled seamlessly complemented Jiang Fan's blade movements, always leaving him the ideal gap to exert his strength. The stone-armored toad grew increasingly agitated, with 3 more cracks appearing on its back armor.
The deepest one had already begun to ooze dark red, foul-smelling fluid. It changed its strategy, no longer charging blindly, its 4 sturdy legs firmly gripping the ground.
Suddenly, all the scales on its carapace stood up, and its entire body's psionic energy was activated, as if a layer of flowing energy armor had been draped over its surface. When Jiang Fan's blade struck down again, it emitted a crisp clang and was actually deflected. The immense recoil instantly cracked the skin of his tiger's mouth, and blood immediately oozed out. With the psionic armor activated, this beast's defense was on a completely different level. He quickly retreated 2 steps, his gaze swiftly scanning the entire body of the stone-armored toad, his mind racing. Psionic armor couldn't possibly be flawless in all 360 degrees. In a state of combined offense and defense, there had to be a weak point in energy distribution.
Soon, he found it: the abdomen.
The abdominal armor between those four legs was nearly one-third thinner than the back, and the psionic armor covering it was also noticeably dimmer, with a density almost half that of the back.
Right there!
Jiang Fan immediately moved to the right, his steps unhurried, deliberately drawing the attention of the stone-armored toad.
The monster indeed took the bait, its massive head turning to follow him. At that moment, Xin Yue launched a surprise attack from the left.
Dense threads once again wrapped around the stone-armored toad's left forelimb, pulling it to the side with all her strength. A sharp pull to the left, a sudden charge to the right, perfect coordination. Jiang Fan seized the opportunity, his body almost skimming the ground as he dove in from the side of the stone-armored toad. The long blade in his hand swept upward in a fierce arc, slicing precisely into the gap between the belly scales and the ground.
Mountain-splitting slash. Psionic compression rate, 94%. In the state of bloodline frenzy, this was already his limit. The blade's edge pierced accurately into the abdomen, sinking deeply inside.
The intense pain drove the stone-armored toad completely mad. It roared and rolled to the right, attempting to crush Jiang Fan beneath it. All four claws exerted force simultaneously, causing the ground to shatter inch by inch under its immense strength. Jiang Fan rolled to the left to dodge at the moment of drawing his blade, but he was still a step too slow. Just 2 inches short, the edge of the stone-armored toad's back shell grazed his right arm, tearing his clothes on the spot and leaving a deep and long gash on his flesh. The sharp pain surged through him, but he had no time to pay it any attention.
The third scale on its abdomen is cracked.
Xin Yue's crisp voice came from the right side. Jiang Fan looked up and, sure enough, the spot on the abdomen where he had struck had a corner of the third scale shattered by the impact of the psychic energy, exposing a small patch of dark skin unprotected by the shell. He wiped the sweat off his face and charged forward with his blade once again.
Time was ticking away, second by second. Jiang Fan didn't check the system panel, but he could clearly feel the burning psychic energy in his dantian rapidly diminishing. The time for the bloodline frenzy was running out. Over a minute had already passed, leaving less than 2 minutes remaining. The severe abdominal injury did not weaken the stone-armored toad, instead, it completely unleashed its ferocity. It opened its massive mouth and began spewing psionic orbs wildly like a machine gun. Jiang Fan dodged left and right amidst the dense barrage of attacks. He managed to avoid 2 with all his might, but the third one still grazed his left shoulder. With a loud boom, the explosive impact sent him flying 4 meters away. He forcibly stabilized himself in midair and landed on one knee, his right hand still gripping the blade tightly. Just as the stone-armored toad was about to spit out another psionic orb, Xin Yue's threads wrapped around its mouth, forcibly sealing it halfway shut. The psionic orb failed to eject and exploded directly inside its mouth. The stone-armored toad let out a muffled wail, its massive head thrashing to the side in agony. Jiang Fan did not waste these precious 2 seconds. He charged forward again, instantly circling under the monster's belly. Aiming at the weak spot exposed by the shattered scales, he used all his strength to thrust the tip of the blade straight in. This time, it wasn't a slash, it was a thrust. The blade sank 3 inches into the flesh, then was suddenly flicked upward. The stone-armored toad's body began to tremble violently, its 4 legs could no longer support it, and it collapsed to the side, crushing a rocky hill into pieces. Jiang Fan crawled out from under its belly, quickly leaping back 5 meters away, gasping heavily for air. In his mind, the text on the system panel was mercilessly flashing. Bloodline rampage remaining time, 28 seconds. 28 seconds. Jiang Fan glanced in Xin Yue's direction. She was fully focused on maintaining the strangling threads, firmly locking the stone-armored toad in place. There was no expression on her face, but a bead of sweat sliding down the corner of her eye betrayed her exertion. The wound on the stone-armored toad's abdomen continued to expand, but it still hadn't fallen. Although the spiritual energy armor on its surface had weakened, it had not completely collapsed. 28 seconds were simply not enough to kill it. Jiang Fan took a deep breath and quickly walked toward Xin Yue, lowering his voice but speaking urgently and clearly, "I have less than 30 seconds left." Once the bloodline frenzy ends, I will completely lose my combat ability.
Xin Yue turned her head to look at Jiang Fan. His gaze did not evade hers in the slightest, meeting her eyes openly as he directly said, "Take me and run." It was hard to imagine that these words of seeking help came from the proud man who had once told her in the fighting arena, "Don't hold back." His tone carried no awkwardness or hesitation, only the calmest judgment. Xin Yue's gaze lingered on his face for 2 seconds before she slowly spoke, "I have a trump card, but after using it, I will also be completely exhausted."
Jiang Fan answered without hesitation, "As long as we can break out of this depression, that's enough."
Meanwhile, the stone-armored toad had already struggled to climb out from under the collapsed rocky hill. It braced itself on 3 legs, while the joint of one front claw was clearly dislocated from the earlier impact, hanging limply in midair. Its dark red eyes were locked onto the two of them, and a buzzing roar emanated from its back armor as a surge of violent energy gathered. This giant beast was truly enraged. Xin Yue immediately stretched her hand toward the direction where Lin Chao and Qi Yuanshan were hiding, her index and middle fingers pressed together, decisively making a slicing motion outward. It was a signal, "Run." From the distant bushes, the sound of Lin Chao and Qi Yuanshan's footsteps immediately rang out as they retreated toward the western exit.
Jiang Fan met Xin Yue's gaze and nodded heavily. He could feel the violent power within him rapidly dissipating, leaving only the last few seconds. He suddenly drew his blade and launched his final attack. The purpose of this strike was not to severely injure the opponent but to buy time. Jiang Fan used the last ounce of his strength to unleash the mountain-splitting slash, the blade aiming straight for the injured forepaw of the stone-armored toad. The giant beast let out a furious roar and was forced to dodge to the side, instantly disrupting its attack rhythm. These 2 seconds.
Almost simultaneously, the bloodline frenzy state within Jiang Fan came to an abrupt halt. The sensation wasn't like a slow ebbing tide but more like a sudden plunge off a cliff, losing all strength in an instant. He felt as if the burning flame in his dantian had been extinguished abruptly, and the surging energy in his meridians had completely receded. His entire right arm felt weak to the bone, barely able to hold the blade, and his knees buckled, nearly causing him to collapse on the spot. Xin Yue's figure appeared beside him like a ghost, her right hand gripping his left arm as she succinctly commanded, "Cover your ears." Jiang Fan didn't hesitate for a moment, immediately releasing the knife and using both hands to tightly cover his ears.
The next second, a terrifying surge of energy erupted from Xin Yue's palm. It wasn't a fan-shaped shockwave but a highly compressed high-frequency oscillating pulse.
The energy density was so intense that the air within 2 meters visibly distorted, resembling flowing liquid.
The pulse struck precisely at the stone-armored toad's face.
The hard shell not only failed to block the attack but instead, through bone conduction, instantly spread the terrifying shockwave throughout its entire body. The stone-armored toad let out a shrill, indescribable screech as its massive body suddenly toppled sideways, its 4 legs flailing wildly in the air, completely losing balance.
Although it didn't die on the spot, it definitely wouldn't be able to get up in the next few seconds. Time was enough.
Xin Yue no longer hesitated, hoisting Jiang Fan and dashing out. Her speed was astonishing, and though it consumed her greatly, her legs were still brimming with power. The two had just rushed out of the western exit of the depression when they saw Lin Chao and Qi Yuanshan waiting there. As soon as Lin Chao saw Jiang Fan being dragged out in a disheveled state, he shouted one word, "Run!" The 4 of them no longer looked back and sprinted with all their might in the direction they had come from. Behind them, the furious roar of the stone-armored toad echoed through the depression, causing the rock walls to tremble, but no sound of pursuit followed. It wasn't that it lacked the strength to chase them, but rather its instinct to guard the spiritual spring. That spring, it had protected for countless years and would never leave its territory so easily. Most of Jiang Fan's body was leaning against Lin Chao, being half-dragged and half-carried forward. Under the aftereffects of the bloodline rampage, he was utterly weakened, likely even inferior to the most ordinary low-level martial artist. Lin Chao glanced at him, his lips moved slightly, but in the end, he said nothing, only gripping him more firmly as they ran forward. Qi Yuanshan stayed at the rear, using his broad shoulders to shield the group's retreat. The claw marks on his back, deep enough to expose bone, were still oozing blood, yet he didn't even furrow his brow. Leading the way at the front was Xin Yue. After unleashing that powerful move, her right hand was still trembling slightly, her knuckles pale, but her steps remained exceptionally steady. Step by step, she resolutely guided the team away from danger. No one knew how long they had been running, but the roars behind them finally began to fade, dissipating into the hot winds of the wasteland. Only then did the four stop in the shade of a rocky hill, gasping for breath in large gulps. Qi Yuanshan leaned against the rock wall, calmly pulling a first aid patch from his waist pouch and applying it to the claw marks on his back as if treating a minor wound. Lin Chao bent over, hands on his knees, and only after catching his breath did he look up at Xin Yue and ask, "What was that move you used just now called?" Xin Yue moved her still numb right hand, her joints emitting a faint crackling sound, and replied indifferently, "No name." "Impressive," Lin Chao praised, his gaze sweeping over the crowd before finally landing on Jiang Fan. Jiang Fan was sitting against the rock wall, his face pale and his forehead covered in cold sweat. The sleeve of his right arm had been torn into strips, and his wound was still oozing blood. The spot on his left shoulder where the energy ball had grazed him was a deep bruise. Yet he did not rest, his eyes remained fixed on the direction they had come from. Lin Chao couldn't help but speak up, "All right, stop looking. That guy didn't follow us." Jiang Fan finally withdrew his gaze, silently took out the remaining half of the spirit vein nourishing pill from his backpack, swallowed it in one gulp, then closed his eyes and activated his cultivation technique, racing against time to recover his depleted energy. Xin Yue walked to his side and also looked toward the hollow, her brows faintly furrowing. Lin Chao keenly noticed this and asked in a low voice, "What's wrong?" Xin Yue pondered for a moment before slowly saying, "It didn't chase us out." Lin Chao thought for a moment and also sensed that something was off. Yeah, a B-level peak ferocious beast, forced into such a situation by us, yet it didn't chase us out of its territory. This is too unreasonable. It's guarding that spiritual spring way too obsessively. Xin Yue didn't speak, but her gaze was exceptionally sharp, her mind racing. She recalled the nest of eggs left behind after the Crimson Rock Python's breakthrough, as well as the 5 sea-level beasts around it that had simultaneously reached their critical points. This was definitely not a natural ecosystem, there had to be some kind of force manipulating things behind the scenes. Meanwhile, in a hollow in the mountains, the stone-armored toad was curled up beside the spring. It pressed its 4 legs tightly against the wound on its abdomen, but blood continued to seep out. Lowering its head, its eyes were fixed intently on the blue water bubbling up from the spring, as silent as a true rock. Suddenly, the air changed. It wasn't the wind, nor an earthquake, but a sudden overwhelming density of energy descending, as if an invisible giant hand was pressing down on the entire hollow. The stone-armored toad's head instantly dropped to the ground, an instinctive and complete act of submission. A figure silently descended along the rock wall. Its silhouette resembled a human, yet it was 2 heads taller than an average person, its entire body covered in a layer of black, iron-like scales that gleamed with a steady luster under the dim light. It walked to the spring, glanced at the stone-armored toad's wound, and remained silent for 2 seconds. Then, it spoke. Not the roar of a beast, nor the buzzing of an insect, but clear, human language. "Foolish creature." The voice was deep and calm, yet carried an overwhelming aura, each word sounding as if it had been chiseled out of solid rock. "Unexpectedly, you were beaten like this by 4 little brats, and even let them take the location of this energy spring back." The stone-armored toad pressed its body down even tighter, its 4 legs trembling uncontrollably, yet it dared not make a sound. The black-armored figure crouched down, reaching a finger into the edge of the spring to feel it for a moment. "The energy node hasn't been damaged," it stood up, patting the spring water off its fingers, "it's still usable." It raised its head and glanced in the direction where Jiang Fan and the other 3 had fled, its tone devoid of any emotion. "But they will definitely report back after returning. The people at Tianhong Institute are not to be underestimated." Its gaze swept over the stone-armored toad, and it coldly commanded, "Heal your injuries, then relocate immediately. Within 3 days, this spring must be completely sealed off." The stone-armored toad's curled-up body trembled slightly, as if it wanted to say something. Just a single syllable, and the air in the hollow instantly grew unbearably heavy, pressing down so hard that it was almost impossible to breathe. The stone-armored toad immediately buried its head deeper into the rock, not daring to voice any further objections. The black-armored figure cast it one last glance, then turned around, leapt, and disappeared behind the rocky ridge above the hollow.
The suffocating sense of energy and oppression dissipated along with it.
The blue stream in the spring continued to flow quietly, as if nothing had happened.
At 5:30 in the afternoon, a battered off-road vehicle drove into the east parking lot of Tianheng Institute.
Jiang Fan sat in the passenger seat, leaning against the car door, his gaze vacant. The sleeve on his right arm was torn into strips, with scabs of dried blood on the wounds. His left shoulder was entirely bruised, and the bandages wrapped around his wrist were seeping with blood.
In the back seat, Shi Yuanshan's back bore claw mark wounds covered with a few emergency bandages.
Lin Chao sat next to him, a half-chewed grass stem in his mouth, silently pressing his foot against the front seat. Xin Yuwei, who was driving, remained silent throughout the journey. Her left hand rested on her leg, while her right hand gripped the steering wheel, trembling slightly. She pressed down hard, making it almost imperceptible unless closely observed. As soon as the car came to a stop, Lin Chao immediately pushed the door open and got out. He stretched his stiff neck, letting the grass stem in his mouth fall to the ground without bothering to pick it up. "Guys," he said in a low voice, almost as if talking to himself, "this trip was definitely worth it."
Jiang Fan also got out of the car, holding onto the door.
His left knee buckled, and he staggered before steadying himself, but he remained silent throughout. The on-duty administrator in the guard booth poked his head out. Seeing the four of them in such a miserable state, he froze for 2 seconds before immediately picking up the internal phone. They hadn't even reached the main building when 2 people pushing a mobile emergency cart came sprinting toward them.
Following behind was an administrative staff member in a dark blue uniform.
His expression was serious as he scanned the 4 of them with his terminal.
What happened? Wasn't the mission description marked as a Class C clearance task?
Ran into a tough one, Lin Chao responded, spitting out the nearly crushed grass root in his mouth.
A peak B-level stone armored toad guarding an energy spring. The terminal in the administrative staff's hand almost fell to the ground.
The speed at which news traveled was far faster than their walking pace. By the time the 4 of them entered the main building's lobby, quite a few people were already gathered inside. Several trainees, drenched in sweat from training, came in for water, only to stumble upon this shocking scene. 2 instructors who happened to be handling affairs in the main building also stopped in their tracks, their gazes fixed on them.
Xin Yuwei's instructor, Chen Shuawei, stood at the corridor entrance.
She glanced at Xin Yuwei's slightly trembling right hand, her brows furrowed, but she said nothing. The first graduate of Tianheng Academy, Zhao Dingbang, also put down the documents in his hand. He had witnessed many significant events, but when he saw Jiang Fan's injuries and the bulging backpack, which was clearly filled with spoils, his expression became quite subtle.
"Peak B-level," he said in a deep voice. "Just the 4 of you?
Well, we made it back alive, didn't we?" Lin Chao forced a dry smile.
"Though it was a bit messy."
Zhao Dingbang did not respond but instead turned toward the depths of the corridor. Clearly, the news had already been passed on to higher authorities. The medical staff immediately stopped Jiang Fan, insisting that he sit down to have his wound treated. Jiang Fan did not refuse and sat down on a chair in the hall. The wound on his right arm was deep, and as the medical staff cleaned the wound, all eyes were drawn to him.
The hall fell into complete silence.
When the medical staff applied more pressure while treating the wound, Jiang Fan merely furrowed his brows slightly without making a sound. Shi Yuanshan sat nearby, allowing another medical staff member to clean the wound on his back armor. His face remained expressionless throughout, as if he were on a training ground, though he appeared somewhat silent. Lin Chao, on the other hand, refused to let the medical staff approach him, claiming he was uninjured. He simply sat to the side, watching, with a fresh blade of grass in his mouth, chewing it leisurely.
Xin Yuwei walked alone to the window in the hall.
She did not sit down but stood there, bending and stretching the fingers of her right hand one by one, testing the recovery of her internal energy channels. Her face showed no trace of emotion. Chen Shuawei quietly approached her and whispered a few words, but Xin Yuwei only shook her head without responding. At that moment, the sound of footsteps echoed in the hallway, one light and one heavy, approaching from afar. Helan walked in, her face still wearing that icy, frosty expression. Her sharp gaze swept over the 4 people, pausing for 2 seconds on Jiang Fan's face before shifting to the backpack behind him. Following closely behind her was Qin Lai, dressed in a dark green trench coat, hands in his pockets, his hair as messy as ever. However, the usual laziness in his pale gray eyes was completely gone. The moment he entered, his gaze locked firmly onto the bulging outline of Jiang Fan's backpack. "Take it out," Helan said, her tone as calm as if she were issuing a training command. Jiang Fan stood up from the chair, swiftly removed his backpack, placed it on the table in the center of the hall, and unzipped it. One by one, the energy cores were neatly arranged on the table. From grade C to the critical state, and finally, the grade B core was taken out. Its dark red sheen instantly cast an eerie glow over the entire tabletop. Following that were 10 beast eggs wrapped in cloth. As they were unwrapped one by one, the dark red energy film flowing across the eggshell's surface proved that they were still warm and brimming with vitality. The entire hall fell into a 3-second dead silence. Shouting Bong's breathing slowed for half a beat, his eyes fixed intently on the 10 eggs. Chen Shuiwei's lips moved slightly, but no sound came out. Lin Chao bit down on the grass stem in his mouth with a sharp snap. This time, it was truly unintentional. Helan lowered her head, silently staring at the spoils on the table. Qin Lai, on the other hand, walked around to the other side of the table, crouched down, and brought his gaze level with the grade B core. After carefully observing it for a few seconds, he stood up and slid his hands back into his pockets. "Speak." He looked at Jiang Fan, his voice carrying an undeniable command, from start to finish, "Explain everything clearly." Jiang Fan began to narrate. His tone was very calm, without any deliberate embellishment, simply recounting the events in order. From receiving the mission and setting out, to discovering the Crimson Rock Python and killing it, then finding the energy spring in the hollow and the 5 borderline state beasts guarding it. He described how he contacted his teammates, the 4 of them regrouping, clearing out the beasts, until the stone armor toad suddenly burst out from underground. When Jiang Fan mentioned the moment the stone armor toad broke through the ground, Qin Lai's lips moved imperceptibly. That subtle curve, no one could decipher its meaning. B-level peak. Helan repeated these words, his voice tinged with a hint of scrutiny. "The 4 of you wanted B-level initial stage, one with S-level bloodline frenzy. How long did you fight?" Lin Chao immediately raised his hand, reporting to the instructor. "At that time, Shi Yuanshan and I were looking for cover and did not directly participate in the battle." Helan glanced in his direction but said nothing. "It was mainly me and Shen Yue." Jiang Fan took over the conversation. "The bloodline frenzy lasted for 3 minutes. After we retreated, the stone-armored toad did not pursue." "Didn't pursue?" Helan's tone paused for a moment. "A B-level peak beast, beaten like that by you, and it actually didn't chase after you. It's guarding the spirit spring." Shen Yue, who had been silent, walked over from the window. Standing by the table, she added in a cool voice, "After we left, the roaring of the beasts in the hollow quickly stopped. It didn't feel like they were too injured to pursue us, but rather as if it had deliberately given up." Helan and Qin Lai exchanged a glance. It was brief, without any verbal communication, but it was clear that both understood each other's thoughts. Immediately, Helan turned and called over an administrative staff member, instructing him to register all the inner cores and beast eggs on the table into storage, converting them into merit points according to the recovery standards and transferring them into the accounts of the 4 individuals. Once the process was completed, the idle people in the hall dispersed, leaving only the 4 trainees, along with Helan and Qin Lai. Qin Lai was still leaning against the wall. He took down the cigarette he had been holding in his mouth since entering, though he hadn't lit it, held it between his fingers, and finally spoke. "The location you discovered is deep within the 7th sector." He paused and continued, "This wilderness near the Tianheng Institute, I know every inch of its terrain. The underground at that location consists of weathered rock layers, with neither active groundwater veins nor mineral layers suitable for spiritual vein growth." The grass stem in Lin Chao's mouth stopped swaying. "So," he slowly responded, "that spiritual spring shouldn't exist there at all?" "It shouldn't." When Qin Lai uttered these 3 words, his tone was calm, but the atmosphere in the entire hall seemed to grow heavy. "Then how exactly did it come about?" Shi Yuanshan asked sullenly. Qin Lai didn't answer. He put the cigarette back in his mouth and glanced sideways at Helan.
Heelan's gaze swept over the four of them, and he announced sternly, "This matter ends with you. Do not mention it to anyone, including other members of your team. The Tianheng Institute will assign specialists to investigate. You don't need to be involved in how it will be handled moving forward." Also, Heelan paused for a moment and added, "Your actions today have already far exceeded the scope of the mission. I won't encourage such behavior, but given the outcome, I can't punish you either." After speaking, she turned and left, her footsteps quickly fading at the end of the hallway. Xin Lai took one last look at Jiang Fan, said nothing, and followed Heelan out. The slap-slap sound of slippers on the floor extended all the way to the corner, then completely disappeared. In the hall, only 4 exhausted trainees remained. Lin Chao let out a long breath and looked up at the ceiling. "All right, let's leave it at that." Qi Yuanshan stood up from the chair and patted the dust off his legs. "I'm going to change the dressing." With that, he turned and left, his back as steady as a mountain. On the surface, he acted as if nothing had happened, but the claw mark on his back, covered by an emergency patch, still faintly oozed blood. During dinner, Su Xiaotang heard about the incident. Sitting across from Jiang Fan in the cafeteria, she pushed her tray toward him and said softly, "Eat more, you expended a lot of energy today." Jiang Fan lowered his head and glanced at her, his tone somewhat distant. "I'll get it myself." Su Xiaotang silently pulled the tray back. She didn't say anything further, just rolled up her sleeves. This time, she tightly pinched the sleeve cuffs with her fingers to prevent them from sliding down. Lin Chao sat beside the two, eating while scrolling through his communication terminal. Suddenly, he stopped and turned the screen toward Jiang Fan. It displayed the detailed breakdown of the battle points earned from this mission. Jiang Fan received 40%, totaling 670 points. Lin Chao, Qi Yuanshan, and Xin Yue each received 20%, amounting to 335 points per person. Once the system finishes settling, the points should be credited by tomorrow. Lin Chao withdrew the terminal. "These points are enough for you to exchange for that grade A amplification pill, with some left over." Jiang Fan nodded. "Additionally, the reward for discovering the spiritual spring is calculated separately," Lin Chao added. Heelan said the reward will be issued based on the spring's grade, and the results should be out the day after tomorrow. Su Xiaotang tilted her head, her gaze shifting between Jiang Fan and Lin Chao. Finally, she directed her question to the more approachable Lin Chao. "What exactly did you two encounter?" Lin Chao chewed on something and waved his hand vaguely. "I can't talk about this." "All right." Su Xiaotang had no choice but to lower her head and continue eating. The cafeteria was noisy, and the wilderness outside the window had already sunk into darkness. The sky in the northwest always darkened quickly, with twilight like a heavy curtain pressing down on the rolling rocky hills, blurring the boundary between heaven and earth. Jiang Fan put down his bowl after taking just a couple of bites. It wasn't that he couldn't eat, but he simply didn't feel hungry. Ever since that violent state had ended, he had fallen into a peculiar calmness, not fatigue, not emptiness, but an extreme quietness. He looked down at his right hand. The abrasions had been cleaned, and a new breathable bandage had been applied. But as he instinctively made a knife-gripping motion, the memory of those 3 minutes surged back like a tide. That overwhelming sensation of energy coursing through his body, the power to cleave through B-grade armor with every strike, it remained as vivid as a brand. In the following days, training proceeded as usual. Instructor Xin Lai appeared in the training area promptly at 6:30 every morning, holding a cup of coffee, his face perpetually wearing the not fully awake expression. He spoke little but moved with crisp efficiency. He did not bring up the matter of the spirit spring, and Jiang Fan and the other 3 tacitly refrained from asking. Yet the entire Tianheng Institute was quietly operating in the shadows. This change was hard to describe. It wasn't overt but seeped into every detail of daily life. Heelan had been showing up noticeably more often lately, sometimes passing by the training area, pausing to scan the surroundings before leaving in a hurry. On the 3rd floor of the main building, the meeting room saw instructors coming and going, its doors always tightly shut, and even the voices in the hallway were deliberately hushed. Over at the supply warehouse, heavy off-road vehicles had been seen coming and going several times late at night, their cargo compartments tightly covered with canvas, concealing whatever was inside.
After a day of training, Lin Chao looked toward the third floor of the main building and leaned close to Jiang Fan's ear, whispering, "Have you noticed that Instructor Song has been acting a bit off lately?"
How is he off?
During class today, he spaced out twice. I made a mistake in one of the movements, and he didn't catch it at the time. It took him 2 minutes to remember and correct me. Lin Chao paused.
This is definitely not his usual standard. Jiang Fan didn't respond.
He understood what Lin Chao's observations implied, but since Helan had explicitly told them not to interfere, he decided to stay out of it.
3 days later, the battle achievement points finally arrived. Jiang Fan opened the communication terminal, and the account balance column displayed a number, 850 points.
Of these, 670 points were from mission earnings, and the remaining 180 points were an additional reward for discovering the spiritual spring. He immediately entered the exchange list and found the item he had been longing for, an A-grade psionic amplification pill, priced at 800 points.
Without hesitation, he clicked to redeem it.
The system prompted, "Redemption request submitted, expected delivery within 1 business day."
Jiang Fan locked the terminal and placed it on the table.
In his mind, the virtual system panel quietly displayed a line of text, "Condition for B-grade breakthrough, bloodline resonance, not triggered." He stared at the line of text, his gaze becoming resolute. The elixir would arrive tomorrow. The day after, he would attempt another breakthrough. On the afternoon the great psionic amplification pill was delivered. Jiang Fan arrived at the material collection point on the first floor of the main building. After verifying his ID badge and exchange slip, the administrator retrieved a palm-sized black alloy box from the safe under the counter. The box bore the emblem of the Tianheng Institute and a line of red text, "Grade as spiritual material, use within 24 hours after opening."
Jiang Fan pressed his fingerprint to sign for it.
As he picked up the box, his fingertips immediately felt a slight warmth emanating from its surface.
It was the elixir inside, radiating psionic energy.
He stuffed the box into his pocket and turned to leave. Just as he reached the door, he bumped straight into Fang Yu. Fang Yu held a task receipt in his hand, ready to enter and submit the materials. As the two sidestepped each other at the doorway, Fang Yu's sharp gaze landed on the small bulge in Jiang Fan's pocket.
He clearly recognized the specifications of that black alloy box.
"Grade A pill?" he asked in a low voice.
"Yes." Fang Yu's Adam's apple moved slightly, and his expression grew complicated. "Preparing to advance to grade B?"
"Yes." Fang Yu said nothing more, silently stepping aside half a step and watching Jiang Fan walk past him.
Jiang Fan did not look back and went straight back to his dormitory. He closed the door but did not immediately open the black alloy box.
He sat quietly at the desk, turned on the communication terminal, and brought up his status records. On the screen, the data from the past 3 months was clearly listed: the daily changes in psionic reserves, the limit of meridian endurance each time, and the evaluation results of every training session, all meticulously archived by the system. He carefully reviewed everything from beginning to end.
Meridian correction progress, 78%. Stability of branch pathways, 91%.
The energy compression node of the mountain splitting slash has been shortened to 0.34 seconds. As for the abyssal blade technique, it has finally reached the threshold of the second stage, tide severing. His overall combat power has firmly reached the peak limit of sea level. The scene of his last failed attempt to break through to B level is still vivid in his memory. The reason for the failure was simple: the conditions for bloodline resonance were not met. Qin Lai had long said that every qualitative transformation of the Dragon Emperor bloodline requires bloodline resonance to guide it, something that ordinary B-level elixirs cannot induce. So, what about A-level? He recalled the last time his bloodline went berserk, and the Dragon Saliva bloodline renewal pill that Qin Lai had given him. That was also an A-grade pill. After taking it, his bloodline almost instantly responded, as if the pill had a natural attraction to his Dragon Emperor bloodline. Although this A-grade spirit energy amplification pill is of a different type, its grade speaks for itself. The depth of its medicinal power penetrating the meridians and the probability of triggering a bloodline response are undoubtedly far superior to those of a B-grade pill. Jiang Fan turned off the terminal, stood up from the desk, and walked to the window. Outside was the wasteland in the afternoon, the scorching sunlight beating down on the weathered rock walls, sending up waves of heat.
He knew that now was not the time. He returned to the desk, placed the black alloy box into the drawer, and locked it securely.
This afternoon, he would proceed with his regular training. In the evening, he would continue his usual cultivation. By tomorrow morning, when both his body and mind were in peak condition, he would head to the advanced cultivation chamber. He wanted to ensure everything was prepared to perfection. The failure last time had taught him a lesson: forcing a breakthrough without adequate preparation would only result in wasting precious resources. He changed into his training attire, picked up his blade, and stepped out the door. In the afternoon training ground, Xin, as usual, walked in holding a cup of coffee.
Jiang Fan was sparring with Qi Yuanshan.
The mountain-splitting slash, combined with the abyssal blade technique, had reached a level of seamless integration. Although Qi Yuanshan's mobility and defense had improved significantly, under the immense pressure of Jiang Fan's consecutive 3 strikes, his defense was still breached twice. Xin stood on the sidelines watching for a while, put down his coffee cup, and walked toward him.
Jiang Fan.
Here.
Ready to charge tomorrow? Jiang Fan met his gaze and nodded,
Xin turned the unlit cigarette in his mouth and said slowly, using an A-grade amplification pill to trigger bloodline resonance has a success rate of about 30 to 40%.
Not low, but not as high as you might think.
Jiang Fan remained silent, saying nothing. Last time you tried, your spiritual energy had already accumulated to its limit, but your bloodline didn't budge an inch. This time, you have an A-grade pill. Once the medicinal power seeps in, your bloodline might respond, but it's also possible that it will still ignore you. Xin took the cigarette out of his mouth, held it between his fingers, and gestured in Jiang Fan's direction.
But, there is something you didn't have last time but have this time.
What?
Just a couple of days ago, you dealt with a B-level monster. Jiang Fan's brow slightly twitched. During those 3 minutes of bloodline frenzy, your Dragon Emperor bloodline actually entered a high-frequency resonance state once.
Although it was passively triggered in an uncontrolled state, that resonance left a mark in your bloodline. Xin leaned back against the wall and explained. It's like a river channel: once water flows through it, the next time water comes, it will follow the same path more easily. Your bloodline has remembered the frequency of that resonance.
This is your greatest advantage right now.
Jiang Fan took a few seconds to digest the meaning of these words.
Tomorrow morning, go to the training room by yourself.
I won't be there. Xin took a sip of coffee. When it comes to breakthroughs, having someone nearby can actually distract you. He paused, then gave a final reminder: if you succeed, great.
If not, don't hurt yourself.
Remember, your body is worth more than any elixir. After speaking, he turned and left, leaving only the sound of slippers slapping against the floor echoing in the hallway.
That night, Jiang Fan spent an hour in the advanced cultivation room performing a low-intensity energy circulation.
He wasn't training but rather relaxing all the meridians in his body. Guiding the energy, he nourished every branch pathway, ensuring the flow was smooth and unobstructed, free of any blockages or stagnation.
After leaving the cultivation room, the corridor was empty.
He returned to his dormitory, took a shower, and then lay down on the bed. Placing his phone face down beside the pillow, he closed his eyes. In the darkness, the system panel silently appeared.
Bloodline Rampage Aftermath Recovery Progress, 100%. Meridian status, good. Current psionic reserve, peak of Grade C, limit. Grade B breakthrough condition, bloodline resonance, not triggered.
At 4:30 a.m., before the alarm went off, Jiang Fan opened his eyes. He silently turned over and got out of bed, his movements so light that he didn't disturb anyone. Washing up, changing clothes, all done in one smooth motion.
He took out the black alloy box from the drawer, slipped it into his pocket, and then pushed the door open to leave.
The dormitory hallway in the early morning was empty, and the sky remained pitch black. Instead of heading to the training area, he walked directly to the advanced cultivation room on the second floor that Xin had arranged for him. He pushed open the door to room 3. The room was small, about 15 square meters. The energy flow array in the center of the floor emitted a faint blue glow in standby mode, while the complex pipelines on the walls were silently arranged. He closed the door and locked it. Then, he walked to the center of the diversion array and sat down cross-legged. He took out the alloy box from his pocket and pressed the unsealing button on the lid. With a soft click, the lid popped open. Inside the box was lined with a layer of black cushioning velvet, and nestled in the groove at the center of the velvet was a pill. This pill was larger than any B-grade pill he had ever seen, its entire body exuding a profound golden hue. Even more peculiar, its surface seemed to have mysterious patterns flowing gently, as if imbued with life, rather than being lifeless engravings. The patterns on the pill's surface are natural veins formed by the convergence of psychic energy, shimmering faintly. A wave of heat seeps from the pill's surface, and even from several inches away, the astonishing energy can be felt. Great as psychic energy amplification pill. Jiang Fan took it out. The moment his fingertips touched it, a warm energy surged through his skin and into his meridians. With just this touch, the Dragon Emperor bloodline deep within his dantian throbbed heavily, more intensely than ever before. His heartbeat skipped a beat. Xin Lai was right, the compatibility between Grade A pills and the Dragon Emperor's bloodline was far superior to that of Grade B pills. He no longer hesitated, placing the pill into his mouth and swallowing it. The moment the pill slid down his throat, a surge of scorching energy exploded. This was no longer the gentle permeation of a Grade B pill but a fierce, almost brutal infusion, with energy overwhelming him like a tidal wave. Spiritual energy coursed through his entire meridians, whether the main channels or the tiniest branches, forcibly infused without distinction. Every meridian was flushed by the medicinal power, leaving a sensation of soreness and sharp pain. He steadied his breathing and fully activated the abyss-breaking technique. Energy began circulating within his body at an astonishing speed, with the medicinal power blending with his own spiritual energy, causing the concentration to rise sharply. 1 cycle, 10 cycles, 100 cycles. Soon, his psychic energy reserve was pushed to the limit of the sea-level peak. Just like last time, any more and his meridians would completely overload. But this time, it was entirely different. The effects of the A-level elixir were released in stages, wave after wave. The first wave pushed his energy to its peak. Immediately after, the second wave began to impact the quality of his energy. He clearly felt that the energy within his meridians was undergoing a qualitative change. The originally thin, flowing sea-level energy, under the catalysis of the medicine, began to thicken, with the density of each strand of energy increasing wildly. Deep within his dantian, the pulsation of the Dragon Emperor's bloodline began to accelerate. Once, twice, 3 times, the frequency grew increasingly intense. That familiar scorching sensation seeped from the depths of his bloodline, but it was different from the explosive burning of its previous rampages. This was a deeper, bone-marrow-penetrating tremor spreading outward. Resonance. His bloodline was responding to this power. Jiang Fan's heart suddenly skipped a beat, but he forced himself to stay calm. Last time, this was where he got stuck. Although his bloodline's pulsation accelerated, it still couldn't reach the critical point for a breakthrough. Hold steady. He increased the operating speed of the abyss-breaking technique once again, with the energy cycle surging from 3 rotations per second to 5 rotations per second. The pressure on the meridian walls was already approaching its limit. At that moment, the third wave of medicinal power arrived. This wave of power was 3 times more intense than the combined force of the previous 2 waves. The deep golden medicinal energy exploded from the dantian, rushing toward the limbs and bones. Wherever it passed, the quality of the energy was forcibly elevated, officially transitioning from the thinness of Grade C to the density of Grade B. The pulsation frequency of the Dragon Emperor's bloodline reached its peak, almost merging into one continuous rhythm. The surging heat flow was no longer intermittent but spread outward continuously from the dantian, extending along every meridian and every blood vessel. It was so hot, as if his body was burning from the inside out. Beads of sweat the size of beans seeped from Jiang Fan's forehead, and dark red patterns reappeared on the back of his hand, identical to when the bloodline went berserk, but the sensation was entirely different. If the berserk bloodline was akin to forcibly igniting a fire, this time, it was a natural ignition, like water flowing naturally to its course. The resonating frequency continued to climb. He could feel that the dormant entity within his dantian, the Dragon Emperor's bloodline, was awakening, rapidly expanding from the dimension of energy. Severe pain struck. Sharp stinging radiated outward from the dantian, the impact of energy transformation repeatedly crashing against the fragile walls of the meridians. One could even hear the creaking sounds coming from the branch meridians, an anguished cry as they endured extreme pressure.
Jiang Fan clenched his teeth. He couldn't stop.
Stopping now would mean all his efforts were wasted. This A-grade amplification pill had cost him 800 battle points, leaving him with only 50 points. There would be no second chance. He pushed the abyss-breaking technique to its maximum power, with the energy circulation speed soaring to 7 cycles per second.
Tiny cracks began to appear on the walls of his meridians.
This wasn't true rupture but rather the disintegration of the old framework.
A Class C vessel simply couldn't contain Class B energy.
It must first be shattered before it can be reassembled.
This is the essence of a breakthrough. Finally, the resonance frequency of the Dragon Emperor's bloodline reached that critical point. Boom!
A loud explosion erupted deep within his soul. All the meridians, from the dantian to the tips of his limbs, every main vein, branch vein, and capillary meridian, were completely penetrated in an instant by the resonant frequency of the Dragon Emperor's bloodline.
The qualitative transformation of spiritual energy was complete. That feeling was indescribable.
If C-level spiritual energy was like water, then B-level spiritual energy was like oil. The process of water turning into oil was not a gradual thickening, but a sudden flip at that critical point. In an instant, all the energy within his entire meridian system transformed into a completely new and more powerful form.
In less than a second, the qualitative change was complete.
The concentration and density of the energy surged simultaneously. Within the meridians, the resistance to energy flow increased, but the driving force became even more ferocious.
The originally cracked C-level meridian walls were completely shattered under the impact of B-level energy.
Amid the fragments, new meridian walls rapidly reassembled under the nourishment of B-level energy, becoming thicker, tougher, and exponentially increasing their load-bearing capacity.
Severe pain and indescribable agony swept through his entire body.
Every meridian in his body was simultaneously experiencing destruction and rebirth, with scorching heat emanating even from the gaps in his bones. Jiang Fan clenched his teeth so hard they creaked, sweat rolling down his forehead and dripping onto his knees. His hands were tightly clenched into fists, his nails digging deep into his palms, while dark red patterns on the back of his hands flickered with an eerie glow. Yet he remained completely still. In his mind, the system's notifications were frantically refreshing.
Energy quality is leaping forward. Meridians are being reorganized. Bloodline resonance is ongoing. Time seemed to lose its meaning.
It was unclear whether it had been 10 minutes or half an hour. Finally, at a certain moment, the pain reached its peak and then receded rapidly like a tide.
The reorganization of the meridians was complete.
In the new meridian system, energy flowed smoothly, with a concentration at least 3 times higher than at the sea level. Every strand of energy was heavy, carrying the unique oppressive aura of a B-level powerhouse.
The Dragon Emperor bloodline in the dantian also quieted down.
The resonance had ended, and the pulsation frequency returned to stability, but the intensity of each pulse was now a whole level stronger than before. He could feel that the bloodline had awakened further, no longer just the shallow layer it had been at the sea level. Jiang Fan slowly opened his eyes. The energy diversion array in the cultivation room had already stopped, and he had absorbed more than half of the energy from the wall pipelines.
The energy concentration in the room was now no different from that outside.
He lowered his head and looked at his hands. The dark red lines on the back of his hands were slowly fading, and there were 4 blood marks in his palms from his nails. His clothes were already soaked with sweat, but the energy within him flowed more smoothly than ever before. He clenched his fists, and the energy naturally gathered on their surface.
The concentration, density, and sense of pressure were far beyond what a sea level could achieve.
The system panel displayed the final line of text.
Breakthrough successful. Current energy quality, B-level, lower tier.
Meridian system, grade B reorganization complete.
Load capacity increased by 220%.
Energy reserve, grade B lower tier, upper range.
Comprehensive combat power assessment, grade B lower tier.
He withdrew his gaze and stood up, his legs showing no signs of weakness. This was completely different from the sense of exhaustion after his previous failed attempt.
This time, he had succeeded. His body had fully adapted to the new level.
He pushed open the door of the cultivation room. The corridor was empty. He glanced at the communication terminal on his wrist, 8:42 in the morning. He remembered entering before 5 o'clock, and nearly 4 hours had passed. The faint sounds of combat came from the training area on the first floor. It was Fang Yu and Qi Yuanshan sparring. He walked down from the second floor, and just as he reached the entrance of the combat area on the first floor, the sounds inside stopped. Fang Yu and Qi Yuanshan stood in the combat ring. Su Xiaotang squatted by the sidelines, while instructor Qin Lai leaned against the equipment rack, holding a cup of coffee in his hand. 4 people, 4 pairs of eyes, simultaneously focused on him. Fang Yu was the first to sense that invisible pressure, his pupils contracting sharply. It was the energy oppression belonging to a B-level powerhouse, a qualitative leap that could be clearly perceived by a C-level warrior. His hand holding the sword unconsciously tightened. Qi Yuanshan frowned slightly, the broad-shouldered young man instinctively steadying his center of gravity. Su Xiaotang, on the other hand, widened her eyes, completely oblivious to the sleeve slipping down her arm.
Qin Lai paused his action of drinking coffee.
He placed the cup on the equipment rack, and the unlit cigarette in his mouth shifted slightly.
Did it work? Done.
Qin Lai stared at him for 3 seconds. A trace of complexity flashed through his light gray eyes, not surprise, but the clarity of a guess being confirmed.
3.5 months, Qin Lai said.
From high-tier C-level to low-tier B-level. When you enrolled, you were just slightly above high-tier C-level. He took the cigarette out of his mouth and continued. Xin Yuwei took 2 months. But when she enrolled, she was already at the peak of C-level, with an SS-level talent, an S-level resource pack, and an advanced training room. He looked at Jiang Fan and stated the facts word by word. And you took 3.5 months. You used a grade B resource pack and an ordinary advanced training room. That grade A pill was something you earned yourself by risking your life to hunt a grade B beast and exchanging your battle points for it. These words carried no judgment, yet the other 3 people in the combat zone caught the underlying meaning. Fang Yu's lips tightened, Su Xiaotang stood up excitedly, and Qi Yuanshan's expression remained unchanged, but the fists crossed in front of his chest quietly clenched. Qin Lai put the cigarette back in his mouth and shoved his hands into his pockets.
Training continues.
He turned and walked toward the edge of the field, giving orders without looking back. Fang Yu, Qi Yuanshan, keep fighting. Su Xiaotang, target precision training, get it down to within 1.5 centimeters today. Instructor Qin Lai took a few steps, then stopped again and glanced back at Jiang Fan. You, go change your clothes, you're drenched in sweat. Then come back, I need to revise the B-level training plan for you. The corner of his mouth curved into an almost imperceptible smile, then he turned and left. Jiang Fan returned to the dormitory to change clothes, and his phone had already received a new message.
It was sent by Lin Chao, 5 minutes ago.
You broke through? Jiang Fan replied with one word, The other side was silent for over 10 seconds before sending another message, impressive. Then came another message, I'm still stuck, but you've already ranked up. After that, there was a voice message. Jiang Fan clicked on it, and Lin Chao's voice carried an indescribable mix of admiration and unwillingness to concede.
Alright, wait for me in B rank. I'll catch up soon.
The message list also included one from Su Xiaotang. Its content was simple, just 6 exclamation marks, not a single word, but enough to convey her shock at the moment. Jiang Fan put down his phone, changed his clothes, and returned to the training area. He immediately sensed that the atmosphere in the combat arena had shifted.
Fang Yu's sword moves were 2 degrees sharper than before. Qi Yuanshan took 3 hits head-on but did not retreat a single step.
Su Xiaotang's frequency of attacking the target had also noticeably increased. Her palms were red from the strikes, yet she showed no intention of stopping. No one said much, but everyone was using their actions to prove their determination.
Jiang Fan's breakthrough was like an invisible whip, lashing across everyone.
Xinlai stood on the sidelines, the smile at the corner of his mouth never fading. He observed the three people for 10 minutes, then walked up to Jiang Fan. Now that you've reached B level, the energy output of your mountain splitting slash and abyssal blade technique can more than double. But the problem is, your current cultivation method level can't keep up. Jiang Fan understood what he meant.
Xinlai continued to explain, the abyssal breach technique you're using now is only a C-level cultivation method. Running B-level energy within the framework of a C-level method results in at least a 30% efficiency loss. You need a B-level or higher operational method to perfectly match the quality of your current energy. Jiang Fan continued his words, Shenyuan blade technique itself is only a B-level. Although it can barely be used, its power has already reached its limit. So, you want an A-level technique? Xinlai hit the nail on the head. Yes.
Xinlai took out a communication terminal from his pocket, swiped a few times, and turned the screen toward Jiang Fan.
It was the exchange list of the Tianheng Institute.
Grade A blade technique martial skill, 2000 battle points.
Grade A energy circulation cultivation method, 1800 battle points.
As for Jiang Fan's account balance, it had a lonely 50 points. He stared at the number for 2 seconds, then calmly spoke, mission system.
Xinlai put away the terminal.
You're now at B level, and the range of tasks you can take on has doubled. Clearing out B-level beasts, exploring the wilderness, participating in stronghold assaults, these are tasks you weren't qualified for before, but now you can take them on. He paused for a moment and added, but you've just broken through, and your energy is still unstable. You'll need at least 3 days to stabilize it. Wait until your new meridian system has fully adapted before going out on missions.
3 days, Jiang Fan repeated.
Yes, 3 days. After 3 days, I won't stop you from taking on any task you want. Xinlai stuffed the terminal back into his pocket and turned to leave. After taking just a couple of steps, he stopped again, turned back, and reminded, oh, and your armor needs an upgrade. That C-level training suit you're wearing can't even withstand a single claw strike from a B-level beast. Xinlai really left this time. Jiang Fan quickly calculated in his mind. Grade A blade technique, 2000 points. Grade A energy technique, 1800 points. There is also at least a set of B-grade armor. Each item costs an astronomical amount. Fortunately, his knife is B-grade, so it doesn't need to be replaced for now. Got it, he murmured to himself. Jiang Fan stood in the center of the combat zone, feeling the surging power within him. Low-level grade B. The energy quality has multiplied several times, but the resources required have also increased several times. Cultivation techniques, martial skills, and armor all need to be upgraded. He opened his communication terminal and navigated to the mission system. The Grade B mission list was 3 pages longer than the Grade C list. Wilderness Zone Grade B Beast Elimination, Solo, Reward, 200 battle points. Level B Stronghold Assault, Reward, 350 battle points. Deep Exploration Mission, Danger Level A, Reward, 600 battle points. His gaze slid downward and paused for a moment on one particular mission. Level A Beast Subjugation Mission, Large Scale Team, Reward, 2000 battle points. Requirements, at least an 8-person team, with at least 2 members above Level B Danger Level A. 2000 points, one mission is enough to exchange for a set of Grade A blade techniques. He stared at the glaring danger level on the screen for 3 seconds before ultimately exiting the mission details. No need to rush. Meals are eaten bite by bite, and roads are walked step by step. He decided to start with B-level clearing missions to solidify his new strength and familiarize himself with the rhythm of B-level combat. He turned off the terminal and drew the indigo-colored long blade from his waist. The blade was covered with fine scratches, bearing witness to his countless battles in the past. His fingers gently brushed across the cold spine of the blade. 3 days. 3 days later, head to the wilderness. He sheathed his blade and strode toward the combat ring. That evening, Jiang Fan was in the advanced training room, fully adapting to the brand new quality of energy within his body. B-level energy surged through the C-level technique pathways, with a very noticeable loss in efficiency. The originally smooth energy circulation now felt obstructed at several meridian nodes due to the excessive density. He urgently needed a new cultivation technique. But before that, he had to make do for now. He deliberately slowed down the flow of energy to reduce the impact on his meridians. Although awkward, it was barely usable. An hour and a half later, he finished his cultivation and walked out of the training room. He had just reached the corridor when he ran into someone. Moonlight streamed through the window at the end of the corridor, casting its glow on Shin Yue's profile. She stood there quietly, like a statue bathed in cold, radiant light. Their eyes met, and the air seemed to freeze. "Congratulations," Shin Yue said, her voice so calm it betrayed no emotion. Jiang Fan walked to the window beside her and stopped.
"Thank you." No one showed any intention of leaving.
Shin Yue's gaze turned to the window, where the night over the wasteland was as deep as ink, with only the moonlight outlining the distant rocky hills in grayish-white silhouettes. "Has your psionic quality stabilized?" she suddenly asked.
"Not yet, it will probably take 3 more days."
Shin Yue tilted her head slightly, her gaze falling on Jiang Fan. "Your breaking abyss technique can no longer keep up with your level, can it?" "The efficiency has dropped by 30%, I can barely manage with it," Jiang Fan admitted frankly. Shin Yue was silent for a moment, as if making a decision. "I have a guide for optimizing energy flow efficiency suitable for B-level martial artists. It's not a cultivation technique, just a method to improve operational efficiency.
Instructor Chen gave it to me. If you want it, I can share a copy with you."
Jiang Fan glanced at her with some surprise.
"Thanks."
"You're welcome." She decisively took out the communication terminal from her pocket, swiped her fingertips twice, and a file was sent over.
Jiang Fan's terminal vibrated accordingly, indicating successful reception.
Shin Yue put away the terminal, turned, and walked a few steps toward the other end of the corridor, but suddenly stopped.
"Next time you go on a mission, take me with you."
Jiang Fan hadn't expected her to say that. Shin Yue did not turn around. Her voice was not loud, but it was exceptionally clear. The spiritual spring in the hollow that day, Tianheng Institute sent people to investigate it.
Jiang Fan's heart tightened.
"The spring eye has been sealed, and the stone-armored toad is also gone." Her steps paused for a moment. The transfer was completed within 3 days.
"Something in that area is controlling those beasts."
After speaking, she continued walking forward, her figure quickly disappearing around the corner of the corridor. Jiang Fan stood alone by the window, moonlight shining on the back of his hand. His skin was smooth as before, and the dark red bloodline markings had long faded. He lowered his head, looking at his palm, Shin Yue's words echoing in his mind.
The spiritual spring was sealed, the stone-armored toad disappeared, and it all happened within 3 days.
He recalled Instructor Heelan's meaningful warning, "This matter ends with you." But now it seems the matter is far from over.
He clenched his fists and turned back to the dormitory.
The communication terminal on the desk lit up briefly. It was a message from Fangyu. "Jiang Fan, congratulations."
Just a few simple words, yet they carried complex emotions. Jiang Fan replied with 2 words, "Thanks."
He sat down and opened the assistant manual sent by Shin Yue. After flipping through just 2 pages, he was deeply captivated by the content. It was not some generic theory but a specific optimization plan for the energy efficiency of B-level beginner martial artists, with every node's handling method described in meticulous detail. He spent 20 minutes firmly memorizing the key points, then closed the document and opened the exchange list of the Tianheng Institute. A-level blade system martial technique, 2,000 points. Greatest psychic energy operation technique, 1,800 points.
Grade B light armor set, 600 points.
But his balance was a glaring 50 points. Wilderness Zone Grade B Beast Cleanup Mission, 200 points each time.
Do it 10 times, and you can gather 2,000 points.
He turned off the screen and made up his mind. 3 days later, once his psychic energy was completely stabilized, he would start taking on missions.
Beginning with B-level exterminations, he would accumulate points, upgrade his equipment, and cultivate stronger techniques. Step by step, he would climb back up. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye.
With Xin Youwei's assistant manual, which could truly be described as a lifesaver, Jiang Fan successfully stabilized the operational rhythm of his B-level psychic energy. The manual provided extremely precise solutions to the issue of circulation node congestion caused by excessive psychic energy density, even detailing the exact angle needed for redirection at a specific branch of a particular meridian. Although it wasn't a cultivation technique, it was more practical than one. After 3 days, the efficiency loss of his abyss-breaking technique had been forcibly reduced from 30% to just over 20%. While still not perfect, it was at least usable. On the evening of the 3rd day, as soon as training ended, Jiang Fan returned to his dorm, took a shower, changed into clean clothes, and then opened his communication terminal to access the mission system. He quickly locked onto a mission: B-level beast extermination in the wilderness zone, 2-person team.
The location is in the 12th sector, 220 kilometers southwest of Tenhang Academy.
It is a deep wilderness area with terrain far more complex than the 7th sector he had visited before, filled with continuous canyons and underground caves, and a high density of B-level beasts.
The mission objective is to clear out B-level beasts in the area, with a minimum kill count of 3. Upon completion, 500 battle points can be earned.
The estimated duration is 5 to 7 days, with a danger level rated as B-level. Jiang Fan knew that clearing a single B-level beast solo could earn 200 points, while teaming up with another person not only increased the required kill count but also reduced the total points. This was Tenhang Academy's incentive plan, designed to identify those who dared to challenge higher difficulties and could cooperate with teammates on the battlefield. He carefully reviewed the mission requirements 3 times, memorized the terrain description and the known distribution of beasts, then exited the mission system and opened his contact list.
His finger tapped on Xin Youwei's avatar. He quickly typed a line: "Mission tomorrow. B-level clearance. Sector 12. 2-person team. Are you available?" Click to send. In less than 20 seconds, his terminal vibrated. "What time do we leave?"
Jiang Fan's voice was very calm.
5 in the morning, East Gate.
All right. He decisively put down the communicator and prepared to pack his bag. Just then, there was a knock at the door, not too light, not too heavy, exactly 3 times.
Jiang Fan walked over and opened the door.
Lin Chao was standing at the entrance. The boy in white was holding a blade of grass in his hand, his eyes carrying a look Jiang Fan was all too familiar with, a signal that said, "I have something to say."
"I heard you're going on a mission tomorrow? News sure travels fast."
"Yes.
Take me with you." Jiang Fan looked at him for 2 seconds and slowly said, "It's a B-level eradication mission." "I know."
Lin Chao shifted the grass stem from the left corner of his mouth to the right and said nonchalantly, "I'm currently at the peak of sea level, just 1 step away from the threshold of B-level.
Going out and seeing some blood might just push me to break through on the spot, don't you think?" Jiang Fan emphasized again, "The danger level is B." "I know." "No."
This voice did not come from Jiang Fan's mouth. At the end of the corridor, Xin Youwei was walking over. She was probably coming to find Jiang Fan to finalize the details of tomorrow's departure. When she saw Lin Chao also standing at the door, her steps slowed slightly, but the words of refusal had already left her lips. Lin Chao turned to look at her, his brows furrowing. "Why?" Xin Youwei stopped beside him, her tone as calm as if she were stating a fact. "A B-level eradication mission requires a minimum of killing 3 B-level monsters. Your spiritual energy quality is at the peak of sea level. Using sea-level power to attack B-level targets will result in damage reduction of over 60%. In other words, the effective output of your 10 strikes wouldn't even match the output of my 2.
Lin Chao's lips instantly tightened.
Xin Youwei was completely indifferent and continued, "With you along, we wouldn't be 3 people fighting 3 beasts, but rather 2 people fighting 3 beasts while also having to protect you.
More people doesn't necessarily mean stronger combat power. If you come, you'll only be a burden to us." The corridor fell into a 3-second dead silence.
The grass stem in Lin Chao's mouth was bitten in half by him.
But he didn't lose his temper. He wasn't the kind of person who couldn't take the truth. His face, however, turned extremely unpleasant. "Everything you said is right." He spat out the broken bits from his mouth, his voice a little hoarse. "But couldn't you have said it a bit more tactfully?" "If I speak tactfully, you won't listen." Lin Chao instinctively looked at Jiang Fan, hoping he would say something. But Jiang Fan's expression told him Xin Yue was right. "Fine." Lin Chao raised his hand slightly and took 2 steps back, as if drawing a line. "You go ahead, I'll stay in the courtyard and keep practicing." He turned and left, his steps a bit hurried. Out of habit, he wanted to switch to a new blade of grass, but found his mouth empty, feeling somewhat unaccustomed. When he reached the staircase, he paused for a moment, didn't look back, and just said softly, "Don't die out there." After speaking, he went downstairs. Jiang Fan withdrew his gaze from the staircase and looked at Xin Yue. "You rejected him quite directly." "If I weren't direct, he wouldn't give up." Xin Yue's expression remained unchanged. "He knows very well that everything I said is true." Jiang Fan did not argue. 2 people stood at the dormitory entrance, quickly confirming the action plan for tomorrow. The mission location was in the 12th sector, where the terrain consisted of intertwined canyons and caves. The activity range of B-level beasts was mainly concentrated deep within the canyon and near the cave entrances. They planned to clear targets on the ground during the day and camp to rest at night, estimating the entire mission would take 2 to 3 days to complete. The allocation of supplies was straightforward. Jiang Fan was responsible for carrying compressed rations, a first aid kit, spare bandages, a psionic detector, and half a jug of concentrated psionic water. Xin Yue's equipment was lighter. Her combat style relied primarily on threads formed from her own psionic energy, requiring almost no external tools. "Where's your armor?" Xin Yue suddenly asked. "Still the same sea-level training suit." "Did Instructor Qin Lai ask you to change your gear?" "He did. A B-grade armor costs 600 contribution points. I only have 50 points in my account." Xin Yue's eyebrows moved slightly, but she ultimately said nothing. "What about you?" Jiang Fan asked in return. "B-grade light armor, assigned to me by Instructor Chen." Jiang Fan nodded. "This is the difference. The resources enjoyed by those with S-grade talent are completely different from those for B-grade." But he had long since gotten used to this. Back in Jiangnan Base City, others often had S-grade or A-grade talent, while he had none. He had endured those days, so this minor issue was nothing to him. 5 o'clock tomorrow morning. Yes. Xin Yue turned and left, her footsteps softly echoing in the empty corridor. Jiang Fan closed the door and began packing his backpack, carefully checking each piece of equipment. He drew out his long blade and glanced at it. The blade was covered with fine scratches. After 3.5 months of intensive training, coupled with the life-and-death battle with the Crimson Rock Python, this B-grade blade already had a few tiny nicks on its edge. While it was barely sufficient to deal with B-grade beasts, its wear and tear would undoubtedly accelerate rapidly. He took a whetstone out of his backpack and began carefully working on the nicks along the blade's edge. His movements were slow, with steady and even pressure. 20 minutes later, the blade had regained its original smoothness and sharpness. He put the blade away, stored the whetstone, turned off the light, and lay down on the bed. The alarm clock was set for 4:20 a.m. At 4:20 a.m., when the alarm clock began vibrating, Jiang Fan was already sitting quietly on the edge of the bed. He had woken up 5 minutes earlier than the alarm. Since advancing to B-grade, his physical fitness had improved across the board, even his sleep efficiency had significantly increased. Now, 6 hours of sleep left him more refreshed than 8 hours had before. He quickly washed up, changed his clothes, slung on his backpack, strapped the long knife diagonally across his back, and then opened the door and walked out. The dormitory hallway in the early morning was as empty as ever. But this time, at the stairway, he saw a familiar pair of shoes. They belonged to Lin Chao. The boy in white was leaning against the wall at the stairway corner, holding 2 small items in his hand. When he saw him approach, he handed them over. They are 2 C-grade spirit vein nourishing pills. Jiang Fan looked at him but did not immediately take them. Take them.
Lin Chao's voice was somewhat hoarse, sounding as if he had just woken up or perhaps hadn't slept all night.
I don't need them now. C-grade pills are too inefficient for me.
You take them, just in case.
Didn't you yesterday? Jiang Fan wanted to say that he was still angry yesterday because he was rejected. Don't overthink it.
Lin Chao directly stuffed the pills into his hand, cutting him off.
I'm not throwing a tantrum. I really don't need them anymore. Keeping them would just be a waste.
Jiang Fan held the 2 pills, feeling a warm sensation in his palm. He simply said thanks, while Lin Chao waved it off, leaving only a stay safe before turning and heading up the stairs. Jiang Fan slipped the pills into the side pocket of his backpack and then turned to head downstairs. At 4:50 in the morning, the sky was still not fully bright, and Xin Youwei's figure had already appeared at the east gate. She had changed out of her usual training uniform and put on a set of dark-colored B-grade light armor. The armor clung tightly to her body, with no unnecessary embellishments, only a few reinforced plates adorning the shoulders and waist. The dark gray metal exuded a steady sheen under the faint morning light. Her gaze swept over Jiang Fan's C-grade training uniform, pausing for just half a second, but she said nothing.
This time, they didn't drive. The traveling speed of B-level warriors far surpasses that of C-level ones.
With the enhancement of energy, their full-speed running can reach 120 to 150 km per hour. Even when conserving energy by adopting a cruising speed, they can easily maintain 70 to 80 km per hour. A distance of 220 km is merely a matter of 3 hours for them. More importantly, they would leave the highway and directly traverse the wilderness. Off-road vehicles are limited by terrain and can only travel along the Gobi Desert and a few fixed main routes. However, they can climb over rocky hills, pass through canyons, and take the most direct shortcuts. The robust bodies of B-level warriors are more than capable of handling high-speed movement across any complex terrain. The 2 of them walked out of the east gate one after the other. The on-duty administrator quickly recorded their departure information: 2-person B-level clearance mission, target, Sector 12. After handing over a locator, he watched them leave. Jiang Fan clipped the locator to his waist and stepped onto the gravel ground outside the east gate.
The dawn on the wasteland came unexpectedly.
One moment, it was pitch black, where you couldn't see your hand in front of you. The next moment, the sky turned a hazy gray. Then, the sun suddenly broke free from below the horizon, and golden light instantly spread across the entire Gobi Desert.
Xin Youwei took the lead.
Without a running start, she only slightly gathered strength in her legs, leaning her body forward as immense energy instantly surged into her limbs. With her first step, the gravel beneath her feet shattered with a sharp sound, and she shot forward like an arrow released from a bow.
Jiang Fan followed closely behind. His start was slower by a fraction of a second, not due to sluggish reaction, but because he was adapting.
The sensation of B-level energy surging into his legs was entirely different from C-level, with the thrust being nearly 3 times stronger. As he took his first step, the forward propulsion almost caused him to lose his balance. However, he quickly adjusted his posture on the second step, and by the third step, his movements had become smooth and natural. The 2 figures sped across the vast wilderness, their footsteps completely drowned out by the wind pressure generated by their high-speed movement. Behind them, the gravel on the desert ground was swept up by the powerful airflow, only to fall back down in a scattered manner. Their speed eventually stabilized at around 90 km per hour, the most energy-efficient cruising speed. Xin Youwei maintained a lead of 2 body lengths ahead. Her running posture was highly efficient, with no unnecessary movements in her body. Every step, stride, and frequency were perfectly controlled, minimizing energy consumption. This was precisely the standard of a B-level martial artist. Jiang Fan observed her rhythm from behind, instinctively mimicking and adjusting his own stride frequency. Half an hour later, the scenery began to change. The flat desert disappeared, replaced by large stretches of raised rocky hills and wind-eroded ravines. The ground became uneven, and the gravel underfoot turned into jagged, weathered rock fragments. Xin Youwei did not slow down in the slightest. Her toes always landed precisely on the tops of the rocks, and with a light push, her body gracefully leaped over a 2-meter-wide ravine, landing steadily on the ridge on the other side.
The entire process was smooth and fluid.
Jiang Fan followed suit and jumped. However, upon landing, a small piece of the rocky ridge beneath his feet crumbled. The weight of a B-level warrior combined with the energy boost was too much for the fragile rock surface to bear. His center of gravity sank instantly, but Jiang Fan reacted quickly, forcefully pushing off the ground with his foot to regain his balance. Running ahead, Xin Yue glanced back but still said nothing, continuing to sprint forward. Another hour passed, and the terrain changed once again. The clusters of rocky hills transformed into an endless stretch of low mountains. The mountains were dark brown, their surfaces polished smooth yet rugged by centuries of wind and sand.
Between the mountains lay valleys of varying depths, their floors marked by dried riverbeds and sparse, withered vegetation.
When the two crossed the third ridge, Xin Yue finally slowed her pace. 5-minute break, she said, stopping at the ridge and gazing into the distance. Jiang Fan stopped beside her, his breathing only slightly quickened. The cardiopulmonary endurance of a B-level martial artist far surpassed that of a C-level one. After an hour and a half of high-speed travel, his stamina was still less than 30% depleted. He took a sip from his water bottle, and Xin Yue also replenished her fluids. Standing side by side on the ridge, they both looked southwest. The horizon there seemed to have been torn apart by a tremendous force, and the terrain suddenly sank. The continuous mountain range abruptly ended at the edge of their view, revealing a vast basin. The basin was filled with countless canyons and fissures, and from their elevated vantage point, the entire area looked as though its surface had been etched with crisscrossing scars. The color of the basin was much darker than the surrounding mountains, presenting a somber ochre-red hue. That was their destination, the 12th sector. "We're here." Xin Yue put away the water bottle, her tone indifferent. Jiang Fan took the detector from his waist and adjusted its sensitivity to the highest level. The screen was blank, there were no energy reactions within a 500-meter radius. This was normal, the outskirts of the 12th sector served as a buffer zone, and the dangerous beasts mostly lurked deep within the canyon. They walked down the slope toward the lowlands. The color of the rock surface beneath their feet grew darker, the reddish-brown weathered layer was softer than ordinary rock, and each step kicked up fine powder. Even the air began to feel different. The dryness had lessened, and a faint trace of energy could be detected in the nasal cavity. Although this energy was far weaker than that in the cultivation chamber, its presence in a barren wasteland where no energy should exist was highly unusual. This indicated that there was a spiritual vein running beneath this land. Xin Yue, who was walking ahead, slowed her pace once again. Her movement shifted from cruising mode to search mode, with each step pausing ever so briefly before landing. Energy gathered at her soles as she carefully sensed every vibration and feedback from the ground. A tense atmosphere began to quietly spread. Jiang Fan and Xin Yue adjusted their pace according to the vibrations of the ground and the faint spiritual energy fluctuations, entering the first canyon. The canyon was about 20 meters wide, flanked by towering reddish-brown rock walls covered in layered sedimentary textures. The valley floor was strewn with dry gravel and fine sand. The detector remained silent, showing no signs of activity. The two walked forward about 500 meters, where the canyon split into two paths, the left narrow and the right wide. Xin Yue stopped, crouched down to observe for a moment, then pointed to the right and said, "Let's go this way." Jiang Fan was a bit curious. "How did you figure that out?" "There are drag marks on the sandy ground." She pointed to the ground at the entrance of the right side canyon. "It should be the tail or belly of something being dragged across. The marks are wide, indicating the creature is quite large." Jiang Fan squatted down for a closer look. Sure enough, there was a shallow half-meter wide mark on the surface of the fine sand, stretching from the fork all the way into the canyon on the right. Although most of the trace had been covered by wind-blown sand, it was still discernible. "How long ago was this left?" Xin Yue gently brushed the sand aside with her fingers, feeling its moisture and texture. "Within 4 hours. The wind speed here isn't high, so the sand covers it very slowly." The two hesitated no longer and immediately set off toward the canyon on the right. After entering the canyon on the right for about 300 meters, the detector finally reacted. A light dot flickered on the screen, indicating a B-level low-tier psionic fluctuation.
The target was 400 meters ahead and stationary.
Jiang Fan and Xin Yuwei immediately slowed their steps, suppressing their own psionic fluctuations to the lowest level, their breathing barely perceptible. They pressed closely against the rocky wall on the right side of the canyon, carefully placing their feet on the gravel, making almost no sound as they silently advanced.
200 meters from the target, 100 meters. A bend appeared in the canyon ahead.
Jiang Fan reached it first, pressing half of his body tightly against the rocky wall as he cautiously leaned out to peer around the corner. With just one glance, his pupils suddenly contracted. It was a beetle, a giant beetle with a body length of 4 meters, completely different from the earth beetles he had seen before in the 7th sector. Its reddish-brown carapace was highly arched, covered with a thick mineralized layer, and its 8 segmented limbs were folded on either side of its abdomen. The 2 antennae on its head were slightly curved, emitting faint psychic pulses at their tips, scanning back and forth along the valley walls, clearly searching for any movement nearby.
Jiang Fan immediately withdrew his body and leaned against the rock wall.
He gestured to Xin Yuwei beside him, first pointing to himself, then to her, and finally forward, making a "I'll go first" motion. Xin Yuwei, however, shook her head. She extended her right hand, fingers spread wide, and invisible threads stretched out from her fingertips. She responded with a gesture, "I'll control it first, you find an opportunity to strike."
Jiang Fan agreed with a nod after thinking for just a second.
The defense of a B-class beetle was extraordinary. His mountain-splitting slash had to find a weak point to break through its defenses. If Xin Yuwei first used her threads to restrict its movements, and he then attacked from the side to find the right angle, the success rate would undoubtedly be higher. Xin Yuwei silently moved to the edge of the bend, letting the threads between her fingers quietly slide out.
15 threads, 20 threads, 25 threads.
Each thread suppressed its energy fluctuations to the limit, spreading along the shadows of the valley wall and approaching the beetle's 8 segmented limbs from different angles. Suddenly, the beetle's antennae froze, both turning simultaneously in the direction where Xin Yuwei was located. It had detected her. Xin Yuwei's fingers instantly tightened, and 25 threads simultaneously sprang into action, firmly binding the beetle's limbs from 8 directions. Each leg was entangled by at least 3 threads. Psionic energy erupted along the threads, and the tightening force caused the beetle's limbs to emit a piercing metallic screech. A burst of psionic mist suddenly spewed from the beetle's mandibles, accompanied by a sharp hissing sound.
All 8 legs exerted force simultaneously, frantically attempting to break free from the restraints.
The terrifying power of a low-tier B-level creature made the threads hum under the strain, as if they might snap at any moment.
Xin Yuwei's feet dragged shallow grooves into the ground as she slid backward.
Clenching her teeth, she struggled to utter a single word, "Hurry."
Jiang Fan's figure shot out from behind the curve like a cannonball. But the B-level beetle reacted even faster.
Before Jiang Fan could close in, it suddenly exerted its strength, forcibly snapping several threads, and turned to flee. This was already their 5th day in the 12th sector. The canyon was much deeper than they had imagined, with reddish-brown rock walls towering 40 meters high on both sides.
Only at noon did sunlight briefly illuminate the canyon floor.
The rest of the time, the canyon was shrouded in a somber, dark red hue. The air was filled with a pungent stench of rotting flesh mixed with psychic energy, growing stronger the deeper they ventured. 5 days had passed, and they hadn't managed to successfully hunt even a single B-grade beast. It wasn't that they couldn't find one, but rather that they couldn't inflict any damage. Just a few days ago, they had encountered a mid-tier B-grade crimson rock crocodile. The creature was 6 meters long, its entire body covered in tough mineralized scales, and when it opened its mouth, 3 rows of terrifying barbed teeth were visible. At the time, the 2 of them launched a pincer attack. Xin Yuwei's threads successfully entangled its hind legs and tail, while Jiang Fan struck from the side with his full-force mountain cleave. However, the blade infused with psychic energy only left a faint white mark on the side of its neck. The defensive power of a mid-tier B-grade beast was a whole level above any opponent he had faced before, reducing the effectiveness of his attack by nearly half. The ochre rock crocodile was completely enraged, and its counterattack came swiftly and fiercely. With a sweep of its tail, although Jiang Fan tried his best to leap back, the tip of the tail still struck his abdomen. His whole body was flung over 3 meters away like a kite with a broken string, slamming heavily against the rock wall, nearly knocking him unconscious. If it weren't for Xin Yue's silk threads desperately entangling it for over 10 seconds, giving Jiang Fan a chance to catch his breath, the consequences would have been unimaginable. In just over 10 seconds, the ochre rock crocodile relied on sheer brute force to break free from all the silk threads wrapped around it. Its strength had clearly reached the mid-level of B grade, far beyond what Xin Yue's initial grade silk threads could withstand. After breaking free from its restraints, the ochre rock crocodile didn't pause for a moment. It turned and dove straight into the dark river at the bottom of the valley. Water splashed everywhere, and within seconds, even the last trace of its energy fluctuations vanished without a trace. It escaped. Jiang Fan leaned weakly against the rock wall, touching his abdomen. The tough C-grade training suit had been slashed open, leaving his skin red and swollen with a burning pain that made him break out in a cold sweat. Fortunately, his bones were fine. Xin Yue stood at the entrance of the underground river, silently gazing at the pitch-black water without saying a word. The air was filled with the silence of failure. Their first attempt at working together had ended in complete futility. The next day, unwilling to give up, they switched to a different area and advanced another 3 kilometers deeper into the canyon. This time, they encountered a unicorn stone rhino, a low-tier B-grade creature, on par with Jiang Fan's level. Theoretically, this should be an evenly matched battle. But theory, after all, is just theory. The movement speed of the stone unicorn was astonishing. Its 4 sturdy stone legs stomped on the rocky ground, covering over 10 meters with each step. When it charged, the 2-meter-long stone horn on its head, wrapped in a psionic shockwave, plowed a half-meter-deep trench into the canyon floor. Jiang Fan narrowly dodged the frontal charge, but he never expected this giant beast to pull off a sudden stop and turn. The 4 legs suddenly braked, the massive body spun 90 degrees on the spot, and the stone horn swept across with a whistling wind. The speed and agility compared to the previous straight charge were like 2 entirely different beings. Jiang Fan's reaction was already fast enough, he instantly swung his blade to block. Bang! A loud crash echoed as his entire body was propelled 5 meters away by an irresistible force, his feet plowing 2 deep grooves into the ground. His palms instantly split open, and blood seeped through his fingers. The power of this creature was terrifying. At that moment, Xin Yue launched an attack from the side. 15 sharp threads sliced toward the stone rhino's leg joints from different angles with precision. The cutting power of the B-grade threads was formidable, leaving several shallow white marks on the soft armor of the stone rhino's joints. The stone rhinoceros roared deafeningly in pain, turned around, and charged straight at Xin Yue. Xin Yue immediately retreated, continuing to wind the silk thread in her hand as she moved back. Jiang Fan seized the opportunity, chasing from behind and delivering a fierce, mountain-cleaving slash onto the stone rhinoceros's hindquarters. This time, he aimed precisely at the seam of the armor plates, and the blade successfully cut 2 fingers deep. The excruciating pain drove the stone rhinoceros completely mad. It suddenly kicked its hind legs and rammed backward toward Jiang Fan. Jiang Fan rolled to the side in a fluster, narrowly avoiding the rhinoceros's hindquarters, which grazed his shoulder and slammed heavily into the rock wall. Boom! The rock wall was struck, leaving a head-sized crater, and fragments of stone rained down like a storm. The battle lasted a full 20 minutes. After 20 minutes, the stone rhinoceros had 7 or 8 wounds on its body, but none of them were fatal. The deepest cut only penetrated the superficial muscles. Meanwhile, Jiang Fan's psionic energy was more than half depleted. Xin Yue's threads had also sharply reduced from 15 to 8, and her psionic energy was similarly running low. In contrast, the stone rhinoceros's psionic energy fluctuations remained steadily at the low B-level range, and it hadn't faced any substantial threat. Jiang Fan and Xin Yue exchanged a glance, filled with unwillingness. Retreat! The two quickly disengaged from the fight. The stone rhinoceros chased for over 100 meters but couldn't catch up and eventually turned back to its territory. The next day, they were empty-handed again. At night, the two set up camp in a sheltered rock cave. Jiang Fan gnawed on compressed rations, which tasted no better than chewing on cardboard, but it provided the necessary energy for the body. Xin Yue sat at the cave entrance, leaning against the rock wall, her eyes half closed as she silently recovered her depleted spiritual energy. Our problem is not our strength, she suddenly spoke, breaking the silence.
Jiang Fan raised his head. It's experience. Shen Youwei's lips moved slightly. The combat patterns of B-level beasts are completely different from those of C-level ones.
C-level beasts react in a linear manner: attack, defend, flee, it's either one or the other.
But B-level beasts can change tactics, make judgments, and even utilize the terrain. Jiang Fan swallowed the dry food in his mouth. She was right.
Whether it was the ochre crocodile that dove into the dark river to escape, or the one-horned stone rhino that knew how to make sudden stops and sharp turns, the combat intelligence they displayed was beyond what C-level beasts could achieve.
B-level beasts already possess a rudimentary sense of strategy.
Previously in the wilderness, he hunted D-level and E-level beasts, usually taking them down with one strike, at most two. Back then, he thought his combat experience was already sufficient. Now he realized that experience from low-level battlefields was almost worthless on a B-level battlefield. Tomorrow, we'll change our approach, Shen Youwei's voice was calm and resolute.
We can't confront them head-on anymore. We'll set up ambushes and use the terrain to our advantage.
Your Qin Yuan blade technique is best suited for narrow spaces.
The forks in the canyon, the angles of the rock walls, or the entrances to caves lure them into terrain that works in our favor before making a move. Jiang Fan nodded heavily.
On the third day, they completely changed their tactics. Shen Youwei first set up a semi-enclosed trap in a narrow tributary canyon using silk threads. The threads clung to the shadows of the rock walls, almost imperceptible to the naked eye.
Afterward, Jiang Fan acted as bait.
He found a lone B-grade low-tier iron mane wolf and deliberately exposed his psionic fluctuations along its patrol route.
The iron mane wolf immediately gave chase.
The pursuit of a B-grade beast was far more ferocious than that of a C-grade one. Even though Jiang Fan pushed himself to the limit, his speed was only slightly faster than the wolf's, but in terms of endurance, he was far inferior. After running just 1 kilometer, Jiang Fan's breathing began to grow heavy, while the iron mane wolf showed no signs of slowing down. Following his plan, he turned sharply into the side valley filled with traps. The moment the iron mane wolf charged in, the threads on the rock walls on both sides were instantly triggered, tightly binding its forelegs and neck. The iron mane wolf roared and struggled madly, the threads creaking under the tension, almost on the verge of snapping. At this moment, Jiang Fan made a sudden counterattack.
Mountain-splitting slash.
He swung his blade toward the wolf's neck, which was tightly constricted by the silk thread. The blade edge precisely cut into the groove created by the thread. The defense of the iron mane wolf's neck had already been significantly weakened by the thread, and the penetration power of this strike was more than 3 times stronger than a frontal attack.
One strike drew blood. The iron mane wolf let out a piercing wail of agony. Jiang Fan's second strike followed closely, executing the abyssal blade technique, submerged flow.
The blade precisely cut along the first wound, instantly tearing and enlarging the gash. Immediately after, the third strike, mountain-splitting slash, roared downward, aiming directly at the iron mane wolf's spine. With a crisp crack, the massive body of the iron mane wolf collapsed with a thunderous crash, unable to move again.
Jiang Fan stepped forward and calmly delivered the final blow.
On the system panel, a cold line of text appeared: killed 1 B-rank low-tier demonic beast, iron mane wolf. It was the 3rd day since entering the 12th sector, and they had finally achieved their first victory. Jiang Fan crouched down and skillfully extracted the inner core from the wolf's corpse. It was a B-grade core, its dark silver sheen slowly flowing in his palm. Shen Youwei walked over, flicking her right hand as several faintly visible threads quietly retracted to her fingertips. The two exchanged a glance without celebrating, as they both knew that just one was far from enough. On the 4th and 5th days, they repeated their tactics, using carefully designed traps to successively hunt down a low-tier B-grade rock scorpion and a low-tier B-grade cave spider. The battle with the rock scorpion was particularly perilous. Its deadly venomous tail stinger nearly pierced Jiang Fan's thigh, but at the last moment, he twisted his body to the limit, and the stinger grazed his pant leg, leaving a scorched mark where the fabric was corroded by the venom. The cave spider, on the other hand, was even more troublesome. With its 8 long legs and web-spinning ability, it moved effortlessly at the complex entrance of the cave. The fight lasted nearly half an hour, with Xin Yue's psychic threads clashing with the spider's silken midair for over a dozen rounds. Ultimately, Jiang Fan seized an opportunity, flipping down through a crack in the cave ceiling and delivering a mountain-cleaving strike from above, splitting the spider's head armor. 3 B-grade beasts, but the cost was equally significant. Jiang Fan had acquired 5 or 6 new wounds, the most serious one on his left calf, caused by a scrape from the giant pincers of a rock scorpion. A small piece of muscle had been forcibly torn, leaving him limping slightly as he walked. Xin Yue's spiritual energy was also greatly depleted. 5 consecutive days of intense combat had reduced her B-level early-stage energy reserves to less than half. To make matters worse, their supplies were nearly exhausted. The compressed rations were already gone, and only 1/3 of the concentrated spiritual energy water remained in the canteen. More than half of the medical kit had been used up. Of the 2 sea-level spirit vein nourishing pills that Lin Chao had given them before their departure, Jiang Fan had already consumed 1. Although sea-level pills had a diminished effect on a B-level body, it was still better than nothing. On the 6th day, the two took a brief rest at the entrance of a cave. Jiang Fan sat on a rock at the cave entrance, carefully changing the dressing on the wound on his left calf. As he unwrapped the old bandage, he noticed that the edges of the wound had already begun to heal. The powerful regenerative ability of his Dragon Emperor bloodline had grown even stronger after his advancement to B-level. Meanwhile, Xin Yue leaned against the cave wall with her eyes closed, practicing her energy techniques. Her 5 fingers occasionally twitched slightly, as threads of spiritual energy gathered and dissipated at her fingertips, seemingly as part of her practice of a new control technique. 5 days of fighting side by side had forged a tacit understanding between them that required no words. Who would lure, who would control, who would take the lead, and who would cover the rear, everything was coordinated seamlessly. Jiang Fan tied a new bandage, moved his ankle a bit, and broke the silence. 1 more, and that should be enough. Xin Yue opened her eyes. The mission required a minimum of 3 kills, which they had already completed. But the crucial battle points were still insufficient. 3 low-tier B-class beasts amounted to a total of 600 points. Based on their contribution, Jiang Fan earned 350 points, while Xin Yue got 250. Far from enough. Jiang Fan calculated, an A-class blade technique required 2,000 points, an A-class energy circulation method cost 1,800 points, and even a decent B-class armor would set him back 600 points. Including the earnings from this mission, he only had a total of 400 points in his account, barely a drop in the bucket. Although Xin Yue had more resources than he did, the consumption for cultivation beyond B-class grew exponentially. Most of the items in her S-class resource pack had already been used up.